Chapter 1. Year 2300 of the star calendar. On the desolate planet 188, a silvery white cottage stood out distinctly against the inky blackness of the night. Within the room, Wei Ning lay on the soft bed, contemplating the series of events that had transpired over the past month, ultimately resigning herself to her fate. She was simply not destined to enjoy life. A month prior, she had won $1 million in the lottery. However, before she could even claim her winnings and indulge in a life of luxury, the apocalypse struck. Yet, the end of the world had barely begun when she found herself cast aside, a mere collateral damage. Due to her low ability level and inadequate physical strength, she was abandoned en route to a safe base, left to become fodder for the undead. She hadn't even had the chance to revel in her fortunate awakening of wood-based abilities before her demise. In her final moments, she had fantasized that if there were to be a next life, she would wish to be reborn into a wealthy family, living as a carefree rich heir. Then, she truly awakened in the body of a rich second generation. Her dreams had materialized, and Wei Ning experienced a period of extravagant living. Alas, it seemed as though fate conspired against her. Her wealthy father went bankrupt. To make matters worse, her esteemed mother, a high-ranking apothecary, suffered an accident during her alchemical work, resulting in mental exhaustion and rendering her an ordinary person. Her proud brother, a top-tier mecha warrior, sustained injuries during a mission. His mental capacity diminished from S rank to B rank, ultimately forcing him into retirement. This cascade of misfortunes exacerbated their family's plight. Her father, despondent and wandering aimlessly, found no one willing to lend a hand. In his despair, he had come across a rumor suggesting that adversity ignites one's fighting spirit, leading him to relocate the family to the only desolate planet under his name. Wei Ning could hardly comprehend her father's decision. Did he not realize that such a harsh environment could sometimes extinguish one's will to fight? In any case, starting tomorrow, she would have to revert to survival mode once more. Despite having escaped the apocalyptic era and entered a technologically advanced interstellar age, why was she still living as if in the end times? After much contemplation, Wei Ning concluded that it was due to her father's erratic decisions and her own unfortunate fate. Throughout the night, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest until the dawn began to break. As the faint light filtered through the window and touched her face, Wei Ning opened her bloodshot eyes, stared blankly for a moment, and then sluggishly rose. As she stepped outside, the doors of the other two rooms remained closed, suggesting that her companions had yet to awaken. Considering their current predicament, Wei Ning could only hope that her father's actions might indeed pull the two trapped in their own worlds back to reality. Otherwise, their doom would be inevitable. With a sigh, Wei Ning felt that apart from herself, there was not a single sane person left in her family. Ever since the incident, her mother had spent her days staring blankly at plants, mumbling a plethora of theoretical knowledge about potions. Her brother, meanwhile, isolated himself in his room, clutching his mecha pendant in a trance. As for her father, a man who chose to live a primitive life on a desolate planet, his mental state could hardly be considered normal. As the day gradually brightened, Wei Ning found no desire to lament her miserable existence any further. Since she was already here, she might as well make the best of it. Life must go on. At the very least, the comforting thought was that there were no zombies in the interstellar realm, and with wealth, one could procure food. There was no need to worry about the ever-present threat of zombies or the scarcity of sustenance. However, reality soon delivered a harsh blow. While there were indeed no zombies in the interstellar realm, there were mutated beasts. Help! As she stepped out of the cottage, she was met with a pair of crimson eyes. A half-human, half-beast creature crouched not far from the door, causing her to scream in terror. What happened? What happened? Hearing her scream, Wei Guoyang rushed out of his room, having not even had time to put on his shoes, clearly having responded immediately to the commotion. Dad, what is this place? Why are the monsters? Wei Ning trembled as she took small steps backward, nearly on the verge of tears. This is a red-eyed, mutated rabbit. Wei Guoyang, having some knowledge of the interstellar beasts, recognized the creature from its crimson eyes and long ears drooping beside its head, and he breathed a sigh of relief. attempting to reassure her. Don't worry. The reedy mutated rabbit is a low-level mutated beast. It poses no threat. Wei Ning could only stare in disbelief. Had her father forgotten that even low-level mutated beasts were beyond their capabilities? Dad, have you forgotten that we are both useless? Wei Ning spoke bluntly. Not to mention that the original host had died due to a failed awakening of her mental capacity, leaving her to reap the benefits. Even if her abilities had followed her, they were utterly inadequate. Aside from cultivating various vegetables and grains, she could barely revive withered plants. She possessed no combat prowess, or else she wouldn't have been abandoned. As for Wei Guoliang, with a mental capacity of D and physical abilities rated C, he was no different from a waste in a realm filled with B, A, and even a few strength individuals. What should we do? Wei Guoliang finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his voice trembling slightly. For the first time, he regretted his decision, fearing that before he could regain his confidence, his life might be forfeit. The two of them stood mere 5 meters away from the creature, locked in a silent standoff. Seizing the opportunity while the mutated rabbit had yet to attack, Wei Ning decisively turned and shouted, "Dad, hold it off. I'll go get help." Ning, don't go. Wei Guoliang, his legs shaking, clung desperately to the doorframe. Ignoring him, Wei Ning dashed into one of the rooms. The door was unlocked, and she had no time to knock. She rushed inside, pinpointed the person on the bed, and threw back the covers, grasping the hand of the person lying there while saying, "Big brother, wake up. Mutated beasts are here. Dad can't hold on much longer." As if responding to her call, Wei Guoliang's voice rang out from outside. "Ning, Dongzi, hurry. It's coming. Big brother, wake up." Wei Ning tugged desperately. Yet the figure on the bed remained motionless, staring blankly as if lost in thought. Frustrated, Wei Ning slapped him. "It's just a downgrade in mental capacity. You're not a complete invalid. Is it really necessary to act as if you're on the brink of death? Countless warriors have perished on the battlefield. Many have been rendered useless due to mental storms, yet they live on just fine. What makes you so special? Just because you can't pilot a mecha? I don't even have any awakened abilities, yet am still managing to survive. You might as well just die to save on food." Wei Ning snatched the pendant from his hand and bolted out, not looking back. With his hand now empty, the figure on the bed finally reacted, clutching at the air as if it had lost something vital. His gaze slowly regained focus, and he remembered something. He flipped over and leaped up, intending to pursue her, but his body, deprived of sustenance for too long, faltered, and he had to brace himself against the edge of the bed to avoid falling forward. Wei Ning dashed away with the pendant, not hearing any footsteps behind her, and her last shred of hope dissipated. Resolving to rely on herself, despite her scant combat experience, she had at least fought off zombies before that had to be better than her father, who spent his days confined to an office. At that moment, the mutated rabbit lunged at Wei Guoliang, who was still struggling to evade it with frantic jumps. The creature collided with the metal wall, rebounding off. Wei Ning glanced around for a suitable weapon, but realized that upon arriving, she had stowed all her belongings in her spatial button and hadn't retrieved anything. In a frenzy, she rummaged through the spatial button and finally found a sword, hefting the hefty blade before charging out. Meanwhile, Wei Guoliang was being relentlessly pursued by the mutated rabbit, his frantic dodges drawing the creature closer, though it seemed to toy with him rather than inflicting harm. Seizing the moment when Wei Guoliang narrowly evaded the creature, Wei Ning swung the sword, striking the rabbit on the head. It staggered, its crimson eyes turning towards her, and suddenly it grinned, abandoning Wei Guoliang to pounce at her. Caught off guard, Wei Ning found herself tackled, her sword raised defensively against the creature's jaws. A foul stench assaulted her senses, nearly overwhelming her, and she fought to suppress her nausea, holding her breath as she summoned all her abilities to push against the beast. In that instant, her survival instinct surged forth, and the mutated rabbit was thrown back. Wei Guoliang, taken aback by her bold move, rushed over, disregarding his injuries, to help her up. Just as Wei Ning managed to rise, the mutated rabbit sprang back into action. At that moment, her hand gripping the sword trembled. She had exhausted her meager abilities, feeling utterly drained, her vision dimming. with the sensation of Wei Guoliang's trembling hand supporting her. She recalled the care he had shown her over the past month and the fact that she had usurped his daughter's body. She decided then to honor that fleeting father-daughter bond. With that thought, she bit down on her tongue to keep herself alert, pushed Wei Guoliang aside, and stood in front of him, raising the sword with great effort as she awaited the mutated rabbit's assault. The creature leaped towards her, intent on tearing her apart. Wei Ning no longer shied away. This time, she boldly advanced, exerting every ounce of strength to slash forward. The blade of her sword grazed the forelimb of the mutated rabbit, parting the skin and causing blood to flow forth. Sensing the pain, the mutated rabbit intensified its assault, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged towards Wei Ning's neck. "Ning Ning," Wei Guoliang called out, his voice trembling with dread. Wei Ning found herself devoid of any energy to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the foul-smelling beast's maw approached her, a viscous liquid that resembled saliva dripping from its gaping jaws on her face. Overwhelmed, she succumbed to unconsciousness, her mind fixated on a singular thought. How repugnant this wretched rabbit was. What revolting substance did it consume that made it reek so foully and drool so grotesquely? Just as Wei Ning appeared to be on the verge of perishing at the jaws of the beast, Wei Guoliang cried out in despair, "Ning Ning." At that moment, a foot forcefully kicked the door open, directly targeting the head of the mutated rabbit. Detecting the imminent threat, the mutated rabbit released Wei Ning, propelling itself away with powerful hind legs. Wei Dong emerged from the room, weakly bracing himself against the wall, his gaze fixed on his frail sister as she valiantly battled the mutated rabbit with her sword. Even in her diminished state, she stood resolutely in front of their towering father. In that instant, a myriad of images flashed through his mind, warriors torn apart in battle with star beasts yet still struggling to survive, scenes of jubilant crowds in the aftermath of war, comrades engulfed by star beasts during a mission while covering their teammates' retreat, and ultimately, the steadfast figure of his sister standing before him. In that fleeting moment, he disregarded everything else. All his strength coalesced in his legs, and a singular thought consumed him. He must save her. Seeing Wei Dong appear, Wei Guoliang's eyes welled with tears. How long had it been? At last, he witnessed his son springing into action once more. Though Wei Dong's mental prowess had diminished, his physical strength remained intact. With a mere 2 seconds of energy, he effortlessly dispatched the low-level mutated beast, toppling the rabbit with a few swift strikes, ultimately crushing its neck beneath his foot, ensuring it would never rise again. When Wei Ning awakened once more, she discovered herself lying on a bed, the daylight streaming through the window, accompanied by the faint sounds of conversation. Parched and desperate to rise, she felt every muscle in her body protest with pain. Slowly, she came to the realization of her previous actions. A dull ache throbbed in her head, and her body felt utterly drained, in aftereffect of overexerting her extraordinary abilities, which would subside once she regained her strength. Rubbing her aching temples, she recalled the events leading up to her fainting spell, checking her neck for wounds, only to find none, leaving her bewildered. Something was amiss. Had she, in fact, slain the mutated rabbit? Yet she had no recollection of such an event. Lost in thought, the door swung open, and a woman entered, holding a vial of nutrient solution. Upon seeing the awake figure on the bed, she joyfully called out, "Old Wei, come quickly. Ning Ning has awakened." Approaching with care, she gently assisted Wei Ning into a sitting position, inquiring if there was any lingering discomfort or if she felt hungry. "Mother?" Wei Ning spoke uncertainly, sensing an air of unreality. Could this truly be her mother? Her eyes radiated warmth, devoid of the incessant lectures on medicinal theories, merely asking if she was hungry. "Yes, mother is here," Yi Ling replied, noticing the faint unfamiliarity in her daughter's gaze. Her eyes grew misty, and she couldn't resist enveloping her daughter in an embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry, Ning Ning. It was my fault. I was lost in delusion, causing you to endure such suffering. I promise I will never let that happen again." Wei Ning attempted to break free, but found herself held even tighter, ultimately resigning to remain still. She harbored a deeply intricate sentiment towards Wei Ning, stemming from the latter's drastic transformation following her failure to awaken her powers, which ultimately led her to resolve to concoct an awakening potion. Tragically, an unforeseen mishap resulted in a depletion of her mental faculties, leaving her in a state of confusion and disarray. Wei Ning felt a tumult of guilt and trepidation within her. She felt guilty for occupying the true Wei Ning's body, and fearful that Wei Ning would discover she was not the original Wei Ning. Over the course of this brief month, she had keenly felt the family's kindness towards her. Even though they were acutely aware of the significant changes in her demeanor, they refrained from probing further. Instead, they expressed self-reproach and deep concern for her, having unconditionally tolerated her numerous transgressions during that time. Now, she was genuinely frightened at the thought that one day they might uncover her as an impostor who had usurped their daughter's identity, potentially leading them to withdraw their affection or even consign her to a laboratory for dissection and study. The memory of abandonment during the apocalypse, when she faced despair as she was engulfed by zombies, was a fate she wished to avoid reliving. I will not relinquish this. You were the one who let go first, who chose to forsake them, Wei Ning resolutely affirmed in her heart. In that instant, she felt the oppressive sensation that had shackled her dissipate, and she finally reached out to embrace Wei Ning. When Wei Guoyang entered, he was greeted by the sight of mother and daughter in a tender embrace, a smile gracing his face as he approached to gently envelop them both. It was not until Wei Dong entered and offered a reminder that they recalled the purpose of their gathering. Wei Ning hastily broke open the nutrient solution and extended it to Wei Ning. Upon seeing Wei Dong, Wei Ning was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how, after her fainting spell, everyone appeared to be in good spirits again. Prompting her to voice her confusion, the three exchanged knowing smiles, which only deepened Wei Ning's perplexity. Ultimately, it was Wei Guoyang who elucidated the situation. It turned out that after seizing Wei Dong's mech necklace, her actions had either stirred something within him or her words had struck a chord. In any case, he pursued her but, weakened at the time, was unable to catch up. However, witnessing Wei Ning in battle rekindled his own dormant fighting spirit, prompting him to charge in at the critical moment to slay the mutated rabbit. As for Wei Ning, she had ventured out upon hearing the commotion, only to find Wei Guoyang injured and Wei Ning unconscious on the floor, which suddenly prompted her to gain clarity. After hearing the explanation, Wei Ning jested that perhaps all it took for her mother and brother to find their footing again was for her and her father to sustain injuries. Had she known, she might have intentionally hurt herself to avert their current predicament. This remark filled Wei Ning and Wei Dong with guilt, with Wei Dong solemnly apologizing and pledging to protect the family diligently in the future. Wei Guoyang, however, felt a twinge of guilt and avoided making eye contact, leading Wei Ning to suspect that he was concealing something from them. The following day, after her powers had been restored, Wei Ning felt revitalized, her wounds having completely healed after consuming a restorative potion. It was her first encounter with the miraculous properties of such potions, providing insight into why the status of interstellar pharmacists had become increasingly esteemed over the years. A mere low-grade potion could facilitate rapid healing, and higher-grade potions could even mitigate mental turmoil. In this advanced interstellar age, individuals could autonomously awaken their mental powers by the age of 18. With ranks ranging from F to S, and even as high as 2S or 3S, with F being the lowest. Presently, the highest rank in the Federation was 3S, but only a scant few had achieved it. The level of mental power was largely determined by innate awakening, while physical capabilities could be enhanced through training. A failed awakening relegated one to the status of an ordinary person, whose lifespan was merely half, if not less, than that of a mental power user. The higher the mental power rank, the longer the lifespan. This was precisely why Wei Ning was intent on formulating an awakening potion following Wei Ning's failure. Awakening potions were said to exist only in legends. It was rumored that a millennium ago, individuals who could not awaken their mental powers were able to do so through such potions. However, the risks were immense, leading to their eventual prohibition by the Federation. It remained a mystery from where Wei Ning had procured the formula, and her reckless decision to employ it had culminated in unforeseen consequences. As Wei Ning stepped out of her room, she observed everyone seated on the living room sofa, seemingly engaged in a discussion. After a day of transition, the small abode was now brimming with various household items: a sofa, a coffee table, a refrigerator, a dining table, and several decorative plants. resulting in a somewhat crowded yet undeniably warm atmosphere. Wei Ning settled beside Yi Ling and inquired about their conversation. We plan to cultivate the land and plant trees, transforming this barren planet into a green haven, Wei Guoyang replied. What? Wei Ning, startled by his statement, inadvertently spewed out the water she had just sipped, casting him a bewildered glance, feeling the weight of her gaze. Wei Guoyang averted his eyes, clearing his throat. Father, please be honest with us. Are you hiding something? Did you not say we came to this barren planet to experience life, allowing mother and brother to regain their confidence before returning home? Now that they seem to be well, why the need for land cultivation? Indeed, Lao Wei, if Ning Ning does not voice it, I would not have noticed, but you have always been averse to hardship. Why the sudden inclination to cultivate? Yi Ling, well acquainted with her partner, awaited his explanation. Although their family had faced bankruptcy, it did not necessitate their descent into the depths of land cultivation on a barren planet. She could still teach at the university, providing for the family despite her inability to concoct potions. Furthermore, she found it hard to believe that after years of running a company, it could simply collapse overnight. Wei Dong also scrutinized his father intently, awaiting his response. Under the weight of 3 probing gazes, Wei Guoyang, already burdened by secrets, began to sweat profusely. Ultimately, he decided to abandon pretense and divulge the truth. It appeared that his actions were all inspired by a dream that in this dream, he witnessed his daughter's failed awakening, transforming her into a different person, one who no longer pursued her studies, eschewed luxury, and instead delighted in revelry with a myriad of friends, collecting peculiar items. His company faced financial difficulties due to problematic investments, with no one willing to assist him, forcing him to sell off portions of his shares. Subsequently, both his wife and son encountered misfortunes, plunging him into despair. Overwhelmed by the dual pressures of his company and family, he ultimately made a grave error in project decision-making, resulting in a catastrophic incident that cost him a substantial sum and led to the eventual bankruptcy of his company. In the dream's conclusion, his family relocated to this desolate planet. Though he did not witness the transition, he merely saw his son emerge from the mech pod clad in black combat attire, smiling as he approached him, with verdant mountains and waters in the backdrop. Dad, you must be superstitious. Wei Ning, despite an inexplicable belief stirring within her, still felt compelled to contest this notion, setting aside the dream. The stark reality of their precarious existence on this barren planet left her feeling profoundly insecure, with mutated beasts lurking and unknown dangers threatening them. Given their current weakened state, it seemed overly optimistic to believe they could withstand such trials. Indeed, Lao Wei, this is merely a dream. It cannot be taken seriously, Yi Ling concurred, her unease palpable. Their daughter had been nurtured with care since childhood. How could she endure hardship? They had only just arrived and had already faced peril. She felt an overwhelming desire to return to the capital star. Even if not to the capital, there were numerous prosperous planets to choose from, rendering their stay on this barren planet unnecessary. Wei Dong, resolutely declaring, virtue and knowledge lead to a prosperous nation, and a strong military is essential for national strength. While he found the final imagery of his father's dream compelling, he could not accept the notion that anyone could enhance their powers after a decline. Nor did he wish for his own advancement to be predicated on his family's suffering. Wei Guoyang regarded them with a knowing expression, as if to say he anticipated their disbelief. You may not believe. But I too began as a skeptic. Yet, the series of events that unfolded compelled me to accept it as truth. He then projected news from his holographic device, revealing a report of a significant accident at a project under the Hua Corporation, resulting in worker fatalities. This was the very project I intended to undertake in my dream. While I cannot fathom why it occurred prematurely, it has indeed transpired. He raised his hand to silence Yi Ling, who was about to interject, and continued. After Ning Ning's failed awakening, I attempted to alter our path, but the outcome was clear. Ultimately, I decided to declare bankruptcy early and come here. My reasoning is not without merit. If we are to return here eventually, why not commence now? At the very least, we gain a head start in the dream. They were left with virtually nothing. His words resonated with each member of the family. If they were inevitably to face such a fate, it was better to confront it now. Wei Ning had already come to believe, if evasion was futile, then facing the truth was the only recourse. Yi Ling, still somewhat hesitant, admitted her skepticism regarding the miraculous nature of a mere dream. Yet, As she recalled her husband's words about their son's ability to pilot a mech, her heart fluttered with a glimmer of hope. Wishing that one day she too might once again master the art of potion making, even if it were merely a primary potion. Wherever you are, that is where I shall be. Wei Ning did not make a direct choice, but rather left the decision to them. Then let us stay, he suggested. Ultimately, Yiling chose to remain. In that case, let us start anew, Wei Ning said, extending his hand with a smile. Yes, let us start over. Wei Guoliang was the first to place his hand on top. Starting anew. Yiling followed closely behind. We shall do this together, Wei Ning chimed in, eager to contribute. With the decision made, the family began their preparations. It is important to note that building on a barren planet is no simple task. Otherwise, why would the Federation have so many abandoned planets? The nameless, numbered 188 wasteland had suffered a beast tide 10 years prior. Although these creatures were not as terrifying as star beasts, their destructive power was nonetheless formidable. The foes of Star Warriors included not only star beasts, but also various alien creatures, mutated plants, and space pirates. When the beast tide struck 188, countless local civilians perished, prompting the Federation to dispatch a legion to suppress the chaos. It took half a month to eradicate all the rampaging beasts. The consequence was that this already backward and remote planet was utterly transformed into a wasteland, with the remaining inhabitants scattered to other habitable planets. When Wei Guoliang purchased this planet, Wei Ning had inquired about it, to which he replied, "What's the big deal about a small planet? Who among the Federation's upper echelons lacks a few private planets? I am merely being discreet." Wei Ning was taken aback by the implication of his words. It seemed that interstellar beings were quite affluent, with private planets being a common possession. Indeed, her poverty had limited her imagination. However, the size of Planet 188 exceeded Wei Ning's expectations. Her brother and father had spent several days operating a small spaceship to scan and map its terrain. Upon seeing the data, Wei Ning couldn't help but feel daunted. With such a vast area to cover, how could they hope to achieve lush greenery with just a handful of people? In the days that followed, she did not remain idle, centering around their modest dwelling. She and Yiling explored the surrounding areas within an hour's walk. The term wasteland was hardly an exaggeration. The ground was littered with remnants of war, charred soil, collapsed walls, withered trees, desiccated lakes, and skies perpetually shrouded in a layer of black mist. The only consolation was that the planet's flora had not completely perished, scattered among the ruins. A few resilient alien plants stood defiantly, injecting a touch of verdant life into the desolation upon their return. The family reconvened in the living room to discuss what preparations were necessary. As it was their first endeavor, they lacked experience, each contributing their thoughts until they compiled a list of essential items. Foremost among their needs were various types of robots, as human labor alone would be insufficient for planetary construction. Next, they required seedlings of different plants, followed by water. Irrigation was vital for tree planting. The remaining items were minor tools and equipment. As for longer-term needs, they decided to set those aside for the moment. Wei Ning took on the responsibility of identifying and eliminating nearby hazards. With his B-level mental strength and 2S-level physical prowess, he had participated in countless missions on the battlefield, making him the ideal candidate for this task. Wei Guoliang would handle the procurement of robots. Leveraging his past experience as a businessman to navigate his connections, Yiling was assigned the acquisition of plant seedlings, a task well suited to her previous work. As for Wei Ning, she would manage logistical support. Admittedly, she felt a sense of shame. Unable to fight and lacking connections, her greatest skills lay in enjoying food and drink, skills that seemed of little use at present. In the interstellar realm, food was scarce. Only the wealthy could afford rice, vegetables, and meat, while the majority of the populace subsisted on nutritional fluids, convenient and economical. This situation arose from various factors. Environmental issues due to overexploitation of planetary resources led to severe pollution, rendering many planets unsuitable for cultivating edible plants. Furthermore, on planets suitable for agriculture, mutated beasts and plants posed a threat to ordinary citizens, and the military was too occupied to intervene, resulting in vast tracts of arable land lying fallow. The advent of nutritional fluids had resolved many bodily energy needs at a low cost, gradually replacing traditional meals. Only the aristocrats and affluent families continued to uphold the tradition of fine dining, a status symbol of wealth. Reflecting on her previous days of indulgence, Wei Ning concluded that such luxury had been built upon a mountain of star coins. Since arriving on the wasteland, she had been forced to consume nutritional fluids daily. To the point of near disgust, their taste was hardly pleasant. Although there were various flavors, the glutinous texture reminiscent of baby food was far from appealing. Wei Ning understood the aristocrat's fondness for gourmet cuisine. Who wouldn't crave fragrant rice and a variety of delectable dishes? Only those unable to afford such luxuries resorted to nutritional fluids. After days of consuming nothing but nutritional fluids, she longed for meat. Even rice and vegetables would suffice. Unfortunately, her hasty move had left her with nothing but an abundance of nutritional fluids and no food. While online ordering was an option, the prices and delivery times prompted her to abandon that idea. A mere 500 grams of vegetables cost 5,000 star coins, excluding shipping fees, which were an additional 1,000 star coins, with delivery limited to a 10 light-year radius and taking about a week, weighed against the cost of a single meal. It simply wasn't worth it. Life was not like in the capital star, where one could order anything and have it arrive in 10 minutes, especially since her father was wealthy. After learning about the expenses associated with constructing the wasteland, Wei Ning resolved to abandon her habit of spending without regard for prices. It was akin to feeding an insatiable beast. She decided to grow her own vegetables and rice. After all, the planet was vast enough to spare an acre for her crops without any detriment. Coincidentally, she had previously collected a pile of seeds, purchased at great expense from an auction. The thought of the star coins she had spent filled her with regret. Determined not to squander those coins, she resolved to cultivate them diligently. Once their respective tasks were allocated, Wei Ning proposed her idea of planting vegetables, which received unanimous approval. Wei Guoyang thought it peculiar that his daughter had developed such odd ideas since her awakening failure. But he allowed her to indulge in her whims, assuming she would eventually lose interest. Yiling believed that seeing everyone else busy made her feel redundant, and she wished to contribute. Wei Dong thought it prudent to give his energetic sister something to do, especially after being startled by her and their mother's earlier explorations. Oblivious to her family's sentiments, Wei Ning took the opportunity to list the small tools she would require, mentioning various edible vegetables and fruits to her mother. Hoping she could purchase some seedlings along with the others. Of course, she didn't forget to request essential cooking utensils as well. Ning, are you planning to cook for yourself? Wei Dong teased. I just want to know if what you make will be edible, he added with a grin. Humph, don't underestimate me. After all, I've experienced countless delicacies. The star coins I've spent could drown you. Wei Ning retorted confidently. Cooking is just a matter of technique. What is so difficult about it? Seeing her confidence, the others remained silent, smiling. Perceiving their doubts, Wei Ning resolved that tomorrow, rather, she would start right away. Once she grew her vegetables and prepared a sumptuous feast, she would delight in their astonishment. Without delay, as everyone busied themselves with their tasks, Wei Ning enlisted Wei Dong as her laborer, insisting he help her cultivate a vegetable plot. It was impossible for her petite frame to dig the earth, but with her brother's superior strength, she was certain he could manage the task with ease. That afternoon, Wei Dong found himself compelled to till a neatly arranged patch of earth in front of their little dwelling, creating 10 rows, each half a meter wide. Despite his 2S level physical abilities, he found the work exhausting. The top layer of soil was dry and hard, and lacking proper tools, he resorted to using the massive sword Wei Ning had wielded to dig. Not only is it difficult to excavate, but the requirements are also numerous. The digging must be straight, the clods of earth need to be broken apart, and it cannot be too shallow. In short, Wei Dong felt that battling the star beasts was never this exhausting. He fervently wished that his father's ability to act swiftly could improve, so they could procure a robot sooner and spare him from this labor. When night fell, Wei Ning finally declared that it was sufficient. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong immediately withdrew, moving with great haste. Wei Ning found it amusing. With the ground already prepared, he was no longer of any use. So why rush? Reflecting on the scant memories of planting vegetables, she recalled that after preparing the soil, it needed to be watered first before planting the seeds. With no nearby water source and their limited supply of drinking water, they would need to arrange for a robot to assist in the next procurement. The spaceport on Planet 188 had long been abandoned and required repairs before it could be used again. Previously, they had arrived by spaceship and then transferred to smaller crafts. There were also no dedicated flight paths here. It was either a chartered vessel or a passing ship making a detour. The former was prohibitively expensive, while the latter's schedule was uncertain, so they needed to conserve their supplies as much as possible. With no water available, Wei Ning took out a box of nutrient solution, deciding to use it to irrigate the soil. Although it felt wasteful, the nutrient solution was inexpensive, and once the crops were harvested, anyone who wished to consume them could do so. She had no intention of partaking again. Without delay, Wei Ning spent over an hour thoroughly watering the designated area. After a prolonged absence of rain, the application of a box of nutrient solution yielded little change in the soil. But she dismissed it, reasoning that even a little was better than none. Dinner consisted once more of nutrient solution. After drinking, she merely rinsed herself with water before retiring for the night. Wei Ning resolved to have her elder brother dig a well first thing in the morning. As the lack of water was exceedingly inconvenient, after several days without a bath, she felt as though she might start to emit an unpleasant odor. Just as she lay down, Wei Dong suddenly sneezed. Feeling a chill on his back, sweaty from exertion, he changed into fresh clothing and wiped himself down before settling into bed. He contemplated that he would need to search for water the following day. As he felt he was emanating a strong scent of perspiration, it was a rare occasion for the siblings to share a common thought. As dawn broke, Wei Ning struggled to rise. The sky outside remained shrouded in gray. Not seeing Wei Dong outside, she assumed he had gone to deal with the mutated beasts and did not disturb their busy parents. Grabbing a bottle of nutrient solution, she ventured outside, determined to plant the seeds that morning. Late last night, she had remembered to rise and infuse the seeds with her wood-based ability. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the seed's vitality had diminished significantly. It had nearly depleted her entire reserve of abilities just to detect a flicker of life within them. Before planting, Wei Ning transferred all her newly regained powers into the seeds, noting a slight increase compared to the previous day. Yesterday, Wei Dong had cleared 10 rows of soil, each half a meter wide and approximately 3 meters long, irrigated with a box of nutrient solution. After a night of settling, the top layer of soil appeared somewhat moistened. Wei Ning had amassed a considerable collection of seeds, enough to fill a large bag. Each seed roughly the size of a soybean. Without any clear indication of their variety, she took a handful to attempt planting. Yesterday, she had underestimated the situation, believing that all these seeds could be directly sown. In her excitement, she had merely taken a photograph without properly examining their viability, and now she felt as though she had fallen into a trap. She had no idea how long these seeds had been left behind. Their vigor was nearly depleted. Were it not for her wood-based ability, another person might not have purchased them, and even if they had, the chances of successful germination were slim. Her ability level was disappointingly low. Still newly awakened, she could not perform miracles but could only impart a modicum of vitality, leaving the complete germination to chance. Perhaps she had been overly eager. It would have been wiser to coax the seeds into sprouting before planting them. But with her current abilities, that would require waiting a week. For now, she would plant a few to observe the situation, and with the next batch, she would carve out time each day to nurture them with her powers. When the time came to prepare more soil, the robot should also be arriving, making conditions more favorable, and the current batch of seeds should have sprouted by then. Thinking of the prospect of savoring fresh vegetables, various culinary preparations danced in Wei Ning's mind, causing her to swallow involuntarily and hasten her movements. Once she finished planting the seeds, a single row of soil remained. Not wanting to waste it, Wei Ning took out more seeds and expended the last vestiges of her abilities to plant in the final row. Intending to conduct a simple experiment, by noon, Wei Dong had yet to return. The planet's signal was rather unstable, fluctuating between good and poor, and he had only communicated that he would be back in the evening, urging her not to worry, considering his level of physical prowess classified as 2S and mental strength rated B. And recalling how easily he had dispatched the mutated rabbits, she felt assured that he was not in grave danger and chose not to dwell on it. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Ning began to organize her storage device. Remarkably, her storage device spanned over 10 square meters and was nearly filled to capacity. She released everything, cluttering the living room, and had no choice but to tidy up little by little. The dwelling they currently occupied was a newly developed mobile home by the Federation, available in various configurations, single rooms, suites, and the highest specification, which they resided in, a 3-bedroom unit with a living room, covering over 100 square meters and featuring its own defense system, making it an ideal option for outdoor excursions. albeit at a staggering price. Realizing the home had defensive capabilities, Wei Ning once again felt that her previous injuries had been somewhat unfortunate, but the most disappointing aspect was her father, who had failed to mention this feature to her. As Wei Ning organized her storage device, filling every available space in the living room, Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling, upon witnessing her enthusiasm, paused their own tasks. They had already contacted a buyer and were simply awaiting a response. Seeing Wei Ning so joyfully engaged in her organizing, they decided to join in. Wei Ning set aside clothing and similar items, focusing primarily on sorting through her previous supplies. Wei Ning retained few memories from the original owner. Many had been replaced by her own, leaving only those that were particularly vivid. Thus, her recollection of the items within the storage device was minimal. She wondered if every individual was like this, cramming all manner of items into their storage devices without any semblance of order, resulting in a chaotic jumble resembling a garbage heap. In truth, utilizing a storage device required mental energy. Users could categorize items based on their thoughts. Wei Ning's storage device was designed for ordinary people, eliminating the need for mental energy. Utilizing the latest technology, a small system software chip was installed, allowing the user to operate it like a light brain. Simply scanning items to store them and inputting names to retrieve them. The process was more cumbersome than that of devices used by those with mental abilities, but was more convenient for transport. This device had been a gift from Wei Guoyang on her 10th birthday and had served her well for several years. Inside, she found clothing she had worn previously, half-eaten snacks, an assortment of toys, star posters, and various small weapons. Many of the items were now a blur in her memory, yet Wei Guoyang picked up a pink princess dress, remarking that it had been her favorite when she was 6. Worn only once and then cherished, now safely stored away. Meanwhile, Yi Ling held up a small doll, stating it was something Wei Ning had spotted while shopping at 8 years old, which she had carried with her every day. Dressing and adorning it as her sister, the two reminisced over their past, their voices laced with affection, revealing how doted upon she had once been. Listening to them, Wei Ning felt a pang of nostalgia. She had grown up in her hometown under the care of her grandparents, as her parents were often away for work, returning only a few times a year. As a child, she had eagerly awaited the new year, when her parents would be present and shower her with delicious treats and beautiful clothing. Growing accustomed to solitude, her yearning for parental affection had faded over time. Yet now, as she listened to their words, it reignited a deep-seated longing within her. "Dad, I think I might have awakened my mental powers. Can I have a different storage device?" Not wanting to witness their reminiscence any longer, and unable to tell them that she was not the beloved daughter they cherished, Wei Ning decided to reveal her abilities to capture their attention. "Really? That's wonderful." Upon hearing that she had awakened her powers, Yi Ling forgot the past momentarily, eagerly pulling her into conversation. "That's fantastic." Wei Guoyang also abandoned his previous focus, gathering around Wei Ning, inquiring about how she felt after awakening and whether she experienced any discomfort, questioning why she hadn't informed them sooner so they could share in her joy, basking in their abundant affection. Wei Ning felt as though her spirit was soaring. She earnestly answered their questions, merely stating that she had discovered her abilities after fainting last time and felt no discomfort as for why she had not mentioned it. She hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Could she confess that she was merely a soul occupying the body of their beloved daughter from another world? Would they view her as a monster if she did? Moreover, she herself was unclear on how she had awoken as Wei Ning, sharing the same name and gender. How could she possibly explain that? The couple remained oblivious to Wei Ning's unusual behavior, even going so far as to concoct justifications for her, believing her low spiritual level was the reason she did not speak up. Yi Ling, feeling a surge of sympathy, embraced her in consolation. "Silly child, your father and I are just thrilled to have you. Even if your mental energy level is low, it matters not." "Indeed," Wei Guoyang chimed in, "my level is low too." He then presented her with a newly prepared spatial button, a gift he had intended for her awakening. Wei Ning accepted it, instinctively stowing away her previous one, resolving to place it in a corner and never use it again. Yi Ling also bestowed upon her a collection of potions, all of which she had previously prepared, now generously offered to her. Wei Ning happily accepted them, first utilizing her abilities to sense the spatial button, discovering she could indeed use it to store her belongings, including the old button and the precious potions gifted by Yi Ling upon Wei Dong's return. he noticed an unusual exuberance among the family. Curiously inquiring, he learned of Wei Ning's awakening and couldn't help but share in her joy. Instinctively refraining from asking about her mental level. Witnessing the family's happiness, he too revealed good news. He had located a water source. Although tests indicated it was undrinkable, it could be used for irrigation and, once filtered, for washing. Wei Ning was the most elated, rushing to give him a big hug, only to inadvertently jostle his wound, causing him to wince in pain. This moment did not escape Wei Ning's notice as she scrutinized him. Her gaze scanning his attire, which seemed unchanged and bore no visible signs of damage, appearing as though he hadn't worn it for an entire day. She bore a look that demanded a truthful explanation, or else she would take action. With a resigned sigh, Wei Dong admitted to sustaining a minor injury. He had intended to patrol the vicinity for any potentially dangerous mutated beasts just before leaving. He had recalled his sister's conflicted expression as she exchanged water for nutrient solution to irrigate the land. Spurred by her eagerness to cultivate crops, he thought that if he could find a water source, it would surely delight her. The scent emanating from himself only further solidified his resolve. The area was characterized by flatlands and gentle slopes, previously explored. Thus, Wei Dong ventured toward the distant mountains. When surveying the terrain, he passed through an area that had once been a forest, now largely decimated, with only a few scattered, decayed logs remaining. After traversing for over 2 hours, he finally arrived at a hollow in the mountains where the vegetation appeared relatively lush. However, he remained cautious, aware that such places often harbored mutated beasts. Upon closer inspection, he discerned what looked like droppings. Exercising caution, he approached stealthily, scanning his surroundings and discovering several footprints. As he drew nearer, the prints became clearer, and the droppings more abundant, allowing him to identify the type of mutated beast. The mutated Gugu chicken, a solitary creature of modest size and average attack power, which he assessed he could manage with his current abilities. Before Wei Dong could initiate an attack, the mutated Gugu chicken had already noticed him. Upon sensing an intruder in its territory, it swiftly launched itself at him. In a flash, Wei Dong unsheathed his lightsaber. But the chicken was upon him before he could fully prepare. He leaped back, carefully channeling his mental energy into the lightsaber and slashing at the creature. The blue blade of energy sliced through the air, targeting the chicken's neck. Sensing the imminent danger, the mutated chicken flapped its wings forcefully, evading the strike and charging forward, its claws poised for attack. Wei Dong deftly avoided the gusts and the chicken's claws. Dust swirled around them, obscuring his vision as the conflict intensified. Ultimately, he succeeded in delivering a lethal blow to the chicken's neck, but not without sustaining a scratch from its claws. After consuming a healing potion, he pressed on toward the hollow, eager to explore further. The denser vegetation within boasted low shrubs, all under a decade old, with grass sprouting amidst them. The hollow was compact, and in a matter of minutes, he reached a pond at the base of the mountain, its surface obscured by decaying leaves. Utilizing a testing device, he confirmed that the water contained excessive microorganisms, rendering it unfit for consumption, though suitable for irrigation. Concerned about returning late, Wei Dong marked the location before hurrying back. To conceal his injury, he changed into fresh clothes, unaware that his sister would leap at him, inadvertently aggravating his wound. "What? Brother, you killed the Gugu chicken but didn't bring any back. What a waste of food," Wei Ning exclaimed upon hearing of his conquest, her thoughts immediately fixated on the potential meal. Momentarily forgetting his injury. That's all meat, she continued. "Yes, Dongzi. Why didn't you bring the chicken back?" Wei Guoyang intended to inquire about his son's condition, but was interrupted by Wei Ning's fervent interjection. "Father, it was a mutated Gugu chicken," Wei Dong interjected, unable to resist. The flesh of mutated beasts not only possessed a strong fishy taste, but was generally avoided by most. However, the energy contained within their meat was significant, providing sustenance for days to those with awakened yet low mental energy levels. Unfortunately, the taste was notoriously unpalatable, and soldiers were reluctant to consume it unless in dire need following missions. The interstellar populace primarily consumed artificially farmed mutated beast meat, known for its delectable flavor and tender texture, a stark contrast to its wild counterparts. But it's still meat. I've been on nutrient solution for days, and I've forgotten what real meat tastes like. Wei Ning lamented that it really is not palatable, Wei Dong reiterated. Exasperated, he noted the glum expressions directed at him, their concern for his injury forgotten. "That I want to eat it." I've seen others stream the preparation of mutated beast meat. I know how to make it delicious. Don't you want to try? Wei Ning persisted, refusing to relent that of course, she knew that watching others was misleading. As the method of preparation remained consistent regardless of the beast's mutation, that I have no desire to, Wei Dong firmly declined, recalling the one time he had tasted it, an experience he would not soon forget. He would rather subsist on nutrient solution than endure that again. Wei Ning, however, was consumed by thoughts of the myriad ways to prepare chicken, salivating at the prospect, undeterred by his refusals, and continued to pester him insistently. Ultimately, feeling overwhelmed by her persistence, he agreed to retrieve the mutated gugu chicken tomorrow while fetching water. With this assurance, Wei Ning instantly transformed into a doting sister, showering him with affection. Wei Dong, at a loss for how to handle her, hoped that she would be satisfied after her anticipated escapades the following day. That night, Wei Ning slept soundly, and as dawn broke, she awoke brimming with enthusiasm for the day's endeavors, eager for time to pass swiftly. Upon Wei Dong's return from his morning exercises, he found her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at him. Swiftly donning his clothes and gathering the necessary items, he prepared to board the small spaceship. "Why are you following me?" he inquired, exasperated by her presence, suspecting that she feared he might not bring back the mutated gugu chicken. Although he harbored such thoughts, he would not voice them. "That I want to see this planet. After all, I'll be here for a long time, so I should take a look." Wei Ning did not ponder too deeply. She merely wished to gain a clearer understanding, for no amount of detailed data could compare to witnessing the reality with her own eyes. Very well, Wei Dong decided not to deter her. At worst, he could prevent her from disembarking the spaceship later. The two boarded the spacecraft together, with Wei Dong heading to the cockpit, while Wei Ning gravitated towards the window to gaze outside. The spacecraft flew low, allowing Wei Ning to clearly see the vast expanse of land below, with endless mountain peaks stretching into the distance, and a desolate city in ruins far away. This world, even more barren than a post-apocalyptic scenario, reminded her of Earth as it once was. Was it not also like this, having irrevocably transformed into a wasteland, forever lost in the annals of history? At that moment, a thought emerged in Wei Ning's mind. She yearned to transform this planet, to recreate the Earth that existed in her memories, even if it was not the Earth she had once known. It would be the world where she would forge her future, a place filled with her beloved family, her home. With her resolve solidified, Wei Ning's thoughts began to multiply, and her expression turned earnest. Arrived. Noticing Wei Ning lost in thought, Wei Dong, though initially reluctant to interrupt her reverie, felt compelled to speak as they prepared to disembark. It was safer to keep an eye on her. Wei Dong parked the spaceship in a hollow among the mountains. And upon opening the door, they beheld the corpse of a mutated gugu chicken lying nearby. Wei Dong descended first to survey the surroundings, ensuring no other mutated beasts had left traces before allowing Wei Ning to join him. From a distance, Wei Ning could only discern a dark mass. It wasn't until she approached that she could see clearly. Unlike the gugu chicken she had seen online, the mutated version was significantly larger, about 1.5 times the size of a farmed chicken. A tad bigger than the previously encountered red-eyed mutated rabbit, sporting a coat of jet-black feathers and razor-sharp claws. Perhaps it was the lack of sufficient light that rendered the fur of these mutated beasts predominantly dark. The last red-eyed rabbit had also been entirely black. Regretting her missed culinary opportunity, Wei Ning lamented not having thought to eat it earlier, thus squandering a chance. Wei Dong had also retrieved tools by the water pool. Wei Ning approached and first beheld a pond large enough to hold a room's worth of water, filled with dead branches and leaves. Wei Dong was using a lightsaber as a tool to scoop the debris out while filling an empty bucket that had previously contained water. He then utilized a rudimentary filtration device to purify the water once more. The task of filtering such a large quantity would take time, and after observing for a while, Wei Ning lost interest and turned her gaze elsewhere. The hollow had once been dominated by the mutated gugu chickens, and there were no other mutated beasts in the vicinity, with the tender grass and leaves serving as their food source. Many plants in the starry realm had mutated, their appearances vastly different from those of the Earth era. Though their names remained unchanged in her childhood, her mother had taken her to identify various plants. But she had never cared for the dense annotations. The similar appearances with differing names had given her a headache, ultimately dissuading her from learning. This left her with a dearth of knowledge. And none of the flora in the hollow resembled anything she had previously encountered. She attempted to use her light brain to scan them, but alas, there was no signal, and she was forced to abandon the idea. After nearly 2 hours, the buckets they had brought were finally filled. 3 10-cubic-meter buckets had collected nearly half of the pond's water. The water supply appeared adequate, and once the robots arrived, they could expand their capacity. For now, they would make do by the time they returned. It was already noon, and all that occupied Wei Ning's thoughts was meat. Upon arrival, she immediately directed Wei Dong to get to work, with no choice but to comply. Wei Dong held his nose, resigned to the fact that he had spoiled her. The head of the mutated Gugu chicken was severed, and its blood had long since drained away as for the feathers. When Wei Ning attempted to pluck them, she found they would not budge, almost cutting her hand instead. It seemed the chicken had become formidable enough that even its feathers could serve as weapons. Ultimately, with a decisive sweep of her hand, she opted to skin it, saving time, effort, and water. A clever move indeed. Wei Dong worked swiftly. The meat, weighing dozens of pounds, felt weightless in his hands as he deftly skinned it. Following Wei Ning's instructions to remove all the internal organs and set them aside, discarding the bones while soaking the clean meat in water to draw out the blood, observing the bloodstains and the overwhelming odor on his clothing, Wei Dong suppressed the urge to discard the meat, waiting to see how events would unfold. As for who would face embarrassment, that remained to be seen. During the soaking period, Wei Ning retrieved several jars and containers from her new spatial button, along with a 1-meter-long, half-meter-wide metal sheet, and finally, a canister marked as hazardous. Wei Dong stood there, utterly bewildered. He could comprehend the jars and containers, but what was the purpose of the metal sheet? Most perplexing was the inclusion of hazardous materials. Was she not concerned about potential accidents? Before he could voice his reprimand, Wei Ning urged him to continue working. Following her request, Wei Dong chopped the meat of the mutated Gugu chicken into small pieces, placing them in a bowl to drain excess water, then salting them for a brief marinade. Meanwhile, Wei Ning busied herself washing the grilling rack, which she referred to as a barbecue plate, cleaning it thoroughly before extending the legs on either side and positioning the energy gas canister beneath it. These tools were all serendipitously acquired during her time on Capital Star, and the energy gas was a type of combustible fuel that ignited automatically upon opening the valve, adjustable in intensity. Wei Ning was quite fond of it. Lacking charcoal, she had to make do with this substitute, having only procured 1 bottle, which would be depleted after by the time Wei Dong presented the meat before her. Most of the work was complete. Only the final step remained. Upon opening the valve, a soft red flame immediately flickered to life, and Wei Ning adjusted the heat before allowing the plate to preheat. She then selected a small knife, akin to a dagger, to sift through the meat in the bowl, carefully picking out the fattier pieces to place on the grill. Wei Dong sat across from her, directing his light brain towards the plate in front of her, obscuring his face, revealing only his slender, fair hands and the meat that was continuously being flipped as he pressed the recording function. As the temperature rose, the fatty meat gradually shrank, releasing a delicate aroma. Once the oil on the plate increased, Wei Ning added a few palm-sized pieces of meat to grill. When the surface began to turn a golden hue, she flipped them to continue cooking. Occasionally, she used the small knife to make shallow incisions in the meat, ensuring it cooked through more easily. Initially, Wei Dong had intended to wait for her to cry. However, the one who ended up embarrassed was himself. As the enticing aroma of the fat wafted towards him, he found himself growing indifferent. It always began this way, but soon the scent would turn foul and overwhelming. He planned to record a video to share on the Light Brain Circle. Wei Guoyang was particularly fond of posting various videos of Wei Ning, as their sibling bond had largely been established through those shared clips. Given the limited time they spent together, when the rich scent of cooked meat wafted into his nostrils, Wei Dong froze. Something was amiss. Glancing over, he noticed that the originally palm-sized pieces of meat had shrunk by a third, now appearing delectably golden. The Light Brain had already concluded recording and was automatically uploading the video. Wei Dong had long forgotten his initial intentions, subconsciously swallowing hard as his gaze remained fixated on the golden meat. Unable to look away, Wei Ning sprinkled each piece with mutated pepper powder and a seasoning resembling cumin, the spicy and fragrant aroma tantalizingly tickling her nostrils, nearly causing her to drool. Seeing that the meat was nearly ready, she disregarded the heat and, using the small knife, sliced the meat into smaller pieces, eagerly skewering them to send into her mouth. The scalding, spicy flavor burst forth on her tongue, instantly captivating her palate. The heat made her exhale sharply, yet she was reluctant to expel the meat from her mouth. As her mouth acclimated to the meat's temperature, she began to chew, devouring piece after piece until she had consumed one slab and was poised to cut another. Slurped, an unmistakable sound drew Wei Ning's attention, and she looked up just in time to see Wei Dong wiping the corner of his mouth with his hand. His gaze was fixated on the meat, his throat working tirelessly to swallow. Unable to suppress a grin, she waved a piece of meat in front of him, and his eyes followed it. Should she let him have a taste? No longer inclined to tease him, she simply asked, "Want some?" Wei Dong agreed without a moment's hesitation, his hands swiftly reaching out to grasp the delectable morsel and shove it into his mouth. The enticing aroma alone was enough to convince him of its deliciousness. Indeed, as he took a bite, the fragrant, spicy juices spread across his tongue, bringing with them the unique tenderness of meat along with a hint of delightful crispness. It was so delectable that he found it hard to swallow. Unlike the fishy taste of the mutant beast meat he was accustomed to, tough, hard, and dark in color, this was a far cry, and he had no desire to ever sample the former again after one unfortunate encounter. After finishing one piece, his gaze remained fixated on the last remaining morsel, his intentions unmistakable, as his tongue brushed against his cheeks, still tinged with the lingering heat of spice. Wei Ning swallowed the meat in his mouth, instinctively guarding it with his hand, his head shaking side to side like a rattle drum, wary of Wei Dong's potential attempt to snatch it. He quickly pinched off another piece and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he chewed slowly. As the last piece disappeared, Wei Dong's eyes darted toward the nearby basin, which was brimming with more delicacies, his throat instinctively moving. Mimicking Wei Ning, he reached in to retrieve several pieces. But without a small knife, he could only watch longingly. Wei Ning, having procured a new one for him, busily prepared the food herself, fortunate that no one contested her for it. Ultimately, she still ended up sharing half of her meat with him. In his eagerness, Wei Dong hastily consumed the meat without ensuring it was fully cooked, only to spit it out upon the first bite, blood still oozing from within. For the second round, he learned his lesson, patiently following Wei Ning's lead step by step until it was finally cooked through, just as he was preparing to indulge heartily in the meat. However, two towering figures approached, and without needing to glance, he knew exactly who they were, his parents, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. Artificial cultivation is no simple endeavor. Although they merely planted the seedlings, Wei Guoliang and Wei Dong made sure to assist whenever they could. By the time all 500 saplings had been planted, 3 days had already elapsed. The well that Wei Dong had instructed the robot to dig finally yielded water after nearly 3 days of drilling to a depth of over 1,000 meters. Yet the output was still less than that of a pond. They understood that this was due to environmental issues. The pond area was lush with vegetation, while this region could only be described as barren. To alter the environment or even the climate of this area, they would need to plant greenery across the surrounding land, which could only be done gradually. Fortunately, the seeds sown in those 2 acres had begun to sprout. With the earliest planted now boasting a few leaves in a few days, they would be able to identify the varieties. Wei Ning, concerned that the seedlings, which had grown just a bit, might not adapt to the harsh environment, watered them every other day and meticulously checked them daily, administering her abilities to any that appeared wilting, striving to ensure their survival and growth. As a result, she found herself utterly exhausted each day. But her powers had significantly increased. Now, as they ventured out each day, they could see delightful hints of green. The seeds sown later, nurtured by Wei Ning's abilities, had caught up with the first batch and were now distinguishable by variety. Ironically, the 500 saplings began well, but yesterday, several showed signs of wilting. Had Wei Ning not discovered this early and promptly infused them with her abilities, along with a dose of nutrient solution, they might have perished. Even so, when Yiling checked on them today, the leaves still appeared a bit droopy, which pained her greatly. These plants had become her lifeblood, and she felt an overwhelming urge to guard them constantly. Losing even a single leaf caused her deep sorrow, let alone nearly losing some to death, which had driven her to tears yesterday and startled Wei Ning and the others. Today, their main task was to identify all the varieties of seeds. The workload was substantial. They wished to delegate some to the robots, but unfortunately, this batch lacked that capability. Nevertheless, none of them complained. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. while Yi Ling possessed a vast knowledge of varieties. Wei Dong was also familiar with many, whereas Wei Ning and Wei Guoyang could hardly recognize a few. They had even sought Yi Ling's guidance for an entire day on identifying seedling varieties. Now, Wei Ning felt overwhelmed with various seedlings in her mind, yet embarrassingly, she could hardly remember many. Ultimately, she had to rely on her prior memory to distinguish them, as the resemblance between the seedlings and Earth-era plants was quite high. Remarkably, she was able to identify quite a number, predominantly vegetables, including lettuce, celery, spinach, cabbage, and chives, along with a few types of melons that needed to grow larger for identification. Wei Ning marked several melon seedlings, intending to transplant them to a different plot of land once they grew a bit more for optimal growth. The four of them worked diligently for 2 days, marking all the distinguishable varieties and noting those that required further growth for identification. Any unfamiliar varieties were separately labeled for Yi Ling to research. After sorting and categorizing the identified varieties, Wei Ning discovered that nearly all the seeds from that initial bag had germinated, enhanced by her abilities, resulting in healthy seedlings. The diversity was quite impressive, with a majority being vegetables, followed by mutant plants, and the least being melons and fruit trees, along with over 10 seedlings of unknown varieties. Regardless, everyone was elated. These seedlings would grow, providing vegetables for seed retention, plants for greening the environment, and fruits for consumption while saving seeds for future planting. Even though each day left them utterly fatigued, the mere sight of their progress made it all worthwhile. On this particular day, just as Wei Ning prepared to water the plants, a nearby robot digging in the ground came under attack, with the outermost machine collapsing to the ground. Wei Ning dropped the hose and glanced over. Immediately recognizing the cause of the disturbance, the creature with crimson eyes, dark in hue and leaping with agility, was none other than the red-eyed mutant rabbit they had encountered earlier. Seeing the mutant rabbit approach, Wei Ning quickly called for help and dashed toward the scene. The 3 individuals working inside, upon hearing her urgent cries, hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed outside. By this time, the mutant rabbit had already bounded to the edge of their 2 acres, where the thriving seedlings appeared as a feast, emitting an alluring aroma. Its fiery red eyes gleamed hungrily as it opened its mouth to munch on the precious plants. Having nurtured these seedlings to this point, Wei Ning would never allow the mutant rabbit to succeed. The moment she spotted it, she had begun searching her spatial button for a weapon, and as she raced over, she witnessed the rabbit's mouth heading for the seedlings. Acting on instinct, she swiftly swung her sword, disrupting its meal. Infuriated by the interruption, the mutant rabbit bared its teeth at Wei Ning, arching its back and launching itself toward her with powerful hind legs, its forelimbs swiping at her. Aware that she could not overpower the creature, Wei Ning leaped aside but was still a fraction too late. The rabbit's forelimbs struck her hand, an immediate surge of pain radiating through her. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she aimed a kick at the mutant rabbit, hoping to deter her dismay. Her kick barely affected it. Instead, the force rebounded, sending her flying backward. She crashed hard onto the ground, feeling as though her insides were being rattled, leaving her too weak to do anything but watch helplessly as the mutant rabbit devoured her precious seedlings. One by one, it uprooted them, and with each destruction, her heart ached even more. As if that were not enough, 2 additional mutant rabbits emerged from the shadows, drawn to the seedlings and jumping over to partake in a frenzied feast. In mere seconds, a small patch of seedlings was entirely consumed, roots and all. Feeling as though her heart was bleeding, these were the very seedlings she had painstakingly nurtured from seeds to sprouts, now having reached a height of 10 centimeters, all reduced to nothing. Enraged, Wei Ning wished she could devour their flesh, feeling furious at her own helplessness. If only she were stronger, she would not have to witness this devastation. Bang, 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 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, and the mutant rabbits that had been so gluttonously feasting on the seedlings fell to the ground, their bodies twitching before becoming still. Wei Ning turned her gaze toward the source of the gunfire, stunned to see Wei Dong wielding a small energy gun, his expression one of grim determination, as if he had just slain a formidable beast rather than a mere rabbit. Sing Tsung, are you all right? Are you hurt? Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang rushed over, urgency etched on their faces as they approached Wei Ning, wary of causing her pain. Wei Guoyang retrieved a restorative potion from his spatial button and carefully administered it to her. After she consumed the potion, Yi Ling gingerly helped her sit up, moving delicately as if afraid to bump into any injuries. That I'm fine, just a bit sore from the fall. As the medicinal effects took hold, Wei Ning felt a marked improvement, the pain subsiding significantly, allowing her to finally speak. After confirming for the umpteenth time that she had not sustained any injuries, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. They then turned their attention to the devastated state of their surroundings. The saplings near the edge had been almost entirely uprooted and gnawed upon, the meticulously prepared soil trampled, and several imprints marred the ground. With even the mutated rabbit resting atop several crushed seedlings, both Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang felt a deep pang of sorrow. These plants had been cultivated with great effort, and to lose so many in an instant left them feeling as though they could scarcely breathe. Wei Dong approached with a stern expression, removing the carcass of the mutated rabbit and revealing the trampled seedlings, all of which had snapped, leaving only their roots behind. Yi Ling meticulously examined each one, discovering that nearly all had broken. As she held the severed leaves, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, they were all dead. Wei Ning stepped forward, taking the leaves from her mother's hands, crouching down to find a seedling that had not completely broken and was still connected by a leaf. She supported it and channeled her abilities, a steady flow of energy enveloping the seedling. The broken stem began to mend gradually, and the leaves slowly unfurled. Only when the seedling was once again vibrant did she release it. Moving on to the next. Yi Ling watched in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. Wei Guoyang, too, was profoundly impacted, rendered speechless as he witnessed the revival of seedling after seedling in her hands. The calmest of them all was Wei Dong. After a moment of initial surprise, he quickly grasped the significance of the miraculous scene before him, feeling an overwhelming joy within that if he was not mistaken. The extraordinary phenomenon that rejuvenated the plants was akin to the abilities his instructor had mentioned during their military training. It was said that, in the apocalyptic era, humans would awaken various powers, including one that could induce rapid plant growth, even bringing seeds to maturity in an instant. Their mental prowess had evolved from this, albeit with a simpler categorization that no longer included the complexities of the past. The instructor had once lamented that if such powers still existed, the interstellar dining tables of humanity would not be limited to mere nutrient solutions. Their warriors would also be spared the torment of mental fluctuations. Wei Dong could hardly believe that his sister, who was rumored to have failed in her awakening, would actually possess the legendary ability. It was simply incredible. He recalled the pity in his instructor's eyes when discussing this topic and could not help but think that if the instructor were to learn this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Wei Ning, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds about her revealed abilities, continued to channel her powers into the seedlings until her energy was completely depleted. Collapsing in exhaustion, the last thing she registered was falling into a broad, warm embrace, with Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling calling out to her anxiously. She thought that if they asked, she would reveal everything. But if they remained silent, then she, upon awakening again, she found herself alone in the room. The depletion of her powers had rendered her body weak, and she anticipated a scene where she would be surrounded by probing questions. But to her relief, such a scenario did not unfold. "Ning Ning, you're awake? How is your body? We were so frightened when you fainted earlier, but thankfully, the examination revealed no serious issues, just exhaustion. You mustn't scare us like that again." We were all terribly worried. Yi Ling entered, her voice a mixture of reprimand and concern upon seeing her daughter awake. Wei Ning looked over, not finding the anticipated anger but rather an expression filled with worry, leaving her momentarily stunned. "What's the matter? Do you not recognize your mother?" Yi Ling, noticing her silence, reached out to caress her face, speaking softly. "Is there nothing you wish to ask, dear?" Casting her eyes downward, Wei Ning spoke in a hushed tone, not wanting her mother to see the unease in her gaze. "Oh, what is there to ask? As long as it doesn't harm your health. Even if your mental energy is different. You are still my child." Yi Ling embraced her, gently patting her back, refraining from pressing further. Had this been earlier, she might have inquired, but since her daughter had fainted, her son had shared his speculations with them during her unconsciousness. They were not ignorant, particularly Yi Ling, a senior pharmacist, was aware of the existence of such powers, though she had not anticipated it manifesting in her daughter. It dawned on her that her daughter had likely refrained from speaking out of fear of being different, of being seen as an anomaly. Had it not been for today's events, they might have remained oblivious to her extraordinary capabilities. Powers, indeed. It was said that the potential for mental fluctuations was negligible, which brought her joy. Although the likelihood of low-level mentalists experiencing such fluctuations was only 0.1, virtually negligible, the mere possibility of awakening remained. Now that her daughter had awakened to a power, there was no need for concern. Thinking back to her son's previous experiences filled her with dread, fearing what might happen to her daughter. Now, knowing there was no risk of mental fluctuations, her heart was brimming with happiness. Wei Ning nestled in her mother's embrace, tears welling in her eyes as she clung tightly. Sensing her daughter's unusual demeanor, Wei Ning sighed, gently patting her back in a slow, soothing rhythm, reminiscent of the times she had rocked her to sleep as a child. The door opened silently, and upon witnessing the scene of mother and daughter embracing, the newcomer quietly closed the door, granting them their space. When Wei Ning finally composed herself and emerged, the room was empty. Those sounds from outside filtered in. Outside, a meter away from the well, Wei Dong was skinning the mutated rabbit while Wei Guoyang stood by, urging him to hurry, lest they miss out on meat for dinner. Wei Dong paid him no mind, though his hands quickened with the thought of the delectable meal to come. "What are you two up to?" Wei Ning asked as she stepped outside, observing her husband and son engaged in the task of slaughtering the mutated rabbit. Especially noting her son's deft movements, she couldn't help but inquired, "We're killing it to eat." Wei Guoyang replied without turning, "Preparing water for Wei Dong. Wasn't it obvious? If they weren't going to eat it, why bother? You don't even know how to do it. What is the point of all this fuss?" Wei Ning interjected, unable to resist undermining their enthusiasm. "It's simple. We just follow the method from last time." Wei Dong replied nonchalantly. He had been the one to kill the mutated chicken previously and had observed the process closely. It was quite straightforward. Besides, we still have Ning Ning to help, Wei Guoyang added. "Ning Ning is not your personal chef," Wei Ning retorted sharply. "Of course not. I just thought I'd have Dongzi do it under her watchful eye, to ensure it turns out well." Wei Guoyang quickly defended himself. Sensing her disapproval, "Clumsy Dongzi," indeed, Wei Ling sighed, resigning herself to their enthusiasm. As long as they're happy. Following the same method as before, they skinned, opened the abdomen, removed the innards, and prepared to deb one. "Big brother, don't deb one it. Let us try a different cooking method today," Wei Ning interjected. She was tired of fried meat and desired a change in flavor. "The last method was quite good," Wei Dong protested, reluctant to change, fearing waste if it didn't turn out well. He was only familiar with that technique. "No, you'll enjoy today's meal more," Wei Ning insisted. Fried chicken was tasty, but roasted rabbit meat was equally delightful. She recalled the roasted rabbit from before, served whole with a golden, crispy skin. The mere thought made her mouth water. Unable to resist her, Wei Dong relented, realizing she was the true chef after all. He sighed, hoping today's meat would not go to waste. "The meat needs to be marinated first to taste good." Wei Ning instructed him to puncture the rabbit all over before soaking it in water to draw out the blood. To ensure they could eat by evening, she requested a special potion from Wei Ling that would expedite the extraction of impurities. Once Wei Dong had soaked it, he went to fetch another rabbit to skin, planning to use the previous method if this one didn't turn out well. Meanwhile, Wei Ning went inside to gather seasonings, not noticing his actions. She had purchased a good number of supplies previously, but had not had the time to organize them. Today, as she needed them, she recalled where she had stored them in the corner of the living room. Upon inspection, she found quite an assortment: pots, pans, and various kitchen utensils, all present. However, Wei Ning found the little light sword convenient to use. So she decided not to switch utensils, focusing instead on the seasonings. Interstellar spices were scarce, and after much effort, she had managed to procure 3 varieties. Now, as she rummaged through her supplies, she discovered additional plant oil and 2 more types. A bottle labeled giant pepper powder and another marked black pepper powder were indistinguishable in their contents. Unable to discern whether they contained chili or Sichuan pepper, she simply decided to open them. A strong aroma of Sichuan pepper wafted out, prompting Wei Ning to quickly close the lid. She then opened the other bottle, which contained black pepper. Its dark hue made the name black pepper powder rather straightforward. But then again, considering that chili powder was referred to as red pepper powder, she felt no need to quibble. Adding some salt, chili powder, and cumin powder from her own supplies, she felt it was nearly sufficient. The flavor of Interstellar seasonings was potent. A small bottle could last a long time. The last time they had consumed a large bowl of meat, she had only used a third of it. which was due to the larger size of the mutated Gugu chicken. However, the mutated rabbit was also sizable, so it seemed she would need to search for more seasonings, as a dish devoid of spices could hardly be considered a delicacy. Upon stepping outside, she realized that next time they dined, there might not be as many seasonings available. Seeing that Wei Dong had already killed another one, she reluctantly decided to add another portion of seasoning. "Brother, can't you be a little frugal? After the last meal, I didn't need to drink nutrient solution for 3 days." She had hoped to freeze the remaining 2 for later, so she could go several days without needing the nutrient solution. "Why should I hold back?" Wei Dong retorted. "It's not like I've searched everywhere nearby and found no trace of mutated beasts that I'm definitely hunting every day." Had he known that mutated beasts would be so delicious, he wouldn't have discarded the previous ones, feeling he had missed out on many delectable experiences. But Wei Ning didn't want to expect someone who had just tasted exquisite food to refrain from indulging. She handed him the prepared seasoning, instructing him to apply it thoroughly over the mutated rabbit. Make sure to spread it evenly everywhere. It would be best to give it a bit of a massage, Wei Ning advised. Taking the seasoning and inhaling its pungent scent, Wei Dong felt a bit reluctant, doubting whether the meat could still be edible after such application that he contemplated arguing, but recalling how quickly he had been proven wrong last time, he chose to comply. Ding ding. Just as he finished applying seasoning and was preparing for the next step, his holographic communicator beeped, signaling someone was trying to contact him. "Ning Ning, could you press it for me and see who it is?" Wei Dong extended his hand, revealing the holographic device on his wrist, wondering who could be reaching out to him. Since his return from injury, at first, his teammates would check in on him, expressing concern for his wounds. But eventually, he had chosen to avoid them, having rejected calls several times that it had been a long while since anyone had contacted him. Wei Ning tapped on his holographic screen, and out of courtesy, she didn't linger on it too long, simply pressing a spot she remembered. "Hey, Dongzi." The voice that greeted him was unexpected. Upon seeing Wei Dong's current activity, the caller exclaimed, "What the hell? Dongzi, what are you doing? Have you fallen so low as to eat mutated beast meat? Even if your family has gone bankrupt, you should still be able to afford nutrient solution, right? By the way, why have you moved?" "Enough. How can you say I've fallen low? You know nothing." Wei Dong was taken aback to find it was a holographic projection, and hearing the incessant chatter from the other side, he couldn't help but interrupt. The caller was Chun Haojia, a teammate from his squad whom he had once saved. Their bond was stronger than with others, though Chin's words were often abrasive and he had a tendency to ramble. He was genuinely concerned, and if unrestrained, could talk for hours. Were it not for the fact that he cared, Wei Dong would have preferred to ignore him due to his incessant chatter. "How can you say that? Who was it that consumed mutated beast meat and vowed never to eat it again? What are you eating now? You had something else last time. If I hadn't been out on a mission, I would have asked you long ago. Why have you moved to this godforsaken place? If you're in trouble, just say so. Don't be shy. Brother, I may not have much, but I do have some star coins." Chun Haojia surveyed the surroundings, concluding that this place was even worse than where they resided, clearly a desolate planet. "Here is quite good. We've all gotten used to living here. Besides, we've lived in worse places before. So we're not that spoiled," Wei Dong replied, all the while continuing to apply the seasoning and washing his hands afterward. "Well, I thought you would never get over it. It seems you've moved on." Chun Haojia recalled Wei Dong's frantic demeanor upon discovering his mental degradation, followed by a period of despondency. Now seeing him in this state, he felt genuinely happy for him. From the moment they became soldiers, their lives were no longer their own. Reflecting on their fallen comrades from their last mission, he felt that whether it was a mental downgrade or reverting to an ordinary life, at least they were still alive. Wasn't it? Indeed. Thanks to my father and family. If it weren't for them, perhaps you wouldn't be seeing me like this today. After all, the old me would never have answered your call, though he was unaware of the specifics of what had transpired. Wei Dong understood Chun Haojia well enough. Even with his attempts to conceal his emotions, a heaviness lingered in his brow. This was a typical reaction he exhibited whenever a teammate sacrificed themselves. It was just that he had failed to recognize it until now. Both men intentionally avoided the topic, discussing various matters instead, with Chun Haojia doing most of the talking while Wei Dong occasionally chimed in. "Brother, come help me." Although interrupting someone else's conversation is considered impolite, it was simply that they were too loquacious, and he couldn't fathom how 2 grown men could talk so much if it weren't for the necessity of his assistance. He wouldn't have called out, Feeling frustrated that he hadn't just rejected the call instead of activating the holographic projection. Hey, are you really going to eat mutated beast meat? Isn't nutrient solution more appetizing? Chun Haojia observed as Wei Dong hung the mutated rabbit on a peculiar rack above a fire. He turned it slowly, ensuring it was cooked evenly, adding, if you burn it, you'll have to eat it all yourself. Fearing he would become too engrossed in conversation, Wei Ning made a point to remind him and promptly distanced herself, not wishing to listen further. Hey, sister, don't go. Let us chat. Chun Haojia called after her. Shut up. That's my sister. Don't go calling her names. Wei Dong snapped back, unable to contain his irritation any longer. Were it not for his foul mood, he would have already terminated the communication. What's our relationship? Your sister is just as much my sister, Chun Haojia retorted. His curiosity piqued as he squatted nearby. You seem quite skilled. Have you eaten this a few times before? Is it delicious? If it is, I should hunt one next time. It's quite delicious. Wei Dong replied earnestly for some unknown reason. Really? Then I'll have a taste. I'll go hunt one tomorrow since I'm on leave. They had sustained significant losses on their recent mission, and he too had been injured, thus temporarily enjoying a break. Wei Dong didn't inquire further, nor did he mention that this was his first time eating it. He was somewhat curious to see if the flavor would remain the same when this fellow hunted another mutated beast the next day, for that would surely lead to despair as time flowed during their exchange. The fat from the mutated rabbit began to ooze over the flames, accompanied by a rich aroma. Chun Haojia soon found himself too captivated by the scent to continue speaking, his eyes alight with anticipation. Longing to devour the delectable sight before him, Wei Ning had also timed her arrival, momentarily pausing upon seeing Chun Haojia before approaching slowly. Haojia, you're in for a treat today. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling, having met Chun Haojia a few times, were not surprised and smiled warmly. Uncle, Auntie, hey. Chun Haojia, oblivious to the concept of feeling shy, greeted them with familiarity before returning his gaze to the meat. Sister, is it ready? Can we eat now? I'm starving. Chun Haojia, having recognized who the chef was, rubbed his hands together eagerly. Just a bit longer, Wei Ning replied, too lazy to correct him. She glanced at the appearance of the meat and deemed it nearly ready. After a few more minutes, finally hearing Wei Ning declare it was time, Wei Dong quickly extinguished the fire, eager to begin the feast. Wei Ning found it amusing that even though he was a holographic projection, even if the taste was identical to reality, it was still fake. He wouldn't be able to truly consume it. Why was he so excited? Chun Haojia, too, remained silent, already poised and ready to dig in. Each family member wielded a small knife, aiming for their chosen portions. With a bite, the mutated rabbit meat revealed a texture distinctly different from the tender mutated gugu chicken. It was crispy, with an array of spices perfectly balanced, salty, spicy, fragrant, and crunchy without being greasy. Even though they had already tasted it once, this time's unique texture captivated the palates of everyone present. Not to mention, it was Chun Haojia's first experience. The lingering rationality he possessed prevented him from leaping forward in an undignified manner, and he devoured the meat in great bites. Wei Dong could no longer bear it, and maliciously ended the communication. Meanwhile, within a dormitory of the 4th Legion stationed on the border planet, someone was cursing vehemently at the familiar surroundings. Damn it, that ungrateful Dongzi. Recalling the delectable sensation from earlier, Chun Haojia rubbed his belly. Feeling increasingly hungry, despite having just consumed a nutrient solution prior to the communication, the more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. Glancing at the time, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. 3 hours later, a flicker of flames rose from a certain area within the encampment. Soon after, a familiar stench mingled with an indescribable aroma gradually wafted through the air. Confounded, Chun Haojia gazed at the mutated beast meat in his hands, along with the familiar scent, and felt deeply deceived. Which team do you belong to? Are you not aware that incinerating mutated beast carcasses is prohibited within the encampment? A deep, authoritative voice resonated from behind him. Ignoring the meat in his hands, Chun Haojia immediately turned around, stood at attention, and raised his hand in salute to the approaching figure. Reporting in, Chun Haojia from Team 7, Squad 6, at your service, Commander. Upon realizing the identity of the subordinate and recalling the mission, the visitor furrowed his brow slightly. Go report to your superior for your punishment. Do not repeat this offense, and ensure the area is cleaned up properly. With that, he turned and departed. Yes, sir. Chun Haojia saluted once more and swiftly set about cleaning up the mess. Ultimately, everyone in Team 7, Squad 6, learned of Chun Haojia's craving for meat, leading to an encounter with the commander, resulting in a punishment that left him utterly bewildered, incessantly murmuring about how delicious the mutated beast meat was, prompting him to seek information from the logistics department. "Damn it, you're making me lose face. If I catch you at logistics again, you'll be sent to deal with the mutated beast carcasses." The man seized Chun Haojia and prepared to toss him to the ground, venting his frustration with a barrage of curses. Had it not been for the fact that this fellow had narrowly escaped death last time and was still nursing serious injuries, he would have already beaten him senseless. "Colonel, I speak the truth," Chun Haojia protested from the ground. That day, he had suspected he was duped by Dongzi, and he had chosen to keep quiet about it. Thus, after receiving his punishment, he promptly contacted Dongzi, only to find there was no signal on the other end, leaving him with no choice but to trouble logistics instead. Little did he know the extent of the rumors spreading about him. And now, caught by the colonel, he feared the worst. "I'm genuinely going to beat you." Saying this, he lifted Chun Haojia and began to unleash a one-sided beating. Alas, poor Haojia. In a distant corner, those who watched the battered figure, sporting a bruised face, could not help but exhibit sympathetic expressions. Wei Xingwei was busy propagating cuttings alongside Yi Ling. After a period of diligent care, all the seedlings had flourished, allowing for clear differentiation among the species. Even the seedlings that had been crushed by mutated rabbits had survived under her daily infusion of abilities, and unexpectedly, among the previously unidentified seedlings, she discovered one that could be propagated through cuttings. Initially, the seedlings, severed into two sections, had left her with little hope for survival. However, treating them as a last-ditch effort, she utilized her abilities to rescue each one, casually placing the severed parts into the soil. To her astonishment, a few days later, when she checked on the seedlings that had been crushed, she found one of the severed pieces had begun to sprout new leaves, while the other half had also survived, even producing new leaves at the root. She recognized that various plants, such as succulents, sunflowers, cacti, roses, begonia, money trees, and snake plants could all thrive through cuttings. As a child, having admired the flowers at her neighbor's home, she had attempted to cultivate her own, only to fail miserably, resulting in all her plants perishing, save for two hardy varieties that required minimal care. As long as they had soil, they could survive. And if their leaves broke off, planting them in soil would eventually yield roots and sprouts. One was a sunflower, from which one seedling could yield many pots. The other was a snake plant, which could thrive from merely inserting a leaf into the soil. She was uncertain about the species of this new plant. Perhaps it was due to her infusion of abilities that it had taken mere days to root and grow leaves. Nevertheless, this plant was undemanding in terms of environment, exhibiting remarkable vitality, thriving as long as it had soil and water. Wei Xingwei was particularly attentive, diligently infusing abilities each day and watering it every couple of days. Within less than half a month, it had sprouted over a dozen leaves, each as large as a palm, transforming from one plant into two, though it bore a resemblance to a snake plant. The leaves of a snake plant are long and pointed, with the newly sprouted leaves showcasing a yellow-green or white-green coloration, whereas the ones before her were entirely green. However, considering the mutated interstellar plants, Wei Xingwei did not dwell on this discrepancy. Accepting it as a snake plant, in her quest for more snake plants, she decided to propagate cuttings by simply snipping off the leaves at their bases. Inserting them into the soil and infusing some abilities, new plants would form within a few days. She planned to cultivate several more using her abilities, increasing their numbers exponentially, with one plant becoming 2, and 2 becoming 10. That this approach would soon result in a veritable expanse of snake plants, which, when they bloomed, would undoubtedly be a splendid sight. Since her abilities had passed the threshold, Wei Xingwei no longer needed to covertly infuse abilities daily. Instead, she immersed herself in the planting ground, exhausting her abilities each day. Observing her tireless efforts, everyone felt a pang of sympathy, wishing to assist but powerless to do so, merely watching. Now, with the chance to help, Yi Ling promptly set aside her work to lend a hand. Wei Guoyang also wished to assist, yet many matters required his attention, leaving him with little time. Wei Dong was busy as well, meticulously searching the nearby areas to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident. He had initially been careless, assuming the nearby plants were scarce and that mutated beasts would not venture close. so he had only conducted a brief inspection. This time, he was particularly thorough, ultimately discovering a den of red-eyed mutated rabbits 3 kilometers away, which he subsequently designated as a source of reserve food. Hunting one every few days to supplement his rations. But let us set aside these matters for now. Wei Ning trimmed the leaves of the 2 snake plants, leaving only the central few on each. After completing the cuts, she infused a significant amount of her abilities and watered them with a diluted nutrient solution. Through her observations over the past few days, she had discovered that watering with diluted nutrient solution significantly improved the growth of the plants. While applying the full nutrient solution prior to seed germination increased the germination rate, that Wei Ning had already begun purchasing seeds in preparation for experiments. Should the outcome indeed be as such, it would constitute a momentous discovery, greatly aiding their forthcoming cultivation endeavors. The total of 20 leaves were severed, each divided into 2, resulting in 40 segments. The snake plant, or Sansevieria, is ideally suited as an indoor potted plant, thriving in both sunlight and shade, with a preference for a semi-shaded environment. Currently, the daylight in green star lacks intense illumination, perpetually shrouded in a gray, overcast state, making outdoor planting a risk-free endeavor. Once they cultivate a sufficient number of snake plants, they will transfer them into pots for nurturing, and they could even establish a specialized shop on the Star Network dedicated to selling potted plants that in the realms of interstellar travel, ornamental flora is scarce, predominantly replaced by aggressive mutated plants, with a minority being medicinal herbs. At least the decorative potted plants in their home are mere imitations, crafted from the least valuable crystals in the galaxy. Exquisite in appearance yet devoid of vitality, lifeless in essence. Should they offer genuine, naturally cultivated ornamental greenery for sale, it would undoubtedly be met with great enthusiasm, as visions of accumulating a wealth of star coins danced through their minds, prompting them to handle the task with utmost care. Wei Ning utilized half an acre of land for the propagation of the 40 leaves, spaced sufficiently apart to allow the snake plants to flourish without overcrowding. The soil had been meticulously prepared by robots, requiring only their small shovels for planting. The 2 of them divided the labor, with Wei Ning digging small holes while Wei Ning placed the leaves inside, covered them with soil, infused them with their abilities, and finally, Wei Ning watered them. After 2 hours of diligent work, all the leaves were successfully planted, revealing small green shoots peeking from the ground, and both women exchanged glances filled with anticipation. The landscape before their modest dwelling had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon exiting, the first sight was the 10 rows of land initially cultivated by Wei Ning, where the seedlings had already grown to knee height, lush and vibrant. Further ahead lay the 2 acres planted later, with the crops thriving exceptionally well. Adjacent to the hillside were 500 exotic plants, each one thriving and producing new leaves to facilitate movement. Wei Dong instructed the robots to divide the land into 2 halves, leaving a 5-meter-wide pathway extending from the small house into the distance. Currently, all the plants cultivated by Wei Ning are located to the right of the house as front, creating a stark contrast with the barren land on the left. During this period, 20 robots have been laboring tirelessly for 10 hours daily, ensuring the entire area is meticulously leveled, filling in the necessary soil, and smoothing out any uneven patches. The work has extended a kilometer away, and should Wei Ning require it, the robots are ready to assist her in preparing the land for planting. Their preliminary plan involves leveling the entire area before dividing it into numerous sections in a field pattern, leaving ample space in between for various machinery to pass through. Currently, half the robots continue their leveling work in the front, while the other half are dispersing to allocate the prepared land into sections of 1 acre each. Constructing pathways, provided there are sufficient seeds, planting can commence at any time. Subsequently, they relocated the young melons, which required more space to grow, to the vacant land on the left, allowing them to flourish more effectively. As for the fruit trees and exotic plants, they will remain undisturbed for the time being, to be transplanted to the hillside once they reach a size that will not hinder their growth. The vegetables, having matured over the course of more than half a month, are now ready for consumption. Wei Ning has counted them several times, totaling over 500 plants across a dozen varieties. Among them are lettuce, cabbage, spinach, celery, cilantro, bok choy, Shanghai green, asparagus lettuce, water spinach, kale, butterhead lettuce, chives, and garlic. Whether due to soil or environmental factors, all varieties have undergone mutations, Although they appear similar to those from Earth, their sizes have increased several-fold. Take lettuce for instance, where one used to weigh a mere pound. Now each plant reaches half a person's height, with leaves measuring 30 centimeters in width, yielding around 10 pounds per plant. In the past, 2 leaves would suffice for a single dish. The only downside is that all the leaves are coated in a thin layer of blackish gray, resembling the aftermath of roadside exhaust. Yet tests confirm they are healthy and edible. Wei Ning has witnessed several occasions where Wei Guoyang, Yi Ling, and Wei Dong discreetly plucked leaves to wash and eat, without any adverse effects noted. This reassures Wei Ning considerably, prompting her to plan a vegetable feast, featuring a dish from each variety to indulge in. With determination, she navigates through the planting area, selecting the healthiest vegetables to harvest, discarding any yellowing leaves, which she sets aside as fertilizer. After over an hour of bustling activity, she has gathered so much that she can barely carry it all, prompting Yi Ling to come out and help her with half of the load. "Why have you harvested so much? Didn't we agree to save some for seeds?" Yi Ling inquires, glancing at the assortment of vegetables in her hands, feeling a pang of regret, since learning that these vegetables were reserved for seed. They had not dared to hope for a full meal, only occasionally sneaking a leaf when temptation became overwhelming. Recalling their first tasting, the unique aroma, the crisp texture, and the sweet juices had been utterly delightful. Wei Ning even found them more delectable than mutated beast meat and had fallen deeply in love with them. The vegetables in the galaxy are cultivated using special agents, yielding low production rates. Yi Ling had visited a vegetable garden once, where the growth was not nearly as impressive as their own, and the produce was half the size, carrying a bitter taste, rendering it incomparable to their homegrown bounty. Now, witnessing Wei Ning's abundant harvest, her feelings are mixed, both regretful and craving that a little won't hurt. "I've infused them with abilities, so there's no negative impact," Wei Ning replied nonchalantly. "Were it a single small plant, she would certainly have refrained from such an abundant harvest. As it stands, she is merely taking a few leaves, not plundering every plant, so it poses no issue whatsoever, since we've already harvested. Let us enjoy it thoroughly. There's always the chance to gather more later. If only we had rice. After 20 years of eating rice, I truly cannot adapt to nutrient solutions," she lamented, regretting not having thought to purchase rice seeds earlier. Uncertain if she could acquire them now that it was only now that she realized that agricultural techniques were not as commonplace as in her past life. Only the families with agricultural heritage possessed such knowledge, while ordinary people were entirely unable to procure seeds. This scarcity is precisely why interstellar vegetables command exorbitant prices, not solely due to the difficulty of cultivation and low yield, but also because families owning arable land are reluctant to expand their farming practices, resorting to hunger marketing to amass greater wealth. Some individuals even believe that those with psychic abilities are inherently superior, and ordinary people should serve as the noble subservients, devoid of basic human rights. Fortunately, this mindset is held by only a small fraction of ancient families. The federal government remains compassionate towards the common populace, aside from the lack of welfare benefits enjoyed by those with psychic abilities. Personal safety and property rights are still assured. That evening, Wei Ning was delighted to partake in the vegetable feast she had envisioned. There were salads, cold dishes, boiled vegetables, stir-fried dishes, and vegetable soups, all served in basin-sized bowls that filled the small table to capacity. Wei Ning had assumed they would struggle to finish. Apart from Wei Dong, the three of them had modest appetites, each managing only one bowl at most. However, Wei Dong alone consumed 3 bowls, claiming that the higher one's psychic level, the greater the nutritional energy required. Of course, the primary reason was the exceptional taste of the vegetables. Why would anyone opt for nutrient solutions when presented with such a delightful alternative? Moreover, it seemed that unlike before, when he had to drink nutrient solution after consuming vegetables, he found he no longer needed to. Perhaps due to the sheer volume he ate as Wei Dong ate, he pondered, his movements swift yet refined. The following day, Wei Dong continued his routine of surveying the area, having taken to patrolling a 5-kilometer radius around their home since the emergence of the mutated rabbits, wary of any further mutated beasts threatening their crops. The vegetables and exotic plants in their cultivation area were thriving exceptionally well, and any damage would leave no room for regret. Meanwhile, Wei Ning made her rounds through the planting area daily, assessing where her abilities were needed and infusing them accordingly. as her cultivation efforts were pivotal for upgrading her powers. She could not afford to be lax that Wei Ning immersed herself in the planting grounds, diligently recording data for each plant, striving to gather as much information as possible for future cultivation. Wei Guoyang busied himself with external matters, purchasing supplies, consulting planners, and preparing product plans for future sales. Utterly engrossed in his tasks, in the afternoon, Wei Dong returned with a foul expression, while Wei Ning was crouched beside the snake plants, observing their growth and noting the emergence of white roots, signaling the imminent sprouting of new leaves. She looked up just in time to see Wei Dong approaching from the path. His face darkened as though someone owed him money. Moreover, he had returned earlier than usual. Typically, he arrived just before dusk, prompting Wei Ning to inquire, "What's the matter?" Some fellow showed up uninvited. "I came back to inform you all," he replied, his tone mirroring his sour demeanor. Wei Ning was perplexed. Ever since arriving on Green Star nearly 2 months ago, no outsiders had visited. Communication was typically conducted via the light brain, and at times the signal was unstable, leading him to review the downloaded materials. There was a peculiar illusion of being disengaged from the world. If only there were verdant mountains and flowing waters, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It would indeed be a paradise on earth. Who is it? For reasons unknown, a figure flashed through his mind, and indeed, the next moment, Wei Dong revealed the answer. Chen Haojie. What on earth possessed that fellow to travel such a distance? Today, as per his usual routine, he set out to patrol, and the journey had been remarkably tranquil, devoid of any signs of mutated beasts. Just as he rounded the final hill, a mech suddenly soared towards him. Had it not been for his keen eyesight recognizing it as Chen Haojie's mech, he might have instinctively deployed his OWN, but it was crucial to note that with his current mental strength, forcibly piloting a mech beyond his capacity could lead to secondary injuries, with potentially grave consequences. Thus, his anger was understandable. He had grown accustomed to life here, patrolling daily, occasionally venturing farther to seek out mutated beasts. With a stroke of luck, he might enjoy a sumptuous feast, and on less fortunate days, gather a few vegetable leaves from the fields to nibble on. Such a life was simple and serene. Even with only B-level mental strength, he found contentment. The unexpected arrival of that individual had initially led him to suspect an intruder, nearly prompting him to take action. Why had he come? Where was he? Hadn't he just been on a mission at the border star? It hadn't been long, yet here he was, and upon glancing back, Wei Ning saw no one, leading him to believe it was a jest. Off hunting mutated beasts, perhaps, which was the very reason for Wei Dong's foul mood. He had presumed Chen Haojie came specifically to see him, lying in wait to surprise him, but upon speaking, he wished he could deliver a good punch to him. "Dongzi, quickly tell me, where are the mutated beasts? I need to catch a few to enjoy a hearty meal tonight. The last time was simply exquisite. I've been craving it all the way. I could devour a wild bull right now." His expression darkened instantly, realizing the fellow had come solely for a meal. "I came to see you, and incidentally to eat." Chen Haojie grinned, leaping down from the mech and playfully punching his chest. This was their customary greeting, and Wei Dong reciprocated with a punch, responding with irritation. As if I don't know your nature. Whatever you prepare will still taste the same, right? Hey, no wonder you're my good brother." Chen Haojie refrained from mentioning the embarrassing events that transpired later. He knew Dongzi would surely laugh at him. "All right, we can talk later. First, tell me where the mutated beasts are. I don't have much time off and need to head back." Chen Haojie implored urgently. "Look for yourself in areas with dense vegetation. There are usually some around." Noticing that he was serious, Wei Dong pointed in a direction without further comment. The distance to the heart of the forest was too great. Even though the forest now had few plants remaining, he seldom ventured inside. That would consume too much time, and even with a small spacecraft, it would take several hours. He couldn't leave home unguarded, fearing a repeat of previous incidents. Currently, he was the only one in the family with combat capability, and he patrolled the vicinity daily, ensuring their safety. If he strayed too far, he feared he might not be able to respond in time. Hence, even his desire for mutated beast meat wouldn't lead him far afield. Chen Haojie, equipped with a mech, was incredibly swift, and with his abilities, he could easily hunt high-level mutated beasts. Such was the distinction between high-ranking mech warriors and low-level mental strength users. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haojie leapt onto his mech and sped off into the depths of the forest, merely tossing back a promise to return, watching the mech's receding silhouette. Wei Ning felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over him. He knew precisely what it was, instinctively rubbing the mech pendant around his neck. His earlier resolve to patrol dissipated, and with the thought that the fellow was around. He felt there was little distance left to cover, so he turned back, and no need to worry about him. He would find his way back shortly. Knowing Chun Haojia's character well, Wei Ning understood that if he failed to catch any mutated beasts today, he wouldn't return. Seeing him so adamant, Wei Ning opted not to inquire further. Anyone who could team up with her brother would undoubtedly possess considerable mental strength, so she could merely wait for dinner. Recalling the previous instances when they had feasted on mutated beast meat without fully grown vegetables, she had longed to gather some once they matured to accompany the grilled meat, providing a refreshing sweetness to counterbalance the richness. With time still on her side, she decided to inspect the snake plants, ensuring they received the necessary energy infusion, before finally heading off to pluck some lettuce leaves. Grilled meat wrapped in lettuce leaves, a perfect pairing. Just as Wei Ning finished harvesting the lettuce and set it aside to drain, Chun Haojia's urgent voice echoed from afar. "Dongzi, come out and help. I can hardly wait." Looking up, she spotted the enormous mech descending. Chun Haojia jumped out of the mech's cabin, quickly retracted the mech, and with a wave of his hand, a mountain-like carcass of a mutated beast thudded to the ground, sending plumes of dust into the air. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone emerged from their homes, gasping in astonishment at the sight of the colossal mutated beast's body. It was a mid-level mutated beast, the frenzied boar. They wondered where it had been hunted. It couldn't have been too close to their area. Should this creature invade their crops, the plants would surely fall short of satisfying its appetite. "Where did you hunt this?" Wei Dong inquired, frowning. The frenzied boar was massive, gluttonous, and had tough skin, rendering ordinary light swords ineffective against it. Only a powerful energy cannon could bring it down. Currently, he was unable to wield an energy cannon and could only use a small particle gun. In the direction you indicated, roughly 200 kilometers away, there's a small forest there teeming with mutated beasts. Wei Dong recalled noticing a small forest in that vicinity while surveying the terrain. "Rest assured, I've scouted it. The only big fellow in there is the frenzied boar. Heh, I brought it all back." Chun Haojia knew what Wei Dong was concerned about and waved his hand again, producing several more loud thuds as 4 additional frenzied boar corpses landed atop the first, transforming the small mountain into a grander one. Wei Ning clicked her tongue. Indeed, high levels made all the difference. While such mutated beasts posed a danger to them, for high-ranking mech warriors, there was no need to deploy their mechs. One blow would suffice. Wei Dong's eyes flickered, and without further ado, he called upon Chun Haojia to assist with the butchering. Chun Haojia, eager and cheerful, was keen to observe the process. Wei Dong had become adept at processing mutated beasts. He instructed Chun Haojia to leave one behind while he stored the rest in spatial buttons, which had a shelf life of 1 week for high-level mental strength users. As for his own, it had been disabled due to his low level. Frequent use could incite a mental breakdown. So he now relied on a standard spatial button to savor the delights of the human realm. Chun Haojia was compliant with every instruction Wei Dong provided, whether it was to store or skin the beasts. With Chun Haojia's help, even the mountain-sized frenzied boar was effortlessly skinned in just a few swift motions, the blade slicing through flesh as easily as cutting through watermelon, swiftly opening the abdomen to remove the entrails. Just as Wei Dong intended to dispose of the entrails and hide, Wei Ning halted him, insisting they keep the stomach and intestines. "What? Did I hear you correctly? We're keeping this and that." Wei Dong was taken aback, pointing at the enormous stomach, larger than a basin, and the thick intestines as big as his fist. With a look of distaste, he couldn't help but think of what they contained. Making him feel queasy, the others glanced over, sharing expressions of disdain and disagreement. "Sister, look at the size of this frenzied boar. The meat is more than enough for us. Let us just forget about that." "All right, we could always hunt another one if need be," Chun Haojia implored earnestly. He simply could not fathom why anyone would relish the thought of consuming organs that housed waste. It was essentially consuming excrement. After all that, he shuddered at the thought. No way, that was too revolting to accept. Absolutely not. Seeing the fervent opposition from everyone, Wei Ning decided against her insistence. She had merely recalled that grilled intestines and pork belly stew were quite delectable. But since they were all averse, she dropped the matter. Presently, she lacked the necessary ingredients to prepare the intestines and stomach properly, so she resolved to wait for another opportunity. With her yielding, the group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their earlier tension finally dissipating. With Chun Haojia's formidable assistance, they swiftly processed the frenzied boar, extracting all the bones, sorting the meat, and soaking it in water with a sprinkling of salt. With the remaining time, Wei Ning seized the opportunity to prepare the seasonings while Wei Dong took the chance to inquire how Chun Haojia had arrived. Come on, don't say you came specifically to see me. Even you don't believe that. So how could I? Wei Dong preemptively shot back before Chun Haojia could speak. Haha, it just happened to be on my way. That's all. Chun Haojia felt a twinge of guilt. Well, it was indeed quite convenient. Wei Dong cast a sidelong glance at him. The distance from border star to green star was at least several tens of thousands of light years. It would take several days to arrive. Not to mention that there were no direct routes. Switching routes would take at least 7 days. Sai, can't you just pretend that I came specifically to see you? Chun Haojia was exasperated. He couldn't possibly reveal that ever since he had savored the roasted mutated rabbit, he had been unable to forget it and had gone to catch one for himself, only to be caught by the commander and penalized. To add insult to injury, the entire squad had spread rumors about his mental instability, claiming he was obsessed with mutated beasts and that troublesome teammate who had deliberately caught a mutated beast to bring back for him to eat. Under the guise of caring for a comrade, he had even gone to the logistics department to plead for a long time. Yet even though the mutated beast meat they prepared was done, it still lacked that distinctive flavor. Eventually, after pestering them to the point of annoyance, he had reported it to the captain, who had given him a sound thrashing, leaving him to languish in the treatment pod for a day before emerging. Before he had tasted it, he never thought much of it. Now that he had, he felt an insatiable craving that left him restless, causing him to be distracted during training for several years, only to be caught by the captain and given another stern reprimand, ordering him to scram. Knowing that it was the captain's roundabout way of giving him a break, he promptly boarded the supply ship to leave. Navigating the final stretch in his mecha, it was obvious that something was amiss. He said nothing, and Wei Dong chose not to pry further, planning to find a time to catch up with old teammates. Fearing he would be unaware. Hey, Dongzi, you've changed immensely since the last time we met. There are so many green plants here. Chun Haojia forcefully shifted the topic, gazing at the verdant expanse before him. Get lost. These are all vegetables, edible ones, Wei Dong retorted impatiently, thinking him foolish for equating green with greenery. As if he had never seen the world that, of course, he wouldn't admit that he too had thought the same upon seeing such a large plant back then. What? When did vegetables grow so large? They must all be mutated and aggressive, right? Chun Haojia was taken aback. He had seen vegetables before, but none had been this enormous. It was as if one of them equaled 2 normal plants. You all are about to strike it rich. So much of it. He marveled at the vast expanse, fully aware that a single portion of vegetables in the interstellar market could fetch a fortune. Even they rarely enjoyed fresh produce, usually subsisting on nutrient solutions, with only occasional opportunities for extra rations that he approached, caressing the large vegetable leaves, tears of envy brimming in his eyes. What to do? He longed to taste just a bite. Wipe that greedy expression off your face. Your drool is about to spill out. Wei Dong could no longer bear to watch and reminded him to maintain his composure, that I can't help it. I've never seen such vegetables in my life. They've been tempting me. It wasn't his fault. He was used to seeing mutated plants, which were highly aggressive as for vegetables. They were always served cooked. And who cared what they looked like? Wei Dong cleared his throat. Ahem, it seems I was like that too earlier. How embarrassing. Enough, my sister has already picked a lot. You can taste some later. My sister is the best. Unlike my brother, who only knows how to ask me for things every time we meet. It drives me crazy, and I just want to give him a good thrashing. Thinking of his spoiled younger brother. Chun Haojia felt his mood sour. Wei Dong also thought highly of his sister, who was not only obedient but also skilled in planting and cooking. Let us go. I'm hungry, Chun Haojia urged. Wanting to change the subject and head back. It was about time, and as they made their way back, they happened to see Wei Ning coming out of the house. Ever since they had dined on mutated gugu chicken for the first time outdoors, that area had become a designated meat-eating spot, with tables and stools set up, resembling a picnic. In addition to the fur and entrails of the wild boar, there were 3 large pots, 1 of bones and 2 of meat. Piled high, weighing at least 200 pounds, Wei Ning instructed them to remove the large bones, set the ribs aside, and drain the water from the meat, slicing it into palm-sized, finger-thick pieces. Chun Haojia volunteered to slice, while Wei Ning directed her brother to place the large bones into a purchased pot, adding water and lighting the fire to make soup. The pot was quite large, over a meter in diameter, and was placed on a specially designed triangular stand, with energy gas underneath to boil it. The energy gas had been delivered recently, with over 10 canisters, enough to last a long while. The ribs were to be marinated separately, using the same seasonings as last time, though they had already switched to new ones in the interstellar realm. Seasonings were primarily plant extracts, while soy sauce, vinegar, and alcohol were artificially concocted, lacking the quality of brewed ones. So Wei Ning hadn't added them, opting only for the previous few seasonings for marination. Meanwhile, Chun Haojia had finished cutting. His speed was remarkable, and in a flash, he had prepared a whole pot. Each slice evenly thick and appropriately sized. Wei Ning was quite satisfied, waving her hand to signal Wei Dong to add the seasonings for marination. Soon, the water in the large pot began to boil, and she instructed Wei Dong to skim off the foam that formed on the surface. By the time the 2 pots of meat were ready, the marinated ones were nearly done, and seeing their eager expressions, Wei Ning decided it was time to start frying. She retrieved the previous pan, which Wei Dong took over, effortlessly placing it and turning on the energy gas to preheat the pan. Why isn't it the same method as last time? Chun Haojia couldn't help but ask upon noticing the different equipment. This time we're trying a different cooking method. Wei Ning then produced a square, half-human height metallic box, handing him the tin foil and instructing him to wrap the ribs in it and place them inside the box. This was a newly acquired interstellar oven, utilizing a heat-generating energy stone at the bottom, functioning like an oven without needing electricity. However, it was quite energy-intensive, requiring a fist-sized energy stone each time, which was single-use. Chun Haojia looked at this peculiar contraption with curiosity. Will it taste good? It should be fine. This is my first time using it. It just needs to be cooked through. Chun Haojia wanted to say more, but a glance from Wei Ning silenced him. Fine, he would just skip this dish. Not far away, the broth in the large pot bubbled continuously, releasing a fragrant steam that wafted through the air. He inhaled deeply, the subtle aroma instantly capturing all of his senses. Meanwhile, Wei Dong had already begun his task, having previously saved some pig fat to the side, now placing a few pieces in the pan to render the fat. The oil in the interstellar realm was extracted from certain plants and lacked the richness of animal fat. Wei Ning preferred to use animal fats. After the initial attempt, Wei Dong had mastered the technique of frying meat. And once the fat was rendered, he tossed in some salt and chili powder with the residue, popping it into his mouth. Crisp and fragrant, utterly delicious. Hey, how did you get to eat already? Chun Haojia noticed Wei Dong had started and hurried over. Eager for a taste, do it yourself. Wei Dong dismissed him, making room for himself and continuing. How can you treat a guest like this? Where's your hospitality? Chun Haojia couldn't help but grumble, ran away from home. Wei Dong retorted bluntly. Haha, Haojia, you have to do it yourself. It tastes better that way. Wei Guoyang chuckled. Wei Ning also took her seat, picking out some pieces of streaky pork from the bowl and placing them on the pan. Seeing both heads of the Wei family preparing their own food, Chun Haojia quickly fetched a giant sword, and it truly was a giant sword, over a meter long, the very one he had just used for slicing. Wei Ning covered her face, silently offering up a smaller knife. Haha, thank you. Chun Haojia scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he retracted his giant sword. Having gained experience, they all patiently waited for the meat to slowly turn golden. Flipping it to fry the other side, seasoning both sides evenly, Wei Ning took some lettuce, halved it, placed the fried pork on the leaves, wrapped it up, and took a bite. This is the flavor, crisp and fragrant. Not greasy at all. The Wei family trio followed suit, now convinced that imitating her was the right choice. Indeed, with one bite, all three wore satisfied expressions, exclaiming how delicious it was. The wild boar's meat was not as tender as the mutated gugu chicken, but had a certain texture and chewiness. To them, this minor flaw was inconsequential, instead providing a unique taste. Chun Haojia followed suit, though his meat was the last to be added and hadn't cooked through, leading to an expected burst of unpleasant flavor on his tongue. Pew pew pew, why does this taste so bad? With a face full of disdain, he harbored serious doubts about having been deceived once again. Wei Dong could no longer bear to watch and, out of kindness, decided to share his remaining portion with him. Chun Haojia hesitated before accepting it, his expression one of tragic resignation as he opened his mouth to take a bite, the sweet freshness of the vegetables, the charred aroma of the meat, and the assertive spiciness of the mala flavor burst forth in his mouth. Delicious. His eyes sparkled, and with just a few chews, he swallowed the meat, his gaze shining eagerly at Wei Dong. "Forget it. You should do it yourself," Wei Dong coldly refused, as he had not yet had his fill. Sharing a portion was already generous enough, and any further indulgence was out of the question. "Dongzi, you no longer love me." Chun Haojia instantly transformed into a pouting little wife. Ahem. Wei Ning choked at his antics. "Get lost." Ha! As the second portion was ready, Wei Dong paid no mind to Chun Haojia, swiftly wrapping it in lettuce leaves, denying him any chance to seize it. Chun Haojia looked on pitifully, silently accusing him. It was Wei Ning who could no longer tolerate the scene, offering her own portion to him. "Sister, you are truly kind," Chun Haojia exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he quickly accepted it and stuffed it into his mouth. Wei Ning. "No, I simply cannot bear to witness your woeful expression. It is far too detrimental to my appetite." She thought silently, subtly shifting away to avoid being too close to him. Chun Haojia felt slighted. Had he been rejected? "Hurry up, learn to fend for yourself, and don't expect my sister to serve you," Wei Dong urged, tapping on the table. All right. Chun Haojia was not one to sit idly by. He had merely been teasing earlier, so this time he followed Wei Dong's lead, patiently waiting for the meat to be thoroughly cooked. After adding a bit of giant pepper powder, he wrapped it in lettuce leaves and brought it to his mouth. He favored intense flavors, and the spiciness of the giant pepper was delightful, both spicy and fragrant, and undeniably delicious. For a time, no one spoke, each absorbed in the meat in their hands. This new way of eating was exceptionally popular, and within an hour, the platter of meat was nearly empty. Wei Ning wished to save room for ribs and soup, so she refrained from continuing. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling shared the same sentiment and also set down their utensils. The bone broth nearby was nearly ready, its milky white liquid topped with a thin layer of grease, wafting an enticing aroma that promised a delectable drink. Wei Ning exchanged her small spoon for a larger one, adding half a spoonful of salt, while Wei Guoyang stirred it to mix thoroughly before ladling some into a bowl for tasting. As soon as the broth touched his lips, its exquisite flavor made his eyes light up, and he quickly swallowed, a warm rush flowing down his throat into his stomach, radiating warmth throughout his entire body. As if he were basking in the comforting glow of the sun, Wei Guoyang took another sip, squinting his eyes to savor it, declaring it utterly delightful. Seeing him lost in the bliss of the soup, Wei Ning opted not to disturb him and served herself and Yi Ling a bowl. Aside from the salt, no other seasonings were added. The broth was thick and pure, 100% natural essence, extracting the marrow from the bones, resulting in an extraordinary richness. Having indulged in pan-fried meat, Chun Haojia, his mouth filled with spiciness, noticed that everyone was drinking the broth and quickly brought over a large bowl, looking up with puppy dog eyes, as if waiting to be fed. Wei Ning made room for him, gesturing for him to help himself. "Look at how big your bowl is. My spoon is small, so you should use the ladle." Chun Haojia did not hold back, and neither did Wei Ning treat him as a guest. They both served themselves. Chun Haojia filled his large bowl without hesitation, inhaling the rich aroma, feeling even hungrier. Wei Dong was not to be outdone either, fetching a different pot to serve, instantly surpassing Chun Haojia's bowl in volume. After both had taken their share, the pot of broth noticeably shrank. Chun Haojia thought, "What to do? I want to hit someone, but will I be kicked out afterward?" Considering this possibility, he suppressed his impulse. "Humph, I can just take a few more bowls." The three members of the Wei family were utterly bemused by the childish antics of the two. Merely a bowl of soup, yet they were comparing sizes. It was laughable. What was even more amusing was that the two seemed to be in a competition. "You take one pot, I'll take 2 big bowls. You take 1 piece of meat. I'll take 3. In no time, they had devoured all the remaining meat and soup, leaving nothing but a pot of bones. It was rare to see their son, injured and home, engage in such childish behavior. And Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling could only look on indulgently. Wei Ning's heart was filled with joy, as they had eaten their fill, allowing her to have a couple more ribs for herself. She had no doubts about their appetites. Just then, the energy stone in the oven had been used up, and it was time to cook. She fetched some heat-resistant gloves, opened the lid, and was greeted by a wave of spicy meat aroma wafting even through the foil. Cautiously, she removed a sizable piece and set it on the side table. The wild boar was large, its ribs long. It had been cut into 8 pieces to fit into the oven, wrapped in 4 hefty portions. Carefully slicing open the foil revealed an even richer aroma of spice, making one's mouth water. Eating it was utterly irresistible. It was simply delicious. The heat from the energy stone had dried out the moisture in the ribs, even slightly charring them, enhancing the flavor. With each bite, one was enveloped in the spicy and meaty essence, making it increasingly delectable. Wei Dong and Chun Haojia had finished a bowl of meat and a pot of soup and were feeling somewhat stuffed. They sprawled comically in their chairs, exchanging playful glances at one another at that moment. Wei Ning was enjoying her meal nearby, the spicy aroma wafting past her nose, making both men unable to resist swallowing hard. Their hands resting on their slightly protruding bellies, they exchanged glances before swiftly making their way to the oven. The ribs were plentiful, and since Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling had smaller appetites, they only took one portion, leaving two in the oven. As they approached, each deftly snatched a portion, unbothered by the heat. Inhaling the enticing aroma, and without a word, they dove into their meal. As for feeling full, that was out of the question. With such deliciousness, they could easily finish it all, and if necessary, they would simply exercise afterward. In the end, not only did they finish their own portions of ribs, but they also polished off what Wei Ning could not eat, even nearly coming to blows over the last rib. Wei Guoyang, unable to watch any longer, declared that the last rib should go to Chun Haojia, as he was indeed a guest, and besides, the wild boar had been brought back by him. Under Wei Dong's fierce gaze, Chun Haojia happily gnawed on the rib, flashing a victorious smile in his direction. Wei Ning observed her elder brother's clenched fist resting on his knee, veins bulging, as if he were ready to leap up and strike someone at any moment. Seeing Chun Haojia's smug expression, almost as though he were flaunting his victory, made her want to punch him too. Chun Haojia had spent 3 whole days on Green Star, utterly captivated, piloting his mech deep into the forest to hunt the mutated beasts, scaring them into hiding. This suited Wei Dong's intentions perfectly, as he had previously hoped to have him intimidate those beasts into staying away. However, Chun Haojia was too relentless, returning daily with several mutated beasts, far more than they could consume. The refrigerator was stuffed to the brim, leaving Wei Ning with no choice but to resort to the methods she had seen her grandfather use in her childhood to make cured meat, transforming the mutated beast meat into dried jerky for later enjoyment. During those 3 days, Wei Dong also refrained from patrolling, while Wei Guoyang set aside his work entirely to handle the mutated beast meat, skinning, gutting, chopping into various sizes, soaking out the blood, draining the moisture, seasoning, and hanging it on specially made metal rods. Day after day, this routine continued until the outdoor space was filled with rows of drying meat, with an estimated count exceeding 1,000 pieces. The various seasonings they had recently purchased were running low. Had Wei Dong not specifically instructed them to only procure high-grade mutated beasts, Chun Haojia would have undoubtedly hunted every high-grade beast he encountered. Even so, the variety was plentiful: wild boars, mammoth bulls, unicorn sheep, black-haired deer, and even black-winged wolves. Chun Haojia had nearly traversed every green area on Green Star. These high-grade mutated beasts posed a significant threat to the Wei family, but they provided an excellent opportunity for exercise while also serving as food. 3 benefits in one. Each day brought a different culinary delight, making him reluctant to leave. Once back on the border star, he would be reduced to drinking nutritional liquid again. After savoring such exquisite dishes, the nutritional liquid would taste like poison. In a particularly mischievous act, he photographed each day's feast and edited the images to make them even more enticing, posting them daily on his social media, flaunting his culinary conquests without a care. Each time he posted, he promptly ignored the ensuing comments. Were it not for the inability to turn off the holographic brain, he would have likely done so. Each day, whenever someone requested a holographic projection video, he would categorically refuse, while those who messaged him would be met with boasts about the delectable meals he was enjoying. Leaving his teammates, stationed far away on the border planet, seething with frustration from behind their screens, responding to yet another message, Chun Haojia wore a smug grin on his face. Humph, let you all mock me. Now you're drooling with envy. You don't believe me, yet you still want to bask in my culinary glory? Not a chance, even if it's just a holographic projection. What Chun Haojia remained blissfully unaware of was that his daily ostentation of gourmet delights had only served to whet the appetites of his fellow squad members in Team 6. After a training session one day, a few of them stealthily ventured out to hunt a man-man cow, commandeering a space in the cafeteria to attempt roasting the meat. They recalled the incident when Chun Haojia had been caught by their commander while secretly roasting mutated beast meat. Hence, they dared not venture outside, opting instead for the cafeteria kitchen as their battleground. When not on a mission, the management within the Fourth Corps was rather humane, while military discipline remained strict and rewards and punishments were clearly defined. As long as they did not violate military regulations or cause significant disruptions, they were free to engage in various activities. After all, given the harsh conditions at the border, soldiers often walked the fine line between life and death during missions. Thus, ample personal time was afforded to them. Unlike other corps, where competition was fierce and ranks were rigid, requiring soldiers to exert themselves vigorously to stand out. Although the group did not technically breach military discipline, they had only seen the images posted by Chun Haojia without any knowledge of the actual process, resulting in a hasty slaughter and preparation of the entrails for roasting. Point 1 can only imagine that the outcome bore little difference from Chun Haojia's earlier misadventure. With the notable exception that the cafeteria kitchen was left in a state of disarray, the noxious odors prompting numerous complaints from the kitchen staff. Consequently, the members of Team 6 not only failed to indulge in the earthly delights they sought, but were instead met with a fierce reprimand from their captain, subsequently spending an entire day in the medical chamber for treatment. What a close call. I was considering heading to the cafeteria for a meal today as well. Thank goodness I didn't. The other members of Team 6, observing their battered comrade on the training ground, felt immensely relieved that they had lagged behind. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Everyone turned their gaze to the training field. They noticed that it was primarily those who had ridiculed him the most who were now silently giving Chun Haojia a mental thumbs up for his cleverness. Remarkable. Across light years of distance, with just a few images, he managed to retaliate effortlessly. Impressive. Chris, gazing at the injured subordinates sprawled on the ground, felt a considerable amount of his anger dissipate. Honestly, you all seem to have suffered mental fatigue, or perhaps you simply left your brains at home. The training intensity is too low if you still have energy to cause trouble. Do you have any idea how many times your Team 6 has become a laughingstock for the rest of the battalion because of you? The more he spoke, the more his temper flared, prompting Chris to kick the nearest soldier away. Just last time, he had received complaints from the logistics department regarding the erratic behavior of the soldiers under his command, who incessantly bothered them. Today, however, the situation escalated further as they had directly invaded the logistics territory, leaving it uninhabitable due to the overwhelming stench. Coincidentally, the captains were in a meeting when the logistics supervisor contacted them via holographic communication. Not only did the other captains learn of the incident, but even the commander took an interest. They had brought shame upon themselves, and if there wasn't a justifiable reason today, they would be reprimanded repeatedly until they learned their lesson. Colonel, it's not our fault. It was all Chun Haojia's doing. Left Jian, who had been kicked, felt an instinct for survival kick in, unburdened by any guilt as he threw Chun Haojia under the bus. Mad. The colonel is being too harsh. Every part of me is in pain. Yes, the others chimed in, eager to deflect the blamed. It's all Haojia's fault. Why should we suffer while he indulges? They believed their commander was foolish enough to think the young man had taken leave. Chris glared angrily. I authorized that leave. It's none of your business if he's not at the base. It's true, Colonel. As Chris seemed ready to lash out again, Left Jian, suppressing his pain and limping over, pulled up Chun Haojia's holographic screen for Chris to see. The screen was filled with mouth-watering photos of various meat dishes. Vibrant green vegetables, all artfully edited to appear enticing, causing saliva to accumulate in the mouths of onlookers. The captain of Team 7 of the 4th Corps, Chris, who came from a well-off family and prided himself on his culinary experiences, found himself shamefully swallowing hard at the sight of the images. His anger flared anew, leading him to deliver yet another round of punishment to the group, before seizing Chun Haojia's holographic communicator and storming off in a fit of rage. Left Jian and the others were left bewildered. What had they done wrong? Chun Haojia, blissfully unaware of the chaos his holographic images had incited, was savoring what would be his last meal on Green Star. His holiday was coming to an end, and aside from the time spent traveling, he had only been there for 3 days. He felt as though he hadn't had enough time, having not fully indulged in the meats or vegetables before he had to depart. The thought was disheartening. We've run out of all the seasonings at home. You know your own appetite, Wei Ning remarked. Unable to tolerate Chun Haojia's display of lament, you're about to eat us into poverty. Impossible. There are still plenty of vegetables in the fields. All that mutated beast meat over there was hunted by me. I haven't eaten a single bite, Chun Haojia countered, asserting that there were still numerous mutated beasts on Green Star. and that he could always return to hunt more once he finished. He was well aware that Wei Dong was jesting, yet he genuinely felt a sense of loss. He had yet to even sample the so-called cured meat. And the thought of leaving without tasting it was simply unacceptable. Why don't you take some cured meat back with you? Once it's dried, you can steam it to eat. It would be even better with some rice. Wei Ning, being generous, recognized Chun Haojia's contributions. Without him, they would not have amassed such a bounty of mutated beast meat, and he had also helped mitigate existing dangers that it was impossible to give him everything. As she had also earned her keep, enjoying a lavish meal of mutated beast meat and vegetables daily. The fields had already been thoroughly harvested, and there was no more to be taken. Didi, just as Chun Haojia was preparing to convert his reluctance into a hearty appetite and eat more, his holographic communicator beeped. Thinking it was his teammates bombarding him as usual, he instinctively lit up the screen. To his surprise, it was an unfamiliar contact. Initially intending to dismiss it, he realized the nature of the communication. It was a special channel used by the Corps to relay urgent directives to soldiers. Signaling an emergency that he straightened up immediately, ready to receive the message. A tall man with striking features and a prominent scar on his forehead appeared before them. Upon recognizing the individual, both Chun Haojia and Wei Dong's expressions shifted dramatically. They stood at attention and saluted the man. "Colonel," Chris nodded at the two, surveying the surroundings, his aura exuding an intimidating presence. The three members of the Wei family, unaccustomed to such an atmosphere, found themselves paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure exerted by a high-level psychic upon those of a lower rank. Compounded by Chris's menacing demeanor, it was an instinct cultivated through countless battles and struggles for survival. Noticing the presence of others, Chris tempered his energy, responding with a casual "Colonel, you summoned me?" Chun Haojia was puzzled as to why the captain would seek him out, especially while he was still on leave and not present at the border planet. Could it be a special mission meant for him? "Ahem. I'm here to inform you that your leave is over. Report back to your unit promptly," Chris said with an unyielding expression, his gaze drifting toward the food on the table. Today, they were having braised meat made from the tenderest portion of the man cow, which had been simmering since morning. Even in the absence of seasoning, after a day of cooking, the beef had become delectably tender and aromatic, practically melting in the mouth. If paired with rice, it would be nothing short of perfection. "Colonel, have you eaten? Would you like to try some?" Chun Haojia, noticing Chris's silence and wandering gaze, boldly proposed in a hushed tone. Chris replied without revealing much emotion. Immediately, Chun Haojia eagerly set a chair for him and filled a large bowl with food, inviting him to sit down as if the place were his own home. Wei Dong, having only encountered Chris once after the incident, had mostly seen him from a distance during battalion training, and felt a deep respect for the reputedly hot-tempered superior, daring not to meet his gaze directly. Once Chris was seated, Chun Haojia enthusiastically called for everyone to eat. Wei Ning and Wei Guoyang, having nearly finished their meals, felt too intimidated by Chris's formidable presence to continue, hastily finding excuses to leave. That left only Wei Dong and Chun Haojia, facing Chris together, since the last time he had been reprimanded and had his leave revoked. Chun Haojia's appreciation for Chris had skyrocketed. After all, if it weren't for him granting leave, he wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy such delectable food. Moreover, he suspected that Chris had come to him today primarily for the sake of indulging in meat. Stealing glances at Chris, he noted that although Chris maintained his aloof demeanor, the movements of his hands were gradually quickening, further affirming his suspicions that, of course, Chris was still mindful of whose meat he was consuming. And he extended a warm gesture towards Wei Dong, leaving him so overwhelmed with emotion that he could hardly articulate a response. Sensing a degree of discomfort in Chris's presence, he refrained from further conversation and concluded the meal before terminating the communication. "Colonel," Wei Dong, only regaining his composure after Chris departed, gazed incredulously at the stool that had held the bowls, struggling to believe that the person he had just encountered was indeed his commanding officer. "Haha, I believe the captain sought me out solely for the purpose of enjoying meat," Chun Haojia remarked with an expression that mirrored such a thought. "How could that be?" Wei Dong was unconvinced. "What else could he possibly want? To inform me that my leave has ended? Such matters are typically relayed by others." Chun Haojia grew increasingly convinced, asserting that it was rather peculiar for him to use a military communication channel merely to notify him of his leave's conclusion. Moreover, his enthusiastic consumption of food suggested he had come solely for that purpose. It was unclear how the captain had even known. completely oblivious to the fact that he had been betrayed by his teammate. Chun Haojia was focused solely on seizing the opportunity to eat as much as he could, knowing it would be unavailable to him the following day at Chris's residence on the border planet. After hanging up the communication, a satisfied smile broke across Chris's resolute face as he unconsciously stroked his empty stomach, as though the lingering aroma of the stewed meat still resided in his mouth, exuding an aura of languor. Only a select few with close ties were aware that Colonel Chris, the captain of the 7th Team of the 4th Legion, was indeed a true gourmand, hailing from the illustrious Cole family. A prominent military and political lineage within the Federation, Chris enjoyed a privileged upbringing and had been a frequent patron of the capital's finest dining establishments before enlisting, savoring exquisite dishes crafted by renowned chefs. Yet, none of those culinary experiences compared to the lingering delight of the stewed meat he had just consumed at last. He understood the relentless persistence of Chun Haojia, who had incessantly pestered the logistics team for the sake of culinary indulgence. He found himself sharing in that very impulse, as he recalled the myriad photographs of delicacies stored within that boy's neural interface. He felt a surge of indignation. How could that kid relish such an abundance of delicious food without bringing back a morsel for his direct superior? Were it not for the leave he had granted, that young lad would never have enjoyed such luxuries. Don't know. If that boy returned without bringing a token of appreciation for his commanding officer, he would be in for another round of punishment to instill a lasting lesson. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chris dispatched a series of messages to the captain of the 6th Team. Meanwhile, Chun Haojia, having just departed Green Star, felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his back in the cockpit, his mental faculties sharply attuned as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, eyeing the vast expanse of the cosmos. Celestial bodies of all sizes orbited along their respective trajectories, everything appearing as it should. Throughout the journey, he dared not relax for even a moment until he spotted the starport of the transfer planet, at which point he finally felt a measure of relief. Having secured the earliest available passage to the vicinity of the border planet, he sought out the head of the starport, leveraging his military privileges to obtain a private lounge. Whereupon he promptly collapsed into a deep slumber, after several hours of intense concentration and piloting a mech in the depths of space. Even his S-rank mental acuity and 2S physical strength were nearing their limits. Before the spacecraft embarked, he resolved to seize the opportunity for a quick nap. After 3 hours, Chun Haojia awoke invigorated and set forth to board the ship. Days later, he arrived at Carlo Star aboard a civilian craft, the closest planet to the border planet. Carlo Star was a diminutive celestial body predominantly inhabited by the families of 4th Legion personnel and severely injured soldiers recuperating from the front lines. The military maintained strict control over the planet, with the starport heavily patrolled, necessitating thorough inspections before granting passage. Carlo Star served as a hub for various supplies transported from other planets, which were subsequently relayed to the border planet. Should any issues arise on Carlo Star, the border planet would inevitably face a shortage of resources. Aside from military personnel and their families, all other cargo vessels arriving on the planet were subjected to scrutiny. Presenting his identification, Chun Haojia swiftly passed inspection and boarded the spacecraft designated for transporting supplies to the border planet. But a few hours later, the starship reached its destination. Upon returning to the base, he immediately sent a message to the team leader, indicating his return to IT. That moment, the base was in the midst of military training. Aside from soldiers assigned to patrol duty, all others were engaged in training exercises. The 4th Legion consisted of 20 battalions, each comprising approximately 500 soldiers across 20 teams. Each battalion possessed its own dedicated training facility, with teams training independently and convening for collective drills every 10 days. Today just happened to be one of those collective training days. Upon receiving Chun Haojia's message, 6th Team Leader and Lucen promptly replied, and then informed Chris of Chun Haojia's return, standing on a raised platform. Chris observed the soldiers training below, his gaze sharp and discerning. He could immediately identify any discrepancies in their movements. Just as he was preparing to offer corrections, and Lucen's message arrived. After reading it, he resumed watching the soldiers, personally addressing several improper techniques before delegating the remaining training to his deputy and striding away. Although the deputy found it odd that the commanding officer had left the training session, he dared not question him due to the officer's imposing presence. Continuing with the training, upon receiving Lucen's message, Chun Haojia, feeling perplexed, did not inquire further and proceeded to wait outside Chris's office. Where he was handling military affairs, Chris re-entered his office. He was met with the sight of Chun Haojia standing at attention at the door. Opening the door, Chris entered first, with Chun Haojia following closely behind and shutting the door behind them. Colonel, Chris, seated behind his desk, scrutinized Chun Haojia from head to toe, unexpectedly noting that he appeared to have gained a bit of weight, which soured his expression. Chun Haojia felt an ominous premonition. What could the captain be plotting? Hand it over. Chris did not beat around the bush, aware that there were only the two of them present, and felt no qualms about his authoritative demeanor. Hand over what? Chun Haojia replied, utterly bewildered. He had come immediately upon and Lucen's message indicating that the captain was seeking him. Now, upon meeting, he was subjected to Chris's scrutinizing gaze and nonsensical demands, which felt exceedingly odd. What do you think? Chris clenched his fists, visibly displeased with the boy's feigned ignorance. The neural interface? Chun Haojia ventured tentatively, only to find Chris's expression growing even darker. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. The meat? Upon hearing this, Chris's expression softened slightly. At least he was on the right track. Colonel, I brought this. He produced a piece of jerky weighing 4 to 5 pounds from his spatial button, reluctantly placing it on the metal table. Chris's gaze shifted to the table, where the dark red jerky lay. Exuding a faint spiciness, he resumed his seat, looking at Chun Haojia. This time, Chun Haojia quickly grasped the situation and explained, this is a type of cured meat made from mutated beast flesh. It can be eaten after being dried, cleaned, and steamed, and it pairs well with staple foods. It tastes quite good. Have you tried it? Chris, feeling unsatisfied with the current offering, inquired, his eyes glinting with interest at the mention of the jerky's flavor. Not yet. It wasn't dried at that time, but I heard it from Wei Dong's sister, who made it. Everything we consumed was prepared by her. Chun Haojia hastily elaborated, fearing that any dissatisfaction from Chris would lead to him being subjected to further training, which was excruciatingly painful. Did I ask this all? Chris was quite dissatisfied. It was such a meager amount that it barely sufficed for him to savor the taste. Chun Haojia felt a chill under his gaze and, ultimately, with great reluctance, retrieved half of the cured meat, which Chris then allowed him to keep. His heart ached. Why must his superior be such a person? He had so little cured meat himself, and what he had surrendered was hardly substantial. Once Chun Haojia departed, Chris's stern expression immediately transformed into one of delight. With a grand wave of his hand, he collected all the cured meat from the table into his spatial pouch, gleefully messaging his assistant. Wei Ning and the others remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Haojia had just been robbed. They were currently preoccupied. The vegetables in the fields had begun to bloom, and the transplanted melon seedlings had grown significantly. To facilitate management and harvesting, they needed to erect supports for the melon vines. The materials for the supports were salvaged from discarded window guards found in the urban ruins, and it took several days to gather intact pieces that had not lost their paint. For this endeavor, everyone was involved, today included. Even though many tasks could be delegated to robots, Wei Ning preferred to engage in hands-on work herself. Perhaps this was inherent to the nature of wood-based supernatural beings who cherished a connection with nature. Under her influence, the other 3 members of the Wei family had developed the habit of personally attending to most matters. So long as they were not too busy, this lifestyle of rising with the sun and resting at dusk had significantly altered their mindsets. They no longer clung to fame and fortune as they once did, but instead valued the time spent together as a family. Why must we build a support structure? Can't they grow well on the ground? Wei Dong questioned, quite perplexed. The area was ample enough for the seedlings to thrive. Why expend so much effort on constructing supports? If you had paid more attention to your studies instead of practicing your swordplay all day, you would understand. These melon vines, being loofahs, require rapid growth and ample sunlight for optimal development. Yi Ling explained from the side. The unique environment of Green Star meant that plants typically lacked sufficient light, which would hinder their growth. Yet, thanks to Wei Ning's powers, they flourished remarkably well. Brother, don't you think having a proper support structure will make harvesting more convenient? Wei Ning remarked while stabilizing the frame. Wei Dong observed the newly constructed triangular support, with a window guard positioned on each side of the vines, securely anchored at the base and the top. Due to the ample size of the window guards, the triangular frame could accommodate a person passing through, and he envisioned how the melons would hang beneath it, indeed making harvesting easier. Then why not build supports for the watermelons? Wei Dong inquired while tying the lines. You could certainly do that if you wished. Wei Ning did not oppose the idea. She had never seen watermelons supported in her hometown, but had come across videos showcasing such methods. However, she pondered whether the oversized vegetables would necessitate similar support for the watermelons, fearing that the structure might not withstand their weight. Forget it, Wei Dong conceded, having also considered the prospect of oversized crops. The supports could be reused. Once this batch of melons matured, they could plant beans next, which also required supports, as Wei Ning pointed out, gesturing towards a nearby bean vine. Currently, all varieties of seeds had matured, with the melon seedlings numbering merely a dozen, 10 or so loofah plants, 2 watermelons, 1 pumpkin, and 1 bean vine. Even with ample spacing, the loofah plants only occupied 2 rows of land, so only a few supports were needed to facilitate their growth. It did not take long to set everything up. They carefully guided the vines onto the supports to ease future climbing. Completing these tasks took less than half a day. The vegetables had now entered their flowering stage, and the saplings mixed in with them had been transplanted onto the hillside. The robots had ceased land cultivation for the time being. Over the past few weeks, the planting area had expanded to 2 kilometers away. There lay a dry lake bed, which could not be filled in, and after family discussions, they decided to leave it as is, waiting for the day when it could be replenished with water. It could serve to rear fish or ducks or be used for irrigation. The current planting area was sufficient for their needs, so they would not continue with further clearing, instead carefully planning the cultivated land for future expansion after this batch of seeds was harvested. Wei Ning's experimental results had also been revealed. Seeds that had not been soaked in nutrient solution had a germination rate of only 10%. However, seeds that were fully soaked and then sown had a survival rate of 60%. If nourished by Wei Ning's abilities and then soaked in nutrient solution before planting, the survival rate reached an impressive 100%. Water diluted with nutrient solution could shorten the growth cycle of plants. For the same vegetable, those grown via conventional methods had the shortest growth cycle and the smallest size, while those watered with diluted nutrient solution took slightly longer but were twice the size of the conventionally grown ones. As for those nurtured with Wei Ning's abilities and watered with diluted nutrient solution, their size multiplied several times over. It was through experimentation that they understood why, despite the harsh environment, the plants they cultivated not only survived but thrived better than those they had previously encountered. The reason for this was entirely due to Wei Ning's supernatural powers. In an instant, Wei Ning's status in the household soared above that of the family patriarch. Wei Guoyang, when it came to anything related to cultivation, they trusted her unconditionally to mitigate the possibility of failure. Wei Ning began dedicating most of her time each day to studying various agricultural techniques on the Star Network. However, she found that relevant information was scarce, leading her to suspect that true cultivation techniques were likely monopolized by powerful families. She could only access resources like the Encyclopedia of Mutated Plants and the Federal Pharmacopoeia. Her primary focus was on familiarizing herself with the various plants cataloged in the Interstellar records for cultivation methods. She relied on her memory of what she had seen. However, the methods for general vegetables were largely similar. With her wood-based abilities as a kind of cheat, she need not worry about failing to grow crops. Rather, her concern was that significant disparities might lead to unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, for this batch, Wei Ning still infused some of her abilities daily. Curious to see if the final yield would exhibit any changes, the loofah vines climbed the supports and blossomed with delicate yellow flowers. The first batch of vegetable seeds on Green Star reached maturity. Without the aid of robots, they harvested everything by hand. They sorted and piled the harvested seeds, sweat glistening on their faces. They were filled with the joy of reaping their rewards. Initially, they had lingered due to a dream, harboring little hope for everything within it. After all, transforming a planet from barren to flourishing required an extensive amount of time. They had braced themselves for a decades-long, even century-long endeavor to rehabilitate Green Star. Little did they expect that with Wei Ning awakening her wood-based abilities, within a mere 6 months, they not only had access to fresh vegetables, but had also harvested a substantial batch of seeds. The 4 of them took 2 days to gather and bind all the seeds, laying them out to dry in the open space before their home. The leftover vegetable stalks were ground up by robots and buried in the soil to decompose into fertilizer. Once these vegetables are planted, we can attempt to open a shop on the Star Network to sell them, Wei Guoyang remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he watched the robots busily working in the fields. This batch of vegetables had undergone significant changes in appearance due to Wei Ning's occasional infusion of her abilities, resulting in an impressive yield of seeds. Each plant could yield approximately 300 to 500 seeds. With over 100,000 vegetable seeds alone, not to mention others, the total quantity was quite substantial. Observing the abundance, they realized that selling them would require careful planning. One batch for trial sale and another for seed retention. The freshly harvested seeds have once again been meticulously arranged for their journey. The robots have turned the soil anew, breaking it into fine granules, with rows neatly delineated, all prepared for sowing. Once the seeds have been dried and threshed, all the shriveled ones are collected, while the remainder is sorted into individual glass containers. Each vessel is filled with a nutrient-rich liquid. The seeds are precious, and Yi Ling does not dare to be careless. Insisting that Wei Ning imbue each glass container with her unique abilities. In just 3 days, every single seed has sprouted. They have embarked on a new round of sowing. In an instant, apart from Wei Ning's family. The entire field is bustling with robots laboring tirelessly. With the assistance of these machines, the sowing is completed in a single day. As they observe the robots watering the newly sown land, the family stands by, brimming with anticipation. This marks their genuine endeavor to cultivate Green Star. Over 20 acres of seeds have been planted, filling the land near their cottage. Once the vegetables flourish, the area will become a verdant spectacle. The most resplendent feature of Green Star. With the expansion of the planting area, Wei Guoyang grows anxious about whether the mutated beasts of Green Star will venture this way. Previously, Chun Haojia had hunted the high-level mutated beasts, and the lower-level ones, frightened, did not dare to stray from their nests. Now, after such a passage of time, those beasts have long forgotten, and once the vegetables mature, they will become food for the herbivorous mutants of Green Star. Unlike the sparse greenery in other areas, the expansive planting grounds present an irresistible allure. Can we not purchase a protective shield? Wei Ning inquires, noticing the furrowed brows of those around her. The conditions for acquiring a protective shield are quite stringent. Given the current state of Green Star, we do not meet the requirements, Wei Guoyang replies. What about a smaller one? Wei Ning assumes that it is the planetary-grade shields that cannot be procured. But surely the smaller ones would suffice. She is aware that larger planets have planetary-grade protective shields. 5 centuries ago, after the star beasts breached the defenses and harmed humanity on nearby planets, humans developed protective shields capable of withstanding star beast attacks, installing them on all inhabited planets. Even though no star beast has attacked since, the shields remain, transitioning from defense against invasions to safeguarding planetary security. The planetary-grade shield is external. We will need to purchase one in the future. Wei Dong recalls Chun Haojia's previous comments, realizing how uninformed they have been. With a planetary-grade shield, anyone entering Green Star must gain the approval of the planet's owner. Otherwise, they would be treated as invaders and attacked by the shield. We must at least acquire an intermediate protective shield to encompass the planting area. The small shields are simply too inadequate. But why can't we buy one? The intermediate protective shield also has conditional restrictions. Wei Guoyang sighs. Currently, the Federation's protective shields are exclusively developed by the Research Institute, while their production is monopolized by the He family. Initially, there were no restrictions. Anyone with money could purchase them. However, following numerous illegal activities involving protective shields that caused significant repercussions, the Federation government mandated that all purchases must be applied for. Government departments would assess the applications, dispatch personnel to investigate the intended use of the shield, and only then grant purchasing qualifications. Wei Ning is disinterested in such matters and thus remains uninformed. Shall we apply then? She suggests, glancing at the planting area. Anxious about the sudden appearance of mutated beasts, our current circumstances render us ineligible to apply, Yi Ling states matter-of-factly. Why? Wei Ning is even more perplexed, because Green Star is still classified as a barren planet. Wei Ning frowns, realizing the predicament. Unless the planting area exceeds 10,000 acres, we will not be able to apply for a protective shield anytime soon. Wei Guoyang concedes helplessly. Then what if we build a wall? The red-eyed mutated rabbits will dig tunnels, and the tough-skinned mutated beasts would easily breach it. A wall would be utterly ineffective. Wei Dong is the first to object. A wall may deter some lower-level mutated beasts lacking significant offensive capabilities. But for others, it would be futile. A mere collision would topple it in the short term. There is no need for concern. High-level mutated beasts generally do not venture far from their nests, if it's just the mutated rabbits. I can manage, Wei Dong reassures the worried faces around him. Nonetheless, as the planting area expands, acquiring an intermediate protective shield becomes imperative. Can a protective net deter mutated beasts? Wei Ning muses, recalling modern high-voltage electric fences. Unsure of their effectiveness against mutated beasts. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Wei Guoyang's eyes light up at the suggestion. Although they cannot purchase a protective shield at present, they can still acquire a protective net. The protective shield is merely an upgraded version of the protective net. Initially, humans developed the protective net to isolate forests from living areas. Later, with the emergence of star beasts attacking humans, the protective shield was born, leading to the gradual obsolescence of the protective net. Only remote planets still utilize protective nets, while larger planets have transitioned entirely to protective shields. Furthermore, purchasing a protective net does not require an application. As long as one has the funds and means, it can be obtained. I will contact someone to procure the protective net immediately. Without delay, Wei Guoyang reaches out to arrange for the swift acquisition and installation of the protective net. Do we need to hire someone for installation? Yi Ling expresses concern. Since the planting area has just begun, if outsiders come, they will surely notice. If word gets out, it could attract the attention of those noble families with their own planting lands. We can install it ourselves, Wei Dong proposes, recalling that installation videos are typically available. They can first attempt it themselves. 7 days later, the protective net arrives urgently. Is this really the protective net? Wei Ning opens a spatial button. Releasing the net, which appears as a tangle resembling a fishing net, she doubts its ability to fend off mutated beasts. Do not underestimate this net. It possesses remarkable flexibility, is fireproof and waterproof, and as tough as iron. The most crucial aspect is that once energy stones are installed, it generates an extremely high voltage. Any living creature that approaches will be electrocuted as long as a large-scale assault by mutated beasts does not occur. Safety is highly assured. Wei Dong recalls witnessing such protective nets incapacitate high-level mutated beasts during a mission. However, as their use has diminished, he had forgotten about it in the absence of protective shields. Protective nets were the sole means of deterring mutated beasts. The installation requires some time. Wei Ning observes after watching the accompanying installation video. The protective net stands 5 meters tall, needing to be buried 2 meters underground, with 3 meters above ground, and must be arranged in a circular formation, connecting the two ends. The junctions feature energy stone devices. Once installed and energy stones are placed within, the protective net activates automatically until the stones are depleted. The larger the area, the more energy stones consumed. They plan to encircle all the cleared land, starting from the cottage, forming a semicircle with a radius of over 2 kilometers, requiring 10 energy stones per day. Currently, the price of an energy stone is approximately 500 star coins, resulting in a daily expenditure of 5,000 star coins. Over time, this becomes a significant financial burden, and we need to quickly plant more vegetables to sell. Otherwise, the daily energy stone consumption alone will amount to a fortune, Wei Ning exclaims upon reviewing the costs. The energy stones we are currently using are already of the lowest grade if we were to use the energy stones for protective shields. Each would cost 100,000 star coins, consuming 2 stones daily. The planetary-grade shields are indeed money guzzlers. Wei Dong explains while examining the installation details. No wonder the threshold for planetary-grade shields is so high. One must not only afford them, but also sustain their use. Otherwise, how could the Federation maintain control over the mining rights to energy resources? Each year, merely covering the costs for protective shields across the planets is a substantial expenditure. Enough of that for now. Let us focus on installing the protective net. The seeds have already sprouted, and by the time the installation is complete, they will nearly be ready for harvest. Until the installation is finished, I cannot find peace of mind. Wei Guoyang halted the siblings from continuing their discussion, ensuring they were equipped with the necessary tools before departing. Previously, they had meticulously marked the locations for digging trenches and had activated the robots to commence their work. Their task now was to bury the protective net within the trenches, allowing the robots to cover it with soil. They began their efforts on the hillside where trees had been planted. First, unrolling and securing the protective net. One person was needed to hold the net taut, while others would periodically stabilize it at intervals, with 4 individuals and 20 robots engaged in the endeavor of trench digging and net installation. They managed to cover a mere kilometer in a day, despite the vast expanse of over 20 kilometers requiring their attention. This labor-intensive task demanded significant effort, while the robots could assist with digging and soil filling. The remainder relied solely on them. Given the need for numerous robots to expedite the installation, the four took turns each day to fill soil. They would leave home each morning in pristine condition, only to return covered in sweat and dirt after a long day's toil. After more than half a month of relentless work, they finally found themselves back at their starting point. Wei Dong attached the connectors on either side of the protective net, installing the energy device such that half was buried underground while the other half remained exposed. This specially designed box, square in shape, contained 10 recesses, all interconnected by a series of wires leading to a single button. He placed 10 energy stones into the grooves and pressed the switch. A flash of white light illuminated the area, and the protective net seemed to shimmer with a delicate glow, standing out vividly against the overcast sky. Is that all there is to it? Wei Ning inquired curiously as she rubbed her sore shoulders. Surprised at the simplicity of the task, almost done. I will take a round to inspect and test its functionality. As long as the energy stones remain unspent, the protective net will stay active. I must caution you to keep your distance. It can be quite dangerous, Wei Dong replied, directing his words primarily towards Wei Ning, wary of her impulsive nature. Why are you looking at me, big brother? I am not a child. I even enjoy thrilling experiences, Wei Ning retorted, casting him an annoyed glance. The protective net is not akin to a shield. It indiscriminately delivers electrical shocks to anyone who comes too close. And within this meter of distance, both robots and ourselves must maintain a safe distance, Wei Dong stated earnestly, tapping his foot on the ground. He harbored no concerns for their parents, as the robots were programmed to remain within designated boundaries. His sole worry was for his sister, fearing she might forget the danger. We will keep an eye on you, Wei Guoyang added solemnly. Wei Ning playfully stuck out her tongue, signifying that she would heed their warnings. Our protective net has no exits. To leave, one must use a small spacecraft to ascend, Wei Dong continued. The type of protective net they had purchased provided comprehensive protection, differing from the commonly used models that required 2 energy devices. It was more energy efficient, though the sole inconvenience was that entering or exiting necessitated a spacecraft ride. Nonetheless, with the protective net securely installed, their safety was significantly enhanced, and the expansive area inside was well equipped, rendering any need to venture outside unnecessary. Regardless, with ample space for activities, Wei Ning paid little mind to such details. After such an extensive period of hard work, they had finally accomplished their goal. She resolved to prepare a delectable meal to reward everyone's efforts. Let us have clay pot rice for dinner, she suggested. What is clay pot rice? Upon hearing of a new culinary delight, all three turned their eager gazes toward her, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Since Chun Haojia's departure, they had savored various cured meats from mutated beasts, prepared through steaming, frying, and braising, each method yielding delightful flavors they had never experienced before. Now, the notion of clay pot rice was entirely new to them, and they were certain it would be delicious. It's a novel cooking method I've devised. We just received a supply of rice, and after all our hard work, we deserve a proper feast. Then Dongzi should promptly check the protective net, while your mother and I will head to the planting area to gather weeds. Ning, you may return home to prepare, Wei Guoyang instructed, immediately assigning tasks upon the mention of a new dish. Be sure not to overexert yourselves, and return home early, Mom and Dad. Also, big brother, make haste, he added. Wei Ning advised. Ever since the second batch of vegetables was sown, for reasons unknown, wild grasses had inexplicably sprouted alongside them. Wei Ling speculated that it might have come with the water source, as they had been fetching water from the pond every week, unable to frequently use the well water for irrigation. The wild grasses could not simply be pulled up and discarded. They dedicated time each day to uproot them and then relocated them to the hillside, where a small patch of grass had already taken root. The current batch of robots was equipped with numerous functions, including one for weeding, yet Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang insisted on doing it themselves. And Wei Ning did not intervene, believing that if it pleased them, they should be allowed to do so. The four of them parted ways. Wei Dong went to inspect the protective fence. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling headed to the planting area, while Wei Ning returned home. Time flew swiftly, and it had already been half a year since they arrived on Green Star, next to their small dwelling. They had expanded to construct a kitchen. Unlike the small house, which was purchased, this kitchen was built by themselves, with materials salvaged from the city ruins. For this structure, they rummaged through the ruins for several days and scoured the starnet for various resources, videos, and modeling techniques, ultimately taking half a month to complete the construction. The exterior was unremarkable, lacking in aesthetic appeal due to their inexperience. It appeared somewhat flimsy, merely a large framework with wall panels assembled together. Yet it offered ample space inside. Wei Ning arranged the pots, pans, kitchen utensils, and various seasonings she had purchased within. The subsequently acquired energy stove, oven, cutting board, and folding rack were all placed inside, finally resembling a kitchen. Outside was a dining table. The center featured the stove, and at the back hung an assortment of cured meats from mutated beasts. After sharing half with Chun Haojia, they consumed the remainder every couple of days. And there was still quite a bit left, likely enough to last for several months. Wei Ning had stockpiled various spices in anticipation of Chun's next visit, hoping to procure more mutated beasts to create cured meats, which would extend their supply further. Far away on the border star, Chun Haojia suddenly sneezed, muttering about who was again thinking of his limited supply of cured meats. The best part of clay pot rice was the crispy bottom. And every time Wei Ning indulged, she would leave the pot entirely clean. In her childhood, the crispy bits from the large pot were the most frequently enjoyed snack, so much so that when she later missed the crispy bits from the large pot rice, the clay pot rice version became her favorite. They had only 10 kilograms of rice, and given their consumption, it would be gone after 3 meals. Rice was truly hard to come by. Occasionally, they could find some in the capital star. But now it all relied on luck. She had waited half a year for this bag of rice. In the future, if given the opportunity, it would be best to cultivate rice, allowing the interstellar populace to eat freely without scarcity. She mused while rinsing the rice. After washing the rice and cleaning the large pot, she placed the rice inside, adding water until it submerged the grains, opened the energy valve, and adjusted the flame. Wei Ning began preparing the ingredients, selecting small portions of various cured meats, washing them, slicing them, and adding some vegetables. The interstellar market lacked scallions, ginger, and garlic, and the selection of seasonings was pitiful. Wei Ning had hoarded oil, salt, soy sauce, pepper, Sichuan pepper, cumin, and chili powder. Over time, she chose the animal fat she had rendered for oil, along with salt, soy sauce, and chili powder. For the rest, she had none. As she finished chopping the ingredients, the water in the large pot began to boil, sending the white grains of rice tumbling, releasing a faint fragrance that wafted through the air. Wei Ning used a large slotted spoon to stir, causing the grains to stick to her fingertips, breaking apart. She turned off the heat, removed the rice, set aside the rice water for later consumption, reignited the flame, and when the water had evaporated, added a small spoonful of animal fat, swirling it around the pot's base before returning the rice, adding enough rice water to cover it, then covered the pot to steam for 5 minutes. Afterward, she spread the sliced meats evenly over the rice, covered the pot to cook until done, turned off the heat, and finally poured the prepared sauce over the meat, letting it steam a bit longer. In another pot, she quickly stir-fried a bowl of greens, ready to serve. Just as Wei Ning finished frying the vegetables and set them on the table, Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling returned. The two washed their hands and changed clothes before coming out. And Wei Dong also arrived, eager to eat. Wei Dong hastily changed and cleaned his hands before joining them. He arrived just in time to see Wei Ning bringing the food to the table. The sight of neatly arranged, glistening slices of meat in the bowl, combined with the enticing aroma of the rice, quickened his pace toward the stove. The lid had already been lifted, revealing half a pot of rice topped with meat slices, the grains soaked in sauce, and a layer of golden crispy rice at the bottom. Wei Dong grabbed a bowl, filled it generously, and couldn't wait to sit down, eating as he walked, the sweet aroma of rice, the savory allure of cured meat, and the delightful crunch of the crispy rice made it so that by the time he reached the table, he had already consumed more than half of his bowl. Although they had eaten rice before, this way of consuming it felt novel, and Wei Ning, having not enjoyed such a meal in a long time, found that by the end, not even a remnant of crispy rice remained. Leaving the pot thoroughly cleaned. After the meal, the family moved to the living room to chat. The second batch of vegetables was nearing readiness for harvest. With such a plentiful yield, it was time to consider selling them. This was an area Wei Ning generally did not involve herself in. Whether in her past life or this one, she lacked a talent for business, always leaving such matters to Wei Guoyang. Their current discussion revolved around the selling strategy. Despite the large population in the interstellar realm, Only a select few could afford vegetables. Over the years, food prices had remained high, a result of intentional manipulation by those with ulterior motives. They were essentially trying to seize food from the jaws of a tiger, knowing that with their current cultivation methods, they could continuously supply vegetables within half a year if they set their prices too low. They would surely draw attention from those individuals. Conversely, if they priced them too high, Wei Ning was reluctant. She hoped that one day, all beings in the interstellar realm could enjoy natural food rather than nutrient solutions. Currently, it was not only a matter of pricing but also transportation, which posed a significant challenge, as Green Star was rather distant from other major stars. Although modern technology made it relatively easy to keep food fresh for about a week, the cost of long-distance transportation was steep, especially since Green Star lacked dedicated shipping routes. If they were to purchase a spaceship solely for transportation, they would not see any returns in the short term. A single ship would cost at least tens of millions of star coins. Not to mention, they would need to establish a packaging assembly line, even a single line, from harvesting to packaging to final shipment. Required capital. Furthermore, once the vegetables were sold, they would inevitably be discovered. Currently, they were still in the early stages of development. If they were to be found out and suppressed, all their efforts would be in vain. Wei Guoyang was quite troubled. His previous company had not ventured into agriculture, and he was unfamiliar with the intricacies involved. Since deciding to cultivate land, he had been continually gathering information on the subject, only to realize why those prominent farming families had maintained control over the entire interstellar agricultural lifeline for so many years. Their agricultural techniques were unique to the entire Federation. Ordinary individuals simply could not purchase seeds, let alone cultivate them, which led to the entire industry being dominated by these families. If they wished to develop agriculture without becoming dependent on these families, they needed to find a powerful backing, one substantial enough to deter any rash actions from those families. However, none of the people he knew possessed such capability, and as the vegetable harvest approached, Wei Guoyang was in a state of anxiety. If Wei Guoyang felt powerless, Wei Dong was even more so. Having graduated directly to the battlefield from military academy, his acquaintances were all soldiers that Wei Ning had also conversed with friends who helped her purchase seedlings and seeds. They were unaware she was growing vegetables on Green Star, thinking she was simply interested in research. They had shared quite a bit of information, most of which mirrored what Wei Guoyang had already gathered, but ultimately reminded her that if she truly wished to pursue this direction, it would be best to align with a reliable family. This news was not favorable for them. They desired autonomy in their development, not to be tethered to a family. Joining any family would mean becoming their subordinate, with all decisions subject to the family's authority, something they did not wish for. Brother, does your regiment need vegetables? Wei Ning turned to ask Wei Dong. She was not well versed in the military, but recalling how Chun Haojia had enjoyed the food, mentioning that the vegetables at the base lacked flavor, she inquired. Yes, we do that. We have vegetables, fruits, and meats during our monthly additional rations, but the quantities are quite limited. The taste is also not as good as what we have at home. Wei Dong recalled the soft, mushy vegetables he had previously eaten. If it weren't for the texture being better than nutrient solutions, he wouldn't have been particularly fond of them. Are you considering a collaboration with the regiment? Wei Guoyang immediately seized upon the core of the conversation. If joining a family was not an option, then partnering with the regiment might allow them to develop independently. He believed the regiment would not interfere, and they could provide a source of supply at competitive prices compared to others. If one could rely on the Legion, the aristocracy would pose no threat. They need not utilize the Legion for any purpose, merely to intervene when the aristocracy seeks to stir trouble. The audacity of the aristocracy to manipulate vegetable prices stems entirely from the coalition of all planting families, who inflate prices under various pretexts, rendering even the government powerless, as the methods of cultivation are firmly in their grasp. While it is not impossible to challenge them, such actions would be tantamount to opposing the aristocracy. After all, the Legion's supplies are sourced from fixed vendors. Regardless of the approach taken, it was destined that our decision regarding the development direction of Green Star would lead us to stake a claim in this industry. It is merely a matter of time. How can we ascertain the Legion's reluctance without attempting it? Even if they were to raise prices in unison with the aristocracy, not aligning with them would still position us as adversaries. Indeed, Wei Ling disapproved of the aristocracy's conduct, yet felt powerless. They could not cultivate safe, edible food, and were forced to watch as the aristocracy grew increasingly dominant, gradually controlling prices. However, collaborating with the Legion is no simple feat. I must contemplate how to proceed. Perhaps I should consult Chen Haojia. That fellow has been reassigned to the captain's personal guard, and I could inquire with him, Wei Dong suggested, having only recently learned of this. Given the nature of that individual, spending time in the personal guard would enable him to forge camaraderie with others, making it easier to gather information. Will this have any repercussions for Haojia? Wei Guoyang expressed concern. No. It is not core information and can be disclosed externally if it does not affect anything. Then do ask him. Do not put him in a difficult position if it proves unfeasible. We can devise alternative strategies. Upon hearing that it would not be detrimental, Wei Guoyang felt reassured and reminded him to do his utmost. If we can assist them, it would be a significant favor owed. If not, he must consider what the next steps should be. If all else fails, cooperation with the research institute may be our only option, as they would undoubtedly find it intriguing. After all, the vegetables they produce differ from those available in the market. Yet, he was reluctant to engage with the research institute unless absolutely necessary, for if a collaboration were to occur, Wei Ning's abilities would be at risk of exposure, with unimaginable consequences, for a long time. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling believed that the exceptional quality of the vegetables they cultivated was due to Wei Ning's powers, which rendered them free of any bitter taste. However, Wei Ning had not delved deeply into this matter. Merely aware that plants are difficult to cultivate and prone to mutation, she had not explored the reasons, assuming it was due to environmental factors. Moreover, she grew vegetables, which she considered entirely distinct from other plants, one for consumption, the other for ornamental purposes. Yi Ling, on the other hand, understood that plant mutations are caused by interstellar environmental conditions, as they harbor a form of volatile energy akin to the violent fluctuations of human mental strength. Although she had never cultivated vegetables, she had always attributed the lack of bitterness to Wei Ning's abilities. Now, she realized further investigation was necessary if she could cultivate vegetables of equal quality without relying on powers. Collaborating with the Research Institute might prove beneficial. The Institute has long been engaged in research on how to cultivate safe, consumable vegetables without special agents, aiming to provide the interstellar populace with natural food. That individual, dedicated to the welfare of the people, would likely deter the aristocracy from recklessly opposing him. If she could master the cultivation methods and entrust them to him, she believed he would safeguard their interests. The immediate priority is to recommence experiments, this time requiring more detailed data, with a new research direction in mind. Yi Ling mentioned it to Wei Guoyang, who concurred it was a feasible plan. Should collaboration with the Legion prove elusive, the Research Institute would indeed be the best alternative. Wei Dong was unable to reach Chen Haojia, likely due to missions, so he left a message for him to respond when available. Yi Ling sought out friends to procure seeds for research and continued daily to the planting site to clear weeds and sow them on the hillside as the vegetables neared harvest. Wei Guoyang opened a shop on the Star Network, investing a substantial sum of star coins to activate the highest permissions. He uploaded several pictures of the vegetables and included the food safety certification. The Star Network marketplace boasts a high level of privacy. Once users activate the highest permissions, their personal information remains secure unless the network detects illicit activities or the intelligence system utilizes its authority. Since the Star Network's inception over a millennium ago, apart from a few individuals who breached regulations and had their information exposed, no one has compelled the intelligence system to exercise its authority. Wei Guoyang was untroubled by the potential for his data to be leaked. After submitting the information, he awaited approval from the intelligence system. In less than 2 minutes, he received the notification of approval and returned to the shop's backend to set the prices, delivery range, and timing for the vegetables, ultimately activating intelligent reminders so that he would receive notifications whenever an order was placed. Once everything was in order, he exited the marketplace and opened another application where he had posted a job recruitment notice. Months had passed. Initially, he checked daily, but it had been a month since he last did so. Expecting to find no resumes, he was about to close the application when he noticed a new, unread message amidst the emptiness of the backend. Wei Guoyang felt a surge of excitement. Upon opening it, he discovered that the applicant was a recent graduate. He had hoped for someone with work experience, and just as he contemplated rejecting the application, he noticed the name of the school, Federal University. Federal University is the only institution in Capital Star bearing the title of Federal, known for its esteemed faculty. Each year, countless students apply, yet only a select few gain admission. Those fortunate enough to be accepted are all exceptional. Having a graduate from Federal University in Capital Star is a matter of immense pride that IT is the sole university that evaluates candidates based on merit rather than family background. Anyone of appropriate age may apply, and as long as they meet the admission score and have no criminal record, they will be accepted. For economically disadvantaged students, Federal University even waives tuition fees and provides a stipend for living expenses, with the stipulation that graduates must pay back 3 months' salary each year, regardless of the amount. This serves as a form of tuition reimbursement, yet many impoverished students still apply, adhering to the terms. As for them, securing a place at Federal University in exchange for 3 months' salary is a dream they dare not even imagine. Upon reading this, Wei Ning revisited the details. The applicant, a young man named Haifeng, was a low-income student and an orphan, having excelled academically to gain admission to Federal University and graduated with honors. Logically, he would be a highly sought-after candidate by numerous enterprises, yet he applied for this position himself. Wei Ning felt puzzled. The application had been submitted just yesterday. Initially intending to reject it, he changed his mind upon reading a line in the self-introduction. Building a desolate star is my lifelong dream. Now, seeing him, Wei Ning felt he might be obstructing the development of an exceptional young talent. With such capability, it seemed a waste for him to come to Green Star. Currently, Green Star could not offer him the best opportunities. He deserved far more. Just as Wei Ning prepared to express his refusal, Haifeng suddenly became anxious, the smile fading from his face and replaced by a look of earnest pleading. Please don't turn me down. I truly have nowhere else to go. That I inadvertently offended a wealthy second-generation student at school, and he has leveraged his connections with various enterprises to ensure they do not hire me. You are the only one willing to interview me. That I genuinely desire this job and do not want to seek alternatives. Could you grant me a chance? I can forego my salary. I only need a place to stay. By the end of his plea, Haifeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wei Ning found it hard to refuse him, feeling that denying him would bring him to the brink of tears. His circumstances were so dire that Wei Ning could not bear to reject him. Thus, he offered the choice to Haifeng. If he could accept unstable signals, fluctuating danger levels, and desolate surroundings, then he was welcome to come. He turned off the screen, sent the other party a location and contact information, and exited the software. Capital City Haifeng noticed that the other party had gone offline. Withdrew the expression from his face, rubbed the spot he had just twisted, noted down the location and contact details, and stepped out of the room. The decor outside was understated yet luxurious, entirely unlike the life of a poor student orphan that Wei Ning had envisioned. It was far grander and more opulent than the place he had previously lived. Haifeng, how did your interview go? Did you pass? A young woman downstairs smiled and inquired as he descended. It had been over a month since her nephew graduated, and she had been waiting for him to return from his travels, initially intending to find him a good job, but he had declined. Knowing his strong will, she refrained from pressing the matter further. She had specifically waited for him after he received the interview notification. Let us just say I passed, Haifeng replied as he settled onto a nearby sofa. What do you mean by let us just say? With your excellence, which company would dare to reject you? Elena asked, puzzled. It's a private planet. They didn't reject me, but left the choice up to me. Haifeng disclosed without hesitation, intending to investigate the matter further later on. A private planet. That could serve as good practice, Elena remarked, not probing further. I in the Federation. Those who could own private planets were either incredibly wealthy or of noble birth, and such positions required signing confidentiality agreements until the work was completed. Haifeng was not the impoverished orphan as described on his resume. He came from a distinguished lineage, his grandfather being the renowned planner Helios. However, Haifeng preferred not to draw attention to himself and had altered his identity information during university, enrolling in the Federation University as a poor student, despite the truth that his parents were indeed absent. Elena, his aunt, understood well that after graduation he had declined her offers of employment, choosing instead to seek work independently without relying on family connections. He submitted dozens of resumes, ultimately receiving only the one interview he just attended. He did not wish to lean on his family. He wanted others to acknowledge that Helios was his grandfather rather than the other way around. He believed that through his own efforts, he could gain admission to the Federation University, graduate with distinction, and smoothly transition into the workforce. But reality had once again taught him the harshness of life that on Green Star. Wei Guoliang had managed to handle his affairs for the day. And it was already noon. Not seeing his two children at home, he made his way to the planting area. There, he found only Yi Ling weeding. The wild grasses had nearly been cleared, leaving only a few smaller ones untouched. As she feared they would not take root if pulled too early, this batch of vegetables was thriving. While they were not as large in appearance as the first batch, each plant was noticeably bigger than those available in the market and was ready for harvest. The beans, loofahs, and pumpkins had all matured, remaining on the vines to preserve seeds. The second batch of vegetables was ripe for picking. The watermelons were still maturing, which was quite frustrating. Where have those two gone? Wei Guoliang asked, surveying the area for the siblings. They went out, Yi Ling replied, standing up to stretch her sore back from squatting for too long. Wei Guoliang carefully dug out a wild grass growing alongside the vegetables. Setting it aside without asking further, "Don't worry, old Wei. Things will get better." Yi Ling reassured him. No one understood better than she did that their expenses on Green Star had exceeded their budget. And he was feeling the strain that if they could not sell the vegetables from Green Star, all their efforts would be in vain. "I'm fine," Wei Guoliang said, rising to find the next wild grass. He had once started with nothing, accumulating experience bit by bit until he secured a place for himself on Capital Star. Now, it was merely a fresh start, observing the lush planting area and the person beside him. A weight lifted from his heart. At least he was not alone. He looked up and smiled at Yi Ling, saying, "No matter how difficult this path may be, we've already taken a significant step forward. I believe that if we can overcome this hurdle, things will only get better." Wei Guoliang's words were not mere platitudes. The problem they faced was simply the unsold vegetable yield, and the most severe threat was the pressure from powerful families. If they could resolve this, Green Star's future would only look brighter. "You're right," Yi Ling understood. The dominance of powerful families was merely based on their control of planting technologies. If those technologies were no longer secrets, their power would diminish. Had it not been for the gap in planting and breeding techniques, the Federation would not have allowed the powerful families to dominate. After all, people depend on food, even after thousands of years in the cosmos. Humanity had not changed. When delicious food was available, who would opt for nutrient solutions? The reluctance of these families to share their technology, combined with research institutions struggling to find direction and the presence of advocates for these families within the upper echelons of the Federation government, had led to the current predicament that I just interviewed someone. Soon we will have a planner on Green Star. Look, we've successfully grown vegetables, fruits, and trees, and now a planner is joining us. Everything is progressing positively. Given time, Green Star will present itself anew in the cosmos. Although much of this was due to Wei Ning's abilities, at least they had achieved what others had not, hadn't they? Wei Guoliang then shared Hai Feng's situation with Yi Ling, sensing that Hai Feng would be joining them. "Shouldn't we prepare a house then?" Yi Ling suddenly remembered that there were no spare rooms at home. The last time Chun Haojia visited, he had shared a room with Wei Dong. Wouldn't due to have this young man, named Hai Feng, also sharing with Wei Dong, especially since they did not know each other. Moreover, it was generally awkward for a boss to live with an employee. "Yes, I've already purchased a mobile home. When he arrives, he can choose where he prefers to stay." Wei Guoliang had anticipated this, which is why he had placed the order after the interview. "Once Dongzi returns, we should take some time to head back to the city, look for materials, and build a storage shed." Observing the kitchen, which appeared quite functional, Wei Guoliang thought that constructing a storage shed shouldn't be too difficult. They had not discussed where they were going. It was only then that Wei Guoliang recalled that the siblings had been out for quite some time without returning. They just said they were going for a walk. Yi Ling glanced at her light brain, noticing a message from Wei Ning, stating that they would be back later and urging her not to worry. At that moment, Wei Dong and Wei Ning stood beside a 3 to 4 meter tall tree, its branches laden with clusters of red and green fruits. Both were smeared with crimson juice, appearing quite disheveled. The situation unfolded as follows. He had ventured out today hoping for luck, wanting to see if he could find any low-level mutated beasts, having grown weary of the same old cured meats, and wishing for a change in flavor. As soon as he boarded the ship, Wei Ning followed, expressing her desire to accompany him. Unable to refuse, he allowed her to tag along. They had agreed not to venture deep into the forest. Yet Wei Ning insisted on visiting the area known for wild boars, which he vehemently opposed due to the danger. Finally, she had posed a question to him. "Big brother, "Do you know why wild boars grow so large?" He honestly did not know, so he casually asked why. She then explained that their size must be due to the abundance of food in their territory, as pigs were excellent foragers that we could search for the food that wild boars eat. Perhaps it would also be suitable for us. It's always good to have a variety of ingredients, she rambled on, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Recalling the clay pot rice they had eaten that day made Wei Dong's heart race. He remembered how Chun Haojia had hunted numerous wild boars, significantly reducing the danger. With no adult wild boars around, protecting her would be manageable, so he had agreed to come along. Wei Ning was elated at his consent. She had merely wanted to explore what edible plants Green Star had to offer, having been there for quite some time. Aside from visiting the pond in the valley, she had not ventured elsewhere. After witnessing Chun Haojia's bounty of mutated beasts, she had long harbored this idea, but had been too busy until now. More specifically, she was inspired by the clay pot rice. They now had vegetables, meat, and soon fruits, yet lacked staples, leaving her feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, it was not only rice seeds that were hard to come by. Even regular rice was difficult to purchase, so she had abandoned thoughts of growing rice herself. Instead, she considered that wild boars were adept at foraging. After Chun Haojia had hunted those few robust specimens, she became curious about what they consumed to grow so large. It was noteworthy that 1/3 of Green Star's area had once been forest. Although the ravages of war have nearly obliterated the landscape, there remain a few patches of vegetation flourishing remarkably well. After years of rest and recuperation, the mutated beasts have gradually increased in number. If given several more decades, the once thriving forests of Green Star might slowly begin to reclaim their former glory, had it not been for the catastrophic beast tide that wrought severe devastation upon Green Star. Resulting in countless casualties, the federal government would not have dispersed the native population, subsequently designating Green Star as a desolate planet after the military's withdrawal, with the presence of the indigenous people. The restoration of Green Star's ecology would merely have been a matter of time. However, the federal government is reluctant to invest substantial funds in reviving a small planet of little value. There are many such insignificant planets in their possession. They prefer to sell off a desolate planet rather than undertake any reconstruction efforts. For the federal government, selling a barren planet, conferring planetary rights, and allowing the planet's owner to develop it independently is far more lucrative than managing it themselves. Wei Ning, through persistent coaxing, managed to persuade Wei Dong to bring him to the territory of the wild pigs. Driven by a curiosity about their diet, they journeyed by spacecraft to the outskirts of a small forest, disembarking to find a low hill abundant with diverse trees, lush and vibrant, exuding an air of vitality. Wei Ning felt that the air here was far superior to that of their dwelling. There was no black dust on the leaves, and even the sky appeared considerably brighter compared to their living conditions. This place could be described as a veritable paradise, and in that moment, she could not help but envy the wild pigs, whose habitat was far more appealing than their own, leading her to feel a profound sense of personal failure. Wei Dong was equally astonished, having not anticipated such a thriving ecosystem in the territory of the wild pigs. While he knew the forest was rich in greenery, he had never encountered it up close. Now, seeing it firsthand, he felt that the reconstruction of a barren planet might not be such an insurmountable challenge after all, that it had been quite some time since Chun Haojia had hunted in this region. And knowing that wild pigs are social creatures, Wei Dong was cautious and refrained from approaching directly. After waiting at the foot of the hill and meticulously scanning the surroundings without detecting any signs of wild pigs, he finally dared to lead Wei Ning up the hill. They proceeded with utmost caution, keeping their particle guns at the ready, fully alert that in contrast to Wei Dong, Wei Ning felt considerably more at ease. Primarily interested in identifying any familiar plants, discovering even a single one would be a boon for them. However, as they traversed the area, they encountered not a single recognizable plant, nor even the shadow of a small animal. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at a flat clearing where the diversity of trees had given way to a singular species. Wei Ning scanned her surroundings and immediately spotted a tree in the center of the clearing. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall, laden with brightly colored fruits. "Brother, look, there are wild fruits over there," Wei Ning exclaimed, pointing at the tree. This was her first encounter with a fruit-bearing tree on Green Star, and her excitement caused her to disregard her surroundings as she rushed toward the fruit tree. Wei Dong recognized the tree as familiar, but could not recall where he had seen it before. He glanced around and noted that within a few meters of the tree, the area was devoid of any other plants, with only a few scattered ones further away, as if the tree were guarding its territory. Concerned about potential dangers, Wei Dong did not dwell on it and followed Wei Ning closely. Suddenly, they were bombarded by a flurry of red fruits, splattering them with juice in his effort to protect Wei Ning. Wei Dong bore the brunt of the onslaught, his light-colored clothing now stained with patches of red, giving him a rather alarming appearance and emanating a strong sour scent. These are red fruits. Wei Dong mused, having recognized their familiarity. What red fruits? Wei Ning queried, wiping the juice from her hair, glancing at the red and green fruits on the tree, which were unmistakably interstellar tomatoes. These are red fruits. Albeit mutated, we should leave quickly. Mutated red fruits have a territory, and approaching them can provoke an attack. Besides, they are exceedingly sour, as Wei Dong explained. He urged Wei Ning to retreat. No, I want the fruits. Wei Ning insisted, unwilling to leave. She had never seen a tomato before, and now that she had stumbled upon one, she was determined to collect some. But the red fruit is inedible. It's far too sour. What do you want with it? Wei Dong protested, recalling an earlier encounter with the red fruit during a mission, where he had been bombarded the moment he entered its territory, leaving him overwhelmed by the acrid scent. I want to see if I can cultivate it, Wei Ning replied, holding a few seeds of the tomato, tiny white specks resembling sesame seeds, sensing the vitality within them. Fine then, Wei Dong conceded, realizing that any further argument would be futile, and recalling that their initial purpose was to forage for edible food. Although uncertain whether the red fruit was edible, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Wei Ning's wishes, knowing that if she went to pick it herself, he would ultimately bear the consequences. The mutated red fruits, while sour and prone to bombardment, posed little real danger. As long as one could endure the sourness and act swiftly while harvesting, it would not be problematic. Wei Dong advised her to keep her distance while he gathered the fruits, as he had already taken the brunt of the onslaught while protecting her. Brother, don't pick the green ones. Choose the red ones with slightly firm skin and a bit of elasticity. Avoid the overly soft ones. Wei Ning instructed, moving back a short distance. As Wei Dong approached the spot she had just vacated, the tomato tree began to tremble, and with each sway of its branches, a barrage of red fruits rained down upon him. Swiftly, Wei Dong dodged to the side, and as he neared the tree trunk, he propelled himself upward, using both hands and feet to climb the trunk. Strangely, once he ascended the tree, it ceased to shake, as if it had lost its target and become still. Wei Ning, witnessing a tree capable of attacking humans for the first time, cautiously approached the trunk. With each step, the tree resumed its trembling, and she quickly leaped away as the fruits came crashing down, narrowly avoiding being struck. Smash! A fruit landed precisely where she had just stood, and had she hesitated even for a moment, she would have been hit squarely. Observing the smashed fruits on the ground, revealing clusters of white seeds, Wei Ning cautiously advanced a few more steps. This cycle continued, and by the time Wei Dong descended with his harvest, the ground before Wei Ning was already a small puddle of juice. And she had been splattered with quite a bit herself due to her delayed reactions. Even her hair bore the remnants of their encounter, rendering her appearance quite disheveled, akin to a refugee emerging from a refuse heap. However, Wei Ning paid little mind to her appearance. She retrieved a bowl from her spatial button and filled it with the collected juice from the ground. I've gathered a substantial amount of red fruits. What do you need this for? Wei Dong questioned, observing her precious collection of juice with skepticism, wondering if she had been dazed by the impact. These are all ripe and should be better than those on the tree. Wei Ning replied, omitting the fact that she could feel the vitality within the seeds. Here, these are freshly picked. All red. For you, Wei Dong declared, producing a net bag filled with the red fruits he had gathered, which upon cursory inspection numbered in the dozens. Each fruit was roughly the size of a man's fist, vibrant and cheerful in appearance. Wei Ning accepted the bag, placing it back into her spatial button. Given their encounter with the tomatoes, their clothes were now soiled and disheveled, and they no longer felt inclined to continue their ascent. Wei Ning proposed returning, as they were both laden with juice. Initially, she had been indifferent to the mess, but now the sour aroma was beginning to ferment into a more unpleasant odor, becoming unbearable. Wei Dong, too, wished to escape the pungent odor clinging to him. By the time they returned to the spacecraft to change clothes and prepare to ascend once more, it would be late, and they would need to be cautious about returning too late. He was unconcerned about his own tardiness, but if he were to return late with his sister, their parents would undoubtedly direct their ire toward him. As Wei Dong contemplated how to persuade Wei Ning to leave should she refuse, she unexpectedly declared her intention to return. Fearing she might change her mind, he quickly pulled her down the hill. Shortly after they departed, a group of 4 or 5 dark wild pigs ambled over from the opposite side of the tomato tree. And upon entering the territory of the tomatoes, the fruits began to rain down upon them, the wild pigs' thick skin rendering them impervious to the onslaught. Instead, they consumed the tomatoes that had fallen to the ground, juice and skin alike. Only when the tomatoes ceased their descent did they meander back in the direction they had come from, making soft humming noises. Upon descending the mountain, Wei Ning first returned to the spaceship to tidy herself up briefly and change her attire before heading back to switch places with Wei Dong. They couldn't return in the same outfits. When Wei Dong had finished changing and opened the door for Wei Ning to come aboard, he proceeded to the cockpit to set the course for their return. Emerging only afterward, the small spacecraft was not spacious, with a row of foldable chairs along the side that could be stowed away when not in use, thus occupying little space. When Wei Dong stepped out, he found Wei Ning inspecting a tomato, even leaning in to catch its scent. Instead of the previously overwhelming sour aroma, she detected only the tomato's distinctive, fresh fragrance, which appeared entirely normal. She could not fathom why the tomato that had struck her earlier had emitted such an intense sourness. Unable to reconcile this mystery, Wei Ning decided to wash the exterior with water and was about to take a bite. "What are you doing? I told you not to eat the red fruit," Wei Dong exclaimed, swiftly approaching and snatching it from her grasp. "It smells delightful, and I simply wanted to taste it. Besides, we were just doused in its juice. If it were toxic, we would have suffered the effects by now," Wei Ning retorted, her tone earnest yet playful. In truth, she had not ingested any juice. Merely smelling the sourness had been sufficient. This assertion was merely a ruse to deceive Wei Dong. During these past days, she had perused numerous materials, and, although the species in the interstellar realm differed somewhat from those of Earth, their essence remained unchanged. What was edible on Earth remained so in the interstellar realm. Environmental and geographical factors, compounded by cultural shifts, had led interstellar inhabitants to dismiss many edible items as inedible due to improper handling, which altered their palatability and caused a reliance on nutrient solutions for sustenance. Wei Ning believed humanity had become overly dependent on pharmaceuticals, whether in agriculture or livestock, resorting to special agents. However, she reasoned, animals and plants were fundamentally akin to humans. If the interstellar environment could accommodate human life, then flora and fauna could likewise adapt. The age-old principle of survival of the fittest remained immutable. "I have never heard anyone declare that red fruit is edible," Wei Dong maintained, still withholding the tomato. "Brother, just because no one has said it can be eaten does not imply it is toxic. If you doubt it, use a detection device. As long as it shows no toxins, it is safe for consumption. The unique flavor may simply be why it remains untried," Wei Ning said, shifting her argument. Wei Dong considered her reasoning and found merit in it. Perhaps its distinct flavor was indeed the reason for its lack of trials. Moreover, even mutant beast meat had been overlooked, yet his sister had prepared it and found it delicious. Perhaps the red fruit was similar. Although Wei Dong was beginning to accept Wei Ning's perspective, he still retrieved a testing device and placed a small piece of the red fruit beneath it for analysis. This detection instrument was a common tool used in the Federation for wilderness survival, capable of quickly determining whether a small sample contained toxins within a minute. Upon receiving the results, Wei Dong glanced at the readout and confirmed its safety, returning the red fruit to Wei Ning. "Even if it is safe, do not overindulge. One at most," he cautioned. Wei Ning grimaced at the fact that the tomato had been handled by him and refused it, tossing it back to him while retrieving another to clean. Just as she was about to bite into it, she reconsidered and instead produced her trusty lightsaber, gently slicing it open. After retracting the saber, she applied pressure, splitting the tomato in half to reveal its ruby-red flesh. Juice oozed between her fingers as Wei Ning took a whiff, detecting no particularly sour scent. She brought one half to her lips and took a small sip of its juice. The sweet and tangy flavor spread across her palate. And upon taking another bite, she discovered its delightful, slightly grainy texture. It was refreshingly delectable. It had been ages since she had tasted fruit, and she savored the tomato as if it were a fruit. With its thin skin, succulent flesh, and generous size, the notion that it was inedible seemed a grave waste. Wei Dong observed as Wei Ning transitioned from cautious nibbles to devouring half the fruit in a few bites. Then proceeding to the other half. Unsatisfied, she grabbed another. He noticed the expression of pure enjoyment on her face and realized that the red fruit in his grasp had unwittingly released its juice under his grip. A fact he only recognized when Wei Ning pointed it out. "Brother, if you do not wish to eat it, you might as well discard it. You're squashing it into juice," Wei Ning remarked, still nibbling on her tomato while indicating the deformed fruit in his hand. Upon glancing at the mangled red fruit, then back at her, Wei Dong ultimately succumbed to his appetite and took a bite. Initially intending merely to sample the flavor, he found that the deformed red fruit vanished within a few bites, leaving only juice in his palm. Wei Dong stood there, bewildered, contemplating how a fruit that had once seemed so sour could be so delicious. "Who said it was inedible? Step forward. I promise not to harm you," he mused, grappling with the realization that this red fruit was far tastier than the apples he had consumed during rations at the base. He now questioned the authenticity of all the vegetables, fruits, and meats he had previously eaten. Seeing his perplexed expression, Wei Ning could not help but chuckle, yet having sampled her homegrown vegetables, she found wild tomatoes equally satisfying. Reflecting on the exorbitant prices she had paid for meals at upscale restaurants, she recognized the stark contrast. It was indeed a disheartening realization. Alas, the lack of cultural exposure was truly alarming. Surely, the prolonged absence of appetizing food in this post-apocalyptic world had skewed her perception of fine dining. After finishing one, Wei Dong looked at Wei Ning, his intentions clear. He desired more. Wei Ning handed him two more. Cautiously accepting them, Wei Dong felt a pang of regret. Had he known the red fruit would be so delectable, he would have harvested all the ripe ones from the tree earlier. After all, leaving them uneaten would be a waste. It was better to indulge. Having consumed two, Wei Ning felt somewhat full and decided against eating more, opting to take the remainder home for their father and the others to enjoy as fruit. When they returned, it was already afternoon, and the sky had begun to darken. Wei Guoliang and Yi Ling had been anxiously awaiting their return, growing increasingly concerned as time passed without any sign of them. Upon seeing them arrive, Yi Ling remained silent, but Wei Guoliang adopted a stern demeanor and chastised Wei Dong. "You returning late is one thing, but taking Ning Ning with you is reckless. The outside world is fraught with danger. What if you were to get hurt? You should have at least informed us of your late return to alleviate our worries." Wei Dong remained silent, fully aware this reprimand was coming. "Dad, I already informed Mom that we would be back late. Why are you blaming my brother?" Wei Ning interjected, eager to shield her brother from their father's ire. This was their dynamic. Whenever she erred, the blame invariably fell on Wei Dong. Fortunately, Wei Dong had a good-natured personality and genuinely cared for her. Or else, given their father's behavior, it would not be surprising if Wei Dong turned dark one day. "As long as you are back safe, that is what matters. It is unusual for you to return so late, and we were indeed worried," Yi Ling interjected, pulling Wei Guoliang aside to convey that he had said enough. "Mom, it was my fault for slowing my brother down. If I had better stamina, we wouldn't have needed to rest after just a few steps." Wei Ning acknowledged her role in the situation. "Do not heed your father. He is merely worried about you both and is expressing it in this manner. In truth, he wishes he could join you, lamenting that you did not take him along," Yi Ling teased, unaware of Wei Ning's subtle thoughts. "Really? Then next time, I'll bring both of you along with us," Wei Ning said, her face lighting up with joy. "Your father is busy. You should go on your own." "Just remember to return early," Wei Guoliang said, dropping the matter. Wei Dong understood that his current abilities were not what they once were. Thus, his father's concerns stemmed from a place of care. "Dad, Mom, today my brother and I gathered a bounty of red fruit, and they are delicious. You must try them," Wei Ning exclaimed, almost slipping and referring to them as tomatoes before correcting herself, recalling they were all called red fruit. "That sour fruit? What is so great about it?" Yi Ling questioned skeptically. "I have tasted it, and it is truly delightful. My brother and I both enjoyed it," Wei Ning insisted, retrieving 7 or 8 from her space pouch and presenting them on a fruit plate. Their bright red hue, adorned with green stems, appeared quite enticing. "I shall have a taste." Wei Guoliang had never tasted it before, and with Wei Ning's fervent praise, even Wei Dong discreetly reached out and took one for himself. Delicious. The moment this sweet and sour red fruit touched his palate, Wei Guoliang instantly fell in love with its flavor. Observing their enjoyment, Yiling couldn't resist grabbing one as well, only to be astonished by the taste. How is it different from what I had before? She was perplexed, recalling that what she had eaten previously was indeed quite sour. Mom, where did you try it? Wei Ning couldn't help but inquired that it was during a field experiment back in school. It was a long time ago. Yiling replied vaguely that that time, she had inadvertently strayed from the group, lost her nutrient solution, and stumbled into a realm of red fruits, which drenched her in juice. Exhausted and famished, she paid no heed to whether the red fruits were edible, and the sourness of that experience lingered in her memory to this day. That it must be that only fully ripe red fruits are exceedingly sour. This variety here seems quite different, Wei Ning conjectured. Indeed, the flavor of a completely ripe tomato is not as delightful as that of one just reaching maturity, and given the sheer volume that had splattered on them today, the scent was quite overwhelming. She suspected that only tomatoes at the perfect stage of ripeness could be consumed in the interstellar realm. That I believe Ninger is correct, Wei Ning chimed in, reflecting on how the juice that had fallen upon them was from fruit skins that had completely rotted, which was entirely unlike what they were now tasting. We could give it a try. If that's the case, we should harvest them when they are just ripe, Wei Ning suggested, expressing her fondness for eating tomatoes raw. And she had collected quite a few seeds, which were perfect for planting. What if these mutated red fruits yield more mutations? Are you sure the seeds won't be altered? Wei Ning expressed his concern. Imagining a grove of mutated red fruits, he pondered the chaos of being bombarded by them during harvest. Then I shall plant a few, Wei Ning decided, realizing that this was her first attempt at cultivating wild seeds. Leaving her uncertain and abandoning the idea of planting them all at once. That I'll try as well. Every endeavor has its first time, and we won't know the outcome unless we plant them. Yiling added in agreement. Sounds good. Wei Ning, unaware that Yiling intended to conduct an experiment and gather data, joyfully cleaned the seeds she had brought back, setting them aside to dry. She then selected several plump and vibrant seeds, holding them in her hand to activate her abilities. Through constant practice, Wei Ning had honed her abilities to directly induce seeds to sprout into seedlings a foot tall. However, she seldom performed such feats. She typically stimulated them to germinate and grow 2 leaves before her powers would wane. Inducing several seeds at once consumed a significant amount of energy. By the time the 6 seedlings each had 2 leaves, Wei Ning's complexion had noticeably paled from the exhaustion. Not wishing to continue, she entrusted the 6 seedlings to Wei Ning for planting. Ninger, are you all right? Yiling asked with concern upon noticing her pale face. I'm fine. A good rest will do, Wei Ning reassured her. Then you should rest early, they urged her, understanding that her abilities and mental energy were distinct, and they could not assist her in that regard. After a refreshing slumber, Wei Ning awoke with renewed vigor. Just as she stepped outside, Yiling shared delightful news, stating that all 100 portions of vegetables listed in the store had sold out, and they were to be harvested and packaged today. This was indeed good news. Wei Ning glanced at Yiling, who was hurrying to the planting site, intending to inform her that they could simply assign the task to the robots. There was no need for them to do it themselves. Oh well, it's the first time. Let us indulge a little, Wei Ning thought, shaking her head as she retrieved a tomato from the refrigerator to snack on. She then leisurely made her way toward the planting area to check on the tomatoes they had sown the previous day. In the planting area, Wei Ning and the others were as energized as if they had been injected with enthusiasm, opting to forego the robots and personally engage in the task. Dad, what's the pricing? Wei Ning was genuinely curious. Even if each portion of vegetables was priced at 5,000 star coins, that amounted to only 500,000 star coins. Was it truly worth such excitement? It's 5,000 star coins per portion. Including shipping, 1 plant per portion. Wei Ning suddenly remembered that he had yet to discuss the pricing with his daughter, feeling a tad sheepish. That seems reasonable, Wei Ning mused, considering that aside from the seeds, she had purchased at a significant cost. They hadn't spent much else, just a bit of energy. Father, will selling these 100 portions of vegetables cover the shipping costs? Wei Ning, still reeling from the news of the sellout, had not inquired in detail earlier. Now he felt as if he were the father being duped. Currently, Green Star lacked dedicated shipping routes. If they relied on the usual cargo ships that delivered supplies to them, by the time the vegetables reached the buyers, who knew when that would be? They might even forget what they had ordered. If they were to open a branch of the Federal Express, they would need to construct a logistics tower and achieve a monthly quota of over 1,000 shipments. Otherwise, the shipping costs would be exorbitant. The nearest planet to Green Star was Kaiyang Star, which did have a branch of Federal Express, but given its scarcity, they wouldn't dispatch a cargo ship solely for them unless they were willing to pay a premium for shipping. Upon hearing Wei Dong's words, Wei Liang's enthusiasm deflated like a punctured balloon, and he appeared somewhat dejected. "Father, have you set a delivery range? If it's not too far, we should go ahead and send it out this time. Let us not list it again until we are prepared," Wei Dong gently prodded. Unable to bear seeing his father in such a state, "I have said it." Wei Liang quickly accessed his holographic computer, adjusting the privacy settings so they could all view the buyers and addresses. Upon glancing at the information, they were taken aback. Kaiyang Star. Wei Liang had not anticipated that the buyer was from Kaiyang Star. And moreover, it was the same buyer. This meant that all 100 portions of vegetables were ordered by a single individual. Knowing it was a single order made things considerably easier. They could deliver it directly to the buyer's doorstep. Conveniently, the distance between Kaiyang Star and Green Star allowed for a small spacecraft journey. Since they were to deliver the goods themselves, they needed to expedite the process, as the trip to Kaiyang Star would take 7 hours. Wei Liang had listed 100 portions of lettuce, calculating 1 plant per portion, which meant they needed to harvest 100 plants. Wei Dong suggested that the robots handle the harvesting while they returned indoors to prepare simple packaging bags. The task was indeed straightforward. Using the most ordinary packaging bags available on the market, devoid of any freshness-retaining features, they simply stuffed the lettuce inside and sealed the bags. The simplicity made Wei Ning question whether the buyer might leave a negative review due to the lack of quality packaging. She had no idea who had purchased the bags that were now piled up. The batch of lettuce had not received frequent infusions of energy, resulting in relatively normal growth, with each portion weighing approximately 1,000 to 1,500 grams, which was quite affordable compared to other stores on the Star Network. Concerned that the subpar packaging might elicit negative feedback, Wei Liang specifically instructed them to remove any yellow leaves and ensure no dirt remained. The 4 of them spent over an hour packaging the 100 portions of lettuce. Since they were already taking the spaceship, they decided the whole family should go together. They had been on Green Star for half a year without venturing out. It was a perfect opportunity to explore. Even if Kaiyang Star was not as bustling as the capital star, it was still a well-developed residential planet. Once the packaged lettuce was neatly boxed up and stored in their spatial buttons, they changed their clothes and boarded the spacecraft. The spacecraft was equipped with an autopilot mode, allowing them to set the destination with ease. It turned out there was indeed a route between Green Star and Kaiyang Star. Although it had been closed off during Green Star's desolation, the path Wei Dong set to travel was the same one that originally connected Green Star to Kaiyang Star, ensuring a stable level of safety. Even with autopilot, considering they were traversing the vastness of space, Wei Dong and Wei Liang took turns monitoring the journey to ensure their safe arrival. The spacecraft was not as comfortable as a starship. After a grueling 7-hour journey seated on hard chairs, Wei Ning felt quite uncomfortable, resolving to purchase a cushion for the return trip. Yiling also appeared fatigued. This was their family's first long-distance self-driving trip, and everyone except Wei Dong felt the weariness. Upon exiting the spaceport, Wei Liang took Yiling and Wei Ning to the hotel to rest while Wei Dong went to make the delivery. "Elder brother, come back early. We'll wait for you to go shopping together." Wei Ning boarded the hovering vehicle and waved goodbye to Wei Dong as it departed for the hotel. Once they entered Kaiyang Star, piloting a spaceship was no longer permitted. Wei Dong watched the vehicle drive away and summoned another ride via Kuaiti. The vehicle arrived promptly, its driver a taciturn middle-aged man who, after Wei Dong provided the destination, merely repeated it and maintained silence until they reached their destination. Just before disembarking, Wei Dong reminded himself that he was merely delivering a package and would soon be on his way. Instructing the driver to wait at the intersection for a moment, he received nothing more than a non-committal HM. After exiting the vehicle, Wei Dong followed the navigation from his light brain, walking until he reached the last house at the end of the street. It was a 3-story villa with a courtyard, and through the ornate gate, he could catch a glimpse of a large swimming pool, indicating that its owner must be affluent. No wonder they could afford vegetables priced at 5,000 star coins per portion. Approaching the grand entrance, he paused about half a meter away, only to be met with a mechanical voice stating, "No visitor access, please stop." Indeed, this seemingly unsecure ornate gate was crafted from high-tech materials. If he was not mistaken, it possessed a feature whereby unauthorized individuals approaching would be unconditionally repelled, a second-generation intelligent door long since discarded by Capital Star. However, in Kaiyang Star, Such a door was not something an ordinary person could own, indicating that the villa's owner belonged to the wealthier echelon of society. Wei Dong activated his light brain, retrieved the buyer's contact number, and initiated a communication. The call went unanswered, and just as he contemplated hanging up to try again, it finally connected. The other party seemed preoccupied, background noise overwhelming their voice, leaving Wei Dong barely able to discern a single hello. "Greetings, your delivery has arrived. Please come to the entrance for signature." Wei Dong quickly clarified his purpose. "What? Who are you?" The other party, seemingly unable to hear clearly, inquired loudly. Resisting the urge to leave, Wei Dong reiterated his message. Had it not been for the regulation requiring personal receipt of the package, he would have simply left it at the door. Fortunately, this time the recipient finally comprehended and acknowledged with a "got it," requesting Wei Dong to wait a moment as he would arrive shortly. Thus, Wei Dong found himself waiting for a full half-hour, growing increasingly impatient, when suddenly a hovering vehicle zoomed toward him, braking sharply in front of the villa, nearly colliding with the wall, since it was not his property. Wei Dong paid it little mind. He was only eager to complete the delivery and depart. The vehicle door swung open, and a tall boy with dazzling golden hair that nearly blinded Wei Dong leaped out, followed by a red-haired girl, a short blue-haired boy, and lastly, a brown-haired boy, each exuding an air of privilege. Wei Dong. There was no need for further confirmation. It was evident they were the quintessential rich second generation. "You are the courier?" the blond boy remarked, observing Wei Dong's casual attire, failing to notice any delivery insignia, his skepticism palpable. "Can courier companies now allow casual clothing?" The red-haired girl queried her companions. "That I don't think so. The package I received yesterday was delivered by someone in a Federal Express uniform." The blue-haired boy replied nonchalantly. "Who cares what he's wearing? Bo Go. Hurry up and sign for it," the brown-haired boy urged impatiently. "Pang Bo." Wei Dong assessed the blond boy from head to toe. "That's me," was the reply. "Here are the 100 portions of lettuce you ordered." Confirming the buyer's identity, Wei Dong retrieved several boxes from his spatial button and placed them before him for inspection. "Why isn't there even a tracking number? Which courier service are you with? This is quite careless." Pang Bo's voice was interrupted by the blue-haired boy's loud exclamation before he could respond. "Ahem, since you are the first major client of our shop, we provided special service. I was specifically hired by the shop to deliver." Wei Dong fabricated an earnest explanation. "Gu truly is extraordinary. He pulls off such grand gestures that even the shop treats him specially. This time, we are sure to win. Let's see if Li AI dares to flaunt himself in front of us again." "Exactly, I've never liked him. He thinks he's impressive just because he has an uncle. Our Bo Gu can easily outshine him without any help," they continued to boast. Seeing them engrossed in their chatter, Wei Dong could not help but interject. "If everything is in order, please remember to leave a 5-star review." Without waiting for their responses, he made his way back in the direction he had come, spotting the hovering vehicle still idling at the corner, and quickened his pace. "Apologies for the wait," he said upon entering the vehicle. Feeling guilty for having inconvenienced the driver who had patiently awaited him, he resolved to offer a greater sum of star coins later. "Where to?" The middle-aged driver nodded in acceptance and inquired. Wei Dong replied with the name of the hotel, wishing to engage in conversation but uncertain of what to say, ultimately opting for silence. Had he been riding with Chun Haojia, they would have chatted from start to finish without a single repeated phrase. He wondered how that fellow was faring. Casting a glance at the message he had left for Chun Haojia, he noted that several days had passed. Upon arriving at the hotel, Wei Dong paid the driver double the fare before disembarking. The driver regarded him briefly before driving away. Kaiyang Star was a planet brimming with the vibrancy of life. Unlike Capital Star, which showcased high-tech architectural styles at every turn, the buildings on Kaiyang Star were much more down-to-earth. With the tallest structure reaching a mere 30 stories, the very hotel where Wei Ning and the others resided. From the window on the 20th floor, the residential buildings resembled a collection of matchboxes, while the pedestrians below appeared diminutive, akin to black ants. In the distance lay an expanse of verdant forest. "Daddy, where is that place?" Wei Ning, visiting Kaiyang Star for the first time and awed by the scenery, inquired of Wei Guoyang. "That is a forest. Half of Kaiyang Star's area is covered in forests," Wei Guoyang answered, casting a glance at the horizon. Kaiyang Star's landmass was twice that of Green Star, where the forest only occupied a third of the planet's surface. In contrast, forests comprised half of Kaiyang Star's territory. Due to its remote location, the technological advancements here were not as developed. compared to other mature, mid-sized planets. Life on Kaiyang Star still relied heavily on manual labor, in industries such as manufacturing and mining. Other planets had replaced human labor with robots, whereas here, the majority of the workforce remained human. For instance, in the courier industry, Capital Star had implemented robotic bee delivery, ensuring packages arrived within 10 minutes of ordering. In contrast, Kaiyang Star relied on human delivery. If Capital Star represented a bustling metropolis, then Kaiyang Star resembled a developing rural area. Here, the average annual income for ordinary residents barely reached 100,000 star coins, with monthly earnings falling short of 10,000, while a nutrient solution costing 10 star coins in the capital fetched 50 star coins here. The price of other goods was similarly inflated. The development of Kaiyang Star to its current state was primarily supported by the resources derived from its forests. There are many medicinal plants in the forest that serve as raw materials for basic potions. Wei Ning explained. Wei Ning was unaware that Capital Star lacked such vast expanses of forest, featuring only a few small peaks amidst towering skyscrapers and commercial plazas. If the distance were not so great, Kaiyang Star could thrive even more. Although low-grade potion raw materials can be cultivated artificially, their efficacy pales in comparison to wild specimens. If given the choice, novice potion makers would prefer to use wild materials for their concoctions. But not all planets boast medicinal plants, and the forests can be perilous. Even with artificially cultivated raw materials, potion makers are often reluctant to risk venturing into the wilderness. She elaborated. Of course, some individuals recognize this opportunity, willing to venture to remote planets to acquire these medicinal plants, then reselling them on other planets, thus avoiding the risks of foraging while securing higher quality materials. The majority of residents on Kaiyang Star relied on gathering various medicinal plants from the forests for their livelihoods. Aren't they afraid of the mutated beasts in the forest? Wei Ning asked, perplexed. It's all for survival, Wei Guoyang said, ruffling her hair. When Wei Ning was born, his company had already gone public, and she had never known hardship, nor faced financial struggles, oblivious to the fact that children from impoverished families often learn to help their parents earn money from a young age. Some accompanied their parents to the forests to gather medicinal plants, while others scavenged through garbage heaps for recyclable materials. And there were even those exploited as child labor by unscrupulous merchants. These were experiences Wei Ning had never encountered, even if Wei Guoyang's company faced difficulties and declared bankruptcy. However, in terms of material resources, there has never been a notable scarcity, except for the inconvenience of shopping on Green Star, where most people rely on nutritional liquids, since the emergence of mutated beast meat and vegetables. The consumption of nutritional liquids has significantly diminished. Wei Ning remained silent. She could understand that not everyone was as fortunate as she was. The disparity between the rich and the poor has always existed. Regardless of the time, her lack of first-hand experience did not negate its reality, and even in the vastness of space, such inequalities were unavoidable. Although there were dangers, most individuals went in groups, and as long as they did not encounter a beast tide or high-level mutated beasts, their safety was relatively assured. Wei Guoyang noticed her troubled expression and continued speaking. What he refrained from saying was that having such a life was already commendable. Merely surviving on a barren trash planet or a mining star was considered a blessing. Let us not dwell on this. Once Dongzi returns, we shall venture out to explore and savor the specialties of Kaiyang Star. Whatever you fancy, you can purchase, for we do not know when we will return again. Wei Guoyang, eager to change the subject, shifted the conversation. By the time Wei Dong returned, night had fallen, and the outside world was illuminated by a dazzling array of lights. Wei Guoyang chose a high-end restaurant for their meal, and Wei Ning assumed it would be comparable to those in the Capital Star, with a wider selection of dishes, only to discover upon ordering that there were only set meals available, with no option for la carte. Even so, the prices were beyond the reach of an average person. Since they were already there, Wei Ning did not decline, ordering a set meal that she enjoyed. By this time, dinner service had concluded, and the restaurant was sparsely populated. Their meals arrived swiftly, and upon seeing the dishes, Wei Ning immediately lost her appetite. A piece of beef, slightly charred, a few wilted greens, a small portion of overcooked rice, and a bowl of meat soup. After having tasted Wei Ning's cooking, even Wei Guoyang and Wei Ning, not to mention the otherwise unpicky Wei Dong, found their appetites halved at the sight of such fare. Naturally, the food here could not compare to that of the Capital Star, where high-end restaurants prided themselves on sourcing only the finest ingredients, justifying their exorbitant prices. Wei Guoyang, feeling embarrassed, found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was his choice of a high-end restaurant, and given the state of the food, it was no wonder there were so few patrons. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, they hastily finished their meal. After dining, the family resumed their stroll through the mall, but Kaiyang Star, after all, could not match the grandeur of the capital Star. Having grown accustomed to the opulence of the capital, they found little of interest in the offerings of Kaiyang Star, which were predominantly items discarded by larger stars and sold by interstellar traders. After a round of browsing, the four of them each purchased a few items they liked, spending not much star currency. "Dad, shall we explore this place next?" Wei Ning pointed out a spot that looked promising. Seizing the moment while Wei Dong went to buy drinks, she searched for the most distinctive places on Kaiyang Star using her light brain. Someone had recommended a street market, complete with pictures that resembled a bustling marketplace filled with throngs of people. "Where is it?" Wei Guoyang inquired. Leaning in closer, it was his suggestion to come out. Yet they had purchased so little, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing Wei Ning's mention of a promising location, his spirits lifted. However, upon seeing the place she referred to, his interest waned. "There's nothing worth visiting here." "Dad, how do you know it's not worth it if you haven't been?" Wei Ning retorted, wearing an expression that questioned his credibility. "It looks fine to me." Yi Ling chimed in, also peering over. Seeing their expressions of instant understanding, Wei Ning was further perplexed. The area was adjacent to the forest's outskirts, initially established by interstellar traders to quickly acquire medicinal plants, which had gradually evolved into what it was now. Wei Guoyang explained that such places existed on many planets. He had visited one before, and most of what was sold were various medicinal plants. Wei Ning's eyes brightened at this revelation. Wasn't this akin to the quaint towns formed outside mystical realms and fantasy novels? The forest was not solely home to medicinal plants. There might be other treasures, and she could explore to see if there were any suitable for cultivation. "Dad, let us go take a look. The forest holds many wonders. Perhaps we might find something like the red fruit that was picked, but whose culinary uses remain a mystery. We could unearth hidden gems." Wei Ning exclaimed, brimming with excitement. This was her closest encounter with the interstellar forest, and she was determined to explore. "All right, but the area can be a bit chaotic, so you must stick close," Wei Guoyang conceded. Recalling the shortages faced on green-starred HMM as long as they could go, Wei Ning agreed readily. When Wei Dong returned with the drinks, a fast delivery of their order arrived, and they made their way to the street market. Sipping on the synthetic beverages, Wei Ning found herself yearning for the milk tea she had once savored. Even the street-side cups costing a mere few coins were far superior to the interstellar synthetics. An hour later, the hover car halted at the entrance of the street market. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by low-lying structures. Despite the bustling crowd, the reality fell short of the images she had seen. And there were no visible stalls. "Where are we headed?" Wei Dong asked, bewildered, unable to comprehend why they would forego the city center for this place. "Over here," Wei Guoyang replied, having visited the area once before. He guided them through a narrow alley. The alley was short, and they emerged within minutes into a completely different world. Before them lay a vast open space adorned with two long awnings, each flanked by numerous stalls that a few individuals stood near the stalls, each displaying a range of earthen-rooted plants. Though Yi Ling was too mentally exhausted to concoct potions, she couldn't help but feel delight upon seeing the fresh medicinal plants. Instinctively gravitating towards one of the stalls, Wei Ning preferred to browse first before meticulously examining what she desired. As the two ventured separately, Wei Guoyang instructed Wei Dong to stay with him while he followed Yi Ling. With a curious heart, Wei Ning wandered from one end of the first awning to the other, then crossed over to explore the opposite side, and finally moved to a different awning. The wares at each stall were similar. Some sparse, others abundant, most being various plants, many of which Wei Ning had never encountered. After surveying the offerings, she began to examine them more closely, sometimes observing how others made their purchases. Not everyone at the market was an interstellar trader. Most were small vendors who bought low and resold to interstellar merchants, pocketing the substantial profit margin. Typically, interstellar traders appeared just before dusk, lingering for just over an hour before departing. Those remaining to sell at this hour were mostly individuals who could not return before nightfall. To maintain the efficacy of the medicinal plants, they needed to be preserved properly. Thus, The vendors who harvested from the forest lacked preservation boxes, and over time, the medicinal properties diminished, leading to lower prices. Thus, even though Wei Ning understood that the prices offered by these small vendors were significantly lower, they still had no choice but to sell to them. She observed a small vendor purchasing a bundle of what appeared to be plantain for 10 star coins each. A large bag of what resembled honeysuckle blossoms was only 100 star coins, weighing several pounds at least. The most astonishing was a wild radish the size of a soup bowl, priced at a mere 5-star coins. Such prices left even Wei Dong astonished. They were simply too cheap. Once the stall owner concluded his sales and began packing up, another individual approached just as they were about to leave. "Customers, would you like to take a look? These were freshly harvested from the forest," he called out. Wei Ning turned back, intrigued by the voice, one tinged with nervousness, tension, and a hint of youthful innocence. Unlike the middle-aged men and women who typically ran the stalls, this voice belonged to a boy who sounded barely past childhood. "How old are you?" Wei Dong asked abruptly. Noticing the slender boy who barely reached his shoulders. 16, the boy replied, taken aback by the question. At 16, he was still considered a minor under federal law, an age that should be carefree. Yet here he was, risking his life in the forest for survival. "What do you have?" Wei Dong felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. Unable to resist the urge to assist him, that Chung had not anticipated that, driven merely by a sense of trial and error, he would call out to the two individuals who appeared to be siblings. Initially, he thought it would be easier to persuade the girl, only to find that it was the man who spoke first. In a flurry, he carefully extracted the day's harvest from his large bag. First, he revealed a handful of flowers in yellow, white, and green. Next came a small bundle of tiny white radishes, followed by a bunch of mint, and finally, half a bag of sizable clumps of earth. Wei Dong, aside from the flowers, he had no desire for the rest. "I'm sorry. This is all I gathered today," he said, noticing the flicker of disappointment in Wei Dong's eyes. The latter's demeanor grew dim, and his speech became disjointed. He realized that in their eyes, his findings were likely deemed worthless, yet they represented his entire day's effort. Thoughts of his injured father at home, his mother who washed countless clothes daily and had begun to stoop, and his sister, whose eyes sparkled with hope, filled him with guilt. Today marked his first venture into the forest. Previously, it was his father who accompanied the team daily for foraging. However, half a month ago, his father's team encountered a high-level mutated beast, the gray bear, and out of a dozen individuals, only 5 returned. With his father sustaining severe injuries, to procure recovery potions for his father, the family had exhausted all their savings. Yet his father's condition remained critical, as the doctor indicated that a mid-level recovery potion was necessary. With no funds left at home, his mother worked tirelessly washing clothes from dawn until dusk, earning just enough star coins to cover their daily expenses. Today, he had snuck out without his family's knowledge, secretly taking a leave of absence. He had only heard from his father about the dangers of the forest, unaware of its true perils. Since he had ventured out without informing anyone, he did not team up with anyone, merely following behind others, relying on what his father had taught him and what he had learned in school to identify medicinal plants from toxic ones. The outskirts of the forest had been thoroughly scavenged, yielding little of use. The bundle of radishes was all he had managed to gather from the periphery. Unwilling to return empty-handed after risking his safety, he boldly followed the tail end of the group into the central region. Fortunately, within half an hour of entering, he stumbled upon a small cluster of golden vine flowers, perhaps due to their scarcity. The others overlooked them, but to him, they were invaluable. He ceased following the group and instead went to pick the golden vine flowers. After gathering them, he spotted the mint and was overjoyed, rushing to dig it up as well. Though few in number, these 2 items could be exchanged for several star coins, a significant sum for their current situation. Encouraged by his small success, he momentarily forgot his father's warnings and unwittingly ventured deeper into the woods. Then, he witnessed a horrifying scene. In a small valley, he saw the group he had followed being pursued by a pack of wild boars. That a dozen plump wild boars charged after them, their long tusks crashing into the hapless individuals, resulting in a scene drenched in blood. That he crouched on the hillside, paralyzed with fear, afraid to make a sound that might alert the boars to his presence. Fortunately, the group was rescued by another team. Sustaining severe injuries but avoiding fatalities, he remained there, too frightened to move, until the valley was deserted of both people and wild boars. Now, he dared not linger any longer and hurriedly left with his belongings. Perhaps due to his anxiousness, He failed to watch his step and tripped over something, falling hard to the ground. He quickly turned to see what had caused his stumble, only to discover a large clump of earth, marked with a tooth impression, from which faint yellow flesh was visible. Remembering the wild boars, he surmised that this must have been their food. Those individuals likely intended to hunt the boars but found themselves fleeing instead. Noticing the numerous clumps of earth exposed on the ground, he thought of how his home was nearly out of nutrient solution, gritting his teeth as he collected half a bag, not daring to linger any longer before departing. However, he soon lost his way again, only returning home after dark. Is this for sale? He-chung had braced himself for the answer to be no, yet the girl beside him pointed at the half bag of clumps of earth. Ah, yes, it is. He-chung was astonished, not expecting Wei Ning to show interest in the clumps. Ning, what do you want this for? Wei Dong tugged at her sleeve, perplexed, while he felt sympathy for the child. It did not imply that he wished to spend star coins on a pile of seemingly useless clumps. I have my reasons. Wei Ning could not directly state that she intended to plant them, revealing that would only lead them to doubt her. How could she explain that these unremarkable clumps were actually potatoes, edible and capable of yielding a high harvest? With outsiders present, she refrained from further explanation. How do you wish to sell this? Wei Ning inquired, pointing at the half bag of potatoes. How do you want to buy it? He-chung was uncertain of the value of these clumps. He had initially thought they could serve as food if they ran out of nutrient solution. After all, if wild boars could consume them, it should be safe for them as well, right? Given that he observed her appearing younger than himself and realizing it was her first outing, he decided to offer a price lower than he otherwise would have. How about 50 star coins each? Wei Ning was not entirely clear on the pricing, but she believed the potatoes were worth that amount, if not more. However, recalling that a previous customer had purchased a large quantity at a low price, she feared quoting too high and attracting the attention of other vendors. Even so, He-chung was taken aback by her quoted price, his voice rising significantly. The nearby vendor noticed the commotion and turned to look, only to be met with a fierce glare from Wei Dong, which silenced his curiosity, though he could not help but eavesdrop. Are you selling or not? If not, we shall take our leave. Wei Dong glanced at the light brain. It was already quite late, and they needed to return home. Yes, He-chung nodded repeatedly, regardless of whether the clumps were worth anything. Hastily confirming the quantity, upon inspecting the half bag, he realized there were not many, totaling only 26.26. Consider these a gift for you. Fearing they might change their minds, He-chung stuffed the remaining items into the bag and looked at them awkwardly. Wei Ning stored the bag in her space button, gesturing with her hand towards the light brain to signal for payment. Seeing the bag disappear, He-chung felt a wave of unease. Surely, those who could afford space buttons were wealthy individuals. Yet, he also worried they would realize the clumps were worthless and decide not to purchase them. Noticing Wei Ning gesturing, he quickly brought up the payment code on his light brain. Wei Ning completed the transaction, pulling Wei Dong towards other stalls. Upon seeing a total of 1,300 star coins in her light brain, He-chung finally grasped that he had indeed sold the clumps, and for a considerable sum at that. Alternating between excitement and sobbing while hugging his knees. As time progressed, the number of vendors dwindled, and small traders further lowered their prices. Over there, Yiling had procured numerous desired medicinal herbs and approached Wei Ning and the others with a cheerful demeanor. Wei Ning had her eye on a bunch of star anise, but was confronted by a small trader who sought to snatch it away. Excuse me, I spotted this first. Wei Ning glared at the scruffy trader, unwilling to yield. Until you pay, it doesn't belong to you. The trader retorted defiantly that I was going to buy it. You just appeared out of nowhere to compete with me. Right, boss? Wei Ning turned to the stall owner. The stall owner found himself in a dilemma. Ideally, he should sell to the young girl. Yet the scruffy trader was a regular customer he didn't want to offend, worrying about how he would manage future business if he upset him. How about you both buy half? The stall owner suggested quietly, realizing that this peculiar item was something he had casually picked up, primarily due to its unique aroma. Little did he expect a young girl to show interest, let alone a bearded man. Old who? What brings you here? Wei Guoyang and Yiling approached, noticing the dispute over the item. Concerned for Wei Ning's interests, upon seeing the scruffy individual, they exclaimed in surprise. Oh, old Wei, long time no see. What brings you both to Kaiyang Star? The bearded man turned upon hearing the voice, equally astonished to see Wei Guoyang. And Yiling, he had heard rumors of Wei Guoyang's bankruptcy and subsequent departure from Capital Star. As for where they have gone, no one knows, And who would have thought to encounter them here? Bring the children over to take a look. Wei Guoyang pointed at Wei Ning and Wei Dong, saying, "This is my daughter, Wei Ning, and my son, Wei Dong." He then gestured towards the bearded man to introduce him. Huda, a friend of your father's. "Hello, Uncle Hu," Wei Ning called out sweetly. "Uncle Hu," Wei Dong echoed. I was wondering why these siblings looked so familiar. They are your children." "Ha!" Huda laughed heartily. "Would you like some of this?" the vendor inquired with a smile, though he was reluctant to intrude. However, it was time for him to go home, so he mustered the courage to ask. "Yes," Wei Ning replied eagerly before Huda could speak, not wanting to miss the opportunity to acquire a rare seasoning. The vendor glanced at Huda and asked with a grin, "If Boss Hu is interested, shall I bring you more tomorrow?" "All right, I will come looking for you tomorrow," Huda agreed with a wave of his hand, not wishing to dispute with Wei Ning. "Uncle, is 10-star coins acceptable?" Wei Ning inquired, taking the octagonal seasoning. "Certainly, thank you," the vendor exclaimed, thrilled to sell such a small item for 10-star coins. He had made a profit. After selling his goods, the vendor began to pack up. "Little niece, do you know what this is?" Huda asked curiously, noticing the high price Wei Ning had paid. He was intrigued by its unusual appearance and distinct aroma, eager to investigate further. "Yes, it is a type of seasoning that can eliminate unpleasant odors," Wei Ning replied candidly. "Seasoning?" Huda initially thought it was a fragrant spice, but was surprised to learn it was merely a seasoning. "Indeed, if you add a bit while cooking meat, it can help reduce some of the gamey taste. If only we had bay leaves and cinnamon," Wei Ning silently wished. "Is it truly that remarkable?" Huda's mind raced. If it could genuinely mitigate some of the gaminess, then it would certainly be a valuable find. I've read about it in books, but have never experimented with it. "Uncle Hu, you can give it a try," Wei Ning suggested, uncertain of how to explain her knowledge of star anise. "Yes, it is worth a try," Huda nodded, then turned to Wei Guoyang, praising, "Old Wei, your children are remarkably knowledgeable. Unlike my little rascal, who only knows how to play." "Haha, it's quite normal for boys to enjoy playing." Wei Guoyang awkwardly chuckled, knowing all too well how much his daughter had changed since her awakening. Not only could she cook, but she also cultivated various plants and now understood seasonings. Could it be that the difference between awakening abilities and mental strength was so vast? Wei Guoyang would never suspect that his daughter had undergone a transformation. By this time, it was nearing midnight, and most of the vendors had already departed. Huda intended to leave as well, but took the opportunity to discuss the seasoning with Wei Ning. Upon inquiring, he discovered they were staying at the same hotel, making it convenient for them to return together. He called for a hover car. Once aboard, Huda resumed his questioning of Wei Ning. "Uncle Hu, I don't know much. I only know it's a fruit of a plant that resembles an octagon and has a sweet, intense aroma capable of removing gaminess and unpleasant odors. It's called star anise." Fearing further inquiries, she added, "I remember that star anise needs to be dried for storage, but I don't recall much else as I didn't pay close attention while reading that book. If I hadn't encountered star anise today, I likely wouldn't have remembered it all." Huda realized he wouldn't be able to extract any more information from her. Nevertheless, with this knowledge, he could proceed with his experiments to see if it truly lived up to its claims. "Old Hu, how did you end up on Kaiyang Star? I recall your business isn't located here," he said. "Don't mention it. There was a minor beast tied on Chiwu Star recently, making it inaccessible for the time being. I urgently needed a substantial amount of raw materials, so I came here to take a look." This topic brought Huda downcast. He had spent years traveling between various planets, building his fortune through the acquisition of medicinal plants and ores, establishing stable procurement sources over the years. A remote planet like Kaiyang Star was not typically within his purchasing range due to its distance and high transportation costs, as well as the scarcity of capable individuals. It was unthinkable for him to travel such a long distance only to find that the raw materials he procured wouldn't even cover his travel expenses. He was not a charity worker. After all, with Chiwu Star off limits, he had no choice but to look elsewhere. He had heard that the raw materials on Kaiyang Star were decent and inexpensive, prompting him to come here at least he could gather enough materials for his order. Otherwise, the penalty fees would be substantial. The quality of the medicinal plants here was satisfactory, but the quantity was too small. I've been here for almost a month and have only managed to replenish the shortfall for Chiwu Star. Who decide? The lack of capable individuals on remote planets meant that relying solely on local residents was already quite impressive. Awakening B-level mental strength, and achieving A-level physical fitness makes dealing with ordinary low-level mutated beasts a breeze. If both mental strength and physical fitness reach A level, one could even handle certain intermediate mutated beasts or ordinary high-level ones, like Wei Dong, for instance, with B-level mental strength and 2S physical fitness. Aside from the after effects he experienced from his body adapting to the downgrade in mental strength post-recovery, based on his current condition, he could easily handle anything short of large, high-level mutated beasts. However, an A-level mental strength and S-level physical fitness individual would be a rare find on a remote planet. Even if one had to sell everything to send them to a military academy. It would be better than risking their life in the wilderness. It's a pity my order is small. Mercenary groups wouldn't take it on. Otherwise, I could hire a mercenary group. Huda lamented. Mercenary groups were not lacking in capable individuals. Some even boasted high-level warriors and mechs. Unfortunately, they only took on high-value bounty missions, and people like him lacked the qualifications to even issue a mission. Enough of that. How long do you plan to stay? Shall we gather for a meal tomorrow? Huda proposed. We're planning to leave tomorrow, so perhaps another time. If you have the chance, come to Green Star, and I'll treat you to a meal, Wei Guoyang replied. Feeling uneasy about leaving his family for too long, an interstellar merchant, Huda's business had been thriving, and perhaps considering a partnership with him would be advantageous. Green Star, Huda pondered, struggling to recall if such a planet existed in the Federation. He couldn't help but think that the rumors might be true, that Old Wei had fallen so low as to reside on an obscure little planet. It is a planet under my name. And we currently reside there, not far from Kaiyang Star, Wei Guoyang considered but refrained from divulging his current situation. Huda thought for a moment, but chose not to press further, expressing regret. Next time I come to Kaiyang Star, I'll seek you out. I plan to leave soon as well. I've been here for a month, and I'm feeling unwell. All right. Wei Guoyang understood well that having grown accustomed to the splendor of larger planets, life on such a remote world was indeed incomparable. Upon returning to the hotel, Huda dragged Wei Guoyang to his room for an extended conversation. Wei Ning was unaware of their discussion. But the next morning, she observed them laughing and chatting. Had it not been for Wei Dong's urging, they would have likely continued their conversation indefinitely. Dad, what were you talking about with Uncle Hu? Wei Ning asked out of curiosity after boarding the ship. Oh, just some casual chat. Haha. Wei Guoyang replied, not wishing to elaborate. After all, he couldn't tell his daughter that he and Huda had been discussing the various bizarre rumors surrounding his bankruptcy in the capital Star over the past 6 months. Rumors that he had fallen into despair post-bankruptcy, too timid to stay in the capital Star, had fled to a remote planet to fend for himself, regardless of how ugly the rumors were. Wei Guoyang knew they stemmed from his former business rival. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Wei Ning chose not to press further. She leaned against the new cushion, preparing to take a short nap. Their journey back to Green Star was peaceful, and just as they approached their small house, Wei Dong spotted a small starship hovering on the hillside behind their home through the cockpit window. While notifying Wei Guoyang, he kept his gaze fixed on the starship. Given the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar starship at home after 2 days away, Wei Dong was cautious. One could never know whether the occupants were friend or foe. Those who possessed starships were not to be underestimated. He dared not gamble with the safety of his family, halting the ship and refraining from advancing, intending to apply for a signal connection to the vessel's control room for reconnaissance. Beep, beep, beep. Before Wei Dong could apply for the signal connection, his own communicator rang. Instead, he glanced at the display to find it was a call from Haojia. After a quick look at the starship ahead, and then at his communicator, he decided to apply for a signal connection, allowing Wei Guoyang to take his seat as he answered the call. Hey, Dongzi, surprised to see me? I'm back for more fun. The excited voice of Haojia reached Wei Dong's ears. The signal request from that side had failed, and Wei Dong had already guessed who was aboard that starship. He instructed Wei Guoyang to continue forward. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Wei Dong asked irritably. Feeling more surprised than delighted. It's a long story. We just arrived. Let's talk about it later. In any case, it's good news. With that, Haojia hung up. Hearing his words, Wei Dong recalled the matter he had mentioned to him last time. And upon seeing the starship, he speculated that there must be some resolution. Seizing the moment, he briefly shared his conjecture with Wei Guoyang to keep him informed, then stepped out to speak with Yi Ling and Wei Ning. Upon learning it was Haojia, both of them felt a wave of relief wash over them. As the group disembarked from the spaceship, the individuals from the starship also descended, led by a man Wei Dong had seen once before, accompanied by an unfamiliar man, and finally followed by Chun Haojie. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wei Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected that Chun Haojie would bring along ordinary officers, never anticipating this. Two colonels, one of whom was a capable aide to the commander. Uncle and aunt, there's no need to be tense. The boss and the colonel might seem stern, but they are quite approachable, Chun Haojie said. Noticing that everyone except Wei Dong appeared anxious and hurried to ease the atmosphere in a discreet manner, he boldly winked at the two behind him, which Wei Ning inadvertently caught sight of, her expression stiff and suppressing a smile. The two officers presented a serious demeanor, one looking rather gentle, yet both exuded an air of decisiveness and authority. Who would believe that they were easy to get along with, given such a statement? Please, the two officers, step inside, Wei Guoyang said, steeling himself, feeling immense pressure. Wei Dong, naturally not one for words, held them in great respect, but could not engage in casual banter like Chun Haojie. Realizing their trepidation towards the two officers, Chun Haojie remarked that he had only come alone, and they insisted on accompanying him, thus causing the unease. However, what could be done? Rank had its burdens, and these two were several levels above. He could only play the role of a diplomatic intermediary. Wei Guoyang nervously led Chris and Randy inside, while Wei Dong pulled Chun Haojie aside, whispering in inquiry, "What on earth are you doing? Inviting the squadron leader is one thing, but bringing the commander's aide along. Can this small place accommodate such esteemed figures?" They insisted on coming along. Chun Haojie protested, almost crying out in innocent disbelief. Since leaving Green Star, he had already been robbed by the boss upon his return and bullied by the squadron union, only to later realize he had brought this trouble upon himself, ultimately expending a considerable amount of cured meat to settle matters. Later, he had been inexplicably transferred to the boss's personal guard, and it took him a while to figure out why, which severely challenged his worldview that he had thought he was being promoted for his exceptional performance on missions, only to discover it was due to that cured meat. He was utterly shocked. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mood. After all, who wouldn't want to join the captain's personal guard? Although his entry into the team was rather peculiar, others were none the wiser during his time in the personal guard. He found them to be far more amiable than the rumors suggested. They were quite easy to get along with and did not look down upon him for joining, even expressing curiosity about whether the mutant beast meat was truly as delectable as he claimed. Recalling how he had once been duped into giving away his cured meat to the personal guards caused him heartache, and since then, far from being ostracized, they enveloped him with concern, ensuring he adapted well, even offering to practice with him and provide additional training, all for the sake of his limited supplies. He could boast that thanks to that cured meat, not only did he join the captain's personal guard, but he also bonded with them, calling each other brothers. He feared that if he revealed this, Dongzi would never believe him. Yet it was indeed the truth. Though he had attempted to replicate Wei Ning's method of cooking meat a few times, grilling and stewing, something always seemed off. And the taste never quite matched up, but it was true that mutant beast meat was not as unpalatable as it used to be. Now, at the base, they were all enjoying mutant beast meat based on his methods. A stark contrast to how they had previously scorned it. If it weren't for the fact that star beast meat was inedible, he would suspect that one day, when mutant beasts ran out, they might turn their attention to star beasts. That I merely mentioned to the boss that your vegetables were delicious, and when you asked me, we had just returned from a mission when I received your message. Everyone was present, and I asked the boss if he wanted to, and that's when you saw it. Chun Haojie pointed at the two men inside. Originally, it was the logistics department that had sent someone over, but they changed personnel just before departure. He had opposed it at the time, but his objections were futile, as he was merely a subordinate. What are we going to do? Wei Dong fretted, facing the two high-ranking officials. Worried that his family would be terrified. Oh, just treat them as buyers, Chun Haojie said nonchalantly, then walked inside. Have you ever seen a buyer with a colonel's rank? It's easy to say, but hard to execute. Wei Dong thought he would witness an excruciatingly awkward scene, only to find that his father was conversing quite amicably with Colonel Randy. Even his mother occasionally chimed in. Chris, however, remained silent throughout, sitting on the sofa like a mere backdrop. Wei Ning, unable to endure such a scene, hurried to the kitchen after washing a plate of tomatoes. Business discussions were best left to adults. She was still a child, responsible only for eating, drinking, farming, and cooking. Officer, please try this red fruit. It tastes delightful, Wei Guoyang said, promptly halting the conversation and pushing the plate forward. This officer was rather formidable. If they continued, he might find himself exposed, despite the seemingly warm smile directed at him. Every word was meticulously crafted, and he almost divulged Ning Ning's abilities. In just a short while, he was drenched in cold sweat. "This red fruit looks quite appealing," Randy remarked, having gathered sufficient understanding of Green Star. Recognizing that further discussion might frighten the other party, and thus refrained from continuing. Even if he knew the taste of the red fruit was difficult to endure, he managed to compliment it with a straight face. "Can the red fruit be consumed?" Chris asked upon seeing the red fruit, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed, we discovered it by chance, but only the ripe ones are edible," Wei Guoyang explained. Chris, reassured that Wei Guoyang was not deceiving him, reached for one. To his surprise, it was not the painfully sour variety and was rather palatable. Seeing Chris finish one quickly, Randy followed suit and took one for himself, biting into it. Quite good," he said, squinting slightly, discreetly observing the Wei family. He possessed information on all the members of the Wei family and could easily discern that they were not particularly cunning individuals, due to his work. He had encountered all manner of people, including heads of noble families, wealthy magnates, and high-ranking government officials. He navigated those interactions with ease, so how could he not see through Wei Guoyang's concealed secrets? However, everyone had their own secrets, and as long as they posed no harm to the Legion, he had no desire to investigate further, remembering the first time he had seen Chris sneakily indulging in the red fruit. A smile crept across Randy's face. Not encountering the scene he had imagined, Shun Haojia quietly slipped away, primarily driven by his desire to sample the red fruit, but lacking the courage to snatch food from the boss's hands. Past experiences had taught him that it was better to consume nutrient liquid than to vie for food with the boss, who would ensure one comprehended the true meaning of protecting one's meals. In the kitchen, Wei Ning was cooking. Her culinary skills were average, far from that of a chef, merely capable of preparing home-style dishes. Yet, having grown accustomed to nutrient liquids, interstellar individuals found the occasional different food exceptionally delicious. Were there a more skilled cook around, Wei Ning's dishes would be considered nothing remarkable. With limited ingredients, she did not intend to create a lavish feast. It sufficed for her to ensure that the meal was adequate. Considering that the guests were military personnel who could potentially become Green Star's future support. Thus, Wei Ning prepared a tomato vegetable soup, cold tossed tomatoes, garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat, pickled spicy radishes, stir-fried potatoes with cured meat, steamed cured meat, and a platter of various greens, filling the table adequately. Having cooked all the rice from the last purchase, she left the potatoes for planting, only taking 2 to stir-fry, ensuring the other dishes were plentiful enough to avoid any breach of decorum. "Hey, where did you pick this red fruit? It tastes amazing," Shun Haojia remarked casually, treating the kitchen as if it were his own. "Eating without restraint. Just from a mountain," Wei Ning replied, omitting the fact that it might be the food of wild boars that is there anymore. "After finishing the meal, I shall go and pick some. They are far more delectable than the fruits we have consumed. You cannot fathom. Ever since I savored the dishes you prepared, the food at the base seems like swill, with the vegetables lacking freshness, the meat devoid of flavor, and the fruits lacking sweetness, not to mention their meager portions. Those merchants are exceedingly unscrupulous. What they dare to call vegetables and fruits are but meager offerings, and the prices are exorbitantly steep. Your produce is indeed superior, both sweet and crisp. Will you perhaps consider planting some fruits next time? I must tell you." Shun Haojia glanced outside and leaned closer to Wei Ning, whispering conspiratorially, "With our leader present this time, our regiment will undoubtedly take all the vegetables from your fields. Do not be deceived by our leader's stern demeanor. He is, without a doubt, a glutton. The last time I brought back some cured meat, he nearly devoured it all. What is this? Remarkably delicious." Shun Haojia finished a tomato and stealthily snatched a slice of radish. The spicy, crisp radish was so refreshing that he found himself wanting more. "Brother Chun, do refrain from pilfering. I have but this little, and if you consume it all, there will be none left for me," Wei Ning interjected, blocking his hand from further theft. "That radish was a gift when I procured potatoes from Kyong Star. And now he has consumed it all. What shall I eat later? And what might this be?" Shun Haojia inquired, pointing at the potato strips Wei Ning had soaked in water on his last visit. He had only encountered vegetables and meat. Unlike the bounty of unfamiliar delicacies our leader enjoyed upon his arrival. Truly fortunate. These are potatoes, a newly discovered variety I purchased from Kyong Star. Once I have perfected their cultivation, I shall prepare them differently for you next time, Wei Ning replied, lifting the potato strips in preparation for frying. Young lady, you are truly remarkable, surpassing even those from esteemed agricultural families. You can cultivate anything. Chun Haojie praised, giving her a thumbs up. In truth, I merely plant them casually. I am not as exceptional as you claim, Wei Ning said, feeling slightly bashful at the compliment, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. A table laden with dishes was prepared amidst their conversation, primarily due to Chun Haojie's incessant talking and sneaking bites, while Wei Ning busily cooked, unable to restrain him. When Chris and Randy were invited to the dining table, they were greeted by an array of aromatic dishes, and Chris's eyes sparkled with excitement, while even Randy could not suppress his astonishment. Having dined on cured meat only once before, Chris was notoriously protective of his food. If he chose not to share, no amount of persuasion would sway him. He was fortunate to partake, having benefited from the commander's generosity, and the subsequent fresh mutant beast meat never seemed to match that initial flavor. Commander, do sample these. They are all homegrown vegetables, and the cured meat is homemade as well. Wei Guoyang politely gestured towards the feast laid before them. No sooner had he spoken than Chris seized his knife and fork and began to eat. As for why no chopsticks were present, Wei Ning found it perplexing that the interstellar realm lacked such utensils, with the dining hall furnished solely with knives and forks. Randy, unreserved, found the dishes visually appealing, even more so than those served to the commander, and in the face of such culinary delights, who could afford to maintain their dignity? He knew that soon, there would be no broth left to savor. This was not an exaggeration. During the first cooking of mutant beast meat at the base, several leaders, concerned about appearances, had hesitated, but ultimately, Chris and a dozen other leaders consumed every last morsel, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Wei Guoyang and his companions, having indulged in the cured meat and vegetables, had barely touched the other dishes, but they found the new flavors delightful, both in texture and taste. Chun Haojie felt fortunate to have sneaked bites from the kitchen earlier. Watching Chris swiftly and elegantly clear a plate, he hesitated to take any for himself. Randy displayed some restraint, but his pace was not slow, and he had no doubt that a substantial portion of the dishes had vanished into Chris and Randy's appetites. Were it not for the consideration of their regiment's honor, these two would have devoured everything. Wei Ning remained elated, as the chef, witnessing her painstakingly prepared dishes being completely consumed, brought her immense satisfaction. Randy gazed at Wei Ning's youthful, fair visage, feeling an impulse to recruit her as the personal chef for the 4th Regiment's commander. After all, their commander rarely praised a meal as delicious after trying the cured meat. If she were to join, he too could indulge in such delights. If only I could enjoy this every day, Chun Haojie sighed. Each visit to Green Star brought new culinary experiences, and he longed for the opportunity to savor different dishes daily. As the mutant beasts were truly exhilarating, Chris's ears perked up, considering the suggestion favorably. You have a splendid imagination. My sister is quite delicate, and there are so many warriors at the base. Do you wish for her to become exhausted? Wei Dong retorted without a moment's thought. Hey, boss, why not have the commander hire a chef when we return? I'm not exaggerating. The food prepared by our base's chef is simply unpalatable. I'll head out and hunt some fresh mutant beasts. Let my sister prepare a feast, and I guarantee you'll all crave more. You certainly have lofty ambitions, Chun Haojie remarked. Of course, if I could indulge in exquisite cuisine daily, who would care about the mutant beasts? He envisioned a world where they fought on the battlefield, seeking not only to defend the Federation but also to attain wealth and power. Those with wealth and influence in the capital star also sought to enjoy life. A single meal at a restaurant could cost as much as a month's worth of nutritional liquid. With delectable food, who would still wish to consume nutritional supplements? Not only Chris, but even Randy found the notion appealing. No wonder the scions of noble families were reluctant to join the military. Why would anyone choose to suffer in the battlefield when they could feast and revel in the capital? Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Randy shot a warning glance at Chun Haojie, almost allowing himself to be led astray. Boss, should we not extend our stay a few more days? My sister's roasted meat is exceptional. You have never tasted the golden, spicy wild boar ribs or the rich bone broth. With every dish Chun Haojie mentioned, the light in Chris's eyes intensified, eager to experience the flavors immediately. Cough. Randy interjected. Feeling that such indulgence was inappropriate, they had come with a mission, and this fellow seemed overly ambitious. However, truth be told, he too felt the desire. After decades of consuming nutritional liquid, he realized in the end, he had merely been drinking loneliness. Chris looked over, his intentions unmistakable. He too longed for a feast. Although Chris held a higher rank, he was not the one in charge. Well, a delay of a day or two in returning wouldn't be a problem. Would it? Let us indulge first, and if necessary, we can speed up the starship on our return. With a shift in mindset, Randy decided, turning to smile at Chris. Remaining silent, we shall depart tomorrow, Chris declared decisively. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, preparing ample food to fill his spatial button to the brim. Boss, rest assured, I will fulfill my mission, Chun Haojia answered earnestly. That night, Chun Haojia continued his tradition of sharing a bed with Wei Dong. While Chris and Randy rested aboard the starship, Wei Guoliang felt somewhat guilty, but Chun Haojia waved it off. Uncle, do not worry. The starship is well equipped with everything. Despite its compact size, the starship was fully furnished. More comfortable than a small room. After all, it was the commander's personal starship. Chris was decisive and efficient. The following morning, he took Chun Haojia on a hunt for mutant beasts. The beasts, recently preyed upon by Chun Haojia, were now faced with someone even more relentless. Any mutant beast encountered by Chris, provided it was not a youngling, met its end with a swift blow to the head, with 2 seconds of mental prowess and 3 seconds of physical capability. Mutant beasts were merely offerings before him. Chun Haojia specifically ventured to the tomato tree, harvesting every ripe tomato before encountering a wild boar foraging nearby, which he subsequently brought back entirely. Meanwhile, Randy was engaged in signing a contract with Wei Guoliang. He had inspected the cultivation area early that morning and was thoroughly satisfied with this batch of vegetables. The regiment had previously purchased vegetables and fruits from esteemed agricultural families at exorbitant prices, only to find them lacking in freshness, with merchants lamenting poor yields. In contrast, Wei Guoliang's produce was vibrant and succulent, far superior to theirs by 100-fold. Wei Guoliang did not impose any specific demands regarding pricing. He merely requested one thing, that when Green Star faced suppression from the agricultural families or other powerful entities, the regiment would intervene. Upon learning the cultivation methods of these vegetables, Randy was not surprised that Wei Guoliang made such a request. As long as the cultivation area on Green Star continued to expand, a clash with those individuals was inevitable, especially considering these vegetables were evidently distinct from theirs. This was not merely a matter of infringing on their interests. It fundamentally threatened their very foundation. Should this method of cultivation become public knowledge, it is not difficult to imagine what those individuals would do. He holds a profound disdain for the facade of the aristocracy. While brave soldiers fight valiantly on the front lines, these individuals enjoy a life of comfort far from the battlefield. Whenever the military needs to request funding, they lament their financial woes with various excuses. The soldiers often struggle to secure even a basic meal, while the offspring of the noble families feast without concern, were it not for the major families controlling the methods of planting and breeding. How could they have consumed nutrient solutions for decades, only to find that a single meal could cost them an entire month's salary? He suddenly wondered if, when interstellar warriors can finally access vegetables and fruits of superior quality, the aristocrats would still dare to petition the military about poor harvests. After all, they have invoked this reason to justify price hikes on more than one occasion, even with a monthly increase in rations. The quantity of vegetables and fruits required is indeed substantial. Now, as he gazed at the figures on the contract, Land couldn't help but smirk. Wei Guoliang had made but a single request, yet the price was merely half of what they had been paying the aristocrats. He redrafted Wei Guoliang's request into the contract and sent the revised document to his superior, General Hui Yunshun, the highest commander of the 4th Legion. While he had full authority to handle vegetable procurement, he could not unilaterally agree to Wei Guoliang's request on behalf of the 4th Legion, even if it posed no challenge for them, given that it pertained to the rations of all soldiers in the 4th Legion. It was prudent to communicate with the military command. Originally, they had already reached a decision through internal meetings, and forwarding the contract would merely be a formality. Should any issues arise later, having a unified front within the military would avert further complications. 10 minutes later, Land received a reply from Hui Yunshun, an electronic contract signed by all the officers at the school level within the 4th Legion. Land forwarded the contract to Wei Guoliang. explaining, "This contract is co-signed by all the school-level officers of the 4th Legion. Once you sign it, it will take effect formally. There should be a hard copy as well, but due to logistical constraints, it will be delivered when the next military personnel come to collect the goods." Wei Guoyang meticulously reviewed the terms laid out in the contract, and upon finding no discrepancies, he affixed his signature. Observing the string of names representing the other party, Wei Guoyang felt a surge of excitement. With the 4th Legion as his backing, he could confidently develop the agricultural industry on Green Star. "Boss Wei, may our collaboration be fruitful," Lan said with a beaming smile, extending his hand. "May our collaboration be fruitful, Colonel Land. The next task at hand was the harvest. We will return in 4 days. Will you be able to complete the harvest by then?" Initially, they had estimated 3 days for the return trip, but the unexpectedly large quantity of vegetables had exceeded his budget. However, if they could not finish, they could conveniently extend their stay by 2 days, which delighted Land. "That's feasible, but the Colonel will need to prepare preservation boxes. We've brought those. You only need to focus on harvesting and packing," Land replied, producing a spatial button, and with a wave of his hand, numerous small preservation boxes appeared neatly arranged along the path. From that point onward, he would not concern himself, only awaiting the enjoyment of the fruits of their labor. Wei Guoyang, meanwhile, set about organizing the robots for the harvest. Across 20 acres, they would leave half an acre of each vegetable for seeds and harvest the rest in no time. 20 robots were efficiently at work, harvesting, weighing, and packing the produce. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling also joined in, preferring to work in the fields rather than merely engage in idle chatter. Wei Dong was tasked with moving the filled preservation boxes to the roadside. Land, indifferent, wandered about, occasionally checking the progress of the harvest, and then peeking into the kitchen where Wei Ning was preparing various peculiar tools. After a brief look, he ventured out again, this time to the gourd trellis. There he spotted long, greenish-yellow gourds clinging to the vines. Recognizing them as loofahs, with the curiosity of a child, Land touched the loofahs and then the beans, his astonishment growing as he beheld a large pumpkin. The size of these gourds was astonishing. Wei Ning had infused them with her abilities, causing them to grow several times larger than usual. The flattened, golden-hued pumpkin, with a diameter of half a meter, was indeed impressive, especially to Land, who was seeing such a sight for the first time. Not only did he touch it, but he also tapped on it with his fingertip, producing a dull thud sound that lit up his eyes with excitement. If any other soldiers had witnessed this unbecoming display from Land, they would surely have dropped their jaws in disbelief. "What is that?" Land exclaimed, his keen eyes catching sight of a round object with green stripes nestled among the vines beside the pumpkin. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. It was enormous, nearly half the size of the neighboring golden pumpkin that he reached out to tap it, and this time, as he did so, he heard a distinct crack, staring in disbelief at the fissure that had appeared in the spherical object. He looked back at his hand, bewildered. He hadn't even exerted much force. "Colonel, what are you doing here?" came the voice of Chun Haojie from behind. Like a child caught in wrongdoing, Land instinctively positioned himself to shield the broken sphere, quickly adjusting his expression to one of calmness as he turned around. "Did you need something?" "There are simply too many prey. The boss sent me to fetch you for assistance." Chun Haojie glanced behind Land, seeing nothing amiss. Before continuing, Land thought to himself that only Chris, the glutton, would dare to command him to work. "Then let's go." Perhaps feeling guilty, Land chose not to dwell on it. Leading the way, Chun Haojie trailed behind, curiosity leading him to glance back, where he caught a glimpse of the red flesh visible through the crack in the green sphere. "Hurry up," Land urged, having not noticed that Chun Haojie was following him. "Right away," Chun Haojie replied, but after taking a few steps, he turned back, clutching the cracked sphere and running off, inadvertently tearing the entire vine in two. Meanwhile, Land had arrived at the open space outside the kitchen, where Chris and Wei Dong were busy processing mutated beasts. Wei Dong was skinning a mutated gugu chicken, while Chris was removing the hide from a raging boar, with a mountainous pile of mutated beasts stacked behind them. "Land, go deal with the mutated rabbits," Chris ordered without preamble upon noticing his arrival. Fine. For the sake of food, Land decided not to argue. His usual duties involved assisting the commander with various documents and carrying out orders. But he himself was also an exceptional S-class warrior who had fought alongside the commander and earned numerous accolades. Although he had never handled mutated beasts before, His strong learning ability allowed him to master the task after only a brief explanation from Wei Dong. Why did you pick the watermelons? Wei Ning had brought various kitchen tools to the open space when she suddenly saw Chun Haojie approaching, cradling a large green watermelon. She was taken aback. These two watermelon plants had only received her ability infusion twice since being transplanted. She preferred naturally ripened produce over those hastened by abilities, or else she would have already planted a second crop. What watermelon? This one. Chun Haojie turned the cracked side towards her. I checked just a few days ago, and everything seemed fine. Wei Ning furrowed her brow upon seeing the crack. Could it be that it ripened too quickly and split on its own? Chun Haojie instinctively glanced at land, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Perhaps it really did split on its own, that he instinctively chose to suppress his suspicions. Well, it's already picked, that I'll go take a look, Wei Ning said, instructing him to place the watermelon in the refrigerator before heading toward the other side. Since we are already familiar with one another, we might as well pick a couple more. One simply isn't enough to in no time, Wei Ning returned, cradling a plump watermelon, and after placing both into the refrigerator, she re-emerged. The warriors exhibited commendable efficiency. Within less than half an hour, they had successfully processed one each of the mutated gugu chicken, mutated rabbit, frenzy pig, and barbarian bull. Bones and meat filled several large basins, submerged in water, as they continued to tackle other tasks. Wei Ning instructed Wei Dong to place all the extracted pig and cow bones into a large pot, adding water to boil, as she intended to prepare soup first. Unable to wait for a brining solution, she opted for a primitive method of blanching, without ginger or scallions, and with only synthetic wine that bore no real utility. She simply added salt, waiting for the water to boil and skim off the scum. After boiling for a while longer until the bones were tender, she retrieved them, washed them clean, and returned them to the pot for further simmering. Soup requires time. Once the heat was adjusted, it needed no further attention. Wei Ning planned to roast the mutated gugu chicken, but the oven was too small to accommodate the whole bird, thus she abandoned that idea. Instead, she decided to roast it whole, just like the mutated rabbit. The frenzy pig ribs and barbarian bull ribs would also be roasted in the oven, albeit in 2 batches to fit. The pork belly and beef were to be pan-fried. And with an abundance of beef, Wei Ning allocated a separate pot to braise the beef brisket with tomatoes. With a sizzle, the pristine minced garlic was added to the hot oil, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the air and reached the nostrils of the three hard at work. Encountering a fragrance absent during their last visit, Chun Haojie inhaled deeply. His appetite stirred. He hastily finished processing the mutated beast meat in hand, abandoning further tasks to crouch by the stove. Wei Ning poured the prepared beef brisket into the pan, wielding the spatula to stir fry. Once the fragrant aroma of the brisket filled the air, she added the chopped tomatoes, creating a sauce and adding water to braise. She then switched to the grill to prepare for the meat frying. Noticing her pull out the grilling rack, Chun Haojie instinctively brought over several bowls of marinated meat, readying the gas canister. There was no need for Wei Ning to call. Everything was already set up. Even the stools were arranged for sitting and waiting. Seeing his enthusiasm, Wei Ning entrusted the task entirely to him. After all, he had already experienced it once and required no further instruction. She then went to call Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling, who were still busy harvesting vegetables in the fields. As soon as she left, Chun Haojie beckoned Chris and Randy over in the base. He had only taught the method of stewing in a large pot, and it was their first time tasting pan-fried meat. Chun Haojie demonstrated the process, emphasizing the necessity of cooking thoroughly for the best flavor. Just as he finished frying a few slices of pork belly, Chris and Randy eagerly divided the portions among themselves. Why didn't you let the chef make this before? The flavor that dances on the palate is far superior to what we had previously, Chris lamented. Although the stewed meat consumed at the base was decent, its taste was evidently lacking compared to this. It's not fair, boss. It's not that I didn't teach, but the kitchen lacks seasonings. And this needs to be made fresh to be flavorful, Chun Haojie protested, eager to clear his name. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach. Rather, the base's kitchen was hardly a kitchen at all, with seasonings limited to salt, oil, and soy sauce. Each meal of vegetables was boiled in a massive pot, rendering them soft and flavorless, and the meat was stewed in a single pot, causing the tender meat of the mutated beasts to lose its form. If luck was on their side, one might receive a small piece of meat. Otherwise, it was merely a bowl of broth. The broth itself was not particularly palatable, carrying a hint of fishiness, leading him to question the chef's culinary skills. In truth, they had wrongly accused the chef. Cooking in such a large pot was inherently challenging. The warriors' tastes were not uniform, and even if they wished to improve the quality, they lacked the means. Consider the sheer number of warriors, over 100,000, not including logistical personnel. The immense quantity placed considerable pressure on the chef. The 4th Legion boasted additional meal benefits, while other legions subsisted on nutrient solutions, leaving little room for picky eaters. However, ever since Chuan Haojia taught the method for stewing meat, they no longer purchased farmed mutated beast meat externally. Now, the warriors hunted for their own. This, however, had burdened the chef, who previously only cooked twice a month, but now had to do so weekly. Why not return and request the commander to procure seasonings? Chuan Haojia suggested while flipping the meat. He elaborated on the benefits of having seasonings. Boss, think about it. Once we have seasonings, what can't we cook? It would be best if the kitchen here were fully equipped. When we're not on missions, we could cook for ourselves, indulging in whatever we desire. Which Legion would envy ours? Chris and Randy exchanged glances, finding his reasoning quite persuasive. The 4th Legion's benefits were already superior to those of other legions, and if they could elevate them further, the expansion of the 4th Legion would be imminent. Since the outbreak of the Star Beast War, countless Federal warriors had perished on the battlefield each year. Due to magnetic field issues, many warriors' mental states became volatile, forcing numerous individuals to retreat to safer areas. In recent years, the number of students applying to military academies had steadily declined, and recruitment efforts across legions had not fared well. The comfortable life of the rear had caused many to forget the grim realities of the past. Uncle and Aunt, come quickly. Upon seeing Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling approaching, Chuan Haojia ceased his previous line of thought and welcomed them over. Chris and Randy suddenly realized they had begun eating before their hosts arrived. A significant breach of etiquette, and both shot glares at Chuan Haojia, blaming him for the oversight. Chuan Haojia, however, feigned ignorance, his composure remarkably thick-skinned. Go ahead and eat. We'll wait for the soup, Wei Guoyang gestured. Feeling the pressure of dining with them was too much. After all, they were no longer as eager for meat as they had been upon their arrival. To put it bluntly, they had grown somewhat weary of it. Wei Ning washed the vegetables she had picked and handed them over. Sisters are the best, Chuan Haojia exclaimed joyfully, wrapping the freshly pan-fried meat in the vegetables as he enjoyed his meal. Wei Dong, meanwhile, had grown silent, no longer wishing to comment on Chuan Haojia's audacity. Is this how you can eat? Chris observed and began to mimic wrapping the vegetables around his meat. From there, he discovered a newfound love for this method of eating. The sweetness of the vegetables combined with the spiciness of the meat created an exquisite flavor. Even during past vacations in the capital, dining at high-end restaurants prepared by renowned chefs, he never encountered such a delightful taste. The freshness of the vegetables retained their sweetness and crispness without compromising the meat's exquisite flavor. He demonstrated his fondness by not only finishing his own pan-fried meat, but also snatching half of what Chuan Haojia had just cooked. Whoa, boss, so this is how you are? As for Randy, he had already wrapped his own fried meat in vegetables and devoured it quickly. As for his image, that had long since departed. Meanwhile, the bone broth was ready, the milky white liquid exuding a rich meaty aroma. Wei Ning added salt and checked the beef brisket, which was also ready. The combined scent of tomatoes and beef wafted through the air, tempting the three who were indulging in pan-fried meat. Adding salt to enhance the flavor, Wei Ning placed a large basin of tomato beef brisket on the table. Wei Dong had shredded the roasted mutated gugu chicken and mutated rabbit into small portions for bowls, while the first batch of ribs was also served. With preparations underway for the second batch, before long, the table was adorned with an array of meat dishes, each emitting tantalizing aromas. Wei Dong ladled soup for everyone, and Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling took their seats. Chuan Haojia ceased frying the meat, sitting beside Wei Dong, while Chris and Randy also took their places without hesitation. Colonels, please give it a try. Wei Guoyang warmly invited, feeling much more at ease with them than at the outset. Aside from the dish made with red fruit, he had tasted everything else and found himself less tempted. However, for Chris and Randy, it was a feast. They had never before encountered such a variety of dishes at once, nor had they tasted it. Though they had attended noble and high-level banquets, none had been this lavish, as the most common offerings were fried, boiled, or stewed. Moreover, banquets typically involved socializing, with everyone too preoccupied with appearances to genuinely eat, merely presenting the dishes. Chen Haojia had already tasted this once before, but it had been quite some time. And he too could not resist swallowing hard. Once both sides had exchanged pleasantries, he was the first to seize a rib and take a bite. There's an extraordinary flavor here, reminiscent of the aroma I sensed earlier. He remarked, glancing at Wei Ning. That's the garlic flavor. If it's not to your liking, you can try something else. Wei Ning noticed his gaze upon her. She clarified, last time we lacked garlic. But now I have added minced garlic, enhancing the flavor significantly. Of course, consuming too much may leave an overpowering garlic taste, which not everyone appreciates. Hence, I only used half the amount for a more subtle aroma. This dish is certainly tastier than the last. Chen Haojia, savoring the dish with evident delight, praised. Then do indulge further. This braised beef brisket is quite exquisite. It would be even more flavorful paired with a staple. Yesterday's rice should be cooked today. Wei Ning looked on with a hint of regret. Ning, Wei Guoyang interjected, halting her train of thought. Feigning ignorance, Wei Ning had an ulterior motive. She hoped to acquire rice seeds from the military. Having been raised on rice and noodles, her ingrained dietary habits remained unchanged, even in a different era. While the absence of rice in the interstellar realm could be tolerated, the fact that it was available, yet not consistently accessible, was rather disheartening. If it couldn't be procured through civilian means, the military must have its channels. Moreover, obtaining rice seeds would ultimately benefit the federal soldiers, making it a win-win situation. Anyone opposing such a proposition would be foolish. You seek rice seeds. The moment Randy heard this from Wei Ning, he instantly recognized her intentions. If they could cultivate rice, he would not hesitate to assist in procuring the seeds. After all, rice was a valuable commodity. Typically, they used it to prepare bland porridge, devoid of flavor. Can you manage it? Wei Ning gazed at him with eager anticipation, adding, or any other seeds would suffice. Indeed, it would be best to have a variety of fruit seeds. Chen Haojia chimed in, gnawing on a rib and nodding vigorously. Certainly, the more we plant, the greater the bounty of delicious food. He mused, realizing his oversight. Wei Guoyang initially intended to voice his thoughts, but reconsidered and remained silent. If the military could intervene, they could cultivate a broader array of crops. Noticing Randy lost in contemplation, Wei Ning decided to depart momentarily. A few minutes later, she returned with a platter, placing it before Chris and Randy. What is this? Chen Haojia exclaimed, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Randy turned his gaze towards Wei Ning, awaiting her explanation. It is a fruit I have dubbed watermelon. The red part is edible, while the green rind can be used in cooking and the black seeds can be planted. Upon hearing it was a fruit, Chris couldn't help but lean in. He had seen the young girl return with an enormous one, larger than any fruit he had ever encountered. She claimed the red portion was entirely consumable, which meant there was a substantial amount to enjoy. The watermelon on the platter had only a thin layer of green skin, indicating that a whole watermelon contained copious edible flesh. And she mentioned the green part can also be used as a vegetable. Chris noted, realizing that the entire fruit was indeed edible. He picked up a slice and took a bite. The sweetness flooding his palate, the juice abundant and refreshing, melting away with minimal chewing. After indulging in various savory meats, the crispness of the watermelon was utterly rejuvenating. Unable to resist, he devoured another slice. Relishing its delightful taste, I am in agreement. Randy, who had yet to speak, found himself nodding in affirmation as Chris, having consumed 3 slices, prepared to grab a 4th if such a delectable fruit could be cultivated. Surely others could be as well. While others might struggle to procure seeds, he could leverage his privileges to acquire them, or even persuade an elder in the family to assist, as his reputation held considerable sway. We can help you obtain seeds, but you must prioritize selling the produce to our military faction, Randy, astutely considering the interests of his organization, stipulated. That is acceptable. However, you must also ensure our safety. You are aware that this area is not entirely secure. If necessary, we will consider deploying troops, but only if it is deemed worthwhile, Randy assured her. Trust me, I will not disappoint you. Wei Ning felt a surge of confidence in her resolve. Then let us await the outcome. Randy extended a slice of watermelon towards Wei Ning. Very well, she accepted, concealing her racing heart as she took a bite, masking her anxiety about the significant decision she had just made. Only she understood the magnitude of what was at stake. Fearing his refusal and sweating from nerves, she had even prepared herself to reveal her extraordinary abilities, knowing that if she missed this opportunity, she may never again be so close to a high-ranking military official. Fortunately, she succeeded. Randy cast a discreet glance at Wei Ning, casually enjoying the sweet watermelon, his awareness revealing that this girl was the greatest secret here. Wei Guoliang, witnessing his daughter's audacity, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Anxious that she might offend the military personnel, they were merely ordinary citizens. Offending the military could have dire consequences that a misstep could endanger not just their collaboration, but even their lives. Wei Ning's boldness stemmed largely from Chun Haojia's demeanor. His ease in interacting with them sometimes surpassed the respect typically shown by subordinates to their superiors. Rather than displaying impatience, they seemed somewhat indulgent, encouraging her confidence. They were not the selfish, power-hungry individuals she had previously encountered. She preferred to believe that the faction her brother had once served was one deserving of admiration. "Boss, don't consume all the seeds. My sister mentioned they are for planting. Each seed you eat diminishes the number of watermelons we can grow." Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Chun Haojia adeptly shifted the topic, demonstrating his remarkable ability to ease the mood. "Chris, this lad is asking for trouble again." However, as he surveyed the considerable number of black seeds before them, contrasting with the mere bones in front of himself, Chris remained unfazed, his embarrassment utterly absent. "What I consume are all seedless," he declared. "Boss, you truly are something else," Chun Haojia exclaimed, genuinely impressed as he raised his thumb in appreciation. The meal concluded amidst Chun Haojia's banter, with Chris and Randy appearing thoroughly satisfied, having devoured everything Wei Ning had prepared. In the subsequent days, the Wei family, along with their robotic companion, immersed themselves in the fields, harvesting the crops. Each vegetable was cut down, with the wilted leaves promptly discarded, all neatly packed into preservation boxes and subsequently transported to the side, where Randy collected them into his spatial storage. Chris and Chun Haojia diligently processed the mutant beasts they had hunted, while occasionally, Randy was drafted into their ranks. Each day, Wei Ning prepared them a meal, constrained by limited resources to the simplest of seasonings. Steaming, frying, pan-searing, stewing, and braising were all employed. Though she felt the dishes lacked flair, they were consistently consumed by the group. Plenty of mutant beast meat remained, and the previous batch of cured meat had yet to be finished. This time, she did not keep any for herself. She refrained from participating in the cooking, leaving it entirely to Chun Haojia, Chris, and Randy, who asserted, "Once you learn, you need not fear running out," encouraged by his enthusiasm. Wei Ning even taught him how to prepare jerky. The beef jerky she produced was notably chewy and addictive. In the past, she had purchased it on several occasions, consuming half a pound while engrossed in a show, which left her cheeks sore from overindulgence. Later, following short video tutorials, she made it with pork a few times. While the flavor paled in comparison to beef jerky, it still made for a decent snack. Primarily due to its simplicity, she would slice the beef into strips, marinate them in various seasonings for several hours, allowing the moisture to be drawn out and the flavors to meld. Once marinated, she would remove the beef, dry its surface, and then place it in the oven for a low-temperature bake. On her first attempt, Wei Ning lacked confidence, and without a temperature control feature, the first batch predictably failed, resulting in a charred mess. For the second batch, she switched to a smaller energy stone, yet it still emerged slightly burnt. On her third attempt, she removed the energy stone midway and relied on residual heat, achieving the perfect bake. The result was enjoyable, albeit tough on the teeth. Nonetheless, Chris and the others relished it. After 2 days of effort, she had dehydrated half a cow's worth of meat. Once all the vegetables were boxed and weighed, the total came to an impressive 99,832 pounds. Wei Ning had not anticipated that after reserving half an acre of the 20-acre field for seed, they would yield nearly 100,000 pounds. The contract signed by Wei Guoliang and Randy stipulated a price per pound, set at 500 star coins. With nearly 50 million star coins in total, this exceeded their initial estimates by a third. Randy promptly transferred 50 million star coins to Wei Guoliang, candidly stating that the surplus was to cover their food expenses for the past few days. Given his straightforwardness, Wei Guoliang accepted without hesitation. Though the mutant beasts were all hunted by them, they were still products of Green Star. Moreover, every day, the dishes prepared by my daughter were generously rewarded to Ningning as her wages. Wei Ning, not wishing to take advantage of them, chose a few robustly growing snake plants to dig up and gift them. "What is this?" Randy had long wanted to inquire, and after all the vegetables had been harvested, Only this one remained untouched. It is a type of plant that purifies the air when placed indoors, requiring little care, just occasional watering and a bit of sunlight, but not for too long. Lacking an attractive flower pot, Wei Ning simply used a large rice bowl to contain the soil, infusing it with a touch of her unique ability that we are all rather rough around the edges. It would be a pity if we were to kill such a fine specimen. Just as Randy was about to take it, Chun Haojia shouted out, "Randy, go to hell," he retorted, since the girl had spoken so highly of it. "It must be easy to care for, huh?" Realizing he had misspoken, Chun Haojia quickly grabbed a pot and ran off. Randy solemnly accepted the plant, carefully stowing it away, and after bidding them farewell, he boarded the starship. Watching the vessel shrink into a mere black before vanishing into the vastness of space, the family let out a collective sigh of relief. At last, it was over. Their efforts had not been in vain after all. The future looked increasingly promising. They exchanged smiles, each reflecting the uncontainable joy in their eyes. A few days later, Chris and the others returned to the border planet as soon as they disembarked from the starship. Chris dragged Chun Haojia to the training ground, where his pleas for mercy could be heard from afar. "Boss, please spare me. Can I just go train by myself?" Meanwhile, Randy went to report back to work. Upon his arrival at the commander's office, he encountered someone exiting. "Randy, you're back?" It was Captain Dick of the second squad. "Dick," Randy acknowledged, not engaging in lengthy conversation. He knocked on the door. "Enter," came a low, cold voice from within. Randy pushed the door open. Behind a simple desk sat a man clad in black military attire, sitting upright as he perused a paper document. He glanced up momentarily before returning his focus to the paper. "Your Excellency," Randy began, and proceeded to report on the details of the recent expedition, elaborating on what he had observed on Green Star and his suspicions regarding Wei Ning. Finally, he produced the snake plants that Wei Ning had gifted from his spatial button. 2 pots of green plants, each with 7 or 8 sword-like leaves the size of a palm, were nestled in a large white porcelain bowl. Upon seeing such casually potted greenery, a look of astonishment crossed Hui Yunchuan's handsome face. "My subordinate intended to transfer them to a different pot, but they all died, so he left these 2 untouched," Randy explained. He too found the aesthetic displeasing and desired to repot them, only for them to perish shortly after. These 2 pots were requested from Chun Haojia and Chris, as they certainly would not care for them. He asked without a hint of concern. His long, elegant fingers gently brushed against the green leaves. And in that instant, a wave of soft, unknown energy emanated from his fingertips. A level 3 psychic. Hui Yunchuan could discern even the faintest fluctuations in energy. His expression turned serious as he concentrated. Focusing his mental energy to perceive the subtle vibrations, the energy was exceedingly weak, akin to a faint breath, almost imperceptible. Had he not possessed a high level of psychic ability, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. "You say this plant can purify the air?" "Indeed, that is what the young lady claimed," Randy replied, somewhat perplexed. "Have Jess come over?" Hui Yunchuan commanded. "Yes," Randy replied, though he felt bewildered that a competent assistant does not question the orders of their superior. His fingertips glided over the holographic interface to locate Jess's contact information and send a message. "Do not touch the batch of vegetables you brought back. Keep them in your possession for now. Additionally, provide Jess with a sample of every type of vegetable and await his findings before proceeding." Hui Yunchuan lowered his head to continue working, issuing commands as per usual. "Research. Your Excellency suspects there may be an issue with this batch of vegetables?" Randy was taken aback. Jess was a biological researcher in the 4th Corps, specializing in the evolution of star beasts. Now, the commander was asking him to investigate vegetables, suggesting a connection between them and the star beasts. Could it be they had consumed plenty on Green Star without noticing anything amiss? Hui Yunchuan replied without looking up, continuing to work as he spoke. "There was a slight energy fluctuation just now. What it is will be revealed once Jess conducts his research." Jess arrived shortly, his face sour as he had only been informed to come without any details. "What is it that couldn't wait?" he asked, his expression morose, dressed in a white lab coat. "Take a look." Hui Yunchuan indicated the green plants on the table. "What is this?" Jess, previously irked, instantly became animated. 2 perfectly formed green plants. Had he not been mistaken? Jess couldn't believe his eyes, closing them momentarily before reopening them. The plants were still there. It was real. "Where did you get these?" Jess exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. "Before humanity's migration to the stars, Earth had endured a cataclysmic disaster, leaving only a fraction of the population alive and drastically altering the environment. Humans developed various superpowers to adapt. Following the disaster, cultural continuity was disrupted, and agricultural knowledge was lost. The harsh living conditions forced survivors to abandon Earth in search of habitable planets in other star systems. The efforts of countless generations culminated in the establishment of the current federal government. Presently, the cultivation of vegetables in space is challenging, with only apples and pears being commonplace. Historical records indicate that prior to interstellar migration, humans relied on rice as a staple, accompanied by an abundance of vegetables, meats, and a diverse array of fruits. Life was truly blissful. Isminter had long sought to restore the pre-migration abundance of vegetables and fruits, but had yet to achieve a breakthrough. He had only succeeded in cultivating some altered plants that did not mutate or pose a threat to humans. If he recalled correctly, this type of potted green plant was common before the migration. Nowadays, such small, exquisite potted plants were nowhere to be found in the stars. Jess was eager to commence research on the plant immediately. When Randy presented a sample of each vegetable, Jess was rendered speechless with excitement. "Randy, pinch me. This can't be real, can it? I'm not dreaming." Jess clutched his chest, stepping back and seizing Randy's arm with such force he hardly noticed. Randy, hearing this, pinched his arm hard, freeing himself in the process. A sharp pain radiated through Jess's hand, prompting a yelp, yet he was overwhelmed with joy. Vegetables. Over a dozen varieties, more than currently available, each filling an entire preservation box. The colors were vibrant, the shapes vigorous and sprightly, all indicating a healthy state. To Jess, the produce from today's agricultural families appeared abnormal and unhealthy. He had studied historical records and knew that vegetables and fruits from 1,000 years ago looked just like these. Perhaps even better than what they had now. That he had conveniently overlooked the blackish dust on the leaves. Tell me, where did you get these? I'll go to the source for research. You should first conduct tests. I've sensed an unknown energy fluctuation from this plant. Once you determine what it is, we can discuss other matters. Wei Ning interrupted him. Having known Jess for many years, he understood his character better than Jess did himself. Once Jess set his sights on something to study, he would immerse himself to the point of neglecting food, drink, and rest. But at this moment, Wei Ning was solely interested in discovering the nature of that energy, which intrigued him far more than the vegetables themselves. What? There are energy fluctuations? Jess was exceedingly anxious. Whenever mutated plants underwent transformation, they emitted energy fluctuations. He hoped fervently that these 2 pots of greenery were not on the brink of mutation as well. No, he must hasten back to his research. If he could uncover the principles of mutation, he might just unravel the issue of psychic energy surges. At that moment, Jess could hardly be bothered to inquire about the origin of the vegetables, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Impulsively, Jess resolved to carry 1 pot of greenery in each arm. However, he only managed to grasp the one nearest to him, and as he reached for the other pot, a large hand preemptively moved it aside. "What are you doing?" Jess glared at Wei Ning, his cousin, whose presence instilled both respect and fear among the soldiers of the 4th Legion. Yet, Jess felt no hesitation. He perceived Wei Ning's actions as an outright obstruction to his research. Anyone who hindered his investigations would receive his ire, regardless of their rank, even if that individual happened to be his superior. 1 pot was sufficient. Wei Ning was fully aware of Jess's nature. Once something piqued his interest and entered his research lab, it was unlikely to be returned, not even by him. Jess fixed his gaze on Wei Ning, his eyes silently demanding that he relinquish his hold. Wei Ning met his stare, resolute and unyielding. Very well. In the end, Jess was left with no choice but to concede, hastily departing with the solitary pot of greenery. "Vegetables." Randy pointed to the preservation box on the ground, failing to call a halt to his departure. "Deliver it to him. You follow afterward." Wei Ning felt confident in having Randy follow. Understood. Randy recognized the gravity of the situation, swiftly retrieving the preservation box before exiting. Upon returning to his personal research lab, Jess prepared to delve into the study of the pot of greenery. Just as he reached the door, someone rushed over, calling out to him, "Dr. Jess, the preliminary results have come in. You should take a look." The newcomer was a young assistant clad in a white lab coat, breathless from his hurried approach, leaning against his knees to catch his breath. Jess recognized him as a junior assistant from a previous project, tasked with menial duties. Casting one last glance at the pot of greenery in his arms, Jiez ultimately redirected his path. Minutes later, he stopped before a transparent glass chamber. The researchers bustling outside the chamber acknowledged him with solemn nods, their expressions grave. "How are the findings?" Jiez inquired, approaching a computer connected to several instruments. The individual at the computer glanced at him, fingers dancing over the keyboard, and soon the screen was filled with a dense array of data and text. He pointed to several red highlighted sections, stating, "These data points all indicate concerning conclusions regarding psychic attacks. If the data is accurate, this type of star beast emits a psychic attack capable of disrupting a warrior's mental energy during an assault. This attack is intangible, affecting the warrior's combat performance and potentially inciting psychic energy surges. Unless one possesses high rank and formidable willpower, escaping its effects is exceedingly difficult. It is crucial to note that once a warrior exhibits signs of a psychic surge, they must be administered a calming agent. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. In severe cases, they may lose their lives, while others may suffer diminished mental capacity, and the most fortunate among them may merely experience a decline in their psychic energy levels." Jiez turned to observe the glass chamber, where a colossal beast lay sprawled on the ground, its iron-like scales covering its body. Its massive head bore two sharp horns, with its eyes tightly shut and its mouth slightly ajar, revealing glistening fangs. Only they understood the lethal capabilities harbored within this star beast. Since its emergence merely 6 months prior, the casualty rates of teams encountering it had reached alarming heights. Initially, they had presumed this star beast was no different from the usual threats, dispatching teams on standard missions. However, that mission ended in disaster, with a 200-strong team returning with fewer than 20 survivors. Aside from a handful of fortunate warriors whose psychic energy merely diminished, the rest suffered severe psychic damage, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. They remained baffled by the phenomenon. All they knew was that during encounters with the star beast, they inexplicably felt their movements slow, followed by excruciating headaches. At first, they could endure the pain, but eventually, it became unbearable, leading to a complete loss of rationality. The only thing capable of driving seasoned warriors into madness was a psychic energy surge. Yet, every warrior dispatched on missions underwent rigorous examinations, making it implausible for such surges to occur without cause, unless external factors were to blame. Since then, all task forces received directives to exercise extreme caution when facing this type of star beast. Still, several teams suffered casualties. This prompted heightened scrutiny from higher-ups, and Jiez found himself intrigued. It had been over a year since any new star beasts had been discovered, yet this particular entity was evidently unlike the others that had emerged. With repeated incidents leading to calamity, it ultimately fell to Chris and his elite guard to conduct a search. After scouring the wilderness for over half a month, they finally encountered two beasts, an adult and a juvenile. Jiez had specifically instructed that capturing them alive would be ideal for research purposes. Despite Chris and his elite guard being seasoned veterans with impeccable teamwork, they still suffered the loss of 2 members and injuries to several others before successfully slaying the adult beast and bringing back the juvenile. Jiez, along with a cadre of researchers, dedicated numerous days to studying this new star beast, ultimately discovering that the symptoms of slowed movement and headaches in warriors arose solely during the beast's attacks. Through countless experiments and the expenditure of considerable resources, they arrived at this conclusion. Warriors dreaded psychic surges, yet this star beast possessed the ability to incite such surges, a grave concern for the soldiers. "Will the calming agents still be effective?" Jiez inquired, glancing at the other researchers. "The efficacy is minimal," replied a researcher nearby. They had conducted tests and confirmed that while calming agents could alleviate the surges, warriors still experienced headaches during the star beast's attacks. Moreover, the lower the warrior's rank, the more severe the symptoms. Those with weaker wills fared no better. The majority of warriors from the previously failed teams were of grade A or a select few of grade S. And test results indicated that 2S grade warriors experienced considerably fewer limitations after taking the calming agents than their lower-ranked counterparts. Upon hearing this, Jiez's expression darkened significantly. If even the calming agents proved ineffective, what else could mitigate the psychic surges? If they were aware of where the star beasts would appear in advance, they could dispatch higher-ranked warriors to eradicate them. But the crux of the matter lay in their ignorance of where these star beasts would manifest. By the time they encountered one and sent out a distress signal, the battle would often be over. Each time, they could only bear witness to the cold corpses of their comrades or to those suffering in agony, or lying unconscious. Damn it, Giez slammed his fist against the glass wall. The sturdy glass remained unscathed, yet the star beast within seemed to respond to the disturbance, its eyes slowly opening, the crimson vertical pupils, the size of a fist, surveyed the surroundings with a chilling gaze, while its long tail swished behind it, striking the glass wall. Truly, it was no wonder this glass was heralded as the most durable material in the entire star system. Even a strike from the star beast sent tremors through the entire chamber. Yet the glass wall remained unscathed as the star beast launched its assault. Various beeping sounds emanated from the instruments adjacent to the glass barrier. Jace observed the incessantly fluctuating data on the screen, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, remaining silent for an extended period. The phenomenon of psychic fluctuations posed the most formidable challenge for humanity. Cancer, once deemed incurable, could now be effectively treated with a superlative drug that effortlessly eradicated malignant cells. Heart disease patients no longer needed to endure arduous waits for a compatible heart. Cloning technology, having matured centuries ago, provided a viable solution for their plight. It is evident that the current state of medicine has advanced significantly. Even severe injuries could be healed within 2 days in a treatment pod. However, the enigma of psychic fluctuations remained unsolved for centuries. Countless pharmacists devoted their lives to researching this issue, only to succeed in developing mere alleviators for psychic disturbances. Jace recalled his mentor's assertion that if one could discover a rare herb capable of nurturing psychic energy at its source, there would be a substantial chance of resolving the issue. The higher one's psychic level, the more advanced mechas one could operate. Yet, utilizing high-level mechas demanded a considerable amount of psychic energy, which is not inexhaustible. It necessitates a process of replenishment. Excessive depletion without adequate restoration leads to an imbalance, triggering psychic fluctuations. Presently, humanity had yet to conquer this dilemma, and the emergence of star beasts capable of inducing such fluctuations only compounded the challenges faced by warriors on the battlefield. In that moment, Jace yearned for a time machine, wishing to journey back tens of thousands of years to the mother planet in search of the elusive herb that could remedy psychic disturbances. The surrounding white-coated individuals instinctively softened their actions, holding their breath, fearful of provoking Jace at such a critical juncture. "Jace," Randy called out, having trailed slightly behind him, upon arriving at his personal research lab and finding it empty. He inquired and learned Jace had come this way, prompting him to follow. Upon his arrival, he was met with a grave atmosphere, and his heart sank. Anything that could elicit such a demeanor from Jace was undoubtedly dire news. Indeed, when Jace turned at the sound of his name, he promptly informed Randy about the new type of star beast, solemnly advising him to notify the higher-ups immediately upon encountering it, and to retreat post-haste. Ideally avoiding any confrontation. Is it that serious? Randy, aware of Chris leading a team to capture star beasts, and subsequently heading to Green Star, had not kept up with developments, only to discover that it was a psychic attack-type star beast. Currently, no effective countermeasures had been devised, so avoidance was the best course to prevent unnecessary casualties. Jace rubbed his temples, feeling frustrated, yet he recognized that it was far better than watching soldiers march to their doom. Randy relayed this information to Hui Yunchuan via his neural interface, but received no response, as they were likely preoccupied. There was, for the moment, no viable solution to the predicament that in the past, Jace would have undoubtedly led his team of researchers to investigate. However, recalling the potted green plant, he turned and headed back to his lab. Since Randy was there to find him, he naturally followed suit. Heavens, what was happening today? Dr. Jace was actually not continuing his research. After they left, a young assistant exclaimed in astonishment to a nearby colleague. Such an occurrence was unthinkable. The research maestro taking a break. Jace, though highly capable, was also stern, often working tirelessly without regard for time. The moment an idea struck him, he would rise to work, regardless of the hour. The assistant, having recently joined, struggled to keep pace with his relentless rhythm and often privately complained about Jace being a research tyrant. There must be something more important at hand, the colleague replied while recording data. Only something new and intriguing could distract the doctor from his research. Meanwhile, Jace returned to his personal lab as he stepped inside. He eagerly placed the green plant onto his workstation, retrieving sterilized instruments and a small knife. Carefully slicing off a tiny leaf, he meticulously observed the changes in the cross-section and, noticing a transparent viscous fluid oozing from the cut, collected the substance in a container. Jace's personal lab was equipped with state-of-the-art instruments, some even exceeding the precision found in the main research facility. These tools were custom-made at great expense, exclusively for his use. Randy was unfamiliar with the specific functions of these instruments. He merely witnessed Jace's meticulous process of placing the small leaf under a microscope for examination. Afterward, Jace employed various other devices for testing. And by the time he completed his comprehensive assessments, 2 hours had elapsed. Jace preferred solitude during his research, compelling Randy to find a spot to wait. Wei Ning had instructed him to shadow Jace, remaining idle until results emerged. Once engrossed in his work, Jace entered a state of complete absorption, his focus solely on the data displayed by the instruments, his eyes unwavering upon observing the viscous fluid. He sensed that this green plant was extraordinary. Typically, mutated flora would instinctively retaliate when harmed, some even attacking indiscriminately within a certain radius. However, this particular specimen exhibited no such behavior, indicating it was not a mutated plant. Though he had harbored this suspicion from the moment he first encountered it, he hesitated upon hearing Wei Ning mention energy fluctuations. His extensive testing ultimately confirmed that this potted plant was indeed a normal specimen, exhibiting vigorous vitality. All indices indicated that the plant was within normal parameters and showed no potential for mutation. Yet, he had not detected any energy fluctuations. The results affirmed it was an entirely typical green plant. How perplexing! Where could the issue lie? Jace mused aloud, arms crossed and chin resting on his hand. What seems to be the problem? Randy inquired from behind him. How long have you been there? Jace jumped at the sudden voice and turned to question him. I've been here all along. You just didn't notice, Randy replied. By the way, do you know where this came from? Is there more? Jace, neglecting to question why Randy hadn't left, recalled that he was always in Wei Ning's company. Thus likely aware of the plant's origins, he was eager to discover the environment conducive to nurturing such an extraordinary specimen. Randy indeed possessed knowledge of this, having witnessed an extensive area of similar plants. There's a large patch, he revealed. That a large patch? Jace thought he had misheard. After all, unmutated plants rarely grew in abundance, typically only a few specimens at a time. Yes, it's about several acres wide, all growing similarly. Randy saw no reason to conceal this information. Where is it? Take me to see, Jace exclaimed, gripping Randy's hand in excitement. With so many normal green plants, the environment must be quite special. He could hardly contain his eagerness to investigate. You won't gain anything by looking. It's cultivated by someone, not wild, Randy retorted, shaking off his grasp. He suspected the girl held secrets to cultivation techniques. When Chris mentioned someone intended to sell a batch of vegetables to the military, he had thoroughly investigated the Wei family. Initially, he assumed it was Yi Ling's doing, considering her past as a senior pharmacist. Just because she was mentally exhausted and unable to concoct potions did not imply she was incapable of other pursuits. He maintained this belief until he encountered the Wei family at Green Star. However, after conversing with Wei Ning, he realized his perception was flawed. Wei Ning was fearful. If what he claimed was true, it meant Yi Ling had uncovered the secret of cultivation. This would explain their rapid success. Given Yi Ling's previous accomplishments, why would he be afraid? If he feared the aristocracy or those coveting a share of the profits, he should have recognized that there was no need for concern when he and Chris appeared at Green Star. Other military factions might have individuals who would betray them for profit, but the Fourth Legion would not. Thus, Wei Ning's fear stemmed from something else. From Wei Ning's subsequent behavior, he discerned that the girl was extraordinary and harbored a secret that Wei Ning dreaded. Everyone possesses secrets. He merely needed to ascertain that this secret posed no threat to their legion. He would not pry further. Since this was a cultivated plant, it bore little relation to the environment. Even if he visited, he would glean no substantial answers, unless he intended to study the girl herself. But they had only just signed a contract with the Wei family, and he would not risk attracting trouble from others. Instead, it was he who sought trouble. Was he not slapping their legion in the face? Rather than uncovering their secrets, he was more eager to ascertain whether she could cultivate rice. That it goes without saying that rice is truly delectable. It is both enjoyable and filling, and he much preferred it over consuming nutritional fluids. What? She is planting? Jace couldn't help but raise his voice. Compared to wild varieties, the fact that they were artificially cultivated astonished him even more. For how many years had he never heard of anyone growing such healthy greens? What's the big deal? Those vegetables were also grown by someone else. Yet you didn't scream like this. Randy remarked disdainfully. He hadn't even mentioned that others were grown as well. Moreover, having tasted it himself, the thought of the watermelon-esque flavor made Randy chuckle to himself. He was indeed someone who had tasted it. By the way, your task is to study these, not to investigate their origins. Don't lose sight of what's important. Randy, fearing Jace would continue to inquire and forget the main task, couldn't help but remind him of what truly mattered. Jace had this flaw. When he encountered something of interest, he loved to dig deep. At the very least, he should finish the primary task before asking about other matters. After all, they were all waiting to eat. The preservation boxes, coupled with the special spatial buttons, could not indefinitely keep these vegetables from spoiling. They had spent a considerable amount of star coins to procure them from afar, and it would be a shame to let them go to waste. Especially since they were so delicious. Enough, hand them over to me. I want preliminary results by tomorrow, and energy research still needs to be conducted. Jace understood that if Randy was unwilling to share, he wouldn't extract any information. It was better to complete the task early so he could consult others. Randy set down a pile of preservation boxes and left. He only needed to know the results and would not concern himself with the process. Even having seen these vegetables once, Jace could not suppress his excitement upon encountering them again. Throughout the night, the lights in his research room remained illuminated. When Randy returned the next day, Jace, with his tousled hair, had eyes that sparkled with enthusiasm. He had spent nearly the entire night conducting various tests and experiments, and just as Randy arrived, he had finished organizing all the experimental data. You arrived at the perfect time. The results are in. Jace waved the paper report in his hand. How is it? Randy inquired directly, without glancing at the report. That I've tested everything. They are all perfectly healthy natural plants, safe for consumption. Jace replied with a yawn. All experimental tests indicated that these vegetables had normal nutritional elements across the board, with no signs of exceeding standards, and the energy contained within was exceptionally mild. Nowadays, vegetables and fruits on the market often contain a slight surplus or deficiencies in elements, with energies that exceed average levels. These values do not significantly affect individuals of lower ranks, and long-term consumption poses no negative impact. However, for warriors, it is a different story. Yet, this batch of vegetables is unique. The gentle energy, if consumed in sufficient quantities, greatly benefits the warriors in recovering their bodily functions, although nutritional fluids also serve this purpose. After comparative experiments, he found that food was more effective than nutritional fluids. If conditions permitted, it would be best to enable all warriors to consume such vegetables. The benefits are too numerous to detail. But suffice it to say, they are excellent if one wishes to supply 3 meals a day consistently. That's a pipe dream. The batch I brought back is only enough for an additional meal at most. Randy shook his head. With the Legion's population reaching 200,000, the quantity required is substantial. Given the current situation of the Wei family, to meet the Legion's needs, they would need to cultivate over 100 acres. Even with the assistance of robots, such a feat is not feasible in the short term. The sheer number of seeds required is not something that can be resolved instantly, since cultivation is possible. It must involve cultivation techniques. We can send personnel to assist with planting. Jace thought this was a splendid idea. You have such lofty ambitions, thinking you can achieve this without effort, if it were that simple to arrange. The federal agricultural sector wouldn't be in its current predicament. If it weren't for the Wei family's decline, our Legion wouldn't have to resort to coercion. Otherwise, the aristocratic families would have long been under control. They would rather destroy everything than share. Unless the Wei family is willing to disclose their cultivation techniques, don't even think about it. Currently, our Legion has seized the initiative, with contracts in place. The Wei family will prioritize supplying the Legion. Although the current yield does not meet our demands, I believe that day will come swiftly. After sending Chris and his companions away, Wei Ning prepared to plant potatoes. Knowing that the remaining seeds would take at least half a month to mature, those 10 acres of land cannot remain idle. Coincidentally, the few tomato plants previously cultivated had already grown to half a meter tall. With tiny flower buds appearing, it wouldn't be long before they bloom and bear fruit. Perhaps due to Wei Ning's ability to accelerate growth, the tomatoes had not mutated, since there were no mutations. She need not worry about the harvesting issue. Wei Ning left some for Yi Ling's experiments, while nurturing the rest with her abilities. The remaining 24 potatoes were also nurtured using her powers. Potatoes are prone to sprouting. After nurturing them overnight, she discovered small shoots emerging by the next morning. The potatoes were sizable, with each one producing at least 6 small sprouts after being nurtured with her abilities. Wei Ning planned to nurture them for another day before planting. Collaborating with the Legion meant they would need to supply larger quantities in the future, necessitating an expansion of their planting area. Currently, their most pressing need was for various seeds, yet acquiring seeds was not a simple task. After tasting the potatoes and hearing Wei Ning mention they could be cultivated, Wei Guoliang and Wei Dong made another trip to Kaiyang Star. Since Kaiyang Star had potatoes, they could seek out the previous seller to specifically procure potatoes for transport back for planting. They had cleared several hundred acres of land, yet had barely scratched the surface. They needed to plant the remaining land. Otherwise, they could not meet the 4th Legion's demands. Wei Ning also felt that relying solely on the seeds at hand was utterly inadequate, even though time had been considerably shortened. To plant all those hundreds of acres, multiple batches would need to be preserved for seed. If they could find tomatoes and potatoes in the wild, there must be others. It's just that interstellar people do not recognize them. As long as they are edible, acquiring more varieties is always beneficial. With so many culinary delights from the Chinese region of Earth, she hopes one day to recreate them in the stars. Yi Ling also commenced her tomato experiments, this time independently conducting her tests without Wei Ning's assistance. Wei Ning could not concern herself with that. She had to devote time to nurturing the potatoes, the tomato seeds, and also to hasten the germination of watermelon seeds. After having consumed 2 large watermelons, aside from the seeds Chris had started eating, she had collected a significant number of seeds. 3 watermelons remained unharvested in the field. Wei Ning planned to plant this batch first before harvesting them. Presently, Green Star had no seasons. Every day was shrouded in a grayish haze, and it had not rained or snowed since their arrival. Fortunately, this did not hinder plant growth. Otherwise, with such an environment, transforming Green Star into a green agricultural ecological planet would take at least a century. The following day, Wei Ning arose to check on the sprouting potatoes. Upon seeing that all the small sprouts had reached about a centimeter in height, they were ready to be planted. She cut the potatoes into chunks, ensuring each piece had a sprout, with 24 potatoes. There were over 150 sprouts in total. Potatoes are high-yield crops, and currently, each potato weighs over a pound. If a single plant yields 10, it would weigh over a dozen pounds. There is certainly no shortage of land. Wei Ning deliberately increased the spacing while planting, managing to cultivate over 100 potatoes across half an acre. To ensure the potatoes take root and sprout early, she employs her unique abilities for each patch, only ceasing once she is confident that every potato has established itself. Wei Guoliang and Wei Dong have departed for Kaiyang Star, claiming they will be away for a week. Fortunately, a protective net has been installed, and previously, Chris and his companions had successfully hunted several exotic beasts, alleviating any safety concerns that Yi Ling is currently entirely engrossed in her experiments, leaving only Wei Ning to toil alone in the midst of her busy schedule. She hardly notices anything amiss. However, once she finishes, the eerie silence around her becomes palpable. Typically, regardless of how busy the family is, they would engage in light conversation in the living room, but now she finds herself utterly alone, and the quiet seems overwhelming. Thankfully, the internet connection is stable today, allowing her to surf the Star Network. Upon opening her holographic computer, as soon as Wei Ning logs into her Star Network account, a multitude of messages floods in. She glances at one headline that reads, "Experiencing the taste of a green-skinned melon just once in this lifetime is enough." What captures Wei Ning's attention is not the title itself, but rather the image accompanying it in a high-definition, 360-degree photo. A green watermelon the size of a soccer ball is split in half and elegantly presented on a crystal platter. The pink flesh is adorned with a few delicate dark seeds, creating a visually stunning display. This marks Wei Ning's first encounter with a post about watermelons on the Star Network, and she cannot resist clicking to see more. The gist of the post reveals that the original poster's good friend visited another friend's home, where a new variety of fruit had just ripened, leading to the friend experiencing the best fruit they had ever tasted. The original poster's friend shared the photo in their circle, which caught the original poster's eye, prompting them to post it on the Star Network. In essence, it was a display of boastfulness. Although the original poster had not tasted it themselves, the captivating photo of a novel fruit attracted numerous viewers, quickly surpassing 10,000 clicks. The comments section is bustling with reactions. Comment 1. Huh, it's obvious this is just a show-off. You haven't even tasted it. How would you know the flavor? Comment 2. Am I the only one curious about who the original poster's friend is? They must be quite a big shot to befriend someone who can afford such fruits. Comment 3. Envy. While I sip on my nutrient liquid, pretending it's delicious. Comment 4. Huh, no doubt, a certain farming family is advertising. Comment 5. To the commenter above, any insider information? Comment 4 replies, just wait and see. In a few days, this green-skinned melon will emerge in high society. Comment 6. Commenter 4 seems quite knowledgeable. They must be part of the circle. Wei Ning scrolled through countless peculiar responses, initially expecting to find something useful. However, most were merely netizens engaged in various discussions, and the original poster had not contributed any insights. Nevertheless, some commenters were not entirely wrong. The emergence of a new fruit variety would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Gazing at the diminutive watermelon in the picture, Wei Ning once again felt that her extraordinary abilities here were akin to possessing a golden finger. Regrettably, their family cannot reveal themselves yet. Otherwise, she would be eager to witness the expressions of netizens upon encountering her family's watermelon. Upon arriving at Kaiyang Star, Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong first checked into the hotel, where they had previously stayed to rest before heading to the forest later. After registering their information and securing a room, they turned to take the elevator. The front desk attendant, noticing their retreating figures, promptly sent out the news of their check-in. Before long, a substantial amount appeared in the attendant's account, in the Pang family villa. Pang Ruin was dining when he received news from his subordinate. He immediately set aside his meal and called to inquire about the situation. Surely, nothing troubling had occurred? Pang Madam set down her utensils, watching her husband rush off with concern. Meanwhile, Pang Bo, with his golden hair, remained silent, quickly finishing his plate of vibrant vegetables and a slightly charred piece of mutated beast meat. Satisfied, he patted his stomach and lamented the empty plate. This was the last serving of vegetables. You child, I'm asking you something. Pang Madam, receiving no response, couldn't help but swat his head. All you do is eat. Don't you care about your father? Mom, I told you not to hit me on the head. Pang Bo rubbed the spot she struck, murmuring to himself that one day she would hit him so hard he would be daft. What did you say? Pang Madam shot him a cold glare. I didn't say anything. Pang Bo, who feared his mother more than his father, immediately cowered under her gaze. That I mean, my dad's definitely not dealing with anything serious. He'll be back soon. And we can ask him then. Just as Pang Bo contemplated a quick escape, Pang Ruiwen returned, an expression of joy illuminating his face, indicating that all was well. Dad, is there good news? Pang Bo decided against leaving, sitting back down to gaze at his father. Yes, the person who delivered goods last time has been found. I plan to meet him tomorrow. Pang Ruin replied, a smile dancing in his eyes as he savored the sweet vegetables. Really? Pang Bo was overjoyed. Just moments ago, he had mourned the loss of such delicious vegetables, but now he learned there was a possibility of obtaining more, filling him with delight. But that person must know who the seller is. Pang Madam, thinking more critically, noted that finding the individual did not guarantee they would also find the seller. If that person had no acquaintance with the seller, it would merely be a futile joy. If I had known, I would have ordered more. Pang Bo lamented, regretting not placing a larger order. If only I had realized sooner. If it weren't for my early discovery, you would have wasted all of it. How many times have I told you to focus on your studies and not compete with others? With your foolishness, you've been duped and still paid them. Pang Madam, infuriated, felt the urge to strike him. Had she not returned early that day and intercepted him just in time, those rare vegetables would have been lost to his recklessness. Pang Bo dared not retort, for his mother spoke the truth. He had not anticipated that his mere attempt at a gamble on the Star Network would lead to such unexpected fortune. The Pang family is one of the local aristocratic families on Kaiyang Star, and Pang Bo has enjoyed a life of ease and admiration, always in the spotlight. There was only one individual who consistently opposed him, challenging him at every turn. The Li family had moved to Kaiyang Star a few years prior, rumored to have offended powerful figures on a major star, thus seeking refuge here. Pang Ruin hailed from a branch of the Pang family, with parents of modest means, living only slightly better than an ordinary household. Although the Pang family was large and prosperous, to him, as a branch member, he was just an ordinary person bearing the Pang surname. He had never visited the main family and had never received their support. From a young age, Pang Ruiwen was noted for his quick wit, with his parents often lamenting that if he had been born into the main family, he would surely have achieved great things. With both parents being ordinary workers, their income was barely sufficient for the family's expenses. After graduating from university, Pang Ruiwen did not follow the conventional path of seeking stable employment for a secure life. Instead, he ventured into business. His intelligence and hard work were the cornerstones of the Pang family's current success, achieved through his relentless efforts. By the time Pang Bo was born, the family business was already on track. And Pang Ruiwen was often away for business dealings, leading to his parents doting on their grandson. If it weren't for Pang Madame's discipline, he would have undoubtedly grown into a spoiled rich kid. Before the Li family moved in, Pang Bo was a notorious troublemaker at school, feared by all except those he ought not to provoke. His bet with Li Ai stemmed from her penchant for rivalry. And in a moment of bravado, he had agreed. Almost immediately, he regretted it, as he recalled hearing someone bragging about Li Ai's formidable maternal uncle, who owned an entire plantation where vegetables were abundant. Pang Bo had been so caught up in the thrill of the bet that he hadn't clarified the terms as long as it wasn't about that. He had nothing to fear. Little did he know that fear would indeed come to pass. Li Ai's stipulation was that whoever could present high-quality vegetables would win, and the victor could demand a favor from the loser. This was precisely Li Ai's scheme to undermine Pang Bo, intending for him to lose. Then he had him call him dad in front of the entire school, given the circumstances of the Pang family. Acquiring vegetables on Kaiyang Star was relatively easy, yet the quality seldom lived up to expectations. Thus, Li Ai prioritized quality, knowing that there were no prominent agricultural families near Kaiyang Star, and the delivery range of StarNet stores did not extend to this area. Even if Pang Bo managed to procure vegetables from a StarNet store, he could simply have his uncle select the finest for him, ensuring his victory. Although the Pang family was affluent, they were not wealthy enough to indulge in vegetables regularly. Their usual fare consisted of imports from other stars, which were, admittedly, of inferior quality. Pang Bo, along with a few friends, perused the StarNet store but found no vegetables that he deemed a guaranteed win. Either the options were outside the delivery range or were so subpar that he felt compelled to lash out in frustration. Just then, Wei's shop appeared before him, an establishment so unremarkable that he almost chose to bypass it. Lacking any adornment, it represented the most primitive form of a StarNet marketplace, with a mere sign provided by the mall proclaiming it a simple fruit and vegetable shop. There were no robotic attendants. And the only item displayed on the counter was a single image of a vegetable, devoid of any virtual presentation. Pang Bo had not intended to find what he sought in this place. Yet he was astounded by the lettuce depicted in the image. In terms of appearance, this head of lettuce surpassed all others he had encountered. Its vibrant green leaves were adorned with droplets of water, the vein patterns distinctly visible, and it was notably larger than any he had previously seen. He immediately resolved to purchase from this establishment, scarcely glancing at the others, and after a quick look at the price, he placed his order. He thought to himself that it was remarkable fortune to stumble upon such a find, suspecting perhaps an error on the part of the shopkeeper. Otherwise, how could such quality be priced the same as the others? Or perhaps some other seller was covertly offering it, considering the shop was nestled in such an obscure corner that few would notice its existence. Embracing the notion that it would be foolish to pass up a bargain, he hastily bought up the entire stock of the shop. The funds came from borrowing with friends. Although his allowance was substantial, he could not muster 500,000 in one go. The group pooled their resources just enough, willing to risk everything to win the bet. Despite the peculiar appearance of the delivery person, Pang Bo was unconcerned, as long as he received the goods he desired. Once the delivery person departed, he and his friends entered the house to inspect their purchase. Upon opening the packaging, he nearly considered leaving the merchant a poor review upon discovering the exceedingly ordinary packaging, lacking even a freshness bag, with the outer box being nothing more than a plain cardboard container. Fortunately, the lettuce inside matched the image. Otherwise, he would have lodged a complaint. "Bro, we've definitely won this time. This lettuce is so tender. It must be better than Li Ai's," exclaimed Mo Yin, a blue-haired friend, as he gazed with delight at the contents of the box. Pang Bo was equally surprised at the quality of the vegetables from this shop. Among their small group, Pang Bo was the most affluent, followed closely by the blue-haired Mo Yin, the red-haired girl Lon Lon, And the brown-haired Luo Ming, I wonder how it tastes, Lon Lon mused, gently touching a leaf. Luo Ming, indifferent, replied, it doesn't matter if it tastes good. Just looking better than Li Ai's is sufficient, Mo Yan added. True. Ha. Li Ai thought he had it in the bag, never imagining we would procure something this excellent. The four of them couldn't help but burst into laughter at the thought of Li Ai's failed scheme. What are you all laughing about? Pang's mother happened to return just then, noticing the loud mirth of her son's friends and inquiring curiously. Upon hearing her voice, Pang Bo instinctively moved to hide the box on the floor. He had not mentioned the bet to his family. Unfortunately, it was too late, as his mother had already spotted it and quickly approached, pointing at the box and asking, where did you get this from? Pang's mother was equally astonished by the vegetables that on Kaiyang Star, even the head of the Pang family would find it challenging to acquire produce of such quality, let alone in such quantity. In a remote star system, a prominent family was not much different from ordinary people, possessing little more than wealth. Yet here was her son, suddenly in possession of so much, prompting her to entertain various thoughts. Could these be problematic, or is some rival family plotting against ours? Auntie, we bought them from Starnet. Mo Yin quickly clarified upon noticing Pang's mother's shifting demeanor. Indeed, Lon Lon and Luo Ming chimed in agreement. Pang's mother was somewhat familiar with her son's friends, knowing them to be of good character. Otherwise, she would not have allowed their interactions, upon learning that the vegetables were purchased from a Starnet store. Her worry lessened. However, upon seeing that the box lacked any typical delivery company markings, her suspicion resurfaced. Which store did you buy from? Why is there no tracking number? This one, Pang Bo said, logging into his account and navigating to the order section, only to find the items had been removed from the store. How could they be taken down? They were fine just a moment ago. Pang's mother stepped closer, watching him anxiously as he operated the device. It was understandable for her to be concerned. Having just received the goods, the store had already taken the items offline. Were it not for the high credibility of Starnet, she might have been tempted to suspect it was a deliberate attempt to undermine their family. Pang Bo left a message in the comments section and reached out to customer service, but received no response, prompting him to exit the shop. What do we do now? Lon Lon gestured toward the box on the floor. Should we return them? Let's wait for Xiao Bo's dad to come back first. Pang's mother contemplated Mo Yin, and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, and eventually made excuses to leave. Citing other commitments, sensing something was amiss, Pang's mother promptly contacted her husband to return home. Pang Ruiwen, upon receiving his wife's vague message, assumed something was amiss and hurried back. Upon arrival, he too was taken aback by the sight of the vegetables in the box. After hearing his son's account, he immediately logged into his own device to locate the store his son had mentioned. After scrutinizing the shop's basic information, he noticed the notice indicating the items had been removed and eventually logged out. Old Pang, what do you think? Is this aimed at us? Pang's mother asked anxiously. Over the years, her husband's business had grown, and even the head family had inquired about them. She feared that someone envious might be deliberately trying to sabotage them. No, it should just be a coincidence, Pang Ruiwen replied, dismissing the notion that someone on Kaiyang Star would go to such lengths to target them. After all, even the head family might not be able to produce such high-quality goods all at once. Over the years, he had traveled to many planets, witnessed various situations, and even had the chance to see a farming field once. The vegetables he had seen there were nowhere near as impressive as those before him. Anyone who had seen them would certainly agree that the produce in front of him was superior. He did not believe their family was significant enough for someone to use these vegetables as bait. He leaned more towards the idea that this was the work of ordinary people who had hurriedly opened a shop and quickly taken their products down to avoid detection by the influential families, hence not leaving any delivery information. To be cautious, Pang Ruiwen decided to test the vegetables with a detection device, which revealed no toxic substances, indicating that the produce was indeed safe for consumption. While his son had indeed stumbled upon a great deal, Pang Ruiwen still lectured him about gambling with his classmates. Pang's mother also scolded him for being simple-minded and muscle-bound, failing to notice something so obvious and foolishly falling into a trap. Pang Bo quickly acknowledged his error, promising not to repeat it in the future. After the couple had scolded their son, they felt quite pleased. Pang Bo thought the matter was settled and was about to take the vegetables away when Pang Ruiwen stopped him. You made a bet, but you didn't specify how many. One head is sufficient. As for the remainder, Pang Ruiwen took full control of it. Father, Pang Bo is reminded of the star coins spent on the vegetables. And now that the vegetables are gone, surely the money must be reclaimed. After receiving the vegetables, Pang Ruin, in good spirits, generously transferred 1 million to him with a grand flourish. Upon seeing the amount transferred, Pang Bo no longer minded the vegetables that had been taken. He could simply purchase more. Pang Ruin kept some of the vegetables for his own household and distributed the rest to others. While also instructing his subordinates to investigate that particular store, he was aware that they might not uncover anything of value. So he further tasked his subordinates to look into the delivery personnel. The Pang family had numerous surveillance cameras, capturing many clear images of Wei Dong. The next day, he received news from below, but by then, the Wei family had already departed from Kaiyang Star. Initially, he thought to let the matter rest. But after consuming the vegetables, Pang Ruin was inclined to pursue this business venture, prompting him to direct his subordinates to investigate thoroughly once more. However, the Wei family did not arrive by starship, and the Pang family subordinates struggled to locate them, only managing to find the hotel where they were staying. With no other options, the subordinates resorted to bribing the hotel front desk, asking them to keep an eye out for Wei Dong and inform them immediately upon his arrival, promising a substantial reward. Upon hearing that all they needed to do was notify in exchange for money without divulging guest information, the front desk staff eagerly agreed. Just when the front desk staff was beginning to lose hope of encountering Wei Dong, he appeared, and upon seeing his face, it was as if the star coins were beckoning to them. Once Wei Dong checked into his room and left their line of sight, they quickly sold the information. Sure enough, not long after, a significant sum of money was received. After receiving the news, Pang Ruin specifically called his subordinate to confirm that Wei Dong had checked in for a week, so he did not rush to find him immediately. The next day, as Wei Dong and Wei Guoyang exited the hotel, they were intercepted. "Who are you?" Wei Dong instinctively stood protectively in front of Wei Guoyang, wary of the stranger. "Hello, our boss wishes to meet you." The visitor responded politely that "I do not know your boss," Wei Dong replied, glancing at the well-dressed, elite-looking man before him. He was certain he did not know him, let alone his boss. This was only his second visit to Kaiyang Star. And aside from the previous acquaintance Huda, he did not know anyone else on the planet. Just as he was about to leave, the elite man blocked their path once more. "Our boss's surname is Pang." The elite man was taken aback by Wei Dong's blunt refusal and continued, "Pang?" Suddenly, Wei Guoyang had an ominous premonition. Could it be that Pang who previously purchased vegetables from our family? Indeed, our boss has some inquiries for this gentleman. The elite man pointed at Wei Dong. Wei Guoyang looked at Wei Dong, wanting to warn him, but the elite man was watching intently, and he feared that speaking up might raise suspicion, so he ultimately remained silent. "What does your boss wish to ask me? I am not familiar with Kaiyang Star. I am merely here for leisure." Wei Dong recalled Huda's earlier caution about avoiding conflict with those bearing the Pang surname. Though he was reluctant to engage with the elite man, he thought it prudent to remain low-key, given their purpose for being there. "You will know once you meet him." The elite man refrained from answering, likely aware of the nature of the inquiry. However, since his boss wanted to meet, it was best for him to remain silent. "Father?" Wei Dong turned to Wei Guoyang, seeking his input. "You go ahead. I will wait for you here." Wei Guoyang opted not to join, curious to observe how Wei Dong would handle the situation. In truth, Wei Dong had intended to delegate this task, as he was not adept at social interactions, and his father would have been the better option. However, since the elite man was addressing him directly, it was likely this meeting was specifically for him, and he figured it would be wise to attend, ensuring he had the capacity to protect himself if necessary. With that thought, Wei Dong resolutely followed the elite man to the hovercar. But a few minutes later, the hovercar halted outside a 5-story building, and the elite man escorted Wei Dong to the top floor. Pang Ruin had arrived at the company building early, initially intending to meet at the hotel, but for reasons unknown, he changed his mind and sent his subordinates to fetch Wei Dong instead. Throughout the journey, Wei Dong pondered many things, eventually recalling the previous delivery incident. Since they shared the same gender, he had an inkling of the reason behind this meeting, though he remained uncertain about its purpose. The elite man discreetly observed Wei Dong, noting his silence. If he did not ask, Wei Dong would not respond, and he showed no curiosity about their destination, nor did he display any signs of fear. Internally alarmed, the elite man had encountered many individuals, but Wei Dong's composure was not typical. He sensed that his employer might not receive the answers he sought. Upon reaching a particular door, The elite man halted and knocked. Entered, he opened the door and gestured for Wei Dong to step inside. Remaining outside himself, Wei Dong, unconcerned, confidently walked in, garnering further respect from the elite man. "What business does Mr. Pang have with me?" Wei Dong inquired directly upon entering and seeing the man seated behind the desk. Pang Ruin was taken aback by Wei Dong's forthrightness, momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining his composure. "Are you the owner of the vegetable shop?" Pang Ruin wasted no time with pleasantries, posing the question directly. Prior to meeting Wei Dong, he had assumed he was merely a delivery person, but upon seeing him, he revised his impression. The young man exuded an aura of steadiness, unlike an ordinary worker, resembling instead the scion of a wealthy family. He could not believe that someone like him would be an ordinary delivery person. Since retiring due to injury, the air of battle that once clung to Wei Dong had gradually dissipated with time. And having spent considerable time on the Green Star, he had learned to temper himself. Ordinary people would not suspect he had once been a battle-hardened soldier. Even so, he was distinctly different from the average individual. His poise was not something commonly found. No, Wei Dong replied succinctly. He had anticipated that the inquiry might relate to the vegetables, yet he was surprised that someone would seek him out after such a duration. Pang Ruin did not expect such a straightforward response. Wei Dong's resolute gaze did not suggest deceit. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Dong was indeed not the owner of the vegetable shop. All external transactions on the Green Star were conducted by Wei Guoyang. And thus his response was not inaccurate. "If Mr. Pang is looking for me regarding this matter, then you have the wrong person. I am not the individual you seek." Though Wei Dong stated this, concern brewed within him. Even if the store's information could not be traced, they had managed to find him. It would not be easy for them to dismiss his claims if they were intent on locating the true owner. They would not easily relinquish the only lead they had if they merely sought collaboration. That would be one thing, but if their intentions were ulterior, it would pose a problem. He regretted not having dissuaded Wei Guoyang from opening the shop. "I merely aim to conduct business with the other party. There is no ulterior motive," Pang Ruin said with a smile, realizing that it would be challenging to extract what he desired from the young man today. Nevertheless, he was not one to easily concede. If he could establish a connection here, his business endeavors would expand significantly. "I apologize. I am merely a delivery person," Wei Dong insisted. Given their current circumstances, they could not even meet the demands of the 4th Legion, let alone entertain other ventures. "You should be aware that our Pang family holds a certain standing in Kaiyang Star. If an investigation is warranted, it is merely a matter of time," Pang Ruin reminded him. Wishing to avoid wasting time without obtaining useful information, Wei Dong felt a flicker of anger within. Though he did not show any outward signs, he fully understood the implication of the warning. Yet he was genuinely powerless to act. Perhaps the young man was not in a position to make decisions. It was advisable to allow someone with authority to take charge. Realizing he had mistakenly sought the wrong person, Pang Ruin opened his light brain and conveyed a few instructions to his subordinates. Soon after, the elite man returned, politely escorting Wei Dong to another meeting room, where refreshments and nutrient drinks were prepared. Observing the setup, Wei Dong understood that it seemed unlikely he would obtain what he sought today. The Pang family would not let him go so easily. He was curious about how Pang Ruin would react once he learned the outcome. Wei Dong sent a message to Wei Guoyang, updating him on the situation, and then left it to him, trusting that his father would handle it. He was uncertain how Wei Guoyang had fared in his discussion with Pang Ruin. When Wei Dong next encountered him, his father wore a broad smile. However, Wei Dong could clearly sense that there was an added layer of obsequiousness in his smile. Pang Ruin was also taken aback. Realizing he had stumbled upon a formidable challenge, he had initially been quite confident about clinching this deal, but it turned out that the smaller players were not easily deceived, and the larger ones were seasoned foxes. The crux of the matter was that the formidable backing of the other party was something that even the Pang family could not afford to provoke. What could he do? He had no choice but to apologize. And fortunately, he had not committed any significant missteps. If he could establish a good rapport with them, opportunities would surely present themselves. "Leave this matter to me. Brother Wei, that I happen to have a few capable individuals at my disposal. You can trust me with this." Pang Ruin was a perceptive man and understood the purpose of Wei Guoyang's visit, eagerly offering his assistance. Wei Guoyang, aware of his intentions, did not refuse. Although Pang Ruin was not a member of the main family, he was indeed a person of significance, which was better than their aimless probing. "Then I shall trouble you, my dear brother," Wei Guoyang replied with an affable smile. No trouble at all. It is my honor to assist you. Brother Wei. Observing their exchange, Wei Dong genuinely felt that he was not cut out for the business world. Their veiled words could lead one astray without the slightest awareness. Wei Guoyang declined Pang Rowan's invitation for a meal and returned to the hotel with Wei Dong. Father, what does the Pang family intend to do? Wei Dong could not contain his curiosity upon their return. That I was careless. I should not have pursued that deal earlier. Thankfully, Wei Guoyang shared a hint of regret at this moment, realizing he had been overly eager. And who is Pang Bo? He is the son of Pang Ruiwen. Fortunately, he is a clever lad. If he were to be used by his father, it would only complicate matters further. Reflecting on Pang Ruiwen's earlier words, Wei Guoyang felt a twinge of apprehension. The safety index of Green Star was alarmingly low. Anyone could enter without any protective barriers, making it perilous. He wondered if it were possible to negotiate for a protective barrier with the military. Then should we still collaborate with them? The Pang family wishes to conduct business with us, and they dare not entertain other ventures. This aspect reassures Wei Guoyang. Furthermore, having his assistance would make things considerably easier. Kaiyang Star was a favorable location, and perhaps they would frequent it in the future. Cultivating a good relationship with the Pang family would be advantageous for them, and if they desired to collaborate further, their dedication would be beneficial. Indeed, a positive development. Establishing air routes later would also become significantly easier. So, should I team up with his people to venture into the forest tomorrow, or join another group? They had initially planned to find people to team up with for potato digging. If their members know the way, then let us go together. Given Pang Rowan's capabilities, his subordinates were likely not to be underestimated. The forest was fraught with danger, and safety should be paramount. The following day, Pang Ruiwen personally arrived to escort them. He had built his fortune from the forest and had established his own dedicated team over the years. Each year, in addition to procuring medicinal plants from civilian teams, his own team collected the more challenging varieties. He was confident in his ability to deliver on his promises. Pang Ruiwen led Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong to a group. Smiling as he introduced them, Brother Wei, this is my elite team. This is the team leader, Discharged, who possesses A-level mental strength, while the others are primarily B-level, with a few at C-level. Discharged, true to his name, was tall and robust, his dark skin exposed, muscles taut beneath his gray combat suit, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay, which even startled Wei Guoyang. However, Wei Dong, having seen many such figures in the military, was not fazed. Boss, Discharged approached, grinning broadly at Pang Ruiwen, his white teeth gleaming in the morning light. Discharged, this is Wei Dong, who will accompany you into the forest today. Please ensure safety on your journey and execute the task flawlessly. Pang Ruiwen pointed out, intending to showcase the capabilities of his subordinates, believing that digging the potatoes Wei Guoyang mentioned would be a simple task for his elite team. Understood, boss, Discharged replied, somewhat naively. Discharged's team spent most of their time in the forest, and while they may not know it inside out, they certainly had a solid understanding of it, having thoroughly explored the periphery and traversed many areas in the central region. Wei Dong had shown them what the potatoes looked like and mentioned that they had encountered them in a specific valley, a territory ruled by wild boars, and Discharged instantly recognized the location. Discharged took the lead, with Wei Dong walking beside him, while the team of 15 maintained a formation with 3 members trailing behind. Brother, do you often venture into the forest? Discharged asked, noticing that Wei Dong kept pace with him without showing any signs of fatigue. Indeed, Wei Dong replied as they walked. The Star Beast battlefield was far more perilous than the forest, and during missions, they often had to walk to conserve energy. Moreover, his physical condition was such that it was no mere facade. Although their task today was to dig for potatoes, the team would also collect any useful medicinal plants they encountered along the way, for that was their primary means of sustenance. Pang Ruiwen offered generous benefits. In addition to a monthly base salary, various allowances were substantial. Most importantly, he did not compel the team to relinquish all their earnings. Besides the quantity required for their tasks, any extra harvests were purchased at market prices, which was why the likes of Discharged were fiercely loyal to Pang Ruiwen. Many aspired to join their team. Drawn by these incentives, however, Pang Ruiwen's requirements were stringent. Candidates needed at least C-level mental strength and B-level physical capability to qualify, in addition to demonstrating personal performance to be allocated to various teams. Discharged's team was considered elite, comprising only 16 members, with 1 team leader and 1 deputy leader. Their names ranked from 3 to 16, with the deputy leader named Erwa Daxiong boasted A-level mental strength and S-level physical capability, while the deputy leader and those ranked from 4 to 13 all possessed B-level mental strength and A-level physical capability, with 3 members at C-level mental strength and A-level physical capability. After walking for a while, the team began to engage in conversation, with Daxiong on alert at the front, Erwa bringing up the rear, and the others chatting as they walked. Perhaps they had yet to enter a dangerous zone. As Daxiong did not intervene, Wei Dong kept vigilant while also listening to their chatter, feeling a sense of nostalgia for the battlefield. They often behaved similarly during missions, where sometimes a stifling atmosphere could incite fear. While light-hearted banter provided a sense of comfort, after traversing for over an hour, Daxiong raised his hand, signaling for silence. Everyone became alert. Wei Dong extended his mental strength outward, faintly sensing movement ahead. Cautiously, the group advanced for 10 minutes, and indeed, they spotted a herd of wild boars foraging in the distance that a rough count revealed dozens of them, most being mature boars. Even with their numbers, they did not dare to confront them head-on. You 3, 4, 5, and 6, follow me to lure the wild boars away. Erwa, you take the rest of the team to dig for the potatoes. Daxiong assessed the situation and made a decisive plan. Captain, that's far too dangerous. Erwa protested vehemently. If it were only a few wild boars, diverting them might suffice. But facing dozens was tantamount to courting death. Wei Dong was equally astonished by their reckless approach and questioned how they had survived thus far. Was it merely luck? Perhaps we should deliberate further? Wei Dong suggested, unwilling to risk lives for potatoes. Exactly, chimed in Erwa, but we cannot knowingly walk into a situation we cannot handle. That Daxiong did not desire to take unnecessary risks either. But the mission had to be fulfilled. Is this valley the only place where wild boars are found? Wei Dong inquired, gazing at the foraging boars in the distance. Yes, this is the prime habitat for wild boars. The valley entrance is where the potatoes you mentioned are located, and deeper inside lies their den, Daxiong replied, somewhat familiar with the area as he had visited several times but had never dared to approach too closely. Then we must set a trap. You have a topographical map of this area? Wei Dong pondered momentarily, looking toward Daxiong. No. Daxiong shook his head. Never mind. Let us first scout for suitable locations to set traps. Later, Wei Dong can share his ideas. Brilliant. Brother, how do you come up with such clever ideas? Daxiong's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he clapped Wei Dong's shoulder enthusiastically. Wei Dong winced at the pressure on his shoulder. Once again questioning how these individuals had managed to survive thus far, the group split into smaller teams, cautiously dispersing in all directions. 2 hours later, those who had spread out reconvened. Did you find any suitable locations? Wei Dong cast a glance at the returning members of Daxiong. The western expanse was too desolate. If we were to set a trap, it would take an excessive amount of time, as our plan is to depart by tomorrow. Daxiong ventured westward, where the terrain was open and not conducive to trap setting. Our own location was similarly unsuitable, littered with chaotic stones. Wei Dong led his team southward, where the ground was strewn with rocks. A stone forest might have been advantageous, but amidst the disarray of stones, the potential for success was minimal, leading him to abandon the idea after a brief inspection. The other groups shook their heads in agreement. Their numbers were few, and their weaponry limited. If they could deplete a portion of the combat strength of the wild boars by setting traps, their safety would significantly increase. There was a trench over there, but it lay 3 to 4 miles away, perhaps too distant. Erwa returned the latest, having traveled the farthest. Shall we go take a look? Wei Dong suggested to Daxiong, indicating that if it were suitable, they could choose that location, thus saving time and effort. All right, Daxiong replied. Recognizing that Wei Dong was not reliant solely on brute strength like the rest of them, he possessed a keen intellect, aware that this mission was tied to Wei Dong. Daxiong was inclined to heed his advice. Previously, Erwa had meticulously sought an appropriate site, but now that they knew where to go, they moved swiftly. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the trench Erwa had mentioned. Covered in vines, it was nearly impossible to discern the trench beneath unless one looked closely. When Erwa had brought his team over, he had also overlooked it, attempting to traverse and nearly stepping into the void. Almost ensnared by the vines. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to leap away just in time. These vines can attack, Erwa remarked, recalling the incident with a shudder. If they were merely ordinary vines, he wouldn't be concerned. But he feared those that could be deadly. He had heard of carnivorous vines in other regions that ensnared their victims. making escape nearly impossible, as they would become sustenance for the vines. This was a typical mutated vine. If ensnared, one should remain calm and avoid excessive struggles. That it was advisable to yield to its grasp and seize the opportunity to sever the vine in order to escape. Struggling vigorously upon entrapment would only tighten its hold, complicating the escape. Wei Ning, having encountered such vines before, explained this to the group. This location is quite suitable. We should aim to lure the adult wild boars here, allowing the vines to assist us in mitigating some of the threats. The area covered by vines extends over 10 meters in length and more than 5 meters in width. If utilized effectively, it could serve as an advantageous position. However, to ensure the success of their plan, they decided to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance to ascertain the specifics of the vine-covered area. Wei Ning's light brain possessed a localized scanning function, specially developed by the Legion, exclusive to the Legion's warriors. After his retirement, he was not required to surrender it. Thus he continued to use his previous device, albeit with its specialized communication channels disabled and all relevant military data purged, leaving only trivial information. His actions astonished Daxiong and the others, for the latest models of light brains in the Federation lacked such capabilities. It was said to be a feature unique to the brains of Legion warriors. In an instant, admiration and a hint of reverence filled the gazes directed at Wei Ning. After a thorough examination, Wei Ning's light brain generated a topographic map of the area. He unveiled the privacy settings, revealing a three-dimensional representation composed of blue lines, allowing everyone to clearly see that the vine-covered area was indeed a trench over 10 meters deep. Go! How fortunate I was to react quickly. Otherwise, I would have suffered terribly had I fallen in. Such depth could easily result in broken bones, Erwa exclaimed, relieved. Deputy, we must never underestimate these vine-covered areas again, Old Lu added, his face pale, recalling how closely he had trailed Erwa earlier. Indeed, Erwa nodded vigorously. Now we must devise a strategy to lure the wild boars here. If they remain in that valley, we stand no chance of digging up potatoes. Daxiong had made several previous trips, each time passing by at a distance. The wild boars rarely strayed from their valley unless intruders prompted them to pursue. Typically, they would return to their valley after satiating their hunger. However, the moment someone entered the valley, they quickly became aware of the intruder's intent to steal their food, making it impossible to excavate without diverting their attention. Once approached, the boars would charge out, forcing any intruders to flee. Thus, Daxiong had initially suggested leading the wild boars away, as this was the only way they could safely dig for potatoes without facing attacks from the boars. The group fell into silence, each deep in thought, striving to conceive the best solution. I've got it, Old Ba, seated beside Old Lu, suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Speak up, Old Ba. Daxiong urged impatiently. That we could do this, Old Ba whispered, beckoning everyone closer. That sounds excellent, Old Ba. Your idea is brilliant, Daxiong praised, giving him a thumbs up. Hee, Captain, it just came to me suddenly. I hope it works, Old Ba replied, blushing from the compliment. Given that there were no other options, they decided to give it a try. Wei Ning also found the plan feasible. If that's the case, we shall split into two groups. Erwa, take them to dig for potatoes while I lure the wild boars. Brother Wei, I would appreciate your vigilance over them. Daxiong did not insist on having Wei Ning accompany them to lure the boars. Even if he suspected Wei Ning to be a Legion soldier, he did not wish to impose on him. Instead, he preferred to keep him in the valley as a precaution against the sudden return of the wild boars. You all must exercise caution, prioritize your safety above all else, and we will attempt to act swiftly, Wei Ning concurred, not pushing to join them. Daxiong was competent, as long as they did not confront the wild boars directly. He could protect the others as they fled. As for Erwa's group, he felt they would fare better under his watch. After finalizing their plan, they returned to their earlier concealed location, where they found that the wild boars had finished eating and most had departed. Only a few sows remained, accompanied by a dozen piglets, frolicking in the vicinity. Erwa led his team slowly toward the valley's entrance, while Daxiong and a few others moved toward another direction, inching closer to the valley. The piglets busied themselves rooting through the soil while playing with one another, except for one smaller piglet that lagged behind, engrossed in its solitary foraging. Suddenly, a snare stealthily ensnared the straggling piglet's head, and before it could comprehend the danger, the noose tightened and pulled back. Realizing the peril, the piglet let out a piercing shriek. The mother wild boar, sensing her offspring in danger, rushed toward the commotion. But halfway there, She collapsed, the scent of blood wafting through the air. The piglet's desperate cries echoed, accompanied by a resounding rumble, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. That a cacophony of pig squeals reverberated from the valley. And in the blink of an eye, dozens of massive wild boars charged forth, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. The wild boars, enraged, had not anticipated such audacity from thieves daring to steal their young from their lair. Almost their entire force mobilized to pursue the culprits to exacerbate their fury. Upon emerging from their den, they encountered bold little pests obstructing their path to coax as many adult wild boars out as possible. Daxiong ordered the swiftest among them, Old Wu, to carry the piglet and sprint ahead while he, along with San, Si, Lu, and Qi, lagged behind, using their weapons to shoot at the wild boars to buy time. The wild boars, fueled by rage, charged with astonishing speed. Despite Old Wu gaining a considerable head start, the boars were hot on his heels. Daxiong's group was limited in weaponry. Each had but a particle gun, while the rest were melee weapons like lightsabers that were ineffective at this range. As they ran and fired, the particle guns proved less effective, failing to hit vital points, and the wild boars, with their thick hides, sustained only minor injuries, rendering their efforts largely futile. Fortunately, the trench was not too far off, and Old Wu, with decent stamina, clutched the piglet tightly and sprinted for dear life, managing to stay ahead of the pursuing boars. As they approached the trench, the herd of wild boars suddenly surged forward in a frenzy. Old Wu, Daxiong, and the others shouted in alarm from the other side. Old Wu need not look back to sense the encroaching danger of the wild boars. Yet, he had no time for hesitation. He pressed on with all his might. As that was his only chance for survival, he dared not glance back, holding the piglet tightly as he summoned every ounce of strength to surge forward. As the frenzied boar was about to collide with him, he seized a vine hanging from a nearby tree, propelled himself forcefully off the ground, and leaped over the trench. The horde of wild boars pursued him relentlessly. Incensed to see the thief still possessing the strength to run, they charged forward, disregarding the vines ahead, hurtling straight into them. In the next instant, the foremost boars realized something was amiss, but it was too late. They stumbled and fell, wailing in despair. The boars trailing behind received the distress signal from their comrades and hastily halted. However, the sudden stop of the lead boars caused the ones behind to lose control, inadvertently pushing over a dozen of their fellows into the ditch. The fallen boars, attempting to clamber back up, found themselves ensnared by the vines. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines coiled around them. In that moment, the trapped boars had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of the thief, using their formidable tusks to frantically root at the entangling vines. Such ordinary mutated vines posed no significant harm to the boars, yet they served to impede their movements. Meanwhile, Big Bear and his companions seized the opportunity to fire sporadically from the sidelines, not hoping to slay the beasts, but merely to delay them and allow their team to excavate as many potatoes as possible. Soon, their ammunition was depleted, and the group dared not linger. Once the bullets ran out, they promptly retreated. The wild boars, having been toyed with, were determined not to let them escape, when suddenly, a howl echoed from the direction of the valley, causing all the boars to abandon their chase and turn back. Big Bear and his companions fled at breakneck speed, only stopping when they could no longer hear the boars' cries or feel the tremors of the ground beneath them. Exhausted and panting heavily, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped death. They had almost lost their lives at bait. The fifth member lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. If we could escape the pursuit of the wild boars, their harvest on that side must have been substantial, he gasped. I wonder what use the soil lumps that the boars consume have to warrant such effort in digging them up. Did you not hear Brother Wei mention that they are called potatoes? They must be valuable, which is why we were sent to gather them. Another chimed in. If those things are worth something, should we not collect some if we encounter them again? After a brief respite, the group began to discuss their findings. Captain, perhaps we should inquire with Brother Wei about their usefulness, so that we can gather some if we happen upon them again. They are coming, the fifth member exclaimed, spotting a group approaching them. Big Bear, disregarding any response, stood up and watched as Wei Dong and his team drew near. Captain, the mission is complete. Today, we truly struck gold. The valley was teeming with them, and we gathered a heap with little effort. The second member reported cheerfully as he approached Big Bear. Wonderful. The others who followed Big Bear rejoiced upon hearing of the plentiful potato harvest. Brother Wei, We owe you our gratitude, Big Bear said with a beaming smile, clapping Wei Dong on the shoulder. That in the past, they had often resorted to brute force, confronting mutated beasts head-on, and when they could not prevail, they would flee. Each encounter had resulted in injuries or even fatalities among their ranks, but this time, they had managed to accomplish their task smoothly, thanks to his timely advice that I did not do much. Had you not been so impulsive, you might have thought of a good solution as well. Wei Dong kindly reminded him not to rush into situations. We are but a bunch of roughnecks, disinclined to think, only knowing how to resort to brute force. Big Bear and the others exchanged awkward smiles. They had never excelled in academics, possessed raw strength, and had little tolerance for restrictions, which was why they often ventured into the forest. Are we heading back now? Wei Dong inquired, glancing at the darkening sky. We have rested long enough. If we hurry, we can return before nightfall, which is not very safe. Originally, they had planned to stay overnight. But since the mission was completed so swiftly, there was no need to linger. The outskirts of the forest posed no significant threats from mutated beasts, so they could walk briskly and aim to return as early as possible. Without further delay, the group set off in an orderly fashion, quickening their pace as they exited the forest. During the return journey, their focus was solely on the path ahead, and no one conversed. Everyone concentrated on sensing the surrounding movements, cutting their travel time through the forest in half. By the time they reached the stall where they had set up shop, it was nearly dawn. All the stalls had been dismantled, and the area was eerily quiet and deserted. Before entering the forest, they had agreed to return the next day, so Pang Ruin had not sent anyone to await their emergence. Typically, Big Bear and the others returned home separately and reported their findings the following day. However, this mission was different from the usual. He kept the second member behind while sending the others home. Brother Wei, let us escort you back. We are headed to report to the boss anyway, Big Bear said after seeing off the others before turning back to Wei Dong. Wei Dong was not entirely clear on their task process, as he had initially intended to return to the hotel alone. However, since Big Bear had suggested it, he felt it would be impolite to decline and nodded in agreement. Although it was the early hours of the morning, the ride arrived swiftly, and the three of them got into the vehicle, taking their seats. After a long day's journey, fatigue washed over them as they settled into silence, leaning against the backs of their seats to rest. The ride initially paused at the hotel entrance, and Wei Dong declined Big Bear's invitation to visit the Pang family. Exiting the vehicle first, upon returning to his room, he found Wei Guoyang still awake, seated on the living room sofa. Father, you have not rested yet? Wei Dong was surprised to see him there, as he had not informed Wei Guoyang of his return. What brings you back so soon? Wei Guoyang, having just finished a communication, was resting against the back of his chair when he noticed Wei Dong, who was supposed to return the following day. The mission was completed successfully, so I returned early. Wei Dong recounted the day's events to his father. You were fortunate indeed, Wei Guoyang remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Had it not been for that natural trap, they would not have so easily diverted the wild boars, and their group might have suffered casualties. Wei Dong did not refute this. It was true. Otherwise, they would have had to confront the boars directly, and no one could guarantee the outcome in such a scenario. They had prepared themselves for a few days' stay on Kaiyang Star, but the unexpected arrival of Pang Ruin facilitated a smooth resolution, allowing them to return early. Father, what are your plans regarding the Pang family? Although Pang Ruin had aided them, Wei Dong still harbored concerns. Pang Ruin was a clever man who knew how to act in his own interest, and for the time being, he would likely refrain from any drastic actions. Wei Guoyang was not worried about this. Merchants were driven by profit, and as long as there was sufficient incentive, they would not hesitate to act. I just received a communication. The planner we sought has agreed to come and will arrive in a couple of days. I have asked him to come to Kaiyang Star first, and then we will return together. Wei Guoyang mentioned another matter. Initially, he had expected Hai Feng to arrive soon, but as time passed without any sign, he assumed the other party had abandoned the job. However, he had just received a communication from Hai Feng apologizing for the delay and informing him that he was en route, since the person was willing to come. Wei Guoyang did not refuse, instructing him to come to Kaiyang Star first and discuss matters later. Pang Ruin's appearance had prompted Wei Guoyang to consider a proposal. He had intended to wait until the family was together to discuss it. But with Hai Feng's impending arrival, he brought it up with Wei Dong sooner. Dongzi, I would like to propose to the Legion that they send soldiers to guard Green Star, even with a protective shield. Installation must be done in advance, as Green Star may not remain peaceful for long, that if Pang Ruiwen can find us, other families will inevitably take notice. Vegetables had already appeared on Kaiyang Star, and if someone were to investigate, they would certainly discover the existence of Green Star. Their entry into the spaceport was recorded, making it easy to deduce their origins. Presently, Green Star had no defense capabilities. Any aircraft could land at any time, and their cultivation areas could be exposed at any moment. Without preparation, all their efforts would be in vain. That I share your sentiment. We are still too weak. Wei Dong also wished to express this to Wei Guoyang. Relying solely on him was insufficient to guarantee the safety of Green Star. Then I will contact Colonel Randy tomorrow. It would be best to arrange for personnel to come as soon as possible. Wei Guoyang felt a bit apprehensive. Father, do not worry. I believe the Legion will be more than willing to send people over. Wei Dong reassured him, confident that their collaboration would yield fruitful results. Just the food made by Ning Ning alone was enticing enough. This is indeed the best course of action. But on the following day, Wei Guoyang reached out to Randy to express his concerns, also mentioning the matter of the protective shield. After listening, Randy assured him that he could assist in applying for the purchase of the shield, but that any deployment of soldiers would require consultation with the commander before a response could be given. Although there was no immediate agreement to send soldiers, Wei Guoyang was nonetheless pleased that assistance with the shield was forthcoming. With the shield in place, any aircraft attempting to land on Green Star would need to apply for permission. If the planetary owner objected, any forceful landing would result in the aircraft being attacked by the shield. As long as no large starships attempted a forcible landing, the safety of Green Star was assured. After terminating the communication, Randy could no longer contain his excitement, which he had previously suppressed. That it was an opportune moment. Indeed, just as Jess was contemplating sending someone over, Wei Guoyang had taken the initiative to propose it, alleviating any concerns they might have had. Randy promptly conveyed this development to Hui Yunchuan, confident that the commander would be equally receptive. Naturally, Hui Yunchuan was pleased, though he was curious as to why the Wei family had only now brought this up. He closed his eyes in contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of the table as thoughts of the Wei family's background flashed through his mind. Finally, as an epiphany struck him, he ceased his tapping and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Ah, indeed, a clever individual. The most elated among them was Jess, who had been diligently researching those vegetables. His relentless efforts had yielded significant discoveries, which he was eager to share with Randy. However, upon hearing Randy mention the Wei family's request for their legion to station soldiers on Green Star, he immediately expressed his desire to go as well. Jess had always held a keen interest in Green Star, and now that he had made new findings, he was itching to set foot there without delay. What do you intend to do? Randy asked, rejecting the idea without a moment's hesitation. Wei Guoyang required soldiers capable of combat, not researchers like Jess. A barren planet capable of producing vegetables that can cure psychic disturbances not worthy of my research. Jess tossed this remark lightly, disregarding Randy's astonished expression as he exited the laboratory, making his way toward Hui Yunchuan's office. Randy was taken aback. What did Jess mean by vegetables that could heal psychic disturbances? Had he misheard, or had Jess misspoken? Psychic disturbances had plagued them for over a millennium, with no one daring to claim a cure. Reflecting on Jess's immersion in his experiments over the past few days, Randy's heart raced. Could it be true? Regardless of whether it aligned with his thoughts, Randy could no longer afford to hesitate and strode purposefully toward Hui Yunchuan's office. Meanwhile, Jess had already shared his research findings with Hui Yunchuan. Even Hui Yunchuan, normally composed, found it difficult to remain still. He could envision the upheaval that would ensue if this news were to spread. Psychic disturbances had troubled interstellar warriors for millennia, claiming the lives of thousands each year. Countless predecessors had labored for centuries without conquering this issue. Advanced pharmacists could only develop remedies to alleviate the disturbances, helplessly watching as afflicted warriors suffered in agony. Now someone was claiming that vegetables could cure these disturbances. How could this not excite him? Had anyone else conveyed this information, he might have dismissed it as a jest, but he knew Jess too well that if he chose to share it, it was because he had reached a conclusion. Since Jess had come to him, it must be genuine. Randy mentioned that the Wei family requested soldiers to be stationed. I must go, Jess declared, unconcerned with Hui Yunchuan's possible reaction. He wanted his name among those selected. More data was essential for his research. Mere vegetables were insufficient. He needed to identify the factors that enabled these vegetables to heal psychic disturbances. If he could uncover the cause, he could then develop a remedy, making the conquest of psychic disturbances merely a matter of time. Therefore, this journey was imperative. As Randy approached, Wei Ning had already made a decision in his mind. This matter was of utmost importance to interstellar warriors. Until a definitive remedy for psychic disturbances was developed, the Wei family in Green Star must remain concealed. Jess's discovery had yet to undergo practical verification and could not be disclosed. Everything had to proceed discreetly. Randy, you and Chris will take charge of this matter. Once the situation stabilizes, you may return. I do not wish for external attention on Green Star, he instructed. Yes, Your Excellency, rest assured, Randy replied, executing a precise military salute with sincere assurance. In the days that followed, Randy and Chris dedicated themselves to selecting the soldiers to accompany them and preparing the necessary supplies. With Jess joining them, their inventory expanded significantly, considering the limited conditions on Green Star. Their preparations became even more extensive. Wei Ning suppressed the news, so aside from Randy and Jess, even Chris was unaware of Jess's discovery. Randy informed Chris that since Wei Guoyang had requested their forces to be stationed, they would not return in the short term unless absolutely necessary. Long-term deployment meant they would require additional supplies. He recalled that during their last visit, they had stayed on a starship. This time, they were embarking on a mission, not merely to garrison the area. Since the Wei family had initiated this request, Randy intended to seize the opportunity and ensure all aspects were adequately managed. On the day of departure, aside from Jess, who brought only one assistant, a total of 200 soldiers boarded the starship. Wei Guoyang remained blissfully unaware of any of this. In his estimation, the chances of military deployment were minimal. To him, securing the installation of a protective shield on Green Star was already the most favorable outcome. They stayed on Kaiyang Star for 5 days, initially planning to return to Green Star after receiving Haifeng. However, they extended their stay by an additional day due to Pang Ruiwen's enthusiasm. Simply put, Pang Ruiwen was unwilling to give up. While business was temporarily off the table, it was acceptable to occasionally add a few dishes to their dining table. Right? After having savored such delectable vegetables, they found it impossible to stomach nutrient solutions. Driven by his culinary desires, Pang Ruiwen was relentless, demonstrating the tenacity of someone who had nothing to lose. Wei Guoyang, eager to avoid the sight of Pang Ruiwen's pitiful expression, handed him over to Wei Dong. Wei Dong straightforwardly taught Pang Ruiwen how to prepare mutant beast meat. If he didn't want to drink nutrient solutions, he could indulge in mutant beast meat, as there was no shortage of it in the forest. Pang Ruiwen thought that by throwing away his pride, he could elicit sympathy from the Wei family and obtain some vegetables from them. Little did he know that not only did he fail to procure vegetables, but he was also forced to accept the wild mutant beast meat instead. Tears streamed down Pang Ruiwen's face internally. Yet he maintained a facade of happiness as he accepted Wei Dong's unsolicited recipe. Rejecting Pang Ruiwen's proposal to take them on a proper tour of Kaiyang Star, Wei Guoyang planned to return the next day. They had been away for several days, and only Yi Ling and Wei Ning remained on Green Star. Although there was a protective net, he remained uneasy and wished to return swiftly. Pang Ruiwen could easily see that Wei Guoyang was genuinely eager to leave. He said little else, simply promising that if they returned to Kaiyang Star, he would ensure a proper display of hospitality. Wei Guoyang was equally pleased to cultivate a friendship with Pang Ruiwen. After a few days of interaction, he had come to understand Pang Ruiwen to some extent and deemed him a worthy companion. He readily promised to bring back some local specialties on his next visit. Pang Ruiwen was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude with flattering words. He had also gleaned some insights during their conversations. Even if Wei Guoyang had unintentionally let something slip, it was enough for him to piece together a few details. If he was not mistaken, Wei Guoyang must be from a nearby planet. However, he could not locate the starship that the father and son had boarded. Instead, he discovered that they had arrived in their own spacecraft. Typically, such small vessels have limited travel distances, and with the information gathered previously, he subtly began to piece together an answer in his mind. The thought of his conjecture filled him with excitement and further solidified his intention to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Wei family. Of course, what Pang Ruiwen remained unaware of was that this information had been deliberately leaked by Wei Guoyang, who intended to test Pang Ruiwen's character. If Pang Ruiwen were to deduce the truth, and still managed to restrain himself from probing further. Wei Guoyang would be willing to collaborate with him. After all, the Peng family held considerable influence on Kaiyang Star. Once Peng Ruiwen had bid farewell to Wei Guoyang, he returned to his company. Meanwhile, Li Ai, the young master of the Li family, who had a contentious relationship with Peng Bo, received news about Peng Ruiwen's recent close associations, ever since he lost a bet to Peng Bo. Li Ai had been feeling discontented. What had initially seemed like a guaranteed victory had turned into a humiliating defeat, causing him to lose face before the entire school. He harbored resentment towards the individual who had supplied vegetables to Peng Bo. After an extensive search for leads without success, a subordinate suggested that perhaps monitoring the Peng family might yield results in identifying that person. Although the Li family had only recently relocated and their foundation on Kaiyang Star was not particularly strong, they still eclipsed the wealth of Peng Ruiwen, who had risen from a collateral branch. Otherwise, Li Ai would not have dared to wager such stakes against Peng Bo. Thus, upon receiving this news, Li Ai promptly informed his father. Li Yao was already aware of his son's gambling loss. However, his concern lay not in the defeat itself, but in the origins of the Peng family's vegetables. He sought to uncover the source of these vegetables. Knowing that if they did not originate from a reputable agricultural family, he could leverage this information for the benefit of the Li family. After listening to his son's account, Liao decisively ordered someone to tail the Wei family's spacecraft. On board the ship, Haifeng sat erect in his seat, gazing out at the vast cosmos with unwavering determination. In truth, when he had accepted a job located 100,000 miles from the capital star, his family had initially opposed it. Even his grandfather wished for him to find something closer to home and offered to use his connections to secure a position for him, but Haifeng had declined. He aspired to earn everything through his own efforts, rather than relying on the paved path laid out by his family. Just like when he concealed his identity to gain admission to the Federal University and achieve the title of outstanding graduate through hard work. Despite the arduous journey, he savored every moment of it. His choice of this job was no different. From the moment he resolved to come, he left no room for regret. He arrived later than anticipated, primarily due to the scant information he had managed to gather. Even with the resources at his disposal, the findings were exceedingly limited. All he knew was that his future employer was surnamed Wei and had once been a moderately well-known entrepreneur on the capital star. However, after a misfortune this year, the family had declared bankruptcy and ultimately settled on a barren planet under their name. He had heard rumors about the Wei family before, but at the time, he had paid them no mind, never expecting that the person from the rumors would become his first employer after graduation. He found information about the Wei family in the barren planet 188, which is precisely why he decided to accept the position. Since the Wei family was not genuinely bankrupt, the development of the barren planet must be real, thus he made his way there. What he did not anticipate was that the desolate planet was even more barren than he had imagined. He had assumed that since the Wei family had settled there, transportation would be readily accessible. However, upon transferring from the capital star to a nearby planet, he discovered that there were no flights to that planet at all. Had it not been for his identity as a poverty-stricken orphan, he would have almost been compelled to charter a ship. Reflecting on his astonishment upon learning about the absence of flight routes made Haifeng chuckle. Haifeng, since you have boarded this spacecraft and signed a confidentiality agreement, there is something I must inform you of in advance. Wei Guoyang emerged from the cockpit and seated himself in a chair opposite Haifeng, turning to face him. Boss, rest assured, having chosen this job, I will persevere no matter what. Haifeng assumed Wei Guoyang was going to discuss the living conditions that, to be honest, he had been quite worried at first, but remembering the lies he told during the interview, he forbade himself from retreating. He then felt reassured, as the entire family could accept it. What was there for him to reject? You need not worry. Although Green Star is still in its infancy, there is no need to fret about living conditions. My only requirement is this. Regardless of what you witness, you must not disclose it to anyone, under any circumstances. Otherwise, I will confiscate all your communication devices. Wei Guoyang did not wish to resort to such measures. Since he had decided to bring Haifeng to Green Star, he felt it necessary to extend a modicum of trust, hoping that the young man would not betray that trust. As Wei Guoyang emphasized this point, his tone grew more serious, and Haifeng discerned the underlying warning, causing him to harbor various thoughts that he feared neither the Wei family withholding his salary nor any ill intentions toward him. He would regularly update his family about his safety, Should he fail to send word beyond a certain time frame, his family would naturally know how to respond, as long as the Wei family did not engage in activities detrimental to the interests of the Federation. He could maintain confidentiality. Boss, as long as it does not involve actions harmful to the Federation, I can accept it, Haifeng assured earnestly, locking eyes with Wei Guoyang. Rest assured, our family consists of law-abiding citizens. Wei Guoyang smiled, developing a favorable impression of Haifeng in the process. Upon hearing this, Haifeng secretly sighed with relief, his curiosity about the place he was about to arrive at intensifying. When the spacecraft finally came to a halt, Haifeng emerged behind Wei Dong, and, upon seeing the scene before him, finally grasped the meaning of Wei Guoyang's words and understood why he had been asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. What did he behold? An endless expanse of cultivated land. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. The key was that he observed fields brimming with verdant plants, each thriving magnificently, had he not heard someone calling his name. Haifeng might have thought everything he saw was a mere illusion. Haifeng, come down, Wei Dong called out, noticing that Haifeng remained motionless, lost in a daze, and immediately understood what was amiss. The docking area of the spacecraft was adjacent to the cultivation site, and with the door facing the fields, the early morning light revealed the lush greenery that was said to be snake plants. Since the last expansion, after new leaves had begun to sprout, the snake plants had been left to grow freely, resulting in one particularly large specimen, its leaves stretching to half a meter long. Resembling a sword pointing skyward, unable to be consumed and left to grow wild, it stood out starkly in the otherwise barren cultivation area, making it impossible to ignore though. Haifeng diverted his gaze. Disembarking from the spacecraft, exerting considerable effort to suppress the impulse to rush into the verdant expanse, my goodness, such an expansive area of greenery. He had never encountered such beautiful plants in his entire life. Any lingering concerns he had vanished upon seeing the lush greenery, his heart and mind consumed solely by the thought of those plants. From a young age, he had witnessed his grandfather's wistful expressions and longing tone whenever he spoke of greenery. In the ancient Earth era, humans lived in environments characterized by distinct seasons, lush mountains, clear waters, melodious birds, fragrant flowers, and shaded trees that in contrast. The interstellar human habitat consisted of cold, high-tech buildings, various flying vehicles, and mutated plants that had become adversaries. Opportunities to see unmutated greenery were exceedingly rare. If one were to ask what his grandfather's greatest wish was, it would undoubtedly be to plan and construct a planet reminiscent of ancient Earth. Regrettably, since the mutation of plants, normal greenery had become a rarity. Even the few species cultivated by research institutes would succumb to environmental influences, eventually withering after reaching a certain stage. Suddenly, Haifeng felt an overwhelming urge to fulfill his grandfather's dream. Unable to resist the desire to share what he had witnessed, however, when he regained his composure, he found that his optical brain had already connected him to his grandfather. Recalling Wei Guoyang's warning, Haifeng felt a jolt of apprehension, nearly severing the communication. He extended his hand but then hesitated. Xiao Feng, you've arrived. The man on the screen, now with flecks of gray in his hair, looked at him with a loving gaze. Grandpa, I'm here. This place is wonderful, and I really like it. The boss is great too, so you need not worry. As usual, Haifeng reported his safety to his grandfather, refraining from mentioning the earlier events he had witnessed. Outside, Wei Dong appeared silently, standing for several minutes by the door before finally knocking. Inside, Haifeng ended his call, inhaling and exhaling deeply several times, until his restless heart found tranquility. He had been lost in thought, completely unaware of how he arrived in the room. Nor did he recall what the young boss had said to him upon entering IT this moment. He took a moment to survey the modest abode where he would be living. The simple mobile room contained only a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. No other furnishings graced the space, and he found himself seated at the desk, just as he intended to organize his belongings. A knock sounded at the door. Young boss, Haifeng called out as he opened the door to find Wei Dong standing there, the address feeling rather natural. Wei Dong thought it unnecessary for him to be called that. Finding it rather odd, call me by my name, Wei Dong. The young man, a few years Haifeng's junior, found it hard to fathom how he managed to utter those words. Brother Wei Dong, a competent student from a modest background. Haifeng found himself well suited for this role. Apart from occasional instinctive reactions, he adapted swiftly. This was why, during his years at university, No one ever questioned his identity. He could seamlessly switch between the roles of a wealthy heir and a destitute orphan. Once you're settled, come out for dinner and meet the family. Wei Dong didn't bother to correct Haifeng's form of address. After all, he was indeed a few years older. All right. Though a multitude of questions lingered in his mind. Haifeng responded with a calm demeanor, silently following Wei Dong outside. Upon exiting the small room, he noticed that adjacent to it was a family-sized mobile home, and in front stood a clearly haphazardly constructed, dilapidated building. As he observed Wei Dong walking towards the precarious structure, Haifeng felt an urge to intervene, but the words caught in his throat. For an architect, the contrast between such a rudimentary and aesthetically displeasing house and a hazardous dwelling was negligible. However, he couldn't very well critique his employer's residence upon his arrival. He feared that voicing his thoughts might lead to being sent away the next day. It was better to observe for now. He convinced himself and followed Wei Dong inside. In the kitchen, Wei Ning placed the final dish on the table, lifting her gaze to find Haifeng appearing somewhat awkward, prompting her to smile gently at him. No, I'm merely apprehensive that the house might suddenly collapse. Haifeng did not notice Wei Ning's friendly smile, his eyes glued to the table. He had anticipated a meal consisting of nutritional supplements, but to his surprise, it was a genuine feast. Though he did not see rice, several bowls of food adorned the table. There were red, white, and green dishes, alongside generous portions of meat, and the aroma of the food filled the air. Unlike the usual fare he had consumed, the flavors were rich, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Haifeng, come and sit. Wei Guoyang beckoned him with a warm smile. Haifeng hesitated for a moment before approaching the empty seat at the table. However, instead of sitting down, he stood by the edge of the table. Boss, there's no need to go to such lengths. I can manage with nutritional supplements. Haifeng glanced at Wei Guoyang, making an effort to avoid looking at the food on the table. The tantalizing scent grew stronger up close, and he feared he might succumb to temptation. Sit down. This is our first meal to welcome you as a new member of our family. Don't be shy. As I mentioned, you will not be lacking in provisions. Wei Guoyang indicated the empty chair beside him. He then introduced Yi Ling and Wei Ning, prompting Haifeng to respectfully greet both. Madam Boss, young boss. Just call me by my name. It sounds rather awkward, Wei Ning replied, wishing to be addressed without the prefix young. Haifeng complied and addressed Wei Ning by her name. Please, sit. These dishes are not something we have every day. Wei Dong had already taken his seat, ready to enjoy the meal. After a few days of solely consuming nutritional supplements, he was eager to dive into the food. Then I shall not hold back. Haifeng's intention was not to refuse. Faced with such a culinary delight, he found it impossible to resist. The red fruits aren't gone. You went and picked them yourself. Wei Dong glanced at the bowl of cold tomato salad. Casting a sidelong look at Wei Ning as if to ascertain if she had sustained any injury. These are from my last harvest. The first fruits are all here. Wei Ning pointed to the bowl of salad. Her smile, unmistakable. The tomato plants they had sown during their initial visit to Kaiyang Star had thrived without mutation, yielding a bountiful crop, although they were initially expected to take several more days to ripen. She had used her abilities to hasten their growth. She was well aware of her limitations and would not recklessly venture out on her own. Even if you wanted to go, I wouldn't permit it in your absence, Yi Ling remarked, having observed the red fruit's transformation day by day. Upon learning that the plants Wei Ning had nurtured showed no signs of mutation, she was overwhelmed with excitement, unsure of how to express her joy. In recent days, she had been attempting to cultivate seedlings using the seeds Wei Ning provided, but the results had been disheartening. After successfully germinating, the seedlings exhibited signs of mutation within a day, and she had yet to produce a single viable plant, leading her to contemplate giving up. The seeds contained excessive volatile energy, making direct cultivation impossible. However, after nurturing the seeds with her abilities, she could successfully cultivate seedlings without any mutations. Now, armed with some data, she awaited the next opportunity to continue her experiments. If successful, it would confirm the validity of her research direction. Yet, mindful of Haifeng's presence, Yi Ling refrained from sharing this information with the others. This is cold tomato salad, stir-fried loofah, garlic sprouts with meat, and braised meat. Just home-cooked meals, so don't be modest. Noticing Haifeng holding his utensils without making a move, Yi Ling pointed out the dishes, introducing them. This was Haifeng's first encounter with culinary preparations beyond boiled or fried, and since he had never tasted any of these, he found himself momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Even in the Hai family, they did not prepare such an array of dishes each time. Typically, they only made a small portion for dinner, and families that could afford 3 meals a day consisting of rice, vegetables, and fruits were few and far between. Not to mention the scarcity of vegetables and meat. Even culinary skills had gradually declined. Nowadays, the common methods of cooking were boiling and frying, and without ample seasoning. The flavors were rather mediocre. The mere aroma wafting from the food before him was enough to whet his appetite. He didn't even need to taste it to know it would surpass the dishes prepared by renowned chefs. Indeed, with each bite he took, wonder filled Haifeng's eyes, and his eating pace quickened. Although he ate swiftly, he showed no signs of gluttony. Observing Haifeng's enjoyment of the meal, Wei Guoliang felt even more delighted than Wei Ning. An outsider might believe he had prepared the dishes himself. What brought Wei Guoliang joy was the acknowledgement of his daughter's culinary skills by others, which pleased him far more than receiving praise himself. This meal marked the most satisfying dining experience of Haifeng's life. He even contemplated that if he could indulge in such delectable food regularly, he would gladly forego his salary to work for the Wei family. Of course, he dreamed of sharing the culinary delights on Starnet, letting everyone know about the exquisite meals he savored, though he knew he couldn't express that desire. More than anything, he yearned to capture the vibrant greenery outside, envisioning a future where he would work amidst such surroundings daily, and he felt invigorated by the thought. The next morning, Haifeng rose early, his mind preoccupied with the greenery he had seen, eager for a closer encounter. Having just arrived, Wei Guoliang had given him 2 days to acclimate. Haifeng was thrilled, for he had only glimpsed the plants the previous evening as darkness fell, leaving him dazed and unable to appreciate them fully. Today, with time on his hands, he intended to observe them closely. As he approached, Haifeng discovered that the area was not merely populated with greenery, but also trees and a patch of unfamiliar plants. Their tender green shoots just beginning to sprout. Crouching down among the plants, he scrutinized them for quite some time. Unable to identify the species as usual, Wei Dong rose early to exercise, intending to conduct a thorough inspection. Having been away for several days, he needed to ascertain whether any mutated beasts had ventured nearby. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Haifeng crouched in the planting area that he walked over. "Haifeng, what are you doing here?" Wei Dong approached and saw Haifeng reaching out his hand to touch a seedling, only to withdraw it hesitantly before trying again. Observing his actions, Wei Dong felt a chuckle rising within him. "It's not that fragile. If you want to touch it, just do so. I'm simply curious." Upon hearing the sound, Haifeng rose to his feet, feeling a sense of shame for being caught in the act by his master. Despite this, he dared not extend his hand to touch anything further. Aware that unmutated plants are exceedingly precious, he feared that he might inadvertently damage the tender sprouts, which would lead to a debt he could not repay. "Wei Dong, what kind of plant is this?" he inquired. Noticing what appeared to be a potato, Wei Dong examined the small shoots protruding from the ground and glanced around, confirming that this was indeed the potato that Wei Ning had mentioned. "Potato? What is that?" Haifeng asked. Curiosity piqued at this unfamiliar term. "It's a type of edible food," Wei Dong replied, recalling the delightful taste of potatoes from a previous meal. As for the fact that potatoes were once the food of wild boars, he had resolved to forget that as soon as they graced the dining table. Once fully grown, they would develop tubers underground, which are their fruits, namely, the potatoes. The thought of witnessing the yield of potatoes firsthand filled Wei Dong with joy. If he were to plant all the potatoes he had brought back, a bountiful harvest was surely to follow. Fruits that grow underground. Haifeng pondered, bewildered. Is there such a thing? Not fruits, and they cannot be eaten raw. They are more akin to vegetables, Wei Dong clarified, uncertain of the exact classification of potatoes, but certain they were not fruits. Vegetables? Haifeng scrutinized the tender sprouts before him, unable to identify them as any vegetable he had ever seen. Nor had he heard of their name before. "Once you see them, you'll understand," Wei Dong replied. Not wishing to elaborate further, he gave Haifeng's shoulder a light pat before departing. Haifeng's curiosity was ignited. He watched as Wei Dong boarded the spaceship, struggling to resist the urge to follow. Perhaps it was best to wait for the plants to grow. Adjacent to the potato patch lay the tomatoes that Wei Ning had sown later. Out of convenience, she had not separated them but had scattered the seeds directly, and now only 2 leaves had emerged, far from ready for transplanting. The seeds had been sown densely across a plot of land, creating a thick mass of greenery. It was Haifeng's first encounter with such a variety of vegetables. He lingered over each one with great excitement, even more so than when meeting an idol. When he spotted the patch of various vegetables left for seeding, he gingerly touched their seeds, treating them with even more care than his own sketches, by the time he returned from exploring the area. 2 hours had already passed, in the clearing before the small house. Wei Ning and others were sorting through the potatoes brought back by Wei and Liang. Lacking experience in harvesting potatoes and fearing the return of the wild boars, Wei Dong and his companions had simply dug them up and bagged them, bringing them back without much thought. When Wei had handed the spatial button to Wei Ning that morning, they discovered that many of the potatoes were damaged, making them unsuitable for planting, necessitating a careful selection process. "What are you doing?" Haifeng asked, holding a potato the size of his fist, having never seen such a peculiar object before. "We are sorting out the damaged ones," Wei replied, pointing to a potato with a small piece missing. "Why do you need to do that?" Haifeng inquired, his curiosity bubbling over with questions. "The damaged ones cannot be used as seeds. We need the good ones," Wei explained, showing him a healthy potato. "What kind of seed is this, so large?" "This is a potato, both seed and fruit. What we consume comes from it.so this is a potato. Is that what's being planted over there?" Haifeng pointed towards the planting area. "Yes, those will sprout from this when buried in the soil, giving rise to new potato plants that will bear fresh potatoes." Yiling, who had seen Wei Ning plant potatoes before, pointed out where the sprouts would emerge. Haifeng listened, captivated, as he imagined the tender shoots slowly pushing through the soil, roots firmly gripping the earth, growing larger and transforming into a mature plant. A truly wondrous process. Wei Ning remained silent. Having already shared this knowledge with her family beforehand, to avoid prematurely revealing her extraordinary abilities, she had always recounted what she knew, playing a background role in conversations, leaving it to Wei or Yiling to respond when questions arose. Although Wei and Yiling had their suspicions, they were easily misled by her claims of awakening her abilities alongside her newfound talents. Despite their doubts, they never considered that her essence had been replaced by another. Gradually, they had grown accustomed to Wei Ning's occasional surprising statements, showcasing knowledge of things she had never learned or seen. Coupled with Wei's strange dreams, both Wei Dong and Yiling became convinced that their success hinged on Wei Ning. While Wei was instructing Haifeng on how to select the damaged potatoes, Yiling was sharing various ways to prepare potatoes. After selecting the good ones, Wei Ning realized that she could no longer nurture each potato with her abilities as before, but could only pick out the healthy ones and infuse some energy into them. However, since Wei Dong had not mentioned any incidents of mutated potatoes attacking people, it suggested that they were still considered normal plants. Thus, she decided to save her energy for when they were actually planted. Wei Dong had brought back over 1,000 pounds of potatoes, but many were damaged, with some showing signs of rot. After they completed their sorting, they found that around 700 to 800 pounds were intact, while over 400 pounds were unsuitable. "That's too much. We can't possibly eat it all," Yiling lamented, gazing at the heap of damaged potatoes. Although potatoes were quite tasty, having them daily would surely become tiresome. "Are these truly unsalvageable for planting? It seems wasteful to discard them after eating," Haifeng remarked, comparing a healthy potato to a damaged one. Noticing no differences aside from the rot. "They will rot. Potatoes need to sprout before planting, and these will decay before they have the chance," Yiling explained, pointing to the damaged area. "Cerning, think of a solution for these," Yiling urged, gesturing towards the pile of spoiled potatoes. "Indeed, I too would prefer not to eat the same thing every day." "Cerning, you must think hard," Wei echoed, wearing an expression that conveyed the expectation of her ingenuity. Understanding her parents' intentional prompting, Wei Ning pretended to mull over the dilemma. She indeed had a solution for the surplus potatoes, but still required some tools, which she planned to gather the following day. First, she set aside the healthy potatoes for the sprouting process necessary for planting. Without Haifeng, Wei Ning could have used her abilities to expedite the sprouting process, which would have been both convenient and swift. However, that option was no longer available. Yiling also hoped to find a conventional method for sprouting, rather than relying solely on abilities. Although Wei Ning had never planted potatoes herself, she knew that if left uneaten at home for about 10 days, they would naturally sprout. Throwing them outside, covering them lightly with soil, would also allow them to grow. Fortunately, Yiling was present, possessing a wealth of knowledge, based on Wei Ning's simple description and her understanding of similar plants' growth environments. She devised a sprouting method for the potatoes, They would lay a fine layer of soil beneath the makeshift shelter, place the potatoes on top, cover them with another thin layer of soil, and sprinkle some water to maintain moisture. The shelter needed to be ventilated but kept at a moderate temperature. Constructing the shelter was simple. It could be built right next to the eaves. Utilizing leftover materials from the kitchen, the soil could be prepared by a robot, which could dig as fine as needed once programmed correctly. The shelter was soon completed, and the soil was ready. All that remained was to arrange the potatoes, cover them with soil, and finally water them, leaving the rest to nature as they awaited the sprouts. By the time they finished their tasks, the afternoon had arrived without them realizing it. Everyone was feeling somewhat fatigued, particularly Wei, who had typically left the heavy lifting to Wei Dong while he merely passed items along. Although Haifeng had lent a hand today, Wei had still done a considerable amount of work, leaving him somewhat drained. "Sir Ning, I am utterly exhausted today. You must prepare something delicious to reward me," Wei whined, rubbing his sore arms. "I will do my best," Wei Ning sighed, lamenting her own difficulties, as it is indeed challenging to cook without the necessary ingredients. Though such was her declaration, she dutifully proceeded to prepare the evening meal. Gazing at the mound of potatoes, she waved her hand with a flourish, deciding that a potato feast would be in order for the day. Haifeng eagerly offered to assist, recalling the delicious dishes from the previous day and wishing to learn their secrets. With someone willing to help, Wei Ning did not hesitate. She handed him a basin filled with potatoes for him to wash and peel. Meanwhile, she washed another 10 or so herself and took them to the kitchen to steam. It was Haifeng's first time performing such a task, and he found it rather novel that he meticulously scrubbed each potato until they gleamed. But when it came time to peel them, he encountered a dilemma. He had never done this before. Not only was this the first time he had seen a potato, but even at home, he had never engaged in household chores, as they were all managed by a domestic robot. Surely, it should be straightforward? It appeared so. When Wei Ning emerged again, she overheard Haifeng muttering to himself, with his back turned. She could not discern his actions, as she had come out to assist with the peeling. "What are you mumbling about? This seems to present a bit of a challenge." Haifeng held up a potato that he had nearly peeled away half of. Feeling quite awkward, and nearly attempted to hide it behind him. "No need for a knife. Use this instead." Wei Ning glanced at the potato that resembled something a dog had gnawed on and waved the spoon in her hand. "How can you peel it with that?" Haifeng looked at her small spoon, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Just like this." With that, Wei Ning swiftly demonstrated, deftly peeling the potato in a matter of moments. "Well, I'll be." Haifeng murmured, astonished by the pale yellow flesh of the potato. "Of course, it works," Wei Ning continued, employing a technique she had gleaned from television dramas, aimed at minimizing potato waste while ensuring her hands remained unscathed. Most importantly, there were no specialized peeling tools available, so she had to think outside the box. Watching Wei Ning peel a potato with such effortless speed, Haifeng felt an urge to try as well. He may not have been able to use a knife, but surely this would be possible. Reality proved otherwise. What seemed simple was not easily learned. After a few clumsy attempts at peeling 7 or 8 potatoes, he gradually mastered the right pressure, managing to peel them without leaving uneven surfaces. In the end, Wei Ning prepared several dishes from the last basin of potatoes: shredded potato salad, braised potato chunks, stir-fried potatoes with cured meat, steamed potatoes, and even a small basket of fries. However, lacking flour, the fries turned out somewhat lacking in flavor. Ironically, the fries became the most popular dish, devoured completely. "Let us have this again tomorrow." Wei Dong swiftly took the last fry, leaving him wanting more, and he could not resist ordering more. Since their meals had improved, their palates had become rather discerning. In the past, they were simply grateful for any food available, without a thought for picky preferences. "If you want to eat well, just do it yourself," Wei Ning stated, unwilling to cook, as she had been splashed with hot oil while frying the fries, leaving her hands still stinging. "I can do it." Haifeng, who had been watching the entire process, raised his hand eagerly, as he too enjoyed eating. Only then did he realize that this was not his home, and perhaps he had overreacted. He quickly glanced at Wei Guoyang, relieved to find no displeasure on his face. "Fine, I'll leave it to you tomorrow. Make plenty, as there are still so many left." Wei Dong winked at him, believing that fries were far preferable to the tasteless steamed potatoes. "You see, there are still quite a few left." Originally, Wei Ning had intended to make mashed potatoes, but upon discovering that she lacked green onions and finding the process too complicated, she decided to simply eat them as they were. Though the taste was rather bland, seeing that there were still more than half of the potatoes remaining, Wei Ning resolved to start over. She peeled the potatoes, placed them in a basin, and mashed them with a pinch of salt, forming small dough balls which she then gently flattened into small potato cakes. Heating the pan and adding oil, she fried the cakes until one side was set and golden brown, then flipped them to achieve a similar hue on the other side before removing them from the pan. "How delightful! Why didn't you do it this way earlier?" Wei Dong remarked, observing the now unappetizing steamed potatoes transformed into a fragrant and crispy potato cake, with a hint of complaint that it was a sudden inspiration. "And you ate the most, yet you still have so much to say. Food cannot silence your chatter. If everything were this delicious, of course, it wouldn't be quiet. My appetite is quite large," Wei Dong declared. Patting his stomach, Haifeng silently munched on a potato cake, in full agreement with Wei Dong. There is never enough delicious food that he felt immensely fortunate to have come here. Otherwise, he would miss out on such delightful dishes. Oh, how blissful it is! Potatoes that had gone bad could not be kept for long and needed to be dealt with promptly, lest they be wasted. With such thoughts in mind, Wei Ning arose early. Before she even reached the kitchen, she caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma of frying oil, accompanied by faint voices. "Are you sure you can do this? Why is the oil splattering so high? My sister would never do it this way. Hurry, or it'll burn. Quickly, get it out." In the kitchen, Haifeng was in a frenzy, using a slotted spoon to fish out the contents, only to realize it was wet. As soon as he dipped it into the hot oil, a cacophony of sizzling ensued, and droplets of oil splattered everywhere. Hot, hot, hot. Haifeng dropped the slotted spoon, clutching the scalded area, staring at the utterly charred potato strips in the pot. On the verge of tears, he had followed Wei Ning's instructions to the letter. How could the results differ so vastly? It was just frying fries, and yet the pot seemed on the verge of destruction. Wei Ning could hardly bear to look at the charred mess in the pot. "I thought it would be simple," she said, as Haifeng wore an expression of deep regret, feeling embarrassed for having claimed he could cook just the day before. "The fire was too high. When the oil is hot, you need to lower the heat. The potato strips must be drained of water, and the slotted spoon cannot be wet." Wei Ning glanced at the mess and fished out what was salvageable. She prepared another batch for frying while providing guidance. As soon as the potato strips floated, they needed to be removed, or they would become overly dry and affect the taste. "Why don't you fry them for us?" Wei Dong seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. He believed that cooking was a skill requiring practice rather than mere observation, despite never understanding why his sister seemed to possess an innate talent for it. He had witnessed her transform simple ingredients into a medley of delectable dishes. After several futile attempts himself, he had completely given up. Any dish that required a larger pot tended to result in culinary disasters in his hands. He could not fathom why the mutant beast meat he grilled turned out delicious, yet stir-frying was beyond him. "No, I'm quite busy today. You're on your own with the frying," Wei Ning promptly declined. "The potatoes aren't going to plant themselves. What are you busy with?" Wei Dong, standing by, boldly reached for a fry, unbothered by the heat, tossing it into his mouth. Indeed, if one wanted to eat well, it required a skilled chef, and his sister was remarkable, capable of producing such delectable food. "If I could eat this every day, I would never complain." The potatoes outside needed to be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, they would go to waste. After frying twice, Wei Ning decided to stop, as the fries without flour or ketchup seemed devoid of soul and lacked flavor. "Don't fry some more. There aren't enough for me," Wei Dong protested, preventing Wei Ning from leaving, as he and Haifeng swiftly devoured the freshly made fries. "Once the tomatoes ripen, I'll make you some. I guarantee they'll taste even better." How can fries be complete without ketchup? What do the tomatoes have to do with frying fries? Hurry up and fry. I'm not going out today. I'll help you later. Although the tomatoes were delicious, he was solely focused on the fries. "This was supposed to be your task. You always eat the most delicious food," Wei Ning retorted with exasperation. In their household, he was the one who consumed the most, a veritable glutton that if it were in the past, "We wouldn't even be able to afford to feed you," she muttered under her breath, considering how expensive vegetables had become, as he could easily consume several thousand star coins worth in a single meal. That being said, Wei Ning still helped them fry the entire basin of potato strips into fries. Otherwise, she feared the kitchen would be in disarray under their efforts. "Having eaten my fill, I feel invigorated. What shall we do next?" Wei Dong contentedly rubbed his stomach. "You first need to clean the kitchen." Wei Ning was truly astounded. They had consumed what must have been at least 10 pounds of fries. let me do it." Upon hearing the call to tidy up, Haifeng responded with enthusiastic vigor. He had consumed a fair amount of fries, albeit not even a tenth as much as Wei Ning. However, he reasoned that, given it was just the few of them present, the owner and his wife would certainly not partake in such chores. The demeanor of Wei Ning made it evident. She was solely responsible for cooking, not for the cleanup. Thus, the responsibility fell upon Wei Ning. Despite the contract not stipulating that he was obliged to attend to such trifles, nevertheless, Haifeng felt that since he had partaken of their provisions, it was only right to lend a hand. Perhaps, in light of his industriousness, Wei Ning would remember to share a little more during their next meal. Leaving a favorable impression was always advantageous. Fortunately, he was not entirely inept. These tasks were relatively manageable. Given Haifeng's willingness to assist, Wei Ning made no objections. After all, the cleanup needed to be done regardless of who undertook it. Wei Ning was indifferent, as long as everything was tidied up. She summoned Wei Ning to a vacant space by the well, pointing to the heap of damaged potatoes, instructing him to wash them thoroughly, discarding any spoiled portions. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have dug up so many. As Wei Ning washed the potatoes, regret washed over him. He had assumed all potatoes could be planted, unaware that the damaged ones were unfit for cultivation. In the future, he vowed to be more cautious when harvesting potatoes. Careless digging led to spoilage and necessitated additional processing. Wei Ning joined him in washing, intending to make potato flour, as interstellar travels had deprived them of even basic flour, let alone noodles. She had previously watched short videos on how to make potato flour, but had never attempted it herself. Still, the steps seemed straightforward. If all else failed, she could simply try multiple times until she succeeded. The key was to first mash the potatoes into a puree. Wash out the starchy water, filter out the puree, and allow the remaining starchy water to settle. The sediment at the bottom would be the potato starch. This was merely the first step in producing potato flour. The starch would need to be transformed into noodles for it to be deemed successful. The tools available on Green Star were scarce, and Wei Ning spent considerable time searching for a suitable grater. Having not initially considered making potato flour, otherwise, she could have purchased a machine to grind them, sparing her the effort. She settled for the makeshift tool she had found and tossed it to Wei Ning. "No, how can this possibly suffice?" Wei Ning exclaimed, his expression darkening as he held a stone before him. "How is he expected to use this? It will suffice as long as it gets the job done." "Just watch." Wei Ning took a clean potato and began to rub it against the stone, and soon enough, a pale yellow puree emerged. If she had been left with no other option, she wouldn't have resorted to using a stone. She was relieved to have found something usable. Otherwise, they might not have had even a stone to work with. Seeing Wei Ning successfully produce the puree, Wei Ning ceased his complaints and diligently followed suit. This step was simple. All that was required was to mash the potatoes into a puree. Wei Ning, with his remarkable strength, swiftly reduced the potatoes to paste, filling the bowl before him with an increasing amount of puree. As he became more adept, his movements quickened, until Wei Ning saw only fleeting shadows of his hands. "Come on, big brother. Whether we can enjoy delicious, smooth noodles depends on you." Wei Ning enthusiastically detailed several types of noodles she had tasted, describing them in such vivid detail that it felt as if they were laid out before her. Spurred by her words, Wei Ning quickened his pace, his throat involuntarily swallowing in anticipation for the sake of food. He was willing to exert himself. Before long, he had produced a significant quantity of potato puree. Wei Ning, with her smaller hands, had only managed a modest amount, and even that left her hands feeling sore and weak. Upon finishing in the kitchen, Haifeng emerged and, upon seeing their efforts in mashing, eagerly sought to join in. Wei Ning was delighted to relinquish her spot to him, taking the opportunity to teach him the technique. Observing him grasp the method with apparent skill, she felt comfortable stepping back. She switched Wei Ning's bowl for an empty one. Taking the puree he had made to the side, she added a bit of water and began to knead the puree vigorously to extract the starch. This step was crucial. Failing to extract all the starch from the puree would result in a significant loss and waste. The kneading had to be repeated several times until the washing water was no longer murky. Next, they would need to filter out the remaining puree. Filtering was straightforward, as they had a strainer on hand, originally used for filtering water, which now served to strain the potato puree. With so many potatoes, even after reserving some for eating, there was still a considerable amount left to process. Eventually, even Wei Ning and Yiling joined in. Wei Ning, Wei Ning, and Haifeng were tasked with mashing the potatoes, while Yiling and Wei Ning focused on kneading the puree. With Wei Ning also responsible for filtering the puree and setting the starchy water aside to settle, the group toiled from dawn until dusk, finally transforming hundreds of pounds of potatoes into puree. Washing out the starch and filling all the large bowls to the brim, a total of 20 bowls, leaving them thoroughly exhausted. Could this white sediment truly be made into flour? Wei Dong, massaging his weary hands, approached the first bowl, gazing at the clearly visible sediment at the bottom, still harboring doubt that I need to study this. With a few more attempts, I should be able to get it right. Wei Ning dared not make any guarantees, as she had never succeeded before. And what of all the things you mentioned? Wei Dong felt an impulse to lash out, realizing that perhaps all her grand statements were unfounded, that in time, it will all come to fruition. Noticing his change in demeanor, Wei Ning quickly sought to reassure him, unwilling to believe she couldn't succeed. After a long day, Wei Ning lacked the motivation to cook. In any case, she wasn't hungry. Ultimately, she returned to her room. Enduring Wei Dong's ravenous gaze, it was a pity, as in their household, aside from him, everyone else could easily manage on one meal a day. As for Haifeng, Wei Ning silently chose to overlook him. Haifeng, even if not hungry, could still eat. Wei Ning lay in bed, racking her brain to recall the method for making potato flour. It had been quite some time, and she was on the verge of forgetting. She found herself reminiscing about the past when various culinary videos flourished online. Even kitchen novices could create grand feasts with the help of those videos. Now, the situation was different. She would have to rely solely on her own exploration. In a state of drowsiness, Wei Ning was unaware of when she fell asleep. Upon opening her eyes again, daylight streamed through the window, and she faintly heard voices nearby. Remembering the tasks she needed to accomplish today, Wei Ning quickly prepared herself, fetching a vial of nutrient solution and swallowing it with her eyes closed. Her thoughts were resolute. She would strive to produce the flour and eliminate the need for the nutrient solution. Let us go. Stepping outside, Wei Ning headed directly to the first bowl she had prepared. The water had settled clear, revealing a distinct white layer at the bottom. Wei Guoliang and the others were already waiting, eager to see how the potatoes would transform into flour after a long day's labor. 4 pairs of eyes fixated on her, and Wei Ning felt a wave of pressure wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Wei Dong to pour out the water. Upon hearing that they could finally take action, Wei Dong promptly tipped the bowl, and water gushed out. The starch had formed a thick layer at the bottom, white and exuding a faint fragrance. It really is flour. Haifeng was the first to scoop some from the bottom of the bowl, his fingers coated in the white starch. Let us pour out the rest of the bowls and extract this layer of flour to let it dry. With that, Wei Ning grabbed a large bowl and filled it with a generous portion of the wet starch. Intending to conduct a trial run, the video she had watched demonstrated making potato flour with dry starch. She was unsure if wet starch would yield the same results. She set aside a small bowl of starch, mixing it with water until it was smooth. Just as she stirred, a flash of inspiration struck her from a novel she had read, where the protagonist prepared cold noodles using sweet potato starch. If sweet potato starch could work, then potato starch should as well. Without hesitation, she set to work, washing the pot clean, lighting the stove, and pouring the mixed potato water into the pot. With a spatula, she stirred continuously in one direction until it congealed into a translucent consistency. The small quantity turned out successfully, undoubtedly boosting Wei Ning's confidence. She then mixed the remaining starch with water and used a different pot to repeat the process. This time, a minor mishap occurred. She was a moment too slow in turning off the heat, resulting in a slight burn at the bottom. Oh well, we can just discard the burnt part. Wei Ning engaged in self-reassurance, concluding that aside from a minor mishap, the outcome appeared quite successful. Having prepared this pot, she noted that the earlier batch had cooled down, so she sliced it into thin pieces, concocted a dipping sauce, and mixed it in. Thus, a simple yet delightful cold dish was born. Just as Wei Ning contemplated sampling the flavors, Wei Dong entered the room. After finishing pouring the water, he remembered the drying tools and inquired whether they could be stored directly in the refrigerator. Upon entering, he noticed Wei Ning pouring the sauce into a bowl and stirring it, instinctively assuming it was food and asking about it. Wei Ning tasted a piece and found it quite palatable, offering him the remainder. Seeing that she had already tasted it, Wei Dong took it without hesitation, scooping a generous spoonful along with the sauce into his mouth. The potato jelly was refreshingly smooth, and the sauce was savory and spicy. creating a wonderfully balanced flavor that became increasingly enjoyable with each bite. Wei Dong finished it in just a few bites and raised the bowl, requesting more. It's gone. That batch needs to cool before we can make more. Wei Ning shrugged her shoulders, indicating there was none left. Wei Dong, still wanting more, was about to lament that there was insufficient food. But upon hearing there would be more, he held back his words, casting a lingering glance at the other pot. By the way, we have nothing to dry. Can we store it in the fridge? It was then he remembered his original purpose for being there. However, neither he nor Wei Ning had thought to mention that they lacked bamboo mats or even plastic trays for drying. Never mind, I'll bring it in later. I'll handle the rest. Wei Ning decided to change her approach. All the potato starch was gathered into a single large bowl. She switched to a bigger basin, scooped some potato starch into it, mixed it with water, and began anew. Since the new batch was larger, Wei Ning enlisted Wei Dong to stir it, as he had more strength and was better suited for the task. Once she had instructed Wei Dong on the proper technique, she began pouring the prepared batter into the pot. Wei Dong stirred in one direction with a spatula. However, a stick would have been more effective for an even mix. Yet, they had no stick available, so they made do with the spatula. Initially, Wei Dong struggled to control his strength and nearly tipped the pot over. Fortunately, Haifeng was nearby and managed to steady it. Be gentle, or it will all be lost, Wei Guoliang cautioned from the sidelines. Startled, Wei Dong reduced his force and gradually found the right balance. As he observed the batter's moisture evaporating and transforming into a translucent state. Wei Ning finally instructed him to stop. They poured the prepared transparent jelly into a clean bowl, washed the pot, and continued making another batch. This process was repeated 7 or 8 times until all the starch had been transformed into transparent jelly, which was then placed in the refrigerator to freeze. The earlier batch had cooled, and Wei Ning prepared a new batch of sauce, cutting the jelly into thin slices and mixing them in. Apart from Wei Dong, who had already consumed a bowl, the others were tasting it for the first time and found it delightful. The entire pot of jelly was devoured, after everyone was satisfied. The subsequent batches had frozen into solid masses. The jelly was not meant for long-term storage. If they wished to keep it, it needed to be dried. Wei Ning expressed her thoughts, and everyone agreed. While the jelly was delicious, consuming it daily might lead to monotony. Since there was a method for preservation, they decided to save it for when they desired it. Wei Ning then assigned tasks, emphasizing only one requirement. Regardless of the method used, they must separate this large mass of jelly, whether in sheets, strips, or other forms, focusing on ease of drying and minimal space occupation. Except for Haifeng. Everyone, including Wei Ning, had 2 large bowls of jelly. Initially, Wei Ning had sliced her jelly, and Wei Guoliang and Yi Ling followed suit. However, while Wei Ning had cut smaller portions, their quantities were larger, and since it was now solid, cutting it was even more challenging. It wasn't long before their hands began to ache from the effort. Haifeng pondered for a moment, observing Wei Guoliang's method before entering the kitchen and emerging with a slotted spoon in hand. Upon seeing the slotted spoon, Wei Ning had a hunch about Haifeng's approach. Sure enough, he pressed one hand down on the jelly while holding the spoon with the other, using the back of the spoon to apply pressure before swiftly scraping it back. A few uneven strips of jelly emerged, some thicker and some thinner, with a few breaking midway due to inconsistent pressure. However, Haifeng, being a top student, quickly refined his technique after a few attempts, resulting in more uniform strips. Wei Guoliang and Yi Ling had abandoned the knife and also took up slotted spoons to emulate Haifeng's method. Meanwhile, Wei Dong, after observing for a while, found a tool resembling a peeler, pressed it against the jelly, and scraped it to produce a slice. Naturally, he too struggled with pressure control, resulting in uneven thickness. After several failed attempts, he quickly discovered the right technique, yielding uniformly shaped jelly strips. These strips and sheets required drying to remove excess moisture for easier storage. It was only when night fell that they managed to scrape out all the jelly beneath the eaves, where they had previously dried seeds. A row of jelly strips and sheets hung, imparting a sense of accomplishment. Wei Ning sliced a piece of evenly proportioned cured meat, finely chopped it, and mixed it with minced garlic, then took the less aesthetically pleasing jelly strips and sheets to stir-fry a dish. The effort put into the jelly was appreciated by all, and even if the presentation was lacking, it was devoured entirely. After a brief flurry of activity, life returned to its usual rhythm. Wei Guoliang and Wei Dong, took Haifeng to familiarize him with the terrain of Green Star, setting out early and returning late each day. This was at Haifeng's request. Only by becoming acquainted with the land could he better design suitable blueprints. It was during this time that Wei Ning realized that interstellar planners bore similarities to modern architectural engineers. Albeit with broader responsibilities, they were not only tasked with drafting designs and overseeing project progress, but also with planning developmental directions. The general trajectory for Green Star's development was already established, but the specifics remained undefined, necessitating Haifeng's input. However, the immediate priority was to produce the drafts, followed by gradual implementation of the construction. Haifeng's focus lay on urban development. The envisioned future for Green Star was as a tourist planet. Beyond the newly developed agricultural areas serving as a unique feature, there needed to be sufficient attractions to draw visitors. It wouldn't suffice to have tourists spending money merely to view various vegetables. Even if such produce was in high demand, that a planet of such vastness couldn't rely solely on agricultural land, as not every region was suitable for cultivation. Haifeng intended to approach the architectural style for inspiration. Yet, after sketching several designs, he remained dissatisfied. Frustrated, he closed the drafting software and stepped outside. Outside, Wei Guoyang was drying freshly harvested vegetable seeds, while the potato strips and sheets had been thoroughly dried and stored away, leaving the seeds to dry beneath the eaves. "Boss, are these all vegetable seeds?" Haifeng inquired curiously, picking up a handful upon seeing them for the first time. "These are lettuce seeds. They are sorted during the harvest. And the same goes for drying. It makes planting much easier later on," Wei Guoyang explained. "So this is what lettuce seeds look like. How is your drafting coming along?" Wei Guoyang casually asked while tying a bundle. Since taking a rough tour of Green Star's terrain, Haifeng had mentioned needing seclusion to focus on his drafts, and had not emerged for several days. "I feel like what I've drafted diverges significantly from the future plans for Green Star. I want to create something better," Haifeng admitted, running his slightly disheveled fingers through his hair. Before the beast tied, the residential area of Green Star occupied half of the planet's surface. Afterward, the forests were devastated, and the cities were largely destroyed. Most of the previous structures lay in ruins, with only a few remaining intact, but now dilapidated. Haifeng intended to rebuild, drawing inspiration from Wei Ning's approach to creating the planting garden. Envisioning a central square in the city center, from this square, he planned to create 4 distinct districts: northeastern, southeastern, southwestern, and northwestern, each themed around commerce, cuisine, accommodation, and recreation, respectively. This was the rough framework he had conceived, but he had yet to determine the finer details. Primarily, he aimed to break away from the conventional architectural styles of the current interstellar norms and instead pursue a completely new aesthetic. However, innovating was far from simple. He had sketched numerous drafts, none of which satisfied him. "Your idea is quite commendable." Wei Guoyang found the idea quite appealing, noting its novelty. However, he lamented the scarcity of available resources, mentioning that during the ancient Earth era, structures known as Yuan existed. And even further back, there were pavilions and towers. Regrettably, the documentation that has survived is exceedingly limited. Haifeng had often heard his grandfather speak of this. It was said that prior to the Great Catastrophe, although humanity was confined to their home planet, Earth, and technology was quite primitive, their living conditions were remarkably pleasant, with a rich diversity in food, clothing, and daily life, far superior to the current scarcity of food varieties in the interstellar realm. Each time Haifeng listened to his grandfather recount these tales, he could see a glimmer of longing in his grandfather's eyes. As a child, he could not comprehend what was lacking in their present lives. Before arriving on Green Star, he held this belief, but after seeing the vegetables on Green Star and tasting the culinary delights prepared by Wei Ning, he finally understood his grandfather's yearning. If only they could live in an era filled with lush greenery, melodious birdsong, and a bountiful array of delicacies. What did it matter if life was fleeting? Such architecture only existed in the annals of history, Wei Guoyang mused. He himself had only heard a few scattered remarks from others regarding such structures. "What kind of architecture are you referring to?" Yi Ling, who had just returned with another type of vegetable seed alongside the robot, inquired curiously. "Madam Boss," Haifeng stepped forward to take the seeds from Yi Ling, briefly sharing his thoughts. If anyone possessed such information, it would likely be the seasoned scholars devoted to historical research. Yi Ling refrained from mentioning that even if such materials existed, They were treated as precious relics. And accessing them was no simple task. Haifeng pondered silently. Even the former president of the Federation University, a historian, lacked any books focused on architecture, or perhaps, after the catastrophe, there were very few well-preserved books left. During that time, survival was so arduous that there was little energy left to collect texts deemed useless by those who lived then. The books that do exist today were salvaged only after humanity gradually restored order post-catastrophe. However, many texts have been damaged over time, leaving only a scant few. Humanity lost some more during migration, enduring the passage of several millennia. Even with the utmost care, the paper has deteriorated, even later, when humans invented special fireproof, waterproof, and erosion-resistant paper and transcribed the materials anew. The quantity preserved remained minimal. Otherwise, there would not be such cultural gaps. Since there are no references, boldly let your imagination run wild and sketch a rough outline. We can refine it later. Every journey begins with a single step. Once you take that first stride, the rest will follow with ease. Wei Guoyang reassured him. He had once forsaken the splendor of Capital Star to come to the desolate Green Star, achieving gradual success from nothing, a journey taken step by step. Back then, he could hardly have anticipated the circumstances of today. "Are you holding a meeting?" Wei Dong asked upon seeing the three gathered together. Shortly after, Wei Ning returned, clutching a bundle of seeds. The crops in the field had all been harvested except for half an acre of garlic, which remained to be unearthed, awaiting drying before replanting. "We were discussing urban construction," Haifeng replied, though Wei Dong expressed disinterest upon hearing it was about urban reconstruction. As he had little knowledge in this area and could offer no valuable suggestions, he felt there was little to say. After all, it was merely a matter of demolishing and rebuilding. "Have you finished your drawing?" Wei Ning inquired, setting her belongings aside. Haifeng had envisioned constructing a Sihiyuan, along with pavilions and towers, before he could respond. Wei Guoyang interjected, "A Sihiyuan?" Wei Ning exclaimed in surprise, as she was aware that such architecture did not exist in the interstellar realm. She was taken aback by Haifeng's ingenuity in even considering a Sihiyuan. "I've heard about it from my teacher, but the details were vague, and the drawings always seemed off," Haifeng explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "This is certainly feasible. Why didn't I think of building something akin to a Chinese-inspired planet?" Wei Ning's mind sparked with inspiration, finding the idea quite appealing. The interstellar realm was rife with high-tech opulence, yet she preferred the slower pace of life filled with warmth and familiarity. Such a lifestyle brought her comfort. "May I see your drawing?" Wei Ning asked after a moment's thought. Unfortunately, she had never taken professional drawing courses, or she could have sketched the buildings she had seen out of course. Haifeng, taken aback by her request, quickly opened his holographic device, locating the drawing software to display his design. This software resembled a construction game, allowing users to materialize their ideas into a virtual format that appeared as realistic as possible. However, Haifeng's unfamiliarity with Sihiyuan resulted in a design that resembled rural villas rather than the intended architecture, blending interstellar styles into a rather peculiar combination. A Sihiyuan should consist of houses and a gate forming a courtyard on three sides. "Right?" Wei Ning observed for a while before attempting to articulate her understanding of a Sihiyuan's appearance. Haifeng's design depicted interconnected villas akin to villa communities from a past life, towering several stories high. Wei Ning, unable to produce a three-dimensional design of a Sihiyuan and unfamiliar with the software, could only describe the Sihiyuan's appearance based on her memories without articulating too explicitly. After all, if someone asked how she knew, she would be at a loss for an answer. It should resemble mobile tiny houses, arranged in a shape, with trees planted in the center, a table, and a few chairs for leisurely sitting. Haifeng swiftly reconfigured his design as Wei Ning described it. By the time she finished speaking, his drawing had taken shape. This as Haifeng gazed at the newly rendered design. His fingers trembled slightly in disbelief. It was a stark contrast to his previous attempts. The moment he laid eyes on the design, a thought surged within him. It was precisely the architecture he envisioned. With a black roof and white walls enclosing a cottage, several identical houses formed a small courtyard on three sides, while a wall and gate bordered the fourth side, leaving an open space in the middle. Vivid greenery peeked from beneath the eaves, and beside it sat a stone table for four, adorned with a plate of red fruits. Wei Ning marveled at the design, which bore a striking resemblance to a Sihiyuan, and couldn't help but admire the synergy of professional expertise and advanced technology. that it reminded her of the architectural complex known as the largest Sihiyuan in Kyoto, prompting her to mention, "You could construct countless such small courtyards, stacking them together to create an exceptionally large Sihiyuan, complete with trees, artificial hills, canals, and lakes. Whatever you desire can be built. How did you come up with so many ideas?" Wei Dong exclaimed first. He couldn't help but feel that this was a stark contrast to his memories of his sister. Haifeng shared this confusion but refrained from voicing it, grateful that Wei Dong had asked the question. Wei Ning froze momentarily, realizing she had momentarily forgotten her character's persona. The original host had no understanding of these matters. Her eyes darted around before she cleared her throat and replied, "That's not hard to imagine. Is it? A Sihiyuan is simply a courtyard formed by four sides coming together. As for trees, artificial hills, and lakes, that was purely my whimsy. Although I can't draw, my imagination about Green Star is vivid. This will be our home, so wanting to beautify it is only natural, right? Why shouldn't I aspire for something aesthetically pleasing? It's my home. I can envision it as I wished. It's so shocking that I possess a good imagination. If you can't conjure ideas, don't blame me." Wei Ning's impassioned speech left Wei Dong without further questions. Upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. Green Star was now their family's domain, and they could construct it as they pleased. Yet, an inner voice continued to contradict him, though he couldn't articulate why. Indeed, if you lack imagination, there's no need to fuss over it. Wei Guoyang shot him a glance. Even if he harbored thoughts, it was best to keep them subdued and save inquiries for moments when it was just their family. He glanced at Haifeng, noting that he no longer appeared skeptical. Instead, Haifeng eagerly began to use his holographic device to construct the design based on Wei Ning's suggestions. While she observed, Haifeng occasionally asked questions, and the two engaged in spirited conversation. Wei Guoyang felt a sense of relief. His daughter had indeed transformed significantly post-awakening, yet he was certain she remained fundamentally the same, even retaining the distinctive mole on her palm. Even with the changes, he repeatedly emphasized that these were merely the aftereffects of her awakening. Nonetheless, he harbored a hope that the uniqueness of his daughter would remain known to as few people as possible. He silently resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to prevent them from spending time alone together. Wei Guoyang sighed, deeply troubled, his subordinates' actions becoming more forceful, attracting curious glances from those around. Once the seeds were all gathered, Haifeng and Wei Ning had also concluded their conversation. In a brief span of time, Haifeng had come to regard Wei Ning with newfound admiration. He had always believed that her culinary skills and planting abilities were impressive, but he had not anticipated her considerable talent in construction. Simply listening to her speak had allowed him to sketch out the plan somewhat coherently, with only the finer details remaining. Were Wei Ning to learn of Haifeng's opinion of her, she would merely chuckle. She possessed no innate talent for construction, but rather had been influenced by various films she had watched, merely spinning tales to impress him. In her previous life, she would have felt embarrassed to utter such claims in front of a designer, as they were entirely fabricated. A more astute individual would likely have doubted her. Fortunately, Haifeng was somewhat naive, preoccupied only with diligently drawing and constructing, striving to enhance the development of Green Star. Thus, he resumed his seclusion. The Wei family became busy once again, for the potatoes had sprouted and were ready for planting. Previously, all the potatoes had been placed in the greenhouse to encourage sprouting, and Yiling had been checking on them almost daily. To claim she was unconcerned would be a falsehood. Since arriving at Green Star, all the seeds had been planted solely by Wei Ning, with little assistance from anyone else. If there had been any, it was merely to lend a hand. Were it not for Wei Ning's extraordinary abilities, the seeds might not have sprouted at all. This batch of potatoes had been entirely managed by Yiling. Whether in terms of the sprouting method or the subsequent application of diluted nutrient solution, every decision had been hers. Thus, when she saw the seemingly inert potatoes day after day, her disappointment was indescribable. After several days had passed, she was nearly ready to give up and let Wei Ning use her powers to induce sprouting. To her astonishment, she finally spotted a tiny white sprout. Nearly crying out in excitement, fearing she might have imagined it, Yiling meticulously searched through the greenhouse once more, discovering that the previously dormant potatoes had indeed begun to sprout numerous tender shoots. Overcome with emotion, she felt close to tears. The sprouting of these potatoes indicated that her methods were effective. She was capable of inducing sprouting, and since potatoes were not mutated plants, they could be cultivated in abundance. This was truly splendid news. She rushed to share the news with Wei Guoyang, who, upon hearing that the potatoes had sprouted, hurried over to see, the two of them displaying their excitement in a manner that was almost comical. Wei Ning, trailing behind, could hardly bear to watch. She had already known the potatoes would sprout. Although she had never planted them herself, one need not have seen a pig run to know what they looked like. In her past life, potatoes were ubiquitous. She had consumed them frequently in school cafeterias and later purchased them while working that if left unconsumed for too long, they would sprout long shoots. On one occasion, she had even planted a sprouted potato in a flower pot, though it ultimately perished. This was also her motivation for wanting to expand potato cultivation. Not only were they high-yielding, but they were also quite filling, making them ideal for the mess halls of large groups. Wei Ning unearthed one to examine the sprouting condition and discovered that several sprouts had indeed developed. She took another round, unearthing one at intervals to assess. Finding the situation largely similar, she even utilized her abilities to sense the vitality of the potatoes, which appeared robust. It seemed that without her powers, this batch of potatoes would have posed no issues either. Let's plant them in a couple of days. I'll water them again shortly, Wei Ning advised Yiling and Wei Guoyang. Some sprouts are still small. They'll grow better if we wait a couple more days. All right, we will heed your counsel. Wei Guoyang nodded in agreement. In matters of cultivation, they unconditionally trusted their daughter. Whatever she suggested, they believed it would not lead them astray. Fortunately, they had already prepared the planting area, and all that remained was to sow the seeds. With several 100 pounds of potatoes, if each sprout were to be counted as a seedling, they could plant a considerable area. Recently, Yiling had concocted a disinfectant agent. This agent did not require mental energy to formulate, merely the correct proportions, specifically to sterilize the soil prior to planting. This was something Wei Ning had casually mentioned. During the sowing, she recalled her grandmother always scattering a layer of plant ash over the seeds, claiming it served to disinfect, eliminate bacteria, retain warmth, and fertilize. Essentially, a staple in any farmer's toolkit. Though Yiling was unfamiliar with what plant ash was, she understood the significance of disinfection and sterilization. Thus, she produced this bactericide. It was fortuitous that they could now test its efficacy. Wei Ning also deemed it satisfactory. In the absence of plant ash, the disinfectant would suffice, especially since Yiling had insisted she not use her powers for the potato planting. Once the potatoes were cut, the exposed surfaces were prone to bacterial infection without being coated in plant ash. Sterilizing the soil would significantly mitigate this risk. Consequently, Yiling directed Wei Guoyang to apply the disinfectant across the designated planting area for the potatoes. To avoid shortages, Wei Guoyang prepared 30 acres of land, previously cultivated with vegetables, the soil of which had already softened considerably. The remaining areas were newly cleared, and not only were they hard, but they also contained numerous stones. In order for the potatoes to thrive, the robots were tasked with watering the fields daily, turning the soil to ensure it was finely broken up, while collecting and disposing of the stones. This was indeed a monumental undertaking, and nearly 10,000 acres had been cleared. Not only did the robots need to break the soil daily, but occasionally the Wei family members would assist as well. Robots also had a limited lifespan, and currently, they lacked the funds to purchase new ones. Thus, they needed to conserve the use of the existing machines. Thankfully, such extensive preparation was only necessary for the land to be planted. The rest would need to wait until new seeds were available to ensure every corner of the 30 acres was treated with the disinfectant. Several robots meticulously made 2 passes, and Yiling conducted a final inspection, confirming that all areas had been covered before deeming it satisfactory that a couple of days will be just right. She concluded on the day designated for planting the potatoes, the entire Wei family rose early. Upon entering the greenhouse and unearthing the potatoes, Wei Ning encountered a new dilemma. The potatoes needed to be cut into pieces for planting, yet they had all sprouted as whole potatoes, making them inconvenient to cut. Wei Ning slapped her forehead in frustration, realizing how she had overlooked this detail. Earlier, when she had planted only 20 or so, using her powers to induce sprouting, she had faced no such trouble. Now, staring at the hundreds of pounds of potatoes in the greenhouse, she was at a loss regarding how to proceed. Evidently, Yiling had also recognized the issue, her actions coming to a halt. This seems rather difficult to cut, doesn't it? How should we plant them now? Wei Dong, acting as a mere tool for labor, followed instructions without question. He assumed they would plant the whole potatoes. thinking it quite simple that we need to cut them so that each sprout is planted as an individual seedling. With the shoots facing upwards, we must be careful not to damage the sprouts, Wei Ning explained. Wei Dong glanced at the sprouted potatoes and then looked back at Wei Ning. Isn't it just a matter of planting them whole? He asked, somewhat confused. I previously planted them cut, Wei Ning clarified. While whole potatoes could technically be planted, it would waste seeds and negatively impact yield. We'll adjust the sprouting method next time. We're all inexperienced. We'll learn as we go. Do you have any suggestions? Wei Guoyang interjected, unable to contain himself. None at all. Who would dare? Wei Dong replied, standing quietly to the side. Cutting the potatoes into pieces was no simple task. If the sprouts had not already developed, it would have been straightforward. Simply cut each sprout into a piece. Now, with the sprouts already grown, cutting them without damaging the sprouts would require skill. Yet, this task was relatively simple for Wei Dong. After hearing the requirements, he picked up a potato, tossed it lightly into the air, and focused his mental energy, swiftly slicing through with a knife, with a few swift motions. The potato was cut into several pieces midair, each piece possessing a sprout. Just before the potato would have fallen to the ground, he encased it in his mental energy to cushion the landing, ensuring that it sustained no damage. Wei Guoyang, witnessing him accomplish this with such ease, decided to delegate the task entirely to Wei Dong, who was taken aback. He had merely intended to showcase his skill, and now it had unexpectedly become his responsibility. Brother, I think you did an excellent job, he remarked. Wei Ning set down the knife and gently patted his shoulder. Wei Ling and Wei Guoyan had already entered the shed, beginning the task of harvesting potatoes. After speaking, Wei Ning joined them, carefully brushing away the thin layer of soil from the potatoes before extracting those that had begun to grow roots, placing them delicately into the basket. These containers had been custom-made during Wei Guoyan and Wei Dong's previous expedition to Kaiyang Star, in the realm of interstellar travel. Many items are housed within specialized containers, while utensils like pots and bowls may be procured with relative ease. Frameworks of this nature must be tailor-made. In truth, Wei Ning still favored the bamboo baskets and plastic containers of her past life, especially the baskets used for vegetables. Even now, she finds it difficult to adjust, resorting to using bowls to hold the washed produce. If only there were bamboo, she would certainly devise a way to craft bamboo baskets. Wei Ning lifted the filled basket of potatoes to hand over to Wei Dong for chopping. Such tasks require meticulous attention. Yiling had no intention of letting a robot undertake them, lamenting for half a day over even a single sprout lost. Thus, she had no choice but to roll up her sleeves and engage in the labor herself. When Wei Dong received a communication from Chunhaojia, he had already become numb from chopping potatoes. Chunhaojia called. Their starship was nearing Green Star. Upon seeing the unmistakable grin on Chunhaojia's face through the screen, Wei Dong scowled even more. Here he was, laboriously chopping potatoes while this fellow lounged about. Dongzi, we'll be together again soon, Chunhaojia exclaimed joyfully, oblivious to Wei Dong's demeanor that he yearned for the various delicacies Wei Ning prepared. Although the mess hall could replicate them, the taste always felt slightly off, indescribably so. Wei Dong set down the knife and gazed at Chunhaojia, only then realizing that the backdrop behind him was not the dormitory of the base. Recalling his earlier conversation with his father, he inquired, "Are you on the starship?" "Indeed, I'm with the captain and Colonel Landy. We'll be landing on Green Star shortly," Chunhaojia replied candidly. Wei Dong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the Legion would place such importance on this venture, sending both Chris and Landy. While their previous visit was understandable, why were they all coming again this time? Was the produce of Green Star truly worthy of such grand mobilization? Puzzled, Wei Dong considered asking Chunhaojia for clarification, only for the connection to suddenly drop. Just then, Wei Guoyan emerged, carrying a basket of freshly harvested potatoes, and Wei Dong relayed the news about the 4th Legion's personnel. After listening, Wei Guoyan pondered for a moment and speculated. The significance lies not in the vegetables themselves, but rather in the land capable of cultivating them. Perhaps it also pertains to the individuals who can grow these vegetables. Though he refrained from voicing this thought, "What's wrong with the land?" Wei Dong asked, somewhat confused. Wei Guoyan felt the urge to strike him. He had articulated his point quite clearly, yet this lad remained oblivious. There's nothing wrong with the land. Rather, the issue lies with the people. Otherwise, growing vegetables wouldn't be such a challenge, especially those that differ from the norm. If the Legion harbored no doubts, that would be the actual problem. He concluded that it's for the best that they are coming. Wei Guolian changed the subject. Once they arrive and install the protective shield, I will feel more at ease. Recently, I've been plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something significant is about to transpire. What could possibly happen? Could it be an incursion by mutated beasts? Wei Dong scoffed, not particularly concerned. Several waves of mutated beasts had been captured, leaving the vicinity nearly devoid of them. Unless those creatures from the opposite side of the planet decided to venture over, it seemed unlikely that they would traverse half a planet just for their vegetables. I hope I'm merely overthinking it, Wei Guolian mused, also finding it improbable. With the Legion's personnel already en route, he dismissed the notion and chose to stop worrying. When Wei Ning finally encountered Chris, Landy, and Chun Haojia, several hours had passed. Chun Haojia, following closely behind Chris and Landy, greeted the Wei family with his usual boisterousness. Chris remained as taciturn as ever, offering only a brief nod as a greeting. Landy wore a warm smile, engaging in conversation with everyone, and Wei Ning noted that he seemed far more animated than during his last visit. How could Landy not be excited? The vegetables capable of treating psychic surges were cultivated by this very family. Currently, Jess had yet to determine whether the cause lay in the soil or the method of cultivation. Thus, they were partly responsible for this success. Fostering a good relationship with them would only benefit the Legion. Ironically, it was thanks to Chun Haojia that this connection had been established. Had he not befriended Wei Dong, the Wei family might not have considered collaborating with the Legion, despite Landy's amiable demeanor. Wei Guolian felt a twinge of apprehension when facing Chris' stern visage. Chris' mere presence, silent and serious, instilled a sense of unease. Few within the Legion dared to disregard him. Landy, however, was aware of this tension. Yet, he could not afford to sideline Chris, as he would soon be returning to Green Star, leaving matters here in Chris' capable hands. Chris' serious expression mirrored that of his demeanor at the base. Landy discreetly nudged him with his foot, signaling for him to lighten up. After all, they were not at the base, so why maintain such a grim countenance? Chris cast a fleeting glance at the faint shoe print on his military boots, but chose to ignore it. Foreign diplomacy was never his forte, yet he was compelled to participate, under the pretext that increased interaction would foster better relations. Chris knew his own temperament all too well. If it involved battling star beasts or training soldiers, he would dive in without hesitation. However, dealing with business negotiations was his least favorite task. Convoluted conversations left him feeling exasperated. He resolved that once Landy returned, the responsibility of liaising with the Wei family would fall to that young rascal. Chun Haojia. Observing Chris' demeanor, Landy opted not to press the matter further and shifted the conversation towards troop deployment. This time, Landy had ulterior motives. He had kept Jess' previous remarks in mind. Therefore, when selecting personnel, he imposed stringent conditions, the foremost being absolute loyalty to the 4th Legion, followed by a propensity for verbosity tempered with discretion. He aimed to ensure that these soldiers could coexist harmoniously and joyfully with the Wei family. If possible, he hoped to glean some cultivation techniques from them. Despite his earlier disdain for Jess, witnessing the impressive results ignited within him a desire for more such vegetables. Ultimately, this would provide an additional safeguard for the lives of their soldiers on the battlefield. A total of 230 troops were deployed, bringing with them a considerable supply of resources. They would first repair the spaceport and signal base, while also dispatching personnel to monitor the cultivation areas. Should the Wei family require assistance, they would strive to provide support without imposing upon their daily lives. Landy elaborated in great detail on his arrangements, aside from refraining from excessive interference in the planting area. The majority of responsibilities would be entrusted to the Legion. To be frank, Wei Ning felt quite reluctant, as if she were under constant surveillance. However, Wei Guoliang and Yi Ling found the arrangement satisfactory. With the Legion soldiers present, they felt considerably more at ease. Wei Ning harbored thoughts she dared not voice, for after all, Landy had assured them they would keep their distance unless absolutely necessary. With such assurances laid out, to raise further demands would seem excessively unreasonable. By the following day, all of Wei Ning's initial reluctance had transformed into a desire for someone to reside in close proximity to their home. They had managed to plant just over 100 gene of potatoes the previous day, and there was still much more to be sown. True to his word, Landy departed shortly after their discussion. Chun Haojia, however, shamelessly lingered, claiming he wished to assist. Initially, Landy objected, for it seemed rather brazen for Chun Haojia to stay right after Landy had finished speaking. just as he was about to command him to leave. Wei Dong intervened, suggesting they keep him around. Wei Dong reasoned simply. Since Haojia wanted to help, it would be advantageous to have another pair of hands for cutting potatoes, thus easing his own burden. Landy had indeed contemplated this, recognizing that while he couldn't expect much from Chun Haojia, it was still a promising beginning that in the future, he could have those soldiers come by to lend a hand. Surely, a few among them would prove to be resourceful. Consequently, Chun Haojia achieved his wish of remaining. Wei Dong was far from courteous, promptly rising to work at dawn. Chun Haojia expected a delightful breakfast to greet him, only to be met with a nutritional supplement and a small knife. Bewildered, he followed Wei Dong outside the shed. Wei Guoyang, Yi Ling, and Wei Ning were already hard at work, after just one night. The potato sprouts had grown significantly. Wei Ning regretted not having planted them sooner at that time. The sprouts had been barely noticeable, yet they had grown at an astonishing pace. Within 3 days, they had flourished remarkably, necessitating immediate planting. This was Chun Haojia's first experience witnessing Wei Ning and the others cultivate crops, and he was filled with curiosity, eager to try his hand at it. Alas, he was met with Wei Dong's stern refusal and instructed to use the knife to cut potatoes like him. Unable to plant, Chun Haojia found it quite entertaining to observe Wei Dong's cutting technique, and soon took up the knife himself. With a high level of mental acuity, he adeptly controlled the knife, slicing through potatoes with remarkable speed, finishing a basket in no time. Yesterday, Wei Dong had struggled to keep pace alone, but today, Chun Haojia was more than sufficient, like a child with a new toy. He reveled in the task, at times managing to slice 2 potatoes simultaneously. Observing his enthusiasm, Wei Dong decided to join him in the shed. By midday, Chris and Landy returned, accompanied by 2 young soldiers escorting another pair of individuals. At that moment, Wei Ning and her companions happened to be taking a break. Upon seeing Chris and Landy approach, Wei Guoyang assumed the protective shield had been installed. Landy had mentioned that they would arrange positions and commence construction of the base and security shield today, and he anticipated a busy schedule. If they required assistance, they were to inform him in advance. Yet, upon seeing their approach, Wei Guoyang felt a wave of concern, particularly for the 2 individuals being escorted, who appeared far from ordinary. As expected, Landy wasted no time in stating his purpose. These 2 individuals had been encountered on the other side during an attack by mutated beasts. Their team had dealt with the beasts and, upon seeing the 2 attempting to flee, had decided to apprehend them. We came to inquire if you recognize them, Landy concluded, stepping aside to reveal the captives. Both faces were entirely unfamiliar to Wei Guoyang, who shook his head and glanced at Wei Dong, who also did not recognize them. Seeing their lack of recognition, Landy waved for the soldiers to take the captives away. I suspect they might have been hired to scout the situation, he stated. Unfortunately for them, their landing site had been on the opposite side of the planet, and in their search for a place, they encountered mutated beasts and ultimately got captured by Landy's group. Wei Guoyang's expression shifted. Who would hire someone for such a purpose? This is merely my conjecture. Upon returning, I will conduct thorough interrogations and will inform you of any findings. Meanwhile, do consider if there are any suspicious individuals, Landy advised. After departing, both he and Chris were left bewildered by the sudden gravity of the situation, rendering them unable to concentrate on their tasks. Thoughts swirling in their minds, the pace of work slowed in the afternoon. Yet, no one seemed to notice, or perhaps they simply lacked the spirit to voice their concerns. Nevertheless, with Chun Haojia's assistance, they managed to plant an additional 100 gene compared to the previous day. Had it not been for the distractions, they might have achieved even more, but with their minds elsewhere, they concluded work early. Seeing the urgency in everyone, Chun Haojia tidied up and returned home. They had landed near the spaceport the previous day, and the Wei residence was not far, just half an hour away. Chun Haojia piloted his mech back. Landy had chosen this location for their base primarily due to its proximity to the Wei family and the spaceport, as well as the relatively flat terrain, which would facilitate construction efforts. Remarkably, in just a day, the base had begun to take shape. They had brought ample materials, and Landy had anticipated the conditions here, ensuring they carried as much as possible. The priority was to construct dormitories, with other facilities to be added gradually. Among their group were numerous engineers and logistical support personnel. Building a structure to accommodate over 200 individuals was relatively straightforward, provided sufficient materials were at hand. After all, this was not an era reliant on manual labor. With robots and various construction vehicles, it merely required skilled operators to manage the tasks until the base was completed. They temporarily resided aboard the starship. This particular vessel was a large starship, boasting extensive facilities, including rest areas, living quarters, training zones, laboratories, and recreation areas, effectively resembling a mobile town. Chun Haojia boarded the starship, inquiring about Chris's location and heading directly there. Upon reaching the area designated for interrogations, he had yet to locate anyone when one of the doors swung open. The person emerging was precisely who he sought. Chris stepped out, having wiped away an unknown splatter of blood from his hand. Exuding an air of menace, "Boss," Chun Haojia called out to him. Chris glanced at the young man before him, but said nothing, as the door behind him opened once more to reveal Landy. "What brings you here?" Landy asked, surprised to see him. "Colonel, what is the situation?" Chun Haojia pressed urgently, foregoing any explanation. "Just a nobody," Landy scoffed. "Those two are mere lackeys, easily intimidated." Chris managed to extract everything they knew with minimal effort. "Are you still intending to go over there?" Landy inquired, not finishing his previous thought. Over there referred to the Wei residence. Wasn't the colonel opposed to my going? Chun Haojia was momentarily bewildered. Just yesterday, Landy had insisted he stay, adamantly forbidding him from leaving. Yet today he was asking if he intended to go. What was going on? Landy was nearly exasperated. Why couldn't he maintain the same resolve from yesterday? Insisting he would go no matter what. Frustrated by Chun Haojia's lack of understanding, Landy chose to ignore him and walked away. After Landy's departure, Wei Guoyang spent the afternoon in a distracted state, lingering in the living room as if awaiting someone, frequently glancing towards the door. It wasn't until he spotted Landy entering his line of sight that he hurried out. "Colonel Landy, Wei boss, do you know any members of the Li family?" Landy cut straight to the point upon entering the Li family. "Which one?" Wei Guoyang momentarily found himself at a loss. This was information provided by the two captives. Upon witnessing the scene, Randy quickly discerned the situation and placed the testimonies of the two individuals before him. Wei Guoyang picked them up and swiftly perused their contents. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had finished reading. It turned out that the two men were sent by the Li family of Kaiyang Star. After his interactions with Wei Dong and Pang Ruan, the Li family had dispatched individuals to follow them, albeit from a distance that allowed Wei Dong to remain oblivious. Later, when they returned, the Li family had sent someone to pursue them once more. But an incident en route had prevented them from catching up, leaving them without a precise location before they ultimately retreated. Among the two was a clever fellow named Lao Lu, who, eager to impress, estimated their approximate location based on the direction Wei Dong had departed and the speed of their spacecraft. It was indeed fortuitous for them that they managed to locate the green star. However, their luck was somewhat diminished, as their landing trajectory was on the opposite side of the planet. Initially, Lao Lu's companion wished to abandon the venture, considering that Green Star had been desolate for many years, with its inhabitants long departed. Who would cultivate crops on such a barren world? Yet Lao Lu persisted, understanding the significance of vegetables. Should they successfully locate them, it could lead to substantial favor from above, transforming their lives for the better. He yearned for a life of prosperity, and this was his sole opportunity, which he was determined to seize. Lao Lu's insistence led to a disagreement with his companion, who was reluctant to continue, resulting in an accidental collision with the ship's control buttons, forcing the spacecraft to land. It was only when the vessel began to sway violently that they realized it was not the time for quarrels. They had landed near a den of wild bulls and were soon under attack. With no defensive mechanisms aboard, the spacecraft was on the verge of disintegration under the assault, and their lives hung in the balance. Complaints were cast aside as they abandoned the ship, pursued by the wild bulls, just as they encountered soldiers dispatched by Randy to scout the area. The two, appearing furtive, were swiftly apprehended upon realizing that the Green Star was claimed territory. Initially, they feigned innocence, claiming to have stumbled upon the place by accident, but a mere scaring glance from Chris had them confessing everything. Randy not only extracted the name of their instigator, but also uncovered the individual's background. The dossier provided to Wei Guoyang included information on the mastermind, Liao, the head of the Li family. After reviewing it, Wei Guoyang understood the situation clearly. He recalled Pang Ruan mentioning the Li family during his time on Kaiyang Star and was aware of the wager between Pang Bo and Li Ai. Now, with the Li family's information in hand, he comprehended their motivations for seeking them. The Li family was a subsidiary of a prominent agricultural clan on the Pastoral Star, having amassed considerable wealth under the family name. However, in this generation, the head, Liao, had only one son, whom he indulged excessively. His wife hailed from a branch of the main family and was notoriously difficult to please that a few years prior. Their little tyrant had unwittingly offended a formidable individual, one whom even the main family sought to appease, resulting in their abandonment. With Li Ai nearly beaten to a pulp, the Li family subsequently relocated from the pastoral star to Kaiyang star. Was Liao attempting to leverage this incident to return? Ultimately, Kaiyang star could not compare to the pastoral star. Liao had assumed that matters would be easily resolved, as previously, he would merely issue commands on the pastoral star and they would be executed without issue. However, this was not the pastoral realm. No one would offer assistance out of respect for the family name. He had grown accustomed to his former lifestyle, failing to recognize his current predicament even after several years. Still yearning for his past glory. Now, he had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Wei Guoyang had not anticipated that they would attract attention so swiftly. He had assumed that in such a remote location, they would remain unnoticed. He had underestimated the significance of the emergence of vegetables and the influence of agricultural clans. He should be grateful that Green Star was so isolated, with the online shops having closed early. Otherwise, they would have been discovered long ago. Since this matter was linked to the clan, it would be best handled by you. Wei Guoyang returned the dossier, gazing earnestly at Randy, confident that Colonel Lon would manage it efficiently. Randy smoothed the non-existent wrinkles of his sleeve and smiled. Of course, Wei Guoyang was aware of Randy's purpose in coming, having formed this notion upon learning how many personnel the 4th Legion had dispatched. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of a few words. From the moment he decided to seek assistance from the 4th Legion, he should have anticipated this day would arrive. It had simply come sooner than he had expected. Henceforth, the security of Green Star would be entrusted to the Legion. He would neither inquire nor interfere with their decisions. Randy's visit was for this very purpose. Otherwise, such trifles would not necessitate his personal attention. Given Wei Guoyang's straightforwardness, he reciprocated directly that we shall not meddle in your affairs. However, we will maintain a stringent approach regarding personnel exchanges. Once the protective shield is installed, we will commence repairs on the spaceport, aiming to restore the routes at the earliest opportunity. That would be splendid. The planner I have contracted is already drafting the blueprints. When construction commences, it will facilitate material transportation. Wei Guoyang was ecstatic. Once Haifeng's designs were finalized, he would prepare to order the materials. The restoration of the spaceport would greatly ease the transit of starships. The flicker of surprise crossed Randy's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Wei family would embark on urban development so promptly. Even enlisting the services of a planning expert, if Boss Wei trusts our Legion, let us provide the personnel for the construction. Randy glanced at Wei Guoyang, who showed no reaction, and added, this way, we can better control personnel exchanges. They can simply be treated as employees. Wei Guoyang thought he had misheard, or that Colonel Lon had misspoken. Employing soldiers to construct a city, was that not foolish? Misunderstanding his own folly, Randy thought that this would allow him to assign more personnel, ideally with provisions included. Colonel Lon, is that truly appropriate? Wei Guoyang inquired softly. The individuals we brought this time are all skilled in various trades. Currently, they are constructing our own base. Boss Wei is welcome to visit it later. Randy earnestly promoted the idea. Wei Guoyang pondered who could explain how, in such a short time, this colonel had undergone such a transformation. Let us consult the planner, as I am not well versed in these matters. Wei Guoyang said, reluctant to refuse, thus passing the responsibility to Haifeng. The bewildered Haifeng would bear the brunt of this decision. That I will discuss it with him later. Randy recognized the need for a gentle approach, and thus took his leave. Father, does he intend to exert control over us? Once Randy had departed and it was confirmed that he would not return, Wei Ning emerged from her room. She was perplexed as to why Randy would act in such a manner. Aside from permitting them freedom, he seemed to have taken command of nearly everything. His intentions were understandable. Given that the Li family had already taken note of them, it was only a matter of time before their situation would be discovered. When the time came for construction, numerous individuals would be required, and they could not guarantee that none among them had ulterior motives. Wei Guoyang sighed. Despite the advancements in interstellar technology and the automation of many processes, there remained numerous positions requiring human operation. Moreover, he did not possess sufficient funds to achieve full automation. Let us regard this as hiring a unique workforce. Wei Ning consoled herself. After all, their weakness necessitated external protection. She resolved to cultivate a wider variety of vegetables. Once interstellar produce became abundant, they would attract far less attention. This predicament stemmed from their lack of vegetables. "Father, how about we have them assist us in planting the potatoes tomorrow?" Wei Ning suddenly suggested. Since Randy had indicated that they could request assistance, why should she hesitate? If they delayed planting the potatoes any longer, it would take them several days to cultivate them. And by then, the leaves would have grown, adversely affecting the yield. "They are busy too." Wei Guoyang shot her a glare, exasperated at the notion of having soldiers tasked with planting potatoes. Wei Ning pouted in displeasure. "But there are so many of them. We could spare a few." With Chun Haojia's speed, a few more hands would suffice to finish in 2 days. "Enough. Hurry and get some rest." Wei Guoyang, apprehensive about her seriousness, urged her to rest promptly. Wei Ning let out a reluctant hum and retreated to her room, planning to have a thorough discussion with her elder brother later. A few minutes later, Wei Dong received a message from Wei Ning, listing a series of reasons along with an offer to treat him afterward. After reading it, Wei Dong pondered for a moment and deemed it feasible, promptly forwarding the screenshots to Chun Haojia. Just as Chun Haojia was about to take a break, he received the message but didn't pay much attention, his focus solely on the proposition of a treat. He then shared this news with his roommate. Ordinary soldiers shared quarters, and Chun Haojia's roommate, a much older member of the elite guard, was known for his darker complexion, prompting teammates to affectionately call him Heisey. "Hey, brother He, do we have any missions tomorrow?" "No, I plan to take a stroll," Heisey replied after glancing at the light screen. The unique environment of Green Star meant they were primarily engaged in establishing their base and scouting suitable locations for installing communication towers. Apart from those tasked with constructing the base, the remaining personnel were divided into small teams, taking turns to venture out. Coincidentally, Heisey was not scheduled for duty the following day. "How about helping out at the planting site tomorrow?" The colonel said. "We can't go there." Upon arrival, the orders from the command were strict. No unauthorized visits to disturb the Wei family. With violators facing penalties, "Don't worry, the colonel won't say a word." Chen Haojia assured him, adding mysteriously that there would be a surprise, initially intending to wander around. Heisey was intrigued by his words and readily agreed that it was a perfect opportunity for him to see the place that commanded such attention from the commander. Once Heisey consented, Chen Haojia dashed out again. About half an hour later, he returned, humming a tune. The next day, Wei Ning encountered 6 tall, resolute young men, including Chen Haojia. They were indeed young, considering the average lifespan in the galaxy exceeds 150 years. Anyone under 100 is considered youthful. Each selected individual was exceptionally capable, learning rapidly without needing Wei Ning's instruction, as Chun Haojia had already taught them, with the addition of several strong laborers. The remaining potatoes were entirely planted in a single day. Wei Ling took a liking to these newcomers, initially a bit reserved. Once they started working and chatting, her fondness for them skyrocketed. When it was time to wrap up, she warmly invited them to dinner the following day. Wei Ning had already intended to treat them, so she did not object and simply asked them to come over in the evening. Since the household supplies were insufficient, Wei Ning instructed Wei Dong and Chun Haojia to catch some mutated beasts the next morning. She was becoming increasingly adept at directing Chun Haojia, whom she regarded as an elder brother. Before the next day arrived, Chun Haojia came over again shortly after returning. He brought with him the mutated beasts captured by the scouting team that day: 3 wild boars, 3 mutated chickens, and 2 robust bulls. "Did you raid a mutated beast den?" Wei Dong exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the pile of beasts. "Hey, we just happened to encounter them. We heard the meat here is delicious, so we caught some," replied a bashful young soldier who had accompanied Chun Haojia, grinning innocently. In truth, they had heard tales of a great chef in the vicinity whose mutated beast dishes surpassed even those from their military canteen. Moreover, the canteen's recipes were also taught by this chef. Each time the canteen offered extra servings of stewed meat, the young soldiers could never grab enough, often only managing to snag a little to savor the flavor. The taste was so delectable it left them longing for more, and they dreamt of trying something even better. Thus, when their team went out today, they seized the opportunity to catch a solitary wild boar. The young soldier was particularly enamored with the legendary chef's culinary skills and sought to connect with Chun Haojia merely to taste the exquisite delicacies. Chun Haojia, with his amiable personality and social nature, was well known among the troops. Upon explaining his intentions to Chun Haojia, he was promptly brought along. With these ingredients secured, there would be no need for him to hunt mutated beasts the following day. It wasn't that he didn't wish to go. Rather, the sooner the mutated beasts were processed, the better the flavor would be. Additionally, since Wei Ning was the one cooking, preparing meals for nearly 10 people would be quite taxing. If the mutated beast meat was handled tonight, she would have ample time to prepare tomorrow, allowing her to take her time. Furthermore, the young soldier's request was modest. Only a quarter of the mutated beast meat sufficed. He figured that even after this portion was divided, there would still be enough for their group, thus deciding to bring him along. Wei Ning was more than willing. Preparing meals for 4 or 5 people was manageable, but doubling that would stretch her time thin. Processing the mutated beast meat required time as well, and she was concerned about meeting the deadline, especially since it was a more formal gathering and couldn't be too late. The mutated beast meat delivered by the young soldier was ample for the next day's feast, and even if some were shared, it wouldn't matter. Seeing Wei Ning's agreement, the young soldier beamed broadly. With the primary ingredients now supplied, the next step was to prepare them. Wei Ning outlined the dishes she intended to make, and Wei Dong, Chen Haojie, and the young soldier got to work. They skinned, eviscerated, deboned, and chopped the meat as needed. Perhaps fueled by their anticipation of the meal, their movements seemed increasingly nimble under the glow of the lights. Chen Haojie and his companions arrived at an inopportune time. The vegetables were already depleted, and even the potatoes had been entirely planted. The only items left to utilize were the previously prepared vermicelli and rice noodles. To ensure a variety of vegetarian dishes on the table, Wei Ning had secretly ripened a batch of tomatoes. With the remaining ingredients primarily meat, crafting delicious meat dishes in an era of scarce seasonings was no simple feat currently. Wei Ning's collection of spices had seen little change. Although she had amassed more, it merely included the star anise purchased on Kaiyang Star. Gazing at the meager selection of seasonings, Wei Ning contemplated the need to procure more at the very least. She needed to gather the commonly used spices. She didn't even have basic green onions and ginger. Aside from frying, roasting, stewing, and boiling in large pots, nothing else could be prepared due to the lack of seasonings. Early in the day, Chen Haojie arrived, and Wei Ning was unsure how he found the time to come over, as he hadn't missed a day recently. "Aren't you on duty?" Wei Dong, upon seeing him, wasn't as amiable as Wei Ning and expressed a hint of disdain. "The boss didn't assign me any tasks," Chen Haojie replied, momentarily taken aback, realizing he indeed had some free time. However, it wasn't long before his focus shifted as he caught a whiff of the rich aroma of bone broth. "Brother Chen, would you like some noodles?" Wei Ning casually inquired, having just prepared a bowl. "Yes, I haven't had my nutrient solution yet," Chen Haojie responded, his gaze glued to the bowl in Wei Ning's hands. "Then you'll have to wait a moment," Wei Ning said, passing the prepared noodle soup to Wei Dong as he approached. Then turning to fetch the noodles. The noodles had been soaked overnight and were ready by morning, requiring only a brief dip in boiling water before they could be served. Adding a ladle of the bone broth simmered through the night, and a few tender chunks of meat created an utterly delectable dish without needing anything extra. Chen Haojie followed Wei Ning closely, observing her simple yet effective method. He was not shy about his hunger and, dissatisfied with the smaller bowl she had given him, swapped it for a larger one and filled it to the brim. "Ah, this is the flavor." Chen Haojie, unperturbed by the heat, took a mouthful of noodles and soup, biting into the meat with a satisfied sigh. The noodles were delightfully chewy, the broth rich in flavor, and another bite of tender meat brought him unparalleled satisfaction. Wei Dong, seated opposite him, observed his demeanor and found no inclination to criticize. This fellow seemed more like the host than he did. Chen Haojie relished his meal, and whenever Wei Ning requested his assistance, he responded with exceptional enthusiasm. They toiled until the late afternoon, and under Wei Ning's guidance, and with Wei Dong at the helm, all the dishes were prepared. The little warrior from yesterday received his share as expected, expressed his gratitude, and hurried away, moving so swiftly that Wei Ning wondered if he might steal a taste along the way. Just as the little warrior departed, a few others who had lent a hand yesterday arrived, accompanied by several new faces: Chris, Randy, and Jess. Chen Haojie dared not voice any complaints about the additional three. It was only once they had entered that he quietly expressed his frustration to Heisey about their unexpected presence. Heisey felt wronged, insisting he had not invited them. They had come of their own accord, yet he could not voice his grievances, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Upon seeing the banquet laid out by Wei Ning, the assisting warriors secretly regretted their earlier bravado. Had they known, they would not have boasted, for then their visit to the Wei household would not have reached the ears of the colonel. And they would not now have to contend with 3 additional diners who were not easy to out-eat. The long table, formed by pushing 2 square tables together, overflowed with an array of sumptuous dishes: braised pork, braised meatballs, stir-fried meat slices, braised ribs, barbecued ribs, pan-fried steak, roasted beef, and roasted chicken. Wei Ning prepared every dish she could conceive of that would not falter in execution, with stir-fried noodles as the staple, upon beholding such a lavish spread. Even those warriors unaccustomed to such feasts were taken aback, and even Randy struggled to maintain his composed demeanor, utterly entranced by the tantalizing aromas. Wei Guoyang called out to Hai Feng, who had been in seclusion. Upon emerging and catching sight of the banquet, Hai Feng could hardly spare a thought for the company around him. His mind was consumed by a singular desire to eat. The food was simply too delectable. He resolved to linger and not depart. Overall, the banquet was deemed a resounding success. Initially, the guests maintained a semblance of decorum, but before long, all pretense was cast aside. After all, dignity could not be savored. In the end, the table was cleared of every morsel of meat. The stir-fried noodles were devoured to the last strand, and even the soup was left with only the bare bones remaining. The tomatoes were consumed as dessert, leaving none behind. Wei Ning was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. No chef would wish for anything less. It was a matter of pride. A few days after the feast, Randy informed Wei Guoyang that the protective shield had been installed. His purpose was to transfer control to Wei Guoyang, thereby ensuring the security of Green Star's defense systems. Anyone landing on Green Star without system verification would face autonomous attacks from the shield. Unless granted landing permission by Wei Guoyang. In recent days, Wei Guoyang had come to understand the situation. While the Legion maintained strict control over Green Star, they did not interfere with their operations. Even when there were genuine requests, they were made solely for the cultivation of crops. Wei Guoyang arrived at this conclusion after witnessing Jess become a regular visitor to the planting grounds the day after the banquet. He spent his days immersed in the fields, diligently studying each plant. Even more captivated than Yi Ling, his visits consisted primarily of observation or, with their consent, gathering leaves for research, remaining silent otherwise unless Yi Ling initiated a discussion on relevant topics. Presently, Jess was fulfilling his aspirations. Randy did not linger long. After transferring control, he engaged in conversation with Jess for a brief period before departing. They had to prepare for repairs to the spaceport and would not return for some time. The spaceport on Green Star was modest, accommodating only 2 large starships. Randy had reviewed the records prior to his arrival and confirmed that the spaceport had remained intact during the beast tide. Requiring no extensive repairs, IT merely needed thorough inspections, with equipment replaced or repaired as necessary. The team accompanying him included numerous technicians, and the equipment they brought was plentiful. It was merely a matter of time. In the planting grounds, Yi Ling noticed that several plots had failed to sprout, causing her heart to sink. She promptly excavated one of the barren spots, discovering decayed potato tubers buried beneath the soil. She unearthed several such locations, each revealing the same disheartening sight, causing her heartache. Although only a few plots appeared damaged, the sheer volume of their planting meant that even a small percentage of losses amounted to significant disappointment. Due to Yi Ling's insistence that this batch of potatoes not be treated with psychic abilities, Wei Ning had largely left them to their own devices after planting, hoping to observe their growth. Little did she anticipate such a grim outcome. Perhaps the cuts had adversely affected them, she pondered. Recalling her childhood memories of watching her grandparents plant taro in a similar manner, she remembered that her grandmother would dip the cut pieces in wood ash, claiming it benefited the growth of the taro. However, in the interstellar realm, wood ash was not readily available, though there was an abundance of dead branches and leaves in the forests. Yet, the thought of burning enough to create sufficient wood ash for their vast planting area seemed impractical. "Mother, it might be best to disinfect the cut surfaces next time," Wei Ning suggested, recalling the miraculous potions of the interstellar realm. She was not an expert in this field and believed it prudent to leave such matters to professionals. "Is that feasible?" Yi Ling asked, intrigued by this new approach. "Perhaps, much like how we clean wounds with disinfectants when we lack repair agents," Wei Ning reasoned, hoping this analogy would clarify her point. Indeed, Yi Ling contemplated this and found it quite sensible. Yet, gazing at the barren patches, she could not shake a sense of disappointment. Noticing the worry etched on her brow, Wei Ning felt a pang of sympathy. In truth, Achieving survival for the majority would already be considered a success in Wei Ning's eyes. She had never witnessed how interstellar beings cultivated their land, but the absence of bountiful fruits and vegetables on the streets indicated their agricultural techniques were lacking. Wei Ning suspected that the influential planting families sought to monopolize the industry, likely due to inadequate technology that led to such outcomes. Although the environment of Green Star was less than ideal, it was devoid of radiation. The soil, while not particularly fertile and lacking rainfall, posed no significant issues otherwise. Perhaps Mother could speak with Brother Jess to see if he has any alternative methods, Wei Ning proposed, observing Jess diligently examining the potato patch she had cultivated. After their meal, Heisey and the others boastfully bragged to Chris and Randy about their newfound ability to grow potatoes, eagerly leading them to see their planting efforts. Jess had accompanied them, and upon witnessing the potato plants reaching a height of 1 inch, as well as watermelons and tomatoes standing half a meter tall with small green fruits, he was reluctant to leave. Randy was aware of Jess's intentions for visiting and naturally encouraged him to gather more research data. He took the opportunity to introduce Jess and his research aspirations to them. By all accounts, Wei Guoyang was initially hesitant about allowing such an individual to come, given his unique status and the fear that Wei Ning's abilities might be detected by Jess. However, seeing Jess's genuine fascination with the potatoes, he relented for the sake of Randy's request. As he observed Jess engrossed in his studies, seemingly indifferent to their presence, Wei Guoyang's guard began to lower. Yi Ling reflected on her previous conversations with Jess, recognizing him as an exceptionally talented individual. Every interaction with him was enjoyable. His breadth of knowledge and innovative ideas inspired her, making each discussion a fresh experience. Although Jess did not specialize in botany, his mentor had conducted research in that area, and prior to his deployment to the battlefield, he had absorbed a wealth of information simply by listening. In fact, intelligent individuals tend to excel across various domains. Noticing her interest, Wei Ning stoked the flames of encouragement. Look at how capable and intelligent Brother Jess is. Just like you. Mother, you two together would be an unstoppable force. Surely you would devise a brilliant solution. Wei Ning hoped that Yi Ling would find her footing in this field, as her previous sterilization efforts had proven quite effective, if it were possible to concoct a nutritional agent suitable for the needs of plants. Even without the ability to refine potions, one could still achieve renown in the interstellar realm. Consider the advent of various pesticides, fertilizers, and chemical nutrients in the previous world, which have greatly benefited countless farmers. Regardless of the time and space, humanity still requires sustenance, labor, and education, and it is reasonable to believe that plants share similar necessities. Therefore, it would be prudent to keep her mother occupied with these matters. At present, Wei Ning has raised the issue that these potatoes and similar crops will require fertilization and pest control, leaving Yi Ling momentarily taken aback. Why was it not necessary before? Wei Ning provided a compelling rationale. Previously, she utilized her supernatural powers for cultivation, thus negating the need for external inputs. Now that she is prohibited from using her abilities, such measures are undoubtedly required. After all, without nutrients, how could they thrive? Wei Ning spoke with such conviction that Yi Ling was convinced, even concluding that the inferior quality of vegetables from renowned agricultural families was due to their lack of fertilization. Persuaded, Yi Ling approached Jess. Wei Ning remained in place, observing as Yi Ling engaged with Jess, uncertain of their exchange. Jess appeared momentarily stunned, then fell into contemplative silence, just when Wei Ning thought Jess would dismiss Yi Ling. He raised his head and spoke a few words that Yi Ling's expression visibly shifted to one of excitement as she conversed with him. Satisfied that they were engaged in dialogue, Wei Ning ceased her attention and turned to leave. In the cozy living room, Wei Dong reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. For the past few days, Chen Haojia had not visited, possibly preoccupied with other matters. Wei Ning approached the sofa and expressed her desire to return to Kaiyang Star. To Kaiyang Star? Absolutely. Are we going tomorrow or later today? Wei Dong assumed she wished to indulge in leisure or procure something, readily agreeing. Previously, while in Capital Star, her sister often ventured out for enjoyment. Now that they had arrived at Green Star, it was not only difficult to find places to visit, but her staying cooped up was decidedly abnormal for a young girl who should revel in play and beauty. I wish to visit the forests of Kaiyang Star, Wei Ning clarified, expressing little interest in the streets. The forests? What do you intend to do there? It's far too dangerous. Absolutely not. Upon hearing her intention to venture into the forest, Wei Dong immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. If it was perilous for him, it was certainly out of the question for her that he feared the consequences should their parents discover he had taken her to such a treacherous location. We could invite Brother Chun to accompany us. With both of you present, surely you can protect me? Wei Ning cast a disparaging glance at him, as if to say, people like you are incapable of safeguarding even one person. How utterly useless. In the past, he would have boasted that he could handle it alone, but things were different now. Brother, I understand your concerns. Your mental acuity may have diminished, but you are far from incapacitated. With your physical prowess, as long as we avoid provoking formidable adversaries, the average person would not stand a chance against you. Wei Ning spoke the truth. They were not setting out to brawl, but rather to conduct serious business. And caution would suffice. Furthermore, Chen Haojia would also be there, wouldn't he? What do you plan to do there? If he had heard Wei Ning's words when he was still recovering, he likely would have sent her away. However, he had grown more open-minded and was now curious about her intentions that I wished to seek out certain things. Wei Ning was forthright. She genuinely intended to search for something. What are you looking for? I could accompany Haozi. As long as you disclose it, we can assist in the search, Wei Dong assured her, as long as she didn't entertain thoughts of going alone that I need to see it to know what I am searching for. If I tell you, you won't understand. You have no idea what you are looking for, yet you are convinced that it exists on Kaiyang Star. Wei Dong adopted a challenging demeanor, as if to say, if you don't articulate it, I'll assume you are asking in vain. Wei Ning was exasperated. After a deep breath, she finally spoke that I may not know what I am searching for, but when I see it, I will recognize it as what I seek, just like the potatoes and carrots that I had no idea what they were until I laid eyes on them. Using the potatoes and carrots as a metaphor sparked some interest in Wei Dong. However, recalling the dangers of the forest, his fleeting intrigue was swiftly extinguished. He was about to resolutely deny her request when Wei Ning's next words caused him to swallow his objections. If you are unwilling, I shall seek out Brother Chun. If all else fails, I will approach Colonel Lan, and I am certain they will not refuse me. Wei Ning was confident that if she mentioned wanting to find vegetables like potatoes, Landy would surely comply. The colonel is quite busy and would hardly entertain you. Wei Dong laughed, as if mocking her naivety. Don't believe me. I shall go find him right now. Wei Ning seemed determined to oppose him. Turning on her heel as if genuinely prepared to leave, seeing her step outside, Wei Dong did not hastily pursue her, adopting an air of indifference. Yet, Wei Ning was not genuinely intent on finding Landy. Once outside, she promptly messaged Chen Haojia to inquire about his availability. Having just connected with him while planting potatoes, this was an opportune moment. Chen Haojia might have been preoccupied, for he did not respond. Wei Ning remained unperturbed and made her way to the kitchen. The kitchen had undergone a substantial transformation. The once barren space now housed a towering double-door oven. The stovetop had expanded from 2 burners to 6, comprising a row of 4 large burners alongside 2 smaller ones that a 2-meter long, half-meter wide, and half-meter deep sink, complete with a faucet, was installed against one wall. Opposite it stood a large sterilization cabinet adjacent to the oven, stocked with various pots, pans, and kitchen utensils of all sizes. Near the dining table was a freezer, which had previously stored a significant amount of mutated beast meat but was now empty, above the sink. A wall cabinet served as a storage space for Wei Ning's potato starch, cleverly organized using a spatial button. During the last gathering, nearly half of the starch had been consumed, so Wei Ning rummaged through it and retrieved the remaining half, placing it in a bag that had previously contained vegetables and stowing it away in her spatial button. After a while of playing games, Wei Dong noticed Wei Ning had not yet returned and found it peculiar. He glanced at the game screen, ultimately shutting it down and rising to his feet. Outside, the spaceship remained in its previous location, but he calculated that Wei Ning had not been gone long enough to have ventured too far. Taking a few steps forward, he still did not see her. Instead, he spotted Yi Ling and Jiez engaged in conversation in the cultivation area. The distance from here to Landy's base was considerable, requiring over an hour on foot. Even for those with high physical fitness like them, it would take several minutes to arrive. However, it was implausible that Wei Ning could have walked far enough in just a few minutes to leave no trace. Just as he was about to dismiss the matter, sounds from the kitchen caught his attention, reminding him of the area he had overlooked. Turning around, he strode toward the kitchen and entered just in time to see Wei Ning closing the cabinet door. You didn't go over there? Go where? Wei Ning was momentarily taken aback. You don't plan to visit Kaiyang Star anymore. He had assumed she had abandoned the idea, and a surge of relief washed over him. Only to be doused with cold water. That of course I will. Wei Ning regarded him with curiosity. Had she ever stated otherwise? Then you. Wei Dong wanted to inquire why she had come to the kitchen if she had claimed she would find Housie. Oh, I'm preparing some starch for Pang Bo. Didn't he dad promise his father to bring back some local specialties? I thought I'd get it ready in advance. Wei Ning explained her reason for being in the kitchen. Bringing starch for Pang Bo was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it was a thought that had lingered since Wei Guoyang mentioned it, and she had made a mental note. Since she intended to visit Kaiyang Star, it was only fitting to bring it along to avoid any implications that her father had failed to deliver on his promises. She was, after all, a considerate little sister, ensuring that even these details were attended to. I have already spoken with Brother Chun. He mentioned he has time available recently. Wei Ning shook her hand, revealing her light brain on her wrist. Wei Dong, feeling a sense of forgetfulness, realized he had overlooked the fact that they had added each other as friends that day. Ultimately, Wei Dong consented to accompany him, as it wouldn't do to have his elder brother's efforts overshadowed by a brother met along the way. They were preparing to journey to Kaiyang Star with Chen Haojia. Wei Guoyang expressed no concern, merely advising Wei Dong to be cautious and to protect his sister, Wei Ling, however, was not particularly keen on their departure. Yet, as children grow, they must inevitably distance themselves from their parents to embark on their own paths. Even though it was difficult to part, she could not prevent them from going. The following day, Chen Haojia arrived in a spaceship to collect them. Wei Dong had assumed it would be just the three of them. But Chen Haojia piloted the ship to the vicinity of the spaceport and instructed them to disembark. They then transferred to a smaller starship, one that accommodated 20 passengers, which also contained others. How come there are so many people? Wei Dong wondered aloud. They're all just taking a break. We thought we could explore together. Chen Haojia casually replied at that moment, when Wei Ning sent a message. Housie happened to be present and, upon hearing that Wei Ning wished to invite him to Kaiyang Star, insisted on joining as well. The more, the merrier. Thus, he agreed, and the group expanded simply because of Housie's enthusiastic shout. Had they not been nearby, they would not have dared to tag along. Inside the starship, Wei Ning glanced around and recognized several familiar faces among the unfamiliar ones. Chen Haojia provided a brief introduction before ushering them aside. Hey, sis, don't be afraid. They just want to get to know you. Just ignore them. Chen Haojia explained as he settled next to Wei Ning. The previous encounter with the young soldier who had brought back that exquisite food had led everyone visiting Green Star to desire acquaintance with the talented cook. Now, all who had yet to sample Wei Ning's culinary creations were aware of the girl capable of crafting such delectable dishes. Wei Ning shook her head, indicating she was unbothered. Their curiosity posed no offense. They didn't even approach her to greet her. Wei Ning sensed their genuine smiles. Through their brief interactions, Chen Haojia had gleaned that Wei Ning preferred solitude and appeared somewhat aloof at first glance. However, once familiarized, one would discover her to be quite amiable, albeit fond of tranquility. Chen Haojia was also concerned that the exuberance of his companions might disturb her. Are they joining us in the forest as well? Chen Haojia had previously mentioned bringing along just 2 people, but now the number had increased significantly. Yes, with them, we can wander freely in the forest, provided we avoid the beast tide. It will be completely safe. We can gather plenty of supplies. With more people, we can each bring back something. Chen Haojia regarded them as mere tools for the expedition. I'm not sure if I can find what I need. No worries. Think of it as an outing. Chen Haojia dismissed that he had resolved that if they found nothing, they would hunt some mutated beasts instead. The mutated beasts on Green Star had dwindled after recent encounters, so it would be prudent to allow the remaining ones to reproduce. He also planned to dig up more potatoes. He had been craving them since their last meal, despite his thick skin. He felt too embarrassed to ask Wei Ning to cook for him again. According to Dongzi, the flour had taken considerable effort to produce, and they had little left. Once they returned with more potatoes, he intended to have Wei Ning teach them how to make that flour, ensuring there would be no shortage of food. The speed of the starship was incomparable to that of a spaceship. In just 3 hours, they arrived at Kaiyang Star. The starship needed to dock at the spaceport, requiring them to complete some necessary procedures. Chen Haojia and Wei Ning disembarked first, and once Housie finalized the paperwork, they would all head to the hotel together. They planned to explore Kaiyang Star first and venture into the forest the following morning. Wei Dong requested some flower skins from Wei Ning, as he intended to meet Pang Ruoan, though he did not plan to bring her along. Wei Ning was not insistent on accompanying him. She was content as long as the items were delivered. When Pang Ruiwen received Wei Dong's message, he glanced briefly and assumed he was there for some goods. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was a delivery, remembering what Wei Guoyang had mentioned earlier. Pang Ruiwen thought it was vegetables, which delighted him immensely. Upon arriving at the designated location, he was taken aback to see grayish-white strips. "What is this?" Pang Ruiwen couldn't help but asked. "It's a local specialty from our area." "I've sent the preparation method to your light brain," Wei Dong replied, omitting that it was made from the potatoes they had previously purchased. This flower skin had never been seen in interstellar travel before and would henceforth become a specialty of Green Star. Therefore, he had no intention of disclosing to Pang Ruiwen how it was made. Pang Ruiwen glanced at his light brain and indeed found an unread message. Upon opening it, he looked up with excitement to express his gratitude. Previously, when Wei Dong had provided him with the recipe for mutated beast meat, he had taken some time to remember it on a whim. He tried making it, and it turned out delicious, far surpassing anything from restaurants. Now, their family frequently enjoyed mutated beast meat. While this was not the vegetables he had longed for, he was still pleased that they had thought of him, as being remembered felt quite wonderful. In his elation, he shared the news he had heard with Wei Dong. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong's expression instantly changed, and he lost interest in continuing their conversation. Pang Ruiwen remained composed, wearing a smile as he bid farewell to Wei Dong. He even kindly ordered a ride for him, and only after Wei Dong had departed did the smile fade from Pang Ruiwen's face as he looked up at the sky. When Wei Dong returned to the hotel, he headed straight for the room Chun Haojie had booked. Chun Haojie was on the sofa, using his light brain to check the recent events on Kaiyang's star. A knock sounded at the door, and without looking, Chun Haojie got up to open it, expecting it to be Wei Ning, but was surprised to find a slightly breathless Wei Dong. "Dongzi, what brings you back so soon?" Chun Haojie was taken aback. "Having thought he was going to meet someone. I need to talk to you." Wei Dong pushed past him into the room. Chun Haojie, bewildered, closed the door. "What happened?" Noticing Wei Dong's ashen face, he grew serious. Something must have occurred. Indeed, in the next moment, Wei Dong revealed a significant piece of news. Lingxiang grass has appeared on Kaiyang's star. "What?" Chun Haojie's voice shifted to, "Is the information accurate? Where is it? Is it claimed by someone?" He bombarded Wei Dong with questions. It was no surprise he was so anxious. After all, Lingxiang grass was a crucial plant for synthesizing advanced mental relief agents, and its emergence would incite fierce competition among various factions. The last instance of Lingxiang grass appearing on Yaoguang's star had caused a great uproar, resulting in multiple parties vying for it, nearly leading to its destruction. Ultimately, the government and military intervened, transferring that Lingxiang grass to the Pharmacists Association for public auction, which resolved the situation. This illustrated the immense significance of Lingxiang grass. Advanced mental relief agents were rare precisely because of the scarcity of Lingxiang grass. Whenever news of Lingxiang grass surfaced, countless forces flocked to that location. No wonder he had sensed something amiss with the auras of the guests in the hotel lobby earlier. They were all likely drawn by the allure of Lingxiang grass. Chun Haojie first sent a message to those who had just gone out to gather information, then immediately contacted Chris. This news had to be conveyed to him. If it were true, they would be no match for others with just the few of them. Wei Dong stood by without interrupting, recognizing that a person of stature would be needed to manage the situation. Once Chun Haojie finished his call, he remembered that Wei Dong had yet to answer his question. "Dongzi, where did you hear this news? If you have more specific details, it would be beneficial for us." Wei Dong recounted his meeting with Pang Ruiwen, mentioning his identity. He only indicated that Lingxiang grass had appeared in the heart of the forest. But no one knew the exact location. Who was the first to spread this news? Chun Haojie asked anxiously. If someone had already harvested it, it would be of no concern to them. That person died. Only able to relay the information before passing, Wei Dong replied, if this news were true, he would owe a significant favor to the Pang family. Let us regroup and discuss our plans for tomorrow once they return. Despite being aware of the significance of the spirit herb, Chun Haojie did not lose sight of their purpose for coming. After a brief exchange, a knock echoed once more at the door. Chun Haojie opened it to find Heizhi and Wuan waiting. What is the update? He inquired impatiently before they could even step inside. Heizhi shook his head, revealing that while there had indeed been recent occurrences, details had been suppressed, and they had gleaned no concrete information from their end. Initially, they had sensed something amiss among the others, leading them to concoct excuses to leave the room. leaving Chun Haojia behind. Before they could uncover anything substantial, Chun Haojia divulged a weighty piece of news that left them all astounded. Although specifics were scant, it was evident that something was afoot, which could not be dismissed as a complete lack of intelligence. Gradually, the rest of their companions returned, pooling their findings together, and it was ultimately deduced that the rumor regarding the spirit herb on the Kaiyang star was likely to be true with an 80% certainty. Given such a promising probability, it warranted their investigation. The military, it seemed, was in dire need of high-grade mental relief agents. Regardless of the faction, what was truly sought after were not advanced weapons or ammunition, but rather these agents. While weaponry and munitions could be developed with sufficient financial resources, the concoction of potions required rare primary ingredients, and the spirit herb was notoriously elusive. Without the spirit herb, the high-grade mental relief agents dwindled with each use. Huwunti desired to procure a few more specimens of the precious herb. After prolonged deliberation, they resolved to split into two teams the following day, one to continue on the original plan with Wei Ning to retrieve her requested items, and the other to masquerade as mercenaries in search of the spirit herb. That on the morrow, Wei Ning discovered that half of the individuals who had initially agreed to accompany her had mysteriously vanished, leaving only herself, Wei Dong, Chun Haojia, and a man named Wu. In their absence was due to other commitments, which precluded them from joining. Chun Haojia felt a pang of embarrassment. After all, it was he who had suggested everyone participate, and now he was the one explaining their absence. However, Wei Ning bore no ill will, as she had never anticipated such a large party, and was content with the remaining trio. They boarded the hover vehicle. Heading towards the forest, Wei Ning took a window seat, gazing intently outside. Compared to their previous excursion, there were significantly more hover vehicles en route to the forest this time, though she attributed it to the time of day. Their last visit had been at night, when foot traffic was sparse. Now, at just past 7 in the morning, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Perhaps preoccupied with their thoughts, the group remained silent throughout the journey. Upon reaching the street preceding the forest, even Wei Ning, typically slow to notice, sensed something amiss. Not only had the crowds increased, but the individuals passing by bore a markedly different demeanor. Many hurried past in attire of superior quality, and some radiated an aura that screamed danger, their expressions almost forbidding. Chun Haojia was equally taken aback by the sheer number of people present. As they walked, he observed numerous members of the mercenary guild and personnel from various military factions. Although they lacked distinctive uniforms, their faces were unmasked, and he recognized many of them. "Brother, why do I feel that these people seem quite fierce?" Wei Ning's heart raced. Some individuals exuded an unrestrained energy that could easily unsettle those with lower mental fortitude. "It's all right. We won't be crossing paths with them, so we needn't concern ourselves," Wei Dong reassured her, casting a warning glance at an onlooker. The man, initially indifferent, realized that Wei Dong's mental prowess was inferior to his own and was about to mock him. However, Chun Haojia shot him a glance, causing the man to flinch slightly and hastily retreat. Wei Ning remained oblivious to the silent confrontation that had unfolded before her, dissipating as swiftly as it began. "Let us proceed." The group moved forward with the flow of people, halting only at the entrance to the forest. It turned out that entry to the forest required registration. There stood a device resembling a security checkpoint, through which each individual had to pass, scanning their light brain on an adjacent apparatus. In this interstellar age, a light brain served not only as a computer and mobile device, but also as a personal identification card, linked to individual financial accounts, allowing one to traverse the cosmos with merely this device in hand. After a brief wait, it was their turn. Chun Haojia stepped forward first, followed by Wei Dong, then Wei Ning. With Wu trailing at the rear, Wei Ning passed through the gate. She heard a faint beep and tapped her light brain against the scanner, though nothing appeared on the display. The attendant observing them remained silent, indicating that all was likely well. This procedure was instituted to prevent unauthorized entry. Wei Dong explained that the light brain represented one's identity. If a person was not a legitimate citizen of the Federation, the device would sound an alarm. However, those aware of such protocols would be unlikely to attempt entry illegally. Yet, there were indeed criminals who specialized in selling counterfeit light brains that were nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. There had been instances of space pirates infiltrating using such devices, only to be discovered later. leading to the dismantling of entire criminal networks and the destruction of countless fake light brains. Having passed through the security checkpoint, they were met with an expansive, boundless forest. This was Wei Ning's first close encounter with the forest of this era, and she found it utterly breathtaking. Her vision was filled with lush greenery, resembling a vast ocean of verdant foliage. Gazing upon the serene expanse, she recognized the myriad dangers lurking within, having claimed countless lives. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the verdant wilderness. Recently, the influx of visitors to the forest had surged significantly. At the entrance, people donned various attires, yet all shared a commonality of avoiding excessive scrutiny of one another, each choosing their respective paths to depart. The quartet of Wei Ning's group did attract some attention, as it was rare for a party to comprise fewer than 6 individuals. Most groups consisted of 10 or more, with many exceeding 20. However, after a cursory inspection, the onlookers soon lost interest, and Wei Ning's group remained oblivious to these fleeting glances. The forest periphery offered little of value beyond trees and shrubs, and most visitors seldom lingered there. Furthermore, the majority of those entering were likely in pursuit of the spirit herb, making their way directly toward the heart of the forest. Under Chun Haojia's guidance, their group proceeded at a leisurely pace. In stark contrast to the hurried footsteps of others rushing past them, they appeared more like a casual outing. Considering Wei Ning's lesser physical stamina, Chun Haojia and the others adjusted their pace to accommodate her. After a mere half hour, they had already passed numerous groups, indicating that many had indeed arrived. Wei Dong observed another contingent of over 30 individuals pass by, recognizing the leader as a mercenary team frequently employed by the Research Institute. It seems they have yet to locate anything, Chun Haojia remarked in a lowered voice. Chris has already brought a team this morning. Haizi has likely joined them by now. After walking for half an hour, Wei Ning was surrounded by vibrant green leaves and dense foliage. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew larger, some so thick that a single person could scarcely encircle the trunk with their arms. Beneath the trees lay shrubs of varying heights, with unfamiliar grasses swaying gently in the breeze. After approximately another half hour, the view ahead began to constrict, the gaps between the trees narrowing, making it difficult to discern one from another. Throughout their journey, Wei Ning remained focused on identifying plants she recognized from her past life. Regrettably, she had yet to spot a single familiar specimen, which was disheartening. She had assumed that with such a vast forest, there would at least be some plants she had encountered before, yet reality proved otherwise. Wei Dong and the others took turns keeping watch, vigilant against any sudden attacks from mutated vines lurking in the shadows. Chun Haojia glanced around, his eyes inadvertently catching Wei Ning's suddenly despondent expression, prompting him to halt in his tracks. "What's the matter?" Wei Dong asked, noticing that Chun Haojia had fallen behind. "Shall we find a place to rest for a moment?" Chun Haojia's gaze flickered toward Wei Ning, a silent reminder that there was a fragile girl amongst them. Ning, do you need to take a break?" Wei Dong inquired as he approached her. "I'm not tired. Let us keep going," she replied resolutely. Wei Ning understood that they were looking out for her, yet she was reluctant to rest, since awakening her extraordinary abilities. Her physical condition had been steadily improving alongside her powers, and she did not currently feel fatigue. It was merely that she had not yet found what she desired, leading to her discontent. After some contemplation, she finally inquired, "Could we perhaps take a different path?" The route they were currently traversing was quite broad and well-trodden, with the ground firmly pressed, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Chun Haojia presumed that she was simply unaccustomed to the throngs of people passing by, so he acquiesced and opted for an alternate, narrower path. This new route was evidently less frequented, with an abundance of wild grasses carpeting the ground and dewdrops adorning the leaves of the trees on either side. There were also clusters of grasses and yellow wildflowers nestled beneath the shrubs. "Are there flowers here?" Wei Ning mused, intrigued by one particular bloom and eager to observe it up close. "What are you doing?" It could be poisonous. Her hand, reaching towards the wildflower, was swiftly swatted away by Wei Dong's stern voice. Just moments ago, they had been walking along smoothly, but suddenly, Wei Ning halted, taking several steps to the side. Extending her hand towards the flower, when Wei Dong spotted what she was reaching for, his breath caught in his throat. His reflexes outpaced his thoughts as he swiftly batted her hand away before she could touch the yellow bloom. Poisonous? Wei Ning glanced at the red flower before turning her gaze to Wei Dong, whose serious expression suggested he was not lying. Yet, She could not shake the feeling that this flower bore a striking resemblance to the wild daisies she had encountered before. With its tongue-like petals and a central core resembling a spiky sphere, these flowers were abundant along the roadside, in thickets, and at the edges of fields. The deeper the color, the more one should refrain from touching it. The toxicity increases, Wei Ning cautioned, fearing she might come across other hazardous flora. Previously, someone had picked a certain red flower and, upon contact with its sap, succumbed to poisoning. Consequently, it has been widely circulated online that the more vibrant the color, the more poisonous the flower. Anyone who ventures into the forest is advised to avoid touching them. Who decreed that the more vivid the hue, the more toxic it is? Wei Ning found it difficult to comprehend. Are interstellar people this superstitious? The Research Institute has also stated that most flowers with darker colors are indeed toxic. Chen Haojie added, "Is that so? Is the Research Institute so casual in its assertions? Did you bring any detection instruments?" Wei Ning realized that her words were futile. It would be more effective if the instruments could reveal the truth that we did. Wen, who had remained silent until now, promptly interjected, retrieving a detection device from the spatial button. Wei Ning's admiration for him surged upon witnessing his swift actions. He was truly impressive. Wei Ning, recognizing the situation mirrored their prior encounter with the red berries, knew they had to conduct a test. He produced a pair of isolating gloves from his spatial button, approached the flower, plucked it, squeezed out the sap, and placed it on the detection device. Moments later, the instrument displayed the results. The flower was not poisonous, merely exhibiting a high energy volatility. While it posed no toxicity, it lacked any medicinal properties. "If you like it, feel free to take a few back." Wei Ning assumed she desired it, as girls typically favored such vibrant things. "Shall we dig one up to take home?" Wei Ning recalled that wild daisies were edible and possessed liver-cleansing and vision-improving properties. "Why would we dig it up?" Wei Ning was perplexed. "Surely, plucking a few would suffice. To plant it. Don't you think Green Star is lacking something?" Wei Ning replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Wei Ning was momentarily speechless. It wasn't that Green Star lacked just something, but rather, it lacked a great many things. "If we are to plant, we ought to choose something edible," he retorted, not particularly keen on the idea of digging. "I want this one," Wei Ning insisted. Her abilities had recently upgraded, allowing her to dissipate the volatile energy within plants. The tomatoes she had nurtured with her powers had not exhibited excessive energy volatility. Moreover, she had discovered that the potatoes she had cultivated using her abilities grew noticeably better than those that had not been nurtured. She was eager to experiment further. If other plants yielded the same results, she would no longer worry about sourcing seeds. With so many plants in the forest, she was bound to encounter familiar species. She could simply dig one up or collect some seeds, nurture them with her powers, and cultivate natural plants. However, she could not disclose this to Wei Ning just yet. Further validation was required. "If you like it, take it. Our spatial button has ample room to accommodate many things. It's merely a single flower. Dig it up," Chen Haojie urged, keen to avoid prolonging their time there, and directed Wen to fetch a shovel. Wen promptly retrieved the shovel and, in a few swift motions, unearthed the flower, showing it to Wei Ning to indicate that he had not damaged its roots. As for whether it would thrive upon their return, that was beyond his control. "Thank you." Wei Ning expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need for such formality. Wen quickly waved his hand, stowing away the wildflower. Having acquired what she desired, Wei Ning did not linger and continued on her way. Along their journey, they encountered numerous wild daisies, some even larger than the last. Yet, Wei Ning did not pause again. Nor did she express a desire to collect any more, as if her earlier curiosity had simply been a fleeting whim. Wei Ning was quite pleased. As long as Wei Ning did not stop, they would maintain their pace, and soon they would reach the central region where they could search for potatoes. Lost in thought, Wei Ning suddenly halted again, this time gazing at a plant known as fist grass. It garnered its name because its initial appearance resembled a clenched fist before gradually evolving into triangular leaves. This grass grew in patches and could reach heights of up to 3 meters, with sharp leaf tips that could inflict injury upon contact. Though its size dwarfed any she had previously encountered, Wei Ning still recognized the familiar coiled core, reminiscent of the wild ferns she had foraged with her grandmother in her youth. Upon encountering a plant she recognized once more, she simply could not resist the urge to gather some. The thought of the delectable wild ferns filled her mind, and she gazed longingly at the patch before her. Envisioning all the culinary possibilities, Wei Dong covered his face, bemused by his sister's sudden craving for fist grass, especially since she had never lacked for food. Why are you so eager for these oddities? Can't you seek something more ordinary? Once their figures faded from view, Wei Dong could no longer contain his frustration. Where's the oddity in this? Wei Ning countered, genuinely puzzled, for to her, these were perfectly normal plants. Besides, everything in the interstellar realm was inherently peculiar to her. If all is peculiar, then it is normal, she reasoned. Everything is strange. Fist grass appears fuzzy and does not seem edible. How can you claim it is? Wei Dong's disbelief was palpable. Of course it is edible. I told you potatoes are edible, and you didn't believe me. Now you're eager to dig for potatoes, aren't you? Wei Ning retorted coolly. Wei Dong fell silent, a flush creeping to his ears as he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. He turned his focus back to the patch of wild ferns. Pondering how she had known of his intention to dig for potatoes, Wei Ning was unaware of the accuracy of her words. She was merely teasing him. Last time, she had inadvertently overheard him mention that potato noodles were delicious, albeit scarce, which prompted her to say what she did. Little did she know, her jest had struck true. A palpable silence enveloped them as they both gazed ahead, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. After a considerable half-hour, familiar figures emerged, ascending and descending. The duo of Chun Haojie and Wu Wen had returned. Upon their exit, they hastily removed their helmets and protective suits, oblivious to the tension lingering between the siblings. Indeed, the punching grass had proliferated remarkably. Even those with poor sense of direction found it challenging to navigate. Chun Haojie tousled his slightly disheveled hair, beaming with satisfaction, a clear indication of a bountiful harvest. Sister, you are truly impressive. You've even managed to make food from punching grass. It's delicious. We must return for more next time, he exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Are you not concerned that I might be deceiving you? Wei Ning retorted. Would you? Chun Haojie asked, maintaining a steady gaze into her eyes, his tone earnest. They were observant enough to discern whether her words held truth. Moreover, there was no real danger. If she were to deceive them, so be it. Thank you for your unwavering trust in me. Wei Ning suddenly expressed her gratitude, not only for their willingness to accompany her on this adventure, but also for their faith in her, and for not probing further. Otherwise, she would have truly struggled to explain how she knew that wild bracken was edible. We're not accustomed to this side of you. If you wish to thank us, simply prepare more delicious food next time, Chun Haojie replied, momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. All right, but you'll have to gather the ingredients yourselves. Wei Ning paused, mischievously winking. I certainly won't be catching any mutated beasts. After exchanging a few more words, they resumed their journey. This time, fortune did not favor them. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed when Chun Haojie abruptly halted. Wei Ning, caught off guard, felt Wei Dong and Wu Wen drawing closer to her. Initially, she walked between Wei Dong and Chun Haojie, with Wu Wen positioned behind them. Now, the three had encircled Wei Ning, shielding her in the center while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Even Wei Ning, usually oblivious, sensed something amiss. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably as her eyes darted around. Suddenly, a colossal creature leapt out before Chun Haojie, letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated with turbulent energy. The impact struck Wei Ning forcefully, causing her to cough up blood. Ning Ning, Wei Dong exclaimed, rushing to support her, panic evident in his voice. Dongzi, take her back. Wu Wen and I will handle this, Chun Haojie commanded coolly, his gaze fixed on the mutated beast before him. Not glancing back, Wei Dong, noticing Wei Ning's pale complexion and the glaring blood at her lips, wasted no time retreating with her, casting anxious glances back at the unfolding scene. He had no inclination to ponder how a spotted tiger had suddenly appeared in such an outer area. He remained focused on the immediate threat. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't worry about the duo's ability to defeat the spotted tiger, but this particular beast was evidently different. Its energy surged chaotically, its eyes a fierce crimson, and its demeanor decidedly volatile. Without warning, the spotted tiger lunged, soaring towards Chun Haojie and Wu Wen. As it leapt, the two men pushed off the ground, dispersing to either side. The massive tiger landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to tremble violently. Frustrated by its failure to catch its target, the tiger roared in a frenzy. Wei Dong, maintaining a safe distance, found the sound nearly unbearable. He glanced at Wei Ning, whose face had grown even paler, and retrieved a healing agent, administering it to her. After a moment, her complexion improved slightly. Allowing him to refocus on the battle at hand, the gigantic tiger, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, dashed about in a chaotic manner, targeting whoever was closest. First Chen Haojia, then Wu Yin. With a shared glance, they both drew their swords to confront it. In truth, had they been equipped with mechas, slaying the beast would have been effortless. However, the confined space made it impractical to maneuver such machines, leading them to engage in direct combat. When the tiger charged at Wu Yin, Chen Haojia struck from behind with his sword. Simultaneously, Wu Yin aimed for the tiger's neck. The tiger, in a sudden display of ferocity, clamped its massive jaws around Wu Yin's sword, providing Chen Haojia with an opportunity to strike with his spirit-infused blade. Roar! The strike was powerful enough to elicit a howl of pain from the tiger, which turned to bite Chen Haojia in retaliation. Observing the shift, Wu Yin seized the moment to press forward, applying greater force to his sword, slicing through the tiger's maw. The agony intensified the tiger's rage. It whipped its tail violently, striking Chen Haojia, who was unable to evade in time. His shirt tore instantly, blood streaming from the wound, a testament to the beast's formidable strength. Seeing Chen Haojia injured ignited a flash of fury in Wu Yin's eyes that he leaped, using his foot to propel himself off the tiger's head. Gripping his sword tightly as he plunged it into the creature's skull, twisting the blade viciously, blood splattering across his face. With a thunderous crash, the tiger collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling still. Wu Yin withdrew his sword, wiping the blood from his face as he approached Chen Haojia. "You were a bit slow to react," Wu Yin remarked, glancing at the wound on Chen Haojia's arm, shaking his head. "If it had been a star beast, that blow could have been fatal." "I was careless," Chen Haojia admitted, producing a spray bottle to treat his wound. The cut was shallow, and within moments of spraying, the bleeding ceased, gradually forming a scab. "My sister is all right. Isn't she?" He recalled Wei Ning as he glanced towards the direction Wei Dong had taken her. The chaotic struggle had left the surrounding trees in disarray, strewn about in a chaotic mess. "She should be fine. It's merely a psychological shock," Wu Yin assured, circling the tiger's lifeless body. "This is a side effect of having a low spiritual energy level. They are susceptible to high-level psychic damage. If one is too weak, they risk losing their life." As soon as the battle concluded, Wei Dong approached, supporting the still weak Wei Ning. He overheard Wu Yin's words. "I'm fine, just a bit drained," Wei Ning murmured softly, leaning against Wei Dong. This was her first close encounter with a high-tier mutated beast, and it had nearly cost her life, revealing to her the true terror of mutated creatures in this world. The previous encounter with the mutated red-eyed rabbit paled in comparison to the formidable tiger. "We should find a place to rest. We'll continue tomorrow," Chen Haojia declared upon seeing her state. Unwilling to press further. "I feel so useless," Wei Ning lamented, feeling inadequate and determined to improve, resolving never to find herself in such a precarious situation again. "It's all right. We're all fatigued, and it's getting late. Let us find a suitable spot to set up camp," Chen Haojia replied, disregarding the tiger's carcass as they chose a direction to depart. Wei Dong carried Wei Ning, who had yet to regain her strength. Resting her face against his back, she listened to his steady heartbeat, the fatigue gradually overwhelming her, and she soon drifted into slumber. Chen Haojia and his companions, seasoned in wilderness survival, quickly located a spot near a stream, relatively spacious. With trees distanced enough for setting up tents, they first erected a shelter for Wei Ning, allowing Wei Dong to lay her inside for rest, before each setting up their own. When Wei Ning awoke, she found herself lying in the tent, staring at the fabric above, momentarily lost in thought. She assessed her condition and realized her weakness had improved significantly. The dull ache in her chest had subsided, though her head still felt somewhat foggy. Nevertheless, her state was vastly better than before, and it would not hinder their journey tomorrow. After lingering in bed for a while longer, she slowly got up. The tent was small, and a few steps brought her to the entrance. The flap was slightly ajar, and she could hear muffled voices outside, though they were indistinct. Wei Ning lifted the tent flap and saw that tents had been pitched on both sides of hers, with another across from her. In the clearing between them, a small fire was burning, and Wei Dong sat by it, though the other two were nowhere in sight. "Elder brother," Wei Ning called out as she approached him. "You reawake. Feeling better?" Wei Dong turned to her, noting her still pale complexion, and asked with concern. "Much improved. Where are they?" Wei Ning inquired, sitting on a nearby rock, and scanning the area for the others. "They've gone to sprinkle beast repellent powder," he replied. Wei Dong observed that she appeared to have improved significantly compared to before, which eased his mind, prompting him to speak. "Beast repellent powder is an essential item for survival in the wilderness. By scattering it in a circle around the campsite, low-level insect beasts will instinctively steer clear, allowing them to rest more peacefully at night." Wei Ning was experiencing her first night in the wild, and found it quite novel, provided that safety was assured. Though she had not witnessed any combat scenes, the destruction of that area made it evident that it was not comparable to the mutated rabbit back on Green Star. After sitting for a while, Wei Ning glanced to her right, as she seemed to have heard a sound. "What's wrong?" Wei Dong inquired. Looking over, there was indeed a noise, and Wei Ning pointed towards the right. "Just the sound of water." Wei Dong replied dismissively after glancing in that direction. It could be the fish monsters fighting, as he had seen quite a few of them earlier. Upon hearing this, Wei Ning's eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Are there fish?" She felt a sudden craving for fish, as it seemed that fish were not available in the Interstellar market, nor were they consumed, where there were fish monsters. "There must be water." Wei Dong tossed a piece of wood into the fire, causing a flurry of sparks to erupt. "I'll go take a look," Wei Ning declared, immediately rising and heading in that direction. "Be careful," Wei Dong said as he got up to follow her. It was better for him to keep an eye on her. Should she attempt anything strange again, he would be able to intervene. By the stream, Wei Ning gazed at the fish swimming below, her eyes sparkling with delight at their plumpness. They looked utterly delicious. "What are you thinking? Wipe that drooling expression off your face." Wei Dong approached and found her wearing an expression of sheer longing, leaving him quite helpless. It was one thing to deal with mutated beasts, but fish monsters were creatures that wreaked havoc on the ecological environment, and the federal government had to spend money every year to clean them up. The key issue was that fish monsters had a particularly strong reproductive capability. No matter how many were cleared, there always seemed to be an overwhelming number. "Brother, let us catch some fish to eat." Wei Ning looked at him with eager anticipation. Wei Dong facepalmed. Here it came again, that they're really not edible, and they are toxic. Someone once caught them and boiled them, but after just a sip of the broth, they had to be rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. Did that person not process them before cooking? Wei Ning knew that some fish were inedible, but she believed that normal fish were safe. She observed the fish in the stream and found them to appear quite normal, resembling grass carp and silver carp that she had seen before. The water was also very clear, allowing fish to thrive. "There should be no problem, right? They should be processed properly, like chopping off the heads of the fish monsters," Wei Dong replied matter-of-factly. This left Wei Ning speechless. If they hadn't been processed properly, it would be strange to assume they were safe to eat. "Of course not." She shot him a glare. "You catch one for me, and I'll show you how to process it, if I can make it look like what you've seen before." ILL discarded. "How about that?" Wei Dong considered it and decided it was a valid approach. After all, it was better to let her see the truth. "All right, I'll catch one," he said, picking up a stone and throwing it into the water. "It would be surprising if you actually caught a fish that way." Before he could finish his thought, Wei Ning saw a fish surface. "How careless of me. I forgot that this world also possesses mental energy." Wei Dong walked over, picked up the dazed fish, and placed it in front of her. "Watch closely." Taking the fish, Wei Ning squatted on a stone, pulling out a knife to begin processing it. She scraped off the scales, then proceeded to the gills, and finally opened the abdomen to remove the innards. This was also Wei Ning's first time processing a fish herself, as she had always bought pre-processed fish at the market. Her technique was a bit clumsy, but she managed to get it done nonetheless. She washed the fish clean with stream water, ensuring to remove the black membrane inside the belly, as consuming it would be detrimental to her health. Seeing her adeptly handling the fish monster, Wei Dong's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him speechless for a moment. He was utterly shocked. Moreover, her method was different from what had been reported on StarNet previously. "All done," Wei Ning finally said, making a few cuts along both sides of the fish before holding it up to him. "How does it look? Is that sufficient?" Wei Dong did not stop her, but instead asked in return. He felt that, following the mutated beast meat, they had acquired a new food source. "Let us roast it over the fire later," Wei Ning concluded, carrying the fish back. Wei Dong trailed behind her absent-mindedly, the earlier scene replaying in his mind. Wei Ning, however, was unconcerned with him and cheerfully prepared to roast the fish. She picked up a stick and skewered the fish from head to tail, holding it over the flames. The fire blazed brightly, Roasting fish like this over an open flame was a first for her. In a moment of distraction, the fish burned, and realizing she had to move it, her interest waned quickly. It had not seemed this challenging when she watched it in dramas. Why was it so difficult now that it was her turn? Let me handle it, Wei Ning said, approaching her and reaching out to take over. With someone else taking charge, Wei Ning eagerly relinquished the fish to him and pulled out some seasonings from her spatial button. Although it was Wei Ning's first time roasting fish as well, he had learned wilderness survival skills and had experience roasting mutated beast meat, making his technique far more proficient than Wei Ning's. Before long, the enticing aroma of fish wafted through the air. The fragrant scent intensified. Wei Ning found himself swallowing hard. It smelled so delicious. When the fish was halfway done, Wei Ning asked him to hand it over. She sprinkled seasoning on both sides of the fish, then instructed him to continue roasting it. Adding seasoning made the aroma even more alluring, and Wei Ning could hardly contain his eagerness to taste it. Completely discarding any thoughts about the fish monster being inedible as long as it wasn't poisonous and wouldn't kill him, he couldn't resist trying a bite of such a fragrant fish. It's ready, Wei Ning announced once the fish skin had become crispy. Wei Ning promptly pulled his hand back. Being so close to the fish monster, the aroma was overwhelmingly enticing. Wei Ning first sliced off a piece, eager to eat it, but was stopped by Wei Ning. Let me try it first to see if anything happens. You can wait a moment. Watching her prepare to eat it like that, Wei Ning ultimately restrained her. Responsibility triumphed over his appetite, and he had to test it for safety. His mental energy level and physical strength were higher than hers, so even if something went wrong, he could endure it a bit longer. Fine then, Wei Ning relented, not wishing to argue with him. Roasted fish was best enjoyed while hot. Wei Ning cut off another piece, hesitating for a moment before finally putting it in his mouth, after just one bite. His eyes lit up. It was incredibly delicious. So this was the taste of the fish monster. Although there was still a hint of fishiness, it was significantly subdued by the seasoning. The meat was tender. Even more so than the mutated beast meat. It practically dissolved after a few chews. Seeing him enjoy it, Wei Ning wasted no time and decided to taste the fish herself. Wild fish simply tasted fresher than farmed ones. After just one bite, she fell in love with the flavor. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Even if there was a slight fishiness, it had faded considerably under the seasoning. If only they could add a bit of lemon juice or honey, it would be even more delightful. In no time, they had finished off the small fish, still craving more. Let us catch some more. We can share them with Hausi and the others when they return. Licking his lips, the lingering savory aroma of the fish monster still danced in Wei Ning's mouth, prompting him to make an immediate decision. Such a delectable creature could not be overlooked. He resolved to catch more, considering it his contribution to the government's efforts in eliminating these fish monsters. With that thought, he sprang into action. Casting aside the notion that the fish monsters were inedible, his mind consumed only by the exquisite taste he had just savored, a single fish weighed no more than 3 pounds, and even Wei Ning, with his prodigious appetite, found himself unsated, let alone Wei Ning, who had barely nibbled at her share. Moreover, unlike the flesh of mutated beasts, which harbored unique energies allowing one to forego other sustenance, the fish here offered no such benefit. Wei Ning had consumed merely half a fish, feeling only slightly full, lacking the warm and comfortable sensation that accompanied a hearty meal of mutated beast meat. It was akin to a normal diet. Setting aside her unease, Wei Ning joined him. Wei Ning had already caught 7 or 8 fish using his previous method. The fish here, accustomed to their environment and having never faced such threats before, exhibited no signs of alarm. The rocks he hurled merely startled them momentarily, and they soon resumed their leisurely swimming, oblivious to the fate that had befallen their kin, after capturing over 30 fish, each weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Wei Ning finally ceased his efforts, diving into the water to retrieve the unconscious fish monsters. With the catch piled high, he squatted on the stone where Wei Ning had previously prepared the fish, ready to process them. Having observed her technique earlier, he felt confident enough to proceed without her assistance. His natural aptitude for manual tasks allowed him to learn quickly. Though initially clumsy, he soon mastered the necessary strength and technique. Efficiently preparing the remaining fish, Wei Ning, after watching him for a while, went to gather sticks for grilling the fish. By the time she returned, Wei Ning had completed the task. Brother, shall we marinate the fish first and grill them when Chun and the others return? Marinated fish will surely taste superior to the previous batch. How do we do that? Wei Dong's trust in her culinary skills had grown, having witnessed the delectable transformations of fish monsters under her guidance. Suddenly, Wei Ning produced a large basin from her spatial button. Wei Dong couldn't help but admire her foresight. Even he had forgotten when she had stashed it away. She had arrived with only seasonings. And this basin had appeared while she was rummaging through her supplies. It was fortuitous that she could use it for marinating the fish. Wei Dong accepted the basin, placing all the processed fish inside, while Wei Ning handled the seasoning, salt, pepper, Sichuan pepper, chili powder, and cumin. Once finished, she directed Wei Dong to ensure that every fish was thoroughly coated with the seasoning for optimal flavor absorption. They would then wait for the others to return before grilling. Half an hour later, Chun Haojia and Wu Wen returned, each dragging a mutated gugu chicken and a mutated rabbit. After setting up camp, they had split up to scout the nearby area. Not only had they scattered beast-repelling powder, but they also used their mental energy to drive away smaller insects. With water sources in proximity, they both instinctively decided to hunt mutated beasts for dinner as they neared the forest's edge. Low-tier mutated beasts dared not approach, while mid-tier beasts kept their distance. Thus, both had ventured far to hunt, leading to their delayed return. Upon arrival, they immediately spotted the conspicuous basin beside the fire pit. Impossible to overlook. However, their expressions turned to one of incredulity as they beheld the fish monsters within, since the brave individual who had dared to eat a fish monster had been hospitalized. Reports had flooded the star network, and nearly everyone in the galaxy was aware that fish monsters were not to be consumed. Had they been edible, they would have noticed the fish monsters in the stream upon their arrival, sparing themselves the trouble of hunting mutated beasts altogether. Seeing that the others had returned with mutated beasts, Wei Dong gestured towards the basin, informing them that dinner was already prepared. You know fish monsters are inedible. Why did you catch so many? Chun Haojia pulled him aside, avoiding Wei Ning's presence as he whispered, I think we don't have enough. Don't you dare steal from me later. If Wei Ning hadn't suggested that marinating would enhance the flavor, he would have already begun eating. Are you out of your mind? Chun Haojia exclaimed, reaching to touch his forehead. Get away. I'm perfectly fine. Wei Dong swatted his hand away irritably. Haven't you noticed something unusual about the fish monsters I processed? My sister taught me. The grilled fish monster is exceptionally delicious, reflecting on the delectable taste he had previously experienced. He felt his hunger rekindled. No, he must grill the fish monsters now. Chun Haojia regarded him with a look of disbelief. Fine, if you don't want to eat, I won't stop you. Seeing his skepticism, Wei Dong saw no point in further argument. Instead, he preferred to focus on grilling more fish monsters. Wu Wen, noticing that Chun Haojia had led Wei Dong away, had no intention of following. Instead, he aimed to process the mutated rabbit he had brought back. Just then, he spotted Wei Ning preparing a wooden stick and skewering a fish monster, evidently ready to grill. Initially intending to leave, he found himself captivated by Wei Ning's actions, having learned from previous mistakes. She skillfully removed the layer of charcoal from the bottom of the fire pit before placing the fish on top to grill, thus avoiding the risk of charred outsides and raw insides. Fish cooks quickly, and with the strong charcoal fire, a tantalizing aroma began to waft through the air, intensifying over time as the savory scent enveloped him. Wu Wen forgot his earlier intentions, hastily choosing a spot near the basin to sit. Just as he was about to retrieve a fish monster, he suddenly remembered he hadn't washed his hands, prompting him to rush off to the stream. Wei Ning merely sensed a gust of wind beside her. Glancing over, she saw Wu Wen had vanished. In the blink of an eye, he returned, water droplets glistening on him. Evidently, he had gone to clean himself, albeit at an astonishing speed. In a state of surprise, Wei Ning observed as Wu Wen adeptly skewered a fish using her method. Unlike her, he chose a position closer to the fire with a gentler flame, embedding the stick in the ground and adjusting the distance between the fish and the fire. After skewering 5 fish in succession, he finally paused. Wei Ning couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. His technique was indeed commendable as the enticing aroma permeated the air. Both individuals momentarily halted their conversation. Wei Dong, with remarkable speed, abandoned Chun Haojia and rushed over. A beat behind, Chun Haojia also caught on and returned that moment. Wei Ning had nearly finished grilling her fish. The mingling scents of the seasonings and the fish were utterly irresistible. Wu Wen, sitting closest to her, found himself unable to resist the alluring aroma. Casting frequent glances her way, utterly captivated as he inhaled the delightful fragrance, He kept reassuring himself that his own fish monster would soon be ready. Don't look. Don't look. The piquant scent of chili was undeniable, a bold spiciness that commanded attention. Regardless of the Star Network's reports declaring fish monsters inedible, the aroma was so enticing, sitting right in front of him. Who could possibly resist? By the time Wei Ning had consumed half a fish, Wu S was also ready. Unable to contain his excitement, he eagerly snatched one, biting into it despite the heat. Fresh, fragrant, spicy, tender, the crispy exterior was utterly delectable. He rapidly devoured the first fish and, still yearning for more, reached for another, a hand stretched from the side, aiming for the grilled fish near the fire. Smack. Wu, quick as lightning, swatted the hand away and snatched the remaining 4 fish, glaring at the hand's owner. Hey, Anzi, don't be so stingy. Just let me have a taste. I'll return it later, Chun Haojia pouted. Shaking his hand as he shamelessly pleaded with Wu ignored him, turning his back to continue enjoying his fish. It wasn't that he lacked compassion. It was simply that the fish monsters were too delicious. Ever since the military cafeteria adopted new methods for preparing mutated beast meat, mealtime had become a competitive affair. If one wasn't quick enough, there would be no broth left to savor. In the face of delectable food, even brotherly bonds seemed inconsequential. One could only blame their own sluggishness. Noticing Wu's refusal to share, Chun Haojia didn't press the issue, though he couldn't resist the urge to sample the flavor himself. Haha, I told you so, but you didn't believe me, Wei Dong chimed in, watching the scene unfold without holding back his jibes. Yet his amusement was short-lived, as his fish was ready, only for Chun Haojia to snatch it away first. Damn it! You are utterly shameless, Wei Dong gaped as he watched his fish monster being stolen. Chun Haojia taking a deliberate, triumphant bite right before his eyes. Don't get too smug, Wei Dong threatened to snatch from him later. When Chun Haojia's fish was finally cooked, Wei Dong hastily attempted to seize it, but he was still a moment too late, as it had already been claimed. Wei Ning watched the two engage in their childish tug-of-war. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, that Wu observed the scene like a spectator at a show, silently roasting and eating, emerging as the evening's greatest victor, thoroughly satisfied with his feast of grilled fish. By the time they realized what had transpired, it was already too late. The fish monsters had nearly all found their way into Wu's belly. The two of them glanced at him. Having underestimated him, Wu, now sated, chuckled. The fish monsters are truly delicious. In the following days, they meandered leisurely through the woods during the day, digging up medicinal plants whenever they encountered them. Wei Ning would take a specimen of any familiar plant she deemed useful. If they stumbled upon something edible, they collected as much as they could. Along the way, they nearly emptied their supplies of all that was consumable. In just a few days, their storage buttons had accumulated quite a bounty. Each evening, they sought out a place to pitch their tent and enjoy the fish monsters. When they departed from that stream, they had nearly annihilated the local fish monster population. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, they encountered more groups, despite Chun Haojia consistently choosing more secluded paths. Yet, upon entering the central region of the forest, they inevitably crossed paths with 1 or 2 teams, even spotting a group that attempted to ambush them, only to find themselves outmaneuvered instead. On the 6th day, they confronted a team of 10. Based on their experiences from the previous days, they would typically steer clear upon spotting others, whether it was them or the opposing team. However, the leader of this particular group, upon noticing they did not divert, approached them directly. Chun Haojia, I didn't expect to see you here, the man exclaimed, clearly recognizing Chun Haojia as he drew closer. If you can be here, why can't I? Chun Haojia retorted with a hint of annoyance that it was unfortunate that in such a vast forest, they would meet again. Just you few, the man sneered, surveying them with disdain before proudly leading his group away. What does he want? Wei Ning pondered, puzzled by the man's sudden approach and nonsensical remarks. Ignore him. Consider him mentally unstable, Chun Haojia replied tersely. They were cousins. The man who had just spoken was named Chen Cheng, who harbored an inflated sense of self-importance. Haojia had never gotten along with him since childhood and would always exchange sharp words whenever they crossed paths. Wei Dong quietly explained that it shouldn't take this long to find them. Wu remarked once the other group had distanced themselves. Could the information be false? What information? What are we searching for? Wei Ning inquired suddenly. Advanced medicinal plants, Chun Haojia finally divulged. The individuals we encountered earlier were all seeking those plants. No wonder we've seen an increasing number of people the past couple of days. Well then, we should head back tomorrow and not venture further in, he concluded. The fact that they had encountered two groups today indicated they were nearing the location of their quarry. Are we not seeking the medicinal plants? Wei Ning asked again. That if we venture deeper, the advanced mutated beasts will become more frequent, and it would be wiser for us to refrain from doing so. Mutated beasts possess territories of their own, and those in the central zone are particularly formidable. With so many people entering, it's inevitable that we will encounter high-level mutated beasts, and if we stumble upon a pack, we would be severely outmatched. But don't you want to find them? Wei Ning pressed once more. Everyone does, but our primary mission is to ensure your safety. Chen Haojia paused before adding, if luck is on our side, and we happen to come across them, that would be a different matter. His tone lacked any hint of disappointment, as though he truly did not care. In truth, Chen Haojia was aware that while they were fine meandering nearby, seeking the Lingxiang grass would be futile. They would not be able to protect it due to their insufficient strength, and they would likely not even know how they perished. Thus, it was better to maintain a safe distance. However, sometimes maintaining that distance is not an option. Trouble has a way of finding them regardless of their intentions. After they had walked for over an hour, the scenery gradually opened up, and the trees around them became sparse. Ahead lay a valley, and they found themselves standing at its entrance. Before they could decide whether to proceed, an explosion suddenly erupted from within the valley, startling the birds that roost in the trees. Chen Haojia immediately became alert. Help! A voice calling for rescue echoed from the valley, panic evident in the voice accompanied by a series of frantic cries. 4 disheveled individuals emerged from the depths of the valley, fleeing in sheer terror. Hot on their heels was a swarm of gigantic bees, their size comparable to that of a fist, swarming closely behind the quartet. Upon realizing the situation, Chen Haojia and Wu Wen swiftly lifted Wei Ning and began to run. With Wei Dong trailing closely behind, the fleeing individuals hurled explosive projectiles at the bee swarm, each explosion taking out a cluster of the creatures. However, the sheer number of giant bees was overwhelming, and their supply of explosives was limited. Not to mention, their actions only served to further incite the swarm's fury, which relentlessly pursued them. Spotting Wei Ning and her companions, the 4 fugitives shouted for help, their faces lighting up with hope as they rushed towards them without hesitation. Chen Haojia, quick on the uptake, recognized their intentions and bolted. He knew exactly what they were after. Unfortunately, they were not easy prey. Yet, the 4 individuals, witnessing their retreat, grew resentful and desperately quickened their pace to catch up. Chen Haojia and Wu Wen's efforts to carry Wei Ning were not without difficulties. They had to ensure her safety while navigating the treacherous terrain. Continuing on like this was not sustainable. There's an open area ahead. We'll enter the mechs there. Chen Haojia recalled a small clearing they had passed earlier, conveying the plan to Wu Wen as they ran. Then turning to Wei Dong. Dongzi, find a safe spot to stay put. Understood. After a bit more running, they finally spotted the clearing. Chen Haojia pushed Wei Ning into Wei Dong's arms, giving them a firm shove. Wei Dong stumbled but quickly steadied himself, clutching Wei Ning tightly as they dashed into the dense forest, not stopping until they had put a safe distance between themselves and the chaos. Chen Haojia and Wu Wen halted, and the pursuing 4 soon caught up, only to find their targets had stopped. Instead, the 4 of them wore malicious grins. However, their expressions froze in shock upon the sudden appearance of 2 mechs, their faces reflecting panic as they realized they had underestimated the situation. What they thought were just a few isolated teams turned out to be formidable mech operators. In that instant, their only thought was to flee. As Chen Haojia and Wu Wen engaged the swarm of giant bees, the 4 would-be assailants lost all interest in confrontation and scrambled away. Fearing retribution, the 2 activated their mechs and swiftly entered the cockpits. Chen Haojia maneuvered the mech, raising its arm, which now wielded a light cannon. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds of shells were launched, exploding within the bee swarm. A savory scent of charred flesh filled the air as countless blackened corpses rained down. Wu Wen, positioned to the left of the swarm, swung his particle sword, the white light slicing through the air, leaving behind a trail of giant bee carcasses. Together, they quickly decimated half of the swarm. Minutes later, the ground was blanketed in the remains of the giant bees. After retracting the mechs, Wu Wen kicked one of the corpses and scanned the area for the 4 individuals, only to discover they had long since fled. Consider them fortunate. Had we not been equipped with mechs and had to protect Wei Ning, Who knows what might have happened? Those individuals are utterly shameless. Next time we encounter them, they won't be so lucky. Chen Haojie reassured, though he knew that whether they would meet again remained uncertain. The forest was vast, and Wuan was skeptical they would cross paths again. Let us move on. We should search for honey, he suggested. Chen Haojie gave Wuan a light tap on the shoulder. Rather than pointing fingers at the misdeeds of those few individuals, it would be far more prudent to seek out honey instead. It is well known that honey is highly coveted in the interstellar realm, and it commands a hefty price. Even if one has no desire to consume it oneself, it could be gifted or sold on the star net. As the two awaited the arrival of the Wei siblings, they made their way directly to the valley. The valley was vast, and as they approached its end, a small hillock bisected it. Let us proceed this way, Wuan suggested, observing the two paths and, based on the traces left on the grass, opted for the one to their right. The ground was littered with footprints, and by following these marks, they soon reached the valley floor. Before them bloomed a stunning array of vibrant pink flowers, each petal dancing in the breeze, releasing a delightful fragrance. How beautiful! Wei Ning exclaimed, awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. Be cautious. There are giant bees, Wei Dong warned, pulling her back. Although a majority of the bees had chased off the intruders, many still flitted about the flower patches, diligently gathering nectar. For their small group, procuring honey would not be a simple endeavor. The beehive was nestled not far from a massive tree, its trunk aged and gnarled, its canopy resembling an enormous umbrella, with the hive dangling from its branches, nearly touching the ground. How shall we obtain it? The honey was tantalizingly close, yet the method of extraction remained a dilemma. Fire attack, Wuan replied without hesitation. Absolutely not, Chen Haojie countered, arguing that the venerable tree had taken years to grow and that fire would surely damage it. What about coming back at night? Wei Ning suggested, recalling that bees were less active in the dark. However, for the bees, day and night were often indistinguishable, and sometimes the mutated beasts were more active at night. In truth, they could pilot a mech to retrieve the honey, but that would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the giant bees, and Chen Haojie wished to preserve the beauty of the floral expanse. Honey was a rare treasure. They could leave some for the bees and return for more later. Use this, Wei Ning suddenly said, producing a bottle filled with red powder from her spatial button. What is that? Wei Dong asked, recognizing the powder with a sense of familiarity. Chili powder, Wei Ning explained, shaking the bottle that still contained over half its contents. She shared her ingenious idea. The trio, upon hearing her plan, felt it was worth a try. The method was simple. Gather some twigs, ignite them, and sprinkle the chili powder to create a thick smoke that would drive the giant bees away, all while sparing the flowers from harm. Once they agreed, they dispersed to gather twigs, while Wei Ning collected some dry grass to use as kindling to in a short while. They returned, each carrying a substantial bundle of twigs, stacking them together, concerned that the fire might not catch. Wei Dong scavenged for more dry branches, which were plentiful on the ground. Wei Ning ignited the dry grass, and flames leapt up as the twigs were added, followed by the larger branches. Soon, a billowing cloud of white smoke ascended as Wei Ning evenly sprinkled the chili powder over it. The wind was gentle, allowing the smoke to waft lazily through the air. The three then each found a large leaf to use as a fan, vigorously fanning the smoke toward the hive. The acrid smoke quickly infiltrated the flowers, and soon the ominous buzzing of the giant bees was heard, followed by the sound of them falling to the ground. Chen Haojie and Wuan were the first to notice the bees' disturbance, fanning even more fervently. Half an hour later, they had added more twigs, and the buzzing had significantly subsided. After waiting another 10 minutes, hearing no more sounds, they extinguished the fire as the smoke cleared. The flower patch was devoid of any signs of the giant bees. It worked, Wuan exclaimed, spotting a fallen bee on the ground. Hearing that the plan had succeeded, the group felt a surge of excitement to prevent any awakening bees from attacking. They strategized, and Chen Haojie and Wuan ventured into the flower patch to collect honey. While Wei Dong led Wei Ning away to a safe distance, no one could predict when the bees might awaken, so it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Ning dashed over to gather a few flowers to place in her spatial button. After all, Green Star was lacking in various plant species, and she intended to cultivate a garden later. As Wei Dong protected Wei Ning and retreated to the valley's fork, Chen Haojie and Wuan emerged with honey in hand. Let us go. The two quickly pulled them along, for the giant bees were beginning to show signs of awakening. Swiftly, they exited the valley. With their superior stamina and speed, They darted forward, and Wei Ning experienced the sensation of flying over the grass as she was pulled along. Her feet barely touching the ground until they were far enough from the valley to stop. Breathing heavily, she realized that although she had not run, she felt as though she had. Meanwhile, the others, who had run the entire way, merely adjusted their breathing as if nothing were amiss. The comparison was indeed disheartening. This haul is quite substantial. They will surely envy us upon our return, perhaps due to the successful honey gathering. Chun Haojie was in high spirits and more talkative that I told you that following my sister would lead to surprises. They didn't believe me. Once we return, I will show them the honey and make them green with envy. Originally, they had intended to form a team of 6, and candidates had already been chosen. However, upon learning that Chris would be leading the group, 2 individuals had abruptly changed their minds and opted to accompany Chris instead. If they were to locate the spirit fragrance herb and successfully bring it back, those who participated in the mission would have priority access to the potions created from it. Chun Haojie bore no ill will toward their last-minute change, as who wouldn't he desire a superior mental relief agent. Yet, this would not hinder his opportunity to show off later. Once Wei Ning had recovered, they found a suitable spot to set up camp. After erecting their tents, they began preparing dinner. Today had been the most physically demanding day since their arrival, leading to significant exhaustion. Since their first day of consuming the fish monster, they had shifted to regular food for dinner, relying on nutrient solutions only for breakfast and lunch. Their meals were no longer limited to simply grilled fish. Tonight, they were having stewed fish. Chun Haojie had crafted a pot from a stone he had smashed into shape. After heating the pot and adding oil, he placed the prepared fish inside to sear until golden brown on both sides, then added water to stew. During these past few days, Wei Ning had discovered numerous plants common in her previous life. Wild vegetables such as shepherd's purse, various mushrooms, wood ear fungus, perilla, star anise, and cinnamon that it was unclear whether the interstellar inhabitants were unfamiliar with or simply unable to utilize these ingredients in cooking. They regarded all of them as inedible. When Wei Ning attempted to gather them, her companions had looked at her with a mix of confusion and disbelief to them. These plants were no different from weeds, devoid of medicinal value or energy elements, and even ordinary people would not bother to collect them. Yet, she treated them as treasures, gathering them eagerly. However, after Wei Ning prepared the wild vegetables and mushrooms, their taste buds were conquered, as they were astonished to discover that these seemingly ordinary ingredients yielded such extraordinary flavors. Unfortunately, just as the enticing aroma of the stewed fish began to waft through the air, the ground trembled slightly. Chun Haojie and Wuan were the first to react, swiftly moving to shield Wei Ning. Something is amiss, Wuan stated, his expression growing serious as he listened to the increasingly close sounds. They had already scattered beast-repelling powder a mile away, so why were mutant beasts approaching? Someone is coming, Chun Haojie announced, having spotted shadows moving toward them. Damn, it's them again, Wuan grumbled, recognizing the same individuals from earlier. It's a steel-clawed wolf, Chun Haojie exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he noticed that behind those individuals, a contingent was engaged in a battle while retreating. Right behind them was the steel-clawed wolf. What on earth are they doing? Upon witnessing the approaching pack of wolves, Wu En's voice grew louder. It is widely recognized that the iron wolves are ferocious and vengeful creatures, and provoking them leads to one inevitable outcome, either annihilation or becoming their prey. The few individuals who had rushed over did so upon noticing the flicker of flames. Having been pursued for quite some time, and many bore injuries, seeing the light was akin to encountering a beacon of hope, they desperately sprinted towards it. However, upon realizing there were only a handful of people present, disappointment washed over them. Just a few individuals were hardly sufficient to deter the iron wolves that its them. Someone among them recognized the faces from earlier that day, recalling their mechs, which rekindled a glimmer of hope. Behind them, a companion wielded a sword, slaying a wolf that had ventured too close, blood splattering across his face, yet he did not wipe it away, continuing to strike down the pursuing wolves with machine-like precision. "Captain, over there," someone called, spotting an individual amidst the chaos. Damn it, those bastards have already made it. A sense of fury erupted within the ranks as they realized the very individuals who had caused their plight were now fleeing ahead of them, leaving a trail of battle in their wake. The man addressed as captain was tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in black combat gear, his muscles taut. With each slash of his sword, Any wolf approaching him fell lifelessly to the ground. They had been fighting relentlessly for nearly 2 hours, all feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, the relentless advance of the wolves instilled a sense of urgency, for a moment's inattention could lead to injury from the pouncing beasts. Aside from the captain, every member bore various wounds, their hatred for the individuals who had drawn the wolves upon them palpable. "Boss, help us." The group had finally reached Chunhaojia. Upon seeing them, they felt a flicker of hope. Collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. "You again? We Haven Tea settled the score from this morning, and now you dare ask us for help?" Wuan interjected, his tone scathing that it was not intentional. The man who had cried for help feigned innocence. "Indeed," the others chimed in, nodding as if their actions had been born of desperation that we can't hold them off much longer. Wuan ignored them, shifting his gaze to the ongoing battle not far away. If they failed to contain the wolves, it would spell disaster for them as well. "You lot, move over there," Wuan commanded, drawing his sword and pointing at the group on the ground. "Boss, we can't." The man at the tip of Wuan's sword retreated in fear. "Can't. I can assure you, I can make it so you truly can't." The blade barely grazed the ground between the man's legs. The man cowered back, terror washing over him as he felt the cold steel's proximity. "Will you move, or not?" Wuan's voice was sharp, his stance suggesting he would strike if they did not comply. Fine. The man relented. Rising to his feet, the leader began to move. The 3 behind him followed suit. Unbeknownst to anyone, as they turned, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in their eyes before vanishing. "Dongzi, protect my sister," Chunhaojia instructed before departing. "Get lost." Wei Dong pushed him aside, asserting that it was his sister to protect, not his. Under Wuan's pressure, the group advanced, daring not to scheme and instead engaging earnestly in battle. Wuan watched them closely, deliberately unleashing a hint of his mental energy to guide the wolves toward them. Few dared to venture into the forest without strength, forcing them to summon every ounce of their abilities to fend off the onslaught. With Chunhaojia and Wuan joining the fray, the pressure on their team diminished significantly, allowing them the opportunity to recuperate. Gradually, they realized the prowess of the 2 men behind them, each wielding a sword. They swiftly dispatched the wolves, leaving a trail of carcasses in their wake. Their formidable killing power compelled the wolves to keep their distance that a long howl echoed from the rear, and the wolves, seemingly responding to a command, intensified their assault, diverting their aggression away from Chunhaojia and Wuan towards the others. "I'll go kill the Wolf King," Wuan declared before leaping into a nearby tree. Vanishing in a matter of moments, seeing the captain of the neighboring group besieged by wolves, Chunhaojia rushed to assist. "Thanks," the captain exclaimed, swiftly dispatching a wolf that lunged at him in gratitude. "Be careful," Chunhaojia warned, directing his sword towards the captain's neck. With a sickening thud, the captain felt a splash of liquid on his back, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Turning, he found a wolf's carcass mere inches from him, having been felled by Chunhaojia's swift strike just as it attempted to ambush. "Thank you," the captain reiterated, realizing that had it not been for Chunhaojia, he might have sustained injury. "It was nothing," Chunhaojia replied, resuming the battle. Another piercing howl echoed, reminiscent of a final lament, chilling to the bone that Wuan had slain the Wolf King. Chunhaojia glanced in the direction of the sound. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the wolf pack began to retreat. Without their leader, they were no match for the humans, and soon vanished like a receding tide, leaving behind a carpet of wolf carcasses. The wolves retreated. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, who, disregarding the blood-soaked ground, collapsed unceremoniously. Noticing their disheveled state, Chunhaojia sheathed his sword and released his mental energy, scanning for any lingering life signs. Only when he was certain there were no other threats did he allow himself to relax. This habit stemmed from hard-earned experience, for star beasts often feigned death when gravely injured, seizing the moment when their guards were down to strike. Not long after, Wuan returned, brandishing a pair of bloodied wolf fangs. A streak of blood marked his right cheek, a remnant from the skirmish with the Wolf King. "Are you trying to emulate the boss by leaving a scar?" Chunhaojia chuckled, noticing the mark. Their leader, Chris, bore a scar deliberately inflicted to enhance his aura of a hardened soldier. "Get lost. It's just a scratch." Wuan shrugged it off. With his physical prowess, such an injury would not leave a lasting mark. Besides, he had no inclination to emulate his leader's peculiar preference for scars. "What are you doing with those wolf fangs?" Chunhaojia inquired, noticing Wuan's prize. "That I intend to craft a pair of daggers," Wuan replied as he made his way back to the camp. The fangs of the Iron Wolf King were exceptionally hard, making for excellent crafting material. Given the opportunity, he would not let it slip by. "Make one for me," Chen Haojie remarked, trailing behind. "What for?" he asked, contemplating keeping it as a trophy. "For my sister," Chen Haojie responded matter-of-factly. Given her frailty, a dagger would serve her well for self-defense. "All right," Wu conceded. Recalling the recent culinary experiments with Wei Ning, "Let us go, the fish is ready." Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, Chen Haojie urged him to hurry along, entirely indifferent to the field littered with wolf bodies and the exhausted individuals sprawled across the ground. "Boss," the individuals Wu had coerced into fighting glanced at their leader. "Silence," he snapped, glaring at them. The memory of Wu and sword pointed at him resurfaced, causing a shiver to run through him. These two were not to be trifled with, and it was best to remain compliant. The chastised individual shrank back, unwilling to speak further. By the way, remember to deal with the corpses." Wu suddenly turned back midway, addressing the leader. "Yes," the leader nodded vigorously, understanding the necessity of compliance. "Captain, someone in the ranks began to inquire, only to be silenced by a raised hand from the captain. "Rest well, and dispose of the bodies." The individuals within the team evidently held a profound trust in their captain, refraining from further inquiries. After a brief respite, they silently set about the grim task of dealing with the scattered corpses. "Thank you both for your assistance earlier. It was our oversight that nearly led to your detriment." The captain expressed his gratitude, while simultaneously offering an apology once the bodies were all tended to. Although the situation had not been instigated by them, they had unwittingly drawn the Wolverine into the fray. Regardless of their motives for intervening, the debt of gratitude was undeniable. "How did you find yourselves in their company?" Chen Haojie inquired, gesturing towards the leader of the opposing group. "They hardly seem like allies." The mention of this, the captain's anger flared. Their group had been progressing smoothly, engaged in conversation about the influx of newcomers to Kaoyang Star, when those individuals had suddenly appeared. Initially, they had assumed they were mere passers-by and paid them no mind. To their dismay, as the strangers drew near, they began to hurl objects into their midst. Reacting instinctively, they believed themselves to be the targets of an ambush and retaliated, only to realize too late the true nature of the threat. The objects thrown were, shockingly, a wolf cub, which had been killed in the ensuing chaos. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily stunned, the assailants fled. To the sight of the dead cub, the captain experienced a brief moment of cognitive dissonance. Everyone knew that mutated beasts were fiercely protective of their young. And wolverines were notoriously so. Not only had those individuals stolen a cub, but they had also inadvertently caused its demise. Surely the wolf pack would not let this transgression go unpunished. Fueled by indignation, they pursued the culprits, determined that accountability would not be evaded. Indeed, within half an hour, the wolf pack was hot on their heels. The pursuit was fraught with conflict, leaving all participants considerably injured and utterly exhausted. Had they not followed the trail to this point, the outcome remained uncertain. "Such scum are not worth preserving," Wu remarked, disdain evident in his voice. His sentiments had been directed at the previous assailants and were now equally applicable to these individuals, who had not shied away from similar brutality. As Wu uttered these words, the leader of the opposing group, having just finished disposing of the wolf carcasses, suddenly seemed to sense an impending threat. He sprang to his feet, intent on fleeing, disregarding his companions in his panic. Surely, if he could distance himself from this place, they would be powerless against him. Yet, after scarcely 100 meters, he stumbled forward and collapsed with a resounding thud. His eyes widened in disbelief, frustration etched across his features. He had been so close to escape, until his last breath, he remained oblivious to the formidable presence he had provoked. In that fleeting moment, when he turned to flee, Wu had acted decisively, flinging his sword like a dart with precision, striking the man squarely in the back from 100 meters away. This action left the remaining 3 individuals paralyzed with fear. Trembling uncontrollably at the thought of being similarly dispatched, not only were they shaken, but the members of another team stood equally astonished by the display of skill from such a distance. Wu declared, pointing toward the assailants. "You may handle them yourselves." "Understood," the captain replied instinctively, initially intending to engage in further conversation and perhaps forge a connection. However, with the sudden shift in atmosphere, he hurried back to his own team. Clearly disinterested and lingering, Wei Ning, having observed the unfolding events, was thoroughly shaken. The violent scenes during the wolf pack's attack, the bloody skirmishes, and Wu Yin's lethal efficiency had left an indelible mark on her psyche. Only now did she truly comprehend the stark realities of this world, one rife with violence, bloodshed, and the supremacy of strength, a far cry from the peace she had known in her former life. In that moment, she found herself grateful for having perished early in her previous existence, for the thought of surviving in this apocalyptic landscape was daunting at best. Truly, she was better suited to a life of tending to crops and flowers. Perhaps the events of the previous night had genuinely terrified her, for Wei Ning spent the entire night in restless slumber, plagued by nightmares. She dreamt of being overwhelmed by zombies, of bloodied wolf carcasses strewn about, and the harrowing image of the man collapsing after being struck down, coupled with the menacing aura of Wu Yin that had permeated the air. Throughout the night, her dreams were painted in shades of crimson. And upon awakening, the lingering scent of blood seemed to saturate the air around her. The following day, Wei Ning rose with deep, dark circles under her eyes. Fortunately, her complexion was somewhat sallow, rendering the marks less conspicuous. When she arose, the individuals from the previous day had already departed, leaving even the body of the leader absent. Were it not for the bloodstains remaining on the ground, she might have believed that yesterday's events had merely been a figment of her imagination. Observing Wu Yin as he deftly packed away the tents, his demeanor calm and composed, she could hardly reconcile this with the ferocity he had displayed with his sword the day prior. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to subtly distance herself. "What is the matter? Something feels amiss today," Wu Yin remarked, sensing the unusual tension in the air. "They've left. Today we shall search for potatoes. We can set out tomorrow," Chun Haojia called out, approaching from a distance. Throughout their journey, they had yet to locate any potatoes, so he resolved to follow the trail of the wild boars, reasoning that if potatoes were one of their preferred foods, surely they could be found in their vicinity. His fixation on finding potatoes had reached an obsessive level. With a newfound purpose, Chun Haojia began to navigate based on the habits of the wild boars, opting for less traveled paths rather than following the well-trodden routes. This choice proved to be challenging for Wei Ning, who had scarcely engaged in physical activity and found herself at a distinct disadvantage compared to her companions. Fortunately, they were considerate of her needs, maintaining a pace that allowed her to keep up. The rugged mountain paths, flanked by dense thickets, soon took their toll on Wei Ning. The trek was far more arduous than her previous days on the main roads. Akin to scaling a mountain devoid of a clear trail. In truth, they were indeed ascending a mountain, as Chun Haojia had chosen a route that began on flat ground but quickly transitioned to steep inclines. However, the uniformity of the surrounding landscape rendered it nearly imperceptible to Wei Ning that their climb was becoming increasingly challenging. "I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted," she finally declared, her body protesting vehemently for a moment of reprieve. "Had you heeded my advice to exercise more, you wouldn't be in this predicament now, would you?" Wei Dong chided from behind her, his tone laced with playful reproach as he assisted in massaging her calves. "I had no inkling I would end up in such a primitive place," Wei Ning lamented, relishing the comfort of his ministrations, finding his technique surprisingly adept, alleviating much of the soreness in her legs. "I'll scout ahead," Wu Yin announced, making his way toward the front. His keen hearing had detected sounds from further along the path, prompting him to investigate. This would allow the others to rest for a spell. "All right," Chun Haojia replied, glancing at Wei Ning before opting to survey the surrounding area for safety. Observing their apparent vigor, Wei Ning felt a sense of inadequacy, convinced that her presence was a hindrance. Had it not been for her, they could have continued on their journey without interruption. Before long, Chun Haojia returned, cradling a handful of green fruit. "Sister, what is this?" His inquiry stemmed from Wei Ning's previous efforts to educate them on the edibility of various wild foods, leading them to instinctively question any unfamiliar flora they encountered. If it was safe to consume, they would take it. If not, it would be discarded. "This is..." Wei Ning examined the egg-sized green fruit, reminiscent of an orange. Holding one to her nose, she inhaled its tangy yet fragrant aroma. Upon splitting it open, she discovered its structure was akin to that of an orange, with a firm pulp that exuded a more pronounced sourness. Causing her mouth to water from the enticing scent. "It's a lime," she affirmed with certainty after her inspection. "Where did you find it?" Wei Ning inquired, placing the split lime into her storage space. She was perplexed as to why such edible wild ingredients had gone unnoticed in the forest, despite their abundance. Perhaps they had been discovered but overlooked in favor of more medicinal plants. However, For the indigenous inhabitants of the star system, these fruits were deemed worthless, their peculiar flavors not satisfying enough to serve as sustenance, rendering them inferior to the more valuable medicinal herbs. Over time, such items had fallen into disrepute. Since it holds no value, it shall not occupy my thoughts. Those who can venture into the central region of the forest possess at least an A-level mental strength, indicating their capabilities surpass those of the average person, and their living conditions are likewise superior. They tend to trust only the food recognized by the Federation, shunning any unverified alternatives. After all, numerous videos are released annually on the Star Network, showcasing individuals who have suffered from poisoning or bizarre reactions after experimenting with new species. Over time, people have grown accustomed to this. They either purchase federally certified products or consume nutrient solutions. Is it really safe to eat something that smells so peculiar? Chun Haojia questioned, his nose wrinkling at the scent reminiscent of red fruit. They are not the same, Wei Ning replied, struggling to articulate the differences between tomatoes and limes. To them, both seemed rather similar, equally sour to the extreme. You can consider it a seasoning. The red fruit resembles a fruit, but this one cannot be consumed on its own. Indeed, this clarification made it easier for him to comprehend. Shall we pick some? Chun Haojia instinctively inquired. Given its potential as a seasoning, they had become accustomed to gathering anything useful during their time together. Yes, Wei Ning exclaimed eagerly, rising to accompany him. She had already envisioned making lemon honey water upon their return, sweet and tangy. A delight she adored. The thought alone made her salivate. However, Chun Haojia insisted she remain behind, stating there wasn't much to gather and that he would handle it himself, while asking them to wait for Wu Wen's return. With that declaration, Wei Ning did not press the matter further and sat back down. True to his word, there was indeed little to collect. Wei Ning observed as Chun Haojia returned with a small bag of limes. Scarcely 100 in number. How on earth do we consume something so sour? Wei Dong voiced the unspoken concern shared by Chun Haojia. He had just impulsively taken a bite, and the taste was unforgettable. You'll find out soon enough, Wei Ning replied with a mysterious smile as she accepted the bag. Given her tendency to make him look foolish regarding food matters, Wei Dong wisely refrained from asking further. In due time, we shall all know. In the distance, Wu Wen approached, his face beaming with excitement, shouting, "Come on, let's go. We're about to strike it rich. Have you found traces of the wild boar?" Chun Haojia recalled their objective for the day upon witnessing his exuberance. "No, you'll find out when you get closer," Wu Wen teased, withholding information and urging them to hurry. "I must see what it is." Chun Haojia became increasingly curious, intrigued by Wu Wen's uncharacteristic display of joy. Wei Ning, too, ceased her rest and followed closely behind Wu Wen eventually. They came to a halt, and what elicited Wu Wen's joy soon became apparent. Everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Before them lay a vast lake, and at its center, an enormous water creature opened its cavernous maw, drawing in countless aquatic beings of various sizes with the powerful current that a waterfall, soft as white silk, cascaded down from a towering cliff, revealing glimpses of rocks as the water crashed down, creating countless sparkling droplets. The water meandered gracefully, ultimately converging in the lake. The shores were adorned with vibrant flora. Aside from the monstrous creature, the scenery was nothing short of breathtaking. "No way. Don't tell me this is what you meant by striking it rich." Chun Haojia turned to Wu Wen, pointing at the creature that had once again opened its mouth to feed, his expression one of incredulity. "Please don't tell me that this behemoth is the target you had in mind. If you dare affirm it, I swear I won't hold back. Don't you think this fish monster is large enough?" "It looks quite delectable," Wu Wen remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement, ready to leap into action at any moment. "Just because it resembles a fish monster doesn't mean it can be eaten," Chun Haojia countered. Unable to fathom Wu Wen's reasoning, is it inedible? Wu Wen turned to Wei Ning, his gaze filled with hope, as if awaiting her endorsement. "Perhaps it's best we steer clear of such a creature." Wei Ning replied, her resolve faltering. She had no idea what it was. Could it be a whale? They were not in the ocean. How could there be a whale? Yet, it did bear some resemblance. However, seeing the disapproval in the eyes of the other two, she decided it was best to let the matter rest. Is it truly impossible to consume? Wu Wen's anticipation morphed into disappointment, yet he pressed on with his inquiry. "Indeed, it cannot be consumed," Wei Ning asserted firmly. "Let's stick to more conventional fare." She had no appetite for that colossal creature. "There must be fish monsters in the water beneath the waterfall. It would be easier for us to catch those." Chun Haojia pulled Wu-en away, fearful that he might become fixated on the creature in the lake. Although the one in the water appeared less menacing than a star beast, their mechs were not suited for underwater combat. They could hardly handle a non-mech battle. Wu-en cast a regretful glance at the creature, which stirred the waters with its mighty tail, feeling a sense of loss. They were closer to the lake than they realized. Yet there remained a considerable distance. By the time they reached the edge of the pool, half an hour had passed. The pool was expansive, and as they stood at the edge, the cool mist of the water wafted toward them, providing a refreshing sensation. Wei Ning crouched down, cupping her hands to splash water on her face, thoroughly cleansing her skin. The others soon followed suit. It was not every camping trip that they were fortunate enough to find a water source, and they had gone several days without washing. After a thorough cleansing, Wu-en's thoughts returned to whether there were fish monsters in the pool. Wei Ning, feeling content, found a stone near the water's edge, removed her shoes, and dipped her feet into the cool water, closing her eyes in bliss. The water was crystal clear, allowing them to see the fish swimming below, spotting a fish monster beneath the surface. Wu-en's eyes sparkled with excitement as he picked up a stone and aimed it at the fish monster, launching it with force. Splash! The sound of the stone hitting the water echoed. Yet the fish monster did not surface. What on earth is happening? Is my technique flawed? Wu-en wondered, unconvinced, as he repeatedly hurled stones, all to no avail. The fish here differed from those in the previous stream. The water was deeper, and they could only see the fish close to the bottom, obscured from view near the waterfall. Their previous methods proved ineffective. The fish appeared astute. Ha! Chun Haojia laughed heartily at Wu-en's repeated failures. Anzi, perhaps the fish monsters are simply disdainful of your earlier incantations. Get lost. You're talking nonsense. Wu-en retorted angrily, casting a stone at Chun Haojia, splashing water that soaked his pants. Watch me. Undeterred, Chun Haojia picked up a stone, aimed it at the fish monster, and infused it with a thread of mental energy, sending it hurtling forth like a sharpened blade. Moments later, a splash of crimson appeared in the water, followed by the fish monster surfacing. Well, look at you, Wu-en exclaimed. Just as Chun Haojia was about to boast, a fish monster suddenly leapt from the water, its tail whipping past them. What the heck? Both men exclaimed in unison. They turned to see Wei Dong tossing a fish monster behind him, where a basin filled with water awaited, causing the captured fish monster to thrash about. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. Chun Haojia abandoned any thought of retrieving the fish monster and approached Wei Dong, inquiring, Dongzi, what kind of weapon is that? It's incredible. Do you have more? Wu-en followed suit, eyes gleaming with desire. This weapon seemed tailor-made for capturing fish monsters, and he yearned for one as well. A fishing rod. But there's only this one left, Wei Dong replied, attaching a piece of meat to the line before tossing it back into the pool. At that moment, Chun Haojia finally discerned what it was, a transparent line with a metallic rod at one end, to which the line was fastened. Sensing a tug on the line, Wei Dong pulled back with force, and another fish monster flew toward him. In that brief period, he had already caught 2 fish monsters, leaving the 2 onlookers wide-eyed and transfixed. In a way, let me give it a try, Chun Haojia insisted, eager to seize the opportunity. I want to try too. Wu-en chimed in, unwilling to be left behind. What the heck? You're both being too much. Wei Dong was unable to best the two, his face flushed with anger as he watched them seize his fishing rod. Wei Ning, observing them from the side, noted how they squabbled over the rod like children fighting for a toy, each unwilling to yield to the other regarding who would use it first. Shaking her head in amusement, she found it hard to believe that several spirited young men could argue for so long over a mere fishing rod. She recalled that this particular rod was crafted by Wei Dong at her request. Previously, at the watering hole in Green Star, he had believed there were fish to be caught and had made it for her. After much effort, it turned out to be futile, but now it was proving its worth. Ultimately, the rod was claimed by Wu-en, who, with undeniable prowess, outmatched the two despite maintaining a stern facade. His heart bubbled with joy as he awaited the catch. Perhaps the fish in this pond had never encountered foreign bait. Scarcely had he lowered the line when it began to twitch. Mimicking the way Wei Dong had instructed him, Wu-en tugged to the side, only to find an empty hook. Ha! Chun Haojia and Wei Dong erupted into laughter behind him. Wu-en shot them a glare, then calmly proceeded to bait the line once more. The laughter echoed again. 3 times he attempted. Yet either he reeled in too quickly, or the fish broke the surface only to slip away. It was as if the universe conspired against him. and not a single fish graced his line. Chun Haojie and Wei Dong were doubled over with laughter. Look, even with the stolen rod, he can't catch a thing. Wei Ning couldn't help but chuckle herself, at a loss for words that in the end, Wuan, his face darkened with frustration, tossed the fishing rod to Chin Haojie and sat behind him, waiting for the moment he would be able to mock them in return. Watching the fish caught one after another, his expression soured further. The valley was rich with rainwater, the grass lush and verdant, swaying gently in the breeze, interspersed with a myriad of colorful flowers. Once Wei Ning felt sufficiently rested, she began to explore the area. The distance from the lake alleviated her concerns about the larger creatures lurking there. Perhaps due to the presence of such a creature, there were surprisingly few mutated beasts nearby. Yet Wei Ning remained cautious and didn't venture far. Knowing she required protection as a fragile being, among the grass, she discovered many water celery plants, nearly camouflaged within the wild grass. Though not particularly fond of water celery, she adhered to her principle of not overlooking something once encountered and pulled up a considerable amount. She even sifted through the wild grass to uncover hidden seedlings, intending to take them back in hopes of cultivating them. Green Star was in dire need of various seeds, be it for flowers, trees, or vegetables and fruits. Previously, Randy had promised to find seeds for her, yet no word had come in quite some time, proving to be rather unreliable that it would be quicker to gather some herself. Far away on Green Star, Randy sneezed heartily while monitoring the progress of the spaceport's repairs. "How many do you need?" "I'll help." That Wuan's voice came from behind, having followed her without her notice. As Wei Ning stood to leave, Wuan had spotted her and, concerned for her safety, decided to accompany her. He kept a respectful distance, ensuring he did not intrude, while remaining close enough to respond swiftly to any danger. Observing her bending down to pluck a certain type of grass while searching for similar seedlings, he thought she had discovered a new variety. Based on past experiences, whenever they found a new species, they would gather a substantial amount to bring back. So he stepped forward to assist, startled by his sudden voice. Wei Ning hadn't noticed his presence. Once she recognized who it was, she felt a pleasant surprise that he had come along. "We don't need too much," she said, eyeing the flourishing water celery that in the end, she allowed him to gather some. Uncertain of whether others would appreciate the flavor, it seemed prudent to leave space for other items. She had not forgotten that two of them were still eager to dig for potatoes. Wuan set to work, and Wei Ning decided to seek out other familiar plants. The geographical conditions here were excellent, with mountains and water, ample sunlight, and suitable for the growth of numerous plants. In truth, she sought staple crops like rice or wheat, as the environment was ideal for them. Yet fortune did not smile upon her, and she found none. Surprisingly, however, she stumbled upon a wild lavender plant near the hillside, in full bloom with vibrant purple flowers. Wei Ning felt a surge of joy. Lavender had numerous uses, not only as an ornamental flower, but also envisioning a vast field of lavender would be a breathtaking sight. Surely becoming one of Green Star's most stunning landscapes, the king of spices, lavender's fragrance possessed medicinal qualities, capable of alleviating anxiety and promoting relaxation, with strong sleep-inducing effects. Yet she wondered whether it would be beneficial for those with psychic abilities. Carefully excavating it, she pondered this while ensuring to infuse it with her powers to prevent any adverse effects on its growth. Having finished, Wei Ning meticulously searched the surroundings, wishing for a few more. Alas, despite her thorough search, she found no other plants apart from that one, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. With nothing further to pursue, she resolved to abandon her search from the direction of the pond. The sounds of jubilant cheers from the two could be heard. Wei Ning patted her stomach. Feeling a pang of hunger, it seemed prudent to fill her belly first. She called Wuan to return, only to turn and discover he had gathered an extensive amount of water celery. "Oh no, I forgot to tell him we didn't need that much," she exclaimed. "Go, that's enough. We have plenty now." She hurriedly interjected to stop his continued efforts. Wuan glanced at the abundant water celery and then at his own pile, feeling it was still insufficient. "Let us go grill some fish instead. It looks like my brother and the others have caught quite a few, and with our new seasoning, we can try a fresh flavor." Over the past few days, Wei Ning had noticed Wuan's fondness for fish. Whether grilled, fried, or stewed, he relished every bite, often consuming more than anyone else. True to form, upon hearing of new flavors, he promptly set aside the water celery and strode ahead to, "Oh no, we've run out of meat." As they approached the pond, Chun Haojie's voice rang out that, "I told you not to use such large chunks. You wouldn't listen, and now look." Nothing left to catch, Wei Dong grumbled. They had been fishing quite well until this one insisted on using oversized meat bait, claiming it would attract larger fish, only for the catch to be the same as before, resulting in waste. I can find a head of a mutated beast. After all, there's plenty of meat in the forest. Chen Haojie retorted, "Do you really want to deplete all the fish here?" Wei Ning called out to Chen Haojie, who was genuinely considering hunting a mutated beast, while giving Wei Dong a pointed glare. "That is not entirely out of the question," Wei Dong murmured under his breath, unable to resist the allure of fishing. It's just too entertaining. I haven't had my fill yet. Hey, don't be upset. We won't fish anymore. Chen Haojie quickly intervened, regaining his composure. It's the fish here that are too easy to catch, making it hard to resist. He shot a glance at Wei Dong, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Wei Dong, remembering his role as an elder brother, fell silent. "Sister, look at today's haul," Chen Haojie exclaimed, pulling Wei Ning to see their bounty. Not only was a large basin filled with fish, but even the cooler was packed with 3 boxes, each fish weighing between 7 to 8 pounds, far exceeding those from the stream. No wonder they had become so obsessed with fishing. "Not too shabby," Wei Ning remarked, "though I can only say these fish must be rather foolish and inexperienced to fall for your bait." Chen Haojie hesitated to accept this, yet it did seem to hold some truth. Wan, focused solely on the new culinary possibilities, promptly began to prepare the fish, regardless of whether the fish were dull or clever. He felt a twinge of envy at his inability to catch any. Eventually, he devoured most of the fish grilled with lime juice, letting out a satisfied burp. "Look, a wild boar," Wei Dong exclaimed, glancing upstream, his eyes lighting up at the sight of a familiar dark figure. The others turned to see what he had spotted. Indeed, a mother wild boar accompanied by a group of piglets was making its way down the slope, snorting softly as it approached the water's edge to drink. Once quenched, it retraced its steps back. "Let us go, let us follow." Chen Haojie seemed to have already envisioned the potatoes beckoning to him, urging him to hasten his preparations. Truly, Wei Ning was at a loss for words. Despite the fact that a considerable number of potatoes had already been cultivated on Green Star, why was there such an incessant yearning to dig for more? Now, they were even pursuing pigs in search of potatoes. Under Chen Haojie's insistence, the group quickly tidied up, extinguishing the campfire with water and securing their belongings. Upon crossing to the opposite bank, what they had previously overlooked was now vividly apparent. The water's edge was littered with footprints of varying sizes, a well-trodden path stretching from the shore up to the hillside, eventually disappearing into the thicket. Within the grass, dark shapes resembling feces were faintly discernible. They continued to follow the footprints, observing numerous patches of grass that had been stripped bare, exposing the brown soil beneath. Apart from the trails left by the wild boars, the area was thick with underbrush. To traverse through, they would need to carve a path. Chen Haojie and Wei Dong took the lead, each clearing a side, hacking away at the obstructive bushes to facilitate smoother passage for the others. It took them a considerable amount of time to emerge from the thicket. Beyond the underbrush lay a forest, where the footprints multiplied. Many tree trunks bore the shiny marks of frequent visits by the wild boars. "What do potatoes look like?" Chen Haojie suddenly inquired, revealing that he had only ever consumed potato flour and had yet to see an actual potato. "They grow underground. You must dig them up to see." Wei Dong elaborated, detailing the appearance of potato stems and leaves. "There are none here," Wei Dong remarked as he observed them searching around. The shrubs beneath the trees were all low and easily recognizable. "Let us split up to search," he suggested, noting the numerous and chaotic footprints that made it difficult to discern the wild boar's direction. Chen Haojie's proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Consequently, he and Wu En ventured off in one direction, while Wei Dong and Wei Ning headed another way. Wei Dong was the first to move forward, pushing aside the obstructing branches and leaves. But he was oblivious to the ground beneath him. After only 2 steps, he suddenly halted. His left foot had stepped onto something soft and sticky. "What's wrong?" Wei Ning asked, poking him in the back when she noticed his stillness. Wei Dong looked down, his face paling at the sight of the dark, clumpy substance. Wei Ning took a step to his left and, upon raising her gaze, caught sight of his face turning ghostly white. She struggled to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Indeed, she had never anticipated her brother's luck would be so fortuitous, encountering a gift of excrement right from the start. Wei Dong shot her a glare. Cautiously lifting his foot, the black combat boot now smeared with a sticky ring, His expression shifted repeatedly as he fought back his nausea, vigorously rubbing his foot against the grass, even after cleaning it off. He felt an unsettling residue linger. Ugh, this is disgusting. I would rather be splattered with the blood of a mutated beast than have to deal with this. Let us go. Wei Ning stifled a laugh, biting her lip. Over here. This way. Before they could proceed further, Chun Haojie and Wu Wen called out in succession. Upon hearing their voices, Wei Dong promptly turned back. Wei Ning glanced at the feces that had been so kindly left by him. Quite fresh indeed. Wei Dong initially headed towards Chun Haojie, who was closer, but inwardly cursed the wild boar's ancestors 100 generations. Where are the wild boars? He gritted his teeth, directing the question at Chun Haojie. As he approached, he found no sign of the boars, only a cluster of red fruit trees. Just red fruits. What are you shouting about? His tone was somewhat brusque. Chun Haojie, taken aback, replied. He hadn't said anything wrong. Why did it sound like he had ignited a powder keg? Wei Dong had just been about to explain why his sister's mood might be sour when Wei Ning came alongside him. And before he could finish, Wei Dong swiftly covered his mouth. What did you step on? Chun Haojie pressed, noticing that Wei Ning was unable to respond due to being muffled, observing Wei Dong's urgency to prevent him from speaking. A sudden thought crossed Chun Haojie's mind. Ha! He burst into uncontrollable laughter. Dongzi, you really stepped in it. Ha! Wei Dong thought, sometimes having a sister could be incredibly irritating. Enough? If you keep laughing, I won't hesitate to let you experience it firsthand. Listening to Chun Haojie's unrestrained laughter, Wei Dong threatened him. Chun Haojie stifled his chuckles, pressing his lips together, his face turning crimson from holding back. He realized he had crossed a line. Provoking Wei Dong further might lead to repercussions. The wild boars are over there. Why are you still here? Wu Wen, having waited for them long enough, turned back to find the trio in an unusual atmosphere, particularly noting Wei Dong's glowering face. He sensed something had transpired while he was away, as if anticipating what was to come. Wei Dong strode away. Sure enough, a fresh wave of laughter erupted behind him. Wei Dong thought to himself, there is nothing more embarrassing than this. I have chosen my friends poorly. When they finally caught up, Wei Dong keenly felt the weight of their gazes upon him. The two approached with camaraderie, patting him on the shoulder, proclaiming with feigned bravado, don't worry, brother, we'll avenge you soon. Infuriated, Wei Dong kicked each of them away. Brothers, wait for us. We're off to settle the score. As they tumbled, they did not forget to shout. In mid-fall, they kicked against a tree trunk, propelling themselves further down, swords in hand, charging into the fray of wild boars, wreaking havoc. Could you not spare me some dignity? Wei Dong watched as they engaged fiercely with the wild boars below, then turned to Wei Ning with a hint of flattery. Wei Ning met his gaze seriously, replying, brother, it is better to enjoy together than to revel alone. Wei Dong sighed, pondering how to navigate having such a sister. After a moment's hesitation, he surrendered and turned his focus back to the battle below. The two were like a colossal meat grinder, relentlessly harvesting the frenzied wild boars. That was Wei Ning's first time witnessing their combat prowess. As she observed the bloody scene, she instinctively rubbed her arms, feeling a tinge of cruelty. Yet, the battlefield against the star beasts was far more gruesome and merciless. Sensing her thoughts, Wei Dong suddenly spoke. In the face of star beasts, humans are akin to insignificant insects. They will attack mindlessly, seeking to consume flesh as sustenance. Only when humanity grows strong can they hope to contend and gain victory. However, the timing of that day remains uncertain. Wei Ning was taken aback. It was the first time he had broached the subject of battle in her presence. She had never experienced war nor seen what the battlefield against star beasts entailed. Nevertheless, she believed that one day, the war would come to an end, for humanity's strength was immeasurable. The war will end, she remarked, gazing at the two who were beginning to wrap things up, speaking as if to Wei Dong, yet also to herself. Chun Haojie and Wu Wen simultaneously ceased their actions, their faces alight with a bloodthirsty fervor, their swords still dripping with blood. The valley was strewn with the corpses of wild boars, and both men laughed at the sight. After sheathing their swords, they began to gather their spoils, knowing these would serve as provisions for quite some time, especially considering the numerous gluttons back on Green Star. They had collected over 100 wild boars, nearly filling their spatial pouches. Once they had finished, Wei Dong and Wei Ning descended the hillside. Dongzi, how much space do you have left in your spatial pouch? Chun Haojie inquired as Wei Dong approached. There's still a bit of room. Wei Dong replied, glancing at his nearly full pouch. His spatial pouch was considerably smaller than theirs, having shrunk by more than half. Throughout their journey, he had accumulated a plethora of bizarre items, almost to the brim. Upon hearing this, his expression visibly soured. Having too much of a good thing can be a burden. I can still fit some. Let us first see if we can find any potatoes, Wei Ning suggested, observing his demeanor. Although her spatial pouch was not as vast as theirs, it could still accommodate a fair amount, as she had not contributed to the gathering thus far. There must be some. Chun Haojia stubbornly asserted that he would not accept the absence of this conclusion. After speaking, he chose a direction to search. Following their recent battle, the wild boars had either perished beneath their blades or fled in terror, leaving no trace. This land belonged to the wild boars, and apart from them, there were no other mutated beasts. Thus Wei Ning felt no trepidation venturing alone, and she too selected a path. The valley was profound, over 200 meters deep, and Wei Ning's direction led her further inward, closer to the cave where the wild boars resided. The signs of their activity were evident. The grass was sparse, and the area near the hillside had been gnawed to the ground, leaving only stumps behind. Wei Ning ascended to a higher point to survey the surroundings, observing only wild grass and no leafy plants, prompting her to refrain from venturing further as a scent began to waft on the breeze. Ning Ning, come quickly and take a look, Wei Dong called out from a distance just as Wei Ning was about to leave. Having seen where potatoes grew before, he had initially chosen the path toward the valley's entrance. Yet, instead of familiar plants, he encountered a sprawling mass of round-leaved vines. Just as he suspected these were mutated vines, he noticed signs of disturbance in a corner. Approaching for a closer inspection, he discovered it was a wild boar that had dug up the area. The vines had been entirely consumed, revealing half-eaten white tubers with pinkish skins. Uncertain of what these were, but recognizing that they resembled food for the wild boars, he called for Wei Ning, feeling deep down that she would know what they were. His shout also summoned Chun Haojia and Wu Wen, who had been searching in a different direction. They found nothing but wild grass that had been grazed down to half its height. Upon hearing Wei Dong's call, they assumed he had made a discovery and promptly made their way over, arriving even before Wei Ning. They were in high spirits, believing Wei Dong had found potatoes. But their hope quickly faded upon seeing the mass of vines. Why aren't these potatoes? Chun Haojia lamented, feeling deceived. Aren't potatoes one of the wild boars' foods? Why are there wild boars, but no sign of potatoes? This is also their food. Wei Dong pointed to the half-eaten tuber. As long as we can eat it, it will do. Chun Haojia leaned in to examine it, squatting down to dig out the remaining piece. Scrutinizing it, while they debated its edibility, Wei Ning joined them. Upon seeing the familiar leaves, she was even more astonished and delighted than when she had spotted potatoes. How could she not be thrilled? It was sweet potato, her favorite childhood snack. During winters, she would bury homegrown sweet potatoes in the fire pit, and when they were done, the aroma would waft far and wide. She could indulge in several of them. But as she grew up and bought the street vendors' sweet potatoes in the city, they never matched the deliciousness of her childhood. The fire-roasted sweet potatoes were simply more flavorful. We are truly fortunate, Wei Ning exclaimed excitedly. She could already envision a bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes on Green Star in the near future. They would be able to enjoy sweet potatoes freely, experimenting with various preparations. Do we need this tuber underground? Wei Dong inquired, gesturing at the piece in Chun Haojia's hand. No, we need these vines as well. We can plant them directly when we return. Wei Ning quickly explained their importance. Fearing they might unknowingly destroy the red vines, it seems they haven't fully matured yet. Wei Ning crouched down and began to excavate from the disturbed area, unearthing a sweet potato the size of an egg. Noticing the signs of disturbance in this patch, it appeared somewhat as if a young one had been tempted to pilfer a taste. Let it be small. Even a mosquito is still meat. And we should not waste it, Chun Haojia remarked, indifferent to its size. Since they had discovered it, it was merely the misfortune of the wild boars. They decided to take the larger ones and leave the smaller ones behind. They then commenced harvesting the sweet potato vines. However, the quantity proved to be somewhat overwhelming for the group. The sweet potato vines thrived, untouched by the wild boars. They never anticipated that their winter food reserves would be pilfered by outsiders. And furthermore, that a significant portion of their kin had been slain as dusk approached. They had only managed to harvest about 1/3 of the crop. Let us leave it for tomorrow. Let us roast some sweet potatoes, Wei Ning suggested, feeling exhausted and unwilling to continue. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong and the others paused, methodically preparing for the evening, digging sweet potatoes, gathering firewood, and searching for a suitable campsite. Wei Ning selected a spot in the area chosen by Chun Haojia. Digging a shallow pit to arrange the sweet potatoes Wei Dong had unearthed, covering them with a layer of soil. Finally, they placed the fire pit atop the mound to cook. This method was learned from a show she had watched. Though she was uncertain of its efficacy as a child, she had relished winter evenings spent constructing a sweet potato oven in the fields with neighboring siblings, burying the sweet potatoes, taro, cassava, and other items in the glowing red earth. They would then crush the soil to seal it, ensuring no air escaped, for otherwise, the contents would remain undercooked. Given the inadequate conditions here, they would make do with this approach. However, it proved effective, and ultimately, the sweet potatoes were thoroughly cooked. When they removed the fire pit and unearthed the sweet potatoes, the intoxicating aroma instantly filled the air, capturing everyone's attention. The sweet, fragrant scent rendered the fish they had in hand utterly tasteless, and they eagerly joined in. Once they bit into the sweet, tender sweet potatoes, which oozed syrupy goodness with each bite, they were instantly captivated by the flavor and hastened their eating, each harboring the same thought. Such delectable sweet potatoes must be harvested and none should be left behind. Perhaps influenced by the deliciousness of the sweet potatoes, the three of them worked with renewed vigor. The next morning, Wei Ning emerged from the tent to find that half of the sweet potato vines had already been harvested. Indeed, the allure of delicious food stirred their motivation. The trio had risen at dawn to continue their harvest, planning to finish in the morning and start digging in the afternoon, aiming to complete the task within 2 days. Once the sweet potato vines were cut, they exuded a sticky sap that clung to their hands and dried into a stain. However, they had no time to be concerned about this. Each individual diligently and swiftly harvested the vines before them. Observing their industriousness, Wei Ning took a moment for self-reflection. Perhaps she had been too lazy. They had all worked so hard while she had just risen, feeling she was holding them back, a behavior she deemed unacceptable. Quickly tidying herself up, she joined in to assist. She intended to bundle the harvested vines into smaller portions for easier planting later. Throughout the morning, Wei Ning followed behind them, organizing the vines, exhausting herself to the point of nearly being unable to straighten her back, envious of their stamina. After they finished harvesting, they turned to help Wei Ning with her sorting. Following a brief rest at noon, they began digging for sweet potatoes. Wei Dong, having previously dug potatoes, had experience. The principles were similar, and he taught Chun Haojia and Wu and how to unearth them without damaging them, learnings derived from their earlier mistakes. Using their mental energy to sense the approximate location of the sweet potatoes, they would drive the shovel down, unearthing them. The sweet potatoes had not fully grown, each smaller than half a potato. Nevertheless, when they struck a vein and unearthed 7 or 8 in a single swing, they were filled with joy. They dug with the fervor of those under the influence of excitement, turning over both soil and sweet potatoes. Wei Ning followed behind, collecting them and placing them into prepared bags. The digging continued until the afternoon of the following day, and apart from the truly tiny ones, they filled 6 large bags, amassing over 1,000 pounds. Their storage space was filled to capacity, leaving no room for anything else. The bounty from this outing was astonishing, even to Wei Ning, let alone Chun Haojia and the others. It was their first time harvesting such a wealth of non-medicinal resources in the forest, leading them to feel that their previous efforts had been in vain. There was clearly an abundance of useful materials everywhere, and they had foolishly overlooked so much. Upon returning, they needed to have a serious discussion with their leader about ensuring they did not miss such opportunities in the future. Chun Haojia picked up a sweet potato from the ground, placing it in the bag as he remarked, "The leader may not be inclined to take charge. Perhaps we should consult Colonel Landy instead," Wu suggested from the side, proposing that their leader take charge by directly presenting them with images and commanding them to keep their eyes peeled and ensure they brought back everything they encountered. However, having Colonel Landy oversee matters would yield a different approach. He would meticulously organize the relevant information and images, possibly even itemizing their uses and methods, and might go so far as to have a specimen prepared for all to see. Much like the previous example involving the meat of mutated beasts that in the past, none had cared for those mutated creatures until they savored the exquisite taste of their flesh. Thereafter, during missions, encounters with such beasts prompted a swift and fervent response, as if fearing that a moment's delay would allow the creature to vanish without a trace. Chun contemplated this rationale and resolved to keep it in mind for future discussions. While they were reaping abundant rewards, Chris found himself on less fortunate ground. Following the communication from Chun, Chris conferred with Landy and promptly set off with his team. Others might have remained oblivious. But he was acutely aware that their regiment's stockpile of high-grade mental relief agents was dwindling. Previously, a substantial amount had been expended in the effort to capture a psychic assault star beast, leaving their reserves perilously low. Each year, to procure the rare spiritual incense grass, the regiment dispatched individuals to scour the forests of various stars, often returning empty-handed for years. Although the pharmacists had contemplated the possibility of cultivating the incense grass artificially, all attempts had ended in failure. Regardless of the reliability of the information or the likelihood of success, he felt compelled to undertake this journey. Upon merging with Heisey and his group at Kaiyong Star, Chris led them directly to the heart of the forest. Along the way, Heisey informed Chris of the intelligence they had gathered. Though Chris harbored a degree of impatience for trivial matters, he had earned his rank through merit and possessed a keen intellect. From the various snippets of information, he deduced that, at least for the time being, the spiritual incense grass had not yet been claimed by anyone else, granting them a glimmer of hope. Moreover, they had received the information earlier than other factions and were geographically closer, which provided them with a significant advantage. With a stroke of luck, they might even seize the opportunity before others could lay claim. Indeed, they encountered predominantly A-class leaders among the teams they crossed paths with only a few S-class commanders. However, in comparison to their own formidable team, the others were utterly outmatched. Unfortunately, their fortune did not extend to finding the incense grass, compounded by vague information regarding its location. After several days of searching, they had yet to uncover any trace, leading to numerous conflicts. Chris observed several skirmishes from a distance, noting that the other parties were perceptive enough to maintain their distance, either trailing behind or taking alternate routes. Each member of his team exuded an imposing aura, their gazes laced with intensity, particularly the leader, whose piercing stare seemed to radiate lethal intent, unmistakably signifying a formidable presence. Who would dare approach? Should they provoke this powerhouse, the consequences would be unendurable. Though reluctant to draw near, some teams still trailed at a distance, hoping to glean some advantage. Chris was not oblivious to this. But given their distance, he refrained from asserting dominance over their movements, choosing instead to disregard them. It was no simple task to extract benefits from him. Boss, we've been searching for several days. Yet we still haven't found anything. Is it possible that someone else has gotten here first? By the 6th day, they had scoured the central area extensively without any sign of their quarry. Heisey voiced his doubts. It's not that simple, Chris replied, activating his holographic device to consult the map without lifting his gaze. If it were so easy to locate, we wouldn't be here. The spiritual incense grass preferred to conceal itself in unremarkable places, easily overlooked. We shall head here. Until we receive further news, I will not tolerate any expressions of despair from any of you. Chris's eyes swept over each individual present as he spoke assertively. Understood, came the collective response, a chill running down their spines. Southeast, let us move. With that, Chris took the lead toward the southeast, and the rest followed swiftly. The group enveloped in an eerie silence as they advanced. Their destination was a vast chasm in the southeast. Upon nearing the chasm, Chris raised a hand to signal for the group to halt. He leaped onto a nearby tree to survey the area ahead. A skirmish was unfolding within the chasm, and as one of the combatants turned to face him, Chris's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized the individual. It was Arthur from the 5th Legion. Chris remained still, continuing to observe the battle. The opponent facing Arthur was surprisingly capable. The two engaged in a furious duel, their speed so swift that Chris could not discern the opponent's features. Both sides were embroiled in close-quarters combat without the aid of mechs. After a prolonged observation, Chris noted that regardless of who seized the upper hand, they invariably gravitated toward a specific direction, only to be thwarted by the opposing party's nearby members. Clearly, something significant lay in that direction, something they were all vying to obtain. What could incite such fierce competition if not the spiritual incense grass? Let us move, Chris commanded, descending from the tree and beckoning his team to follow. Just as they approached, Arthur and his adversary simultaneously kicked each other away. Arthur stumbled back several meters, finally halting against the trunk of a tree, while his opponent was propelled directly toward Chris. Aware that Arthur had acted deliberately, The man instinctively attempted to evade. However, Chris denied him that opportunity. As the adversary drew near, his body reacted instinctively, delivering a swift kick. Thud! The man was sent sprawling aside, crashing forcefully against a tree trunk before rebounding and landing on the ground. Captain, his comrades rushed forward to assist him. The impact left him aching and his throat tinged with metallic bitterness, which he suppressed as he glared coldly at Chris. "Itsu." He recognized Chris. "Scorpion," Chris replied, taken aback to find that Arthur's opponent was indeed Scorpion, the leader of the first mercenary group in the star system. This individual had previously served in the 2nd Legion, possessing S-class psychic abilities and physical prowess, before being expelled following a scandal involving the near-fatal assault of his superior. The incident had garnered widespread attention, making him notorious across the legions. It was due to him that the 2nd Legion's misconduct had come to light. His actions stemmed from a profound sense of injustice when his superior claimed credit for the achievements of Scorpion and his teammates, all because the superior was the son of the Legion commander. Unable to bear such a reality, he had united with his comrades to confront their superior. Ultimately, he and his team were expelled, fostering a deep-seated enmity towards the military establishment, which led him to join the Mercenary Association, adopting the moniker Scorpion. Seeing another military member, Scorpion's demeanor grew even icier, were glances capable of inflicting harm. Chris would have perished hundreds of times over. Their presence evoked painful memories of the past. His superior had brazenly commandeered the accolades of others, while they had fought tooth and nail, only to be met with the dismissive remark, "One must know their place." When he had assaulted his superior and the scandal erupted, the military not only failed to restore what was rightfully theirs, but also unjustly expelled them, severing all ties with the regiment. As if that were not enough, the superior had continued to pursue them, relentlessly hunting them down and leaving them with no refuge. From the moment they had been hunted, his fervor for the military had evaporated, replaced solely by hatred. "The military has already vindicated you, and the May family has paid the price for it. You should let go of your grievances." Chris met Scorpion's gaze, unable to suppress a frown. The May family was the clan of Scorpion's former superior. Following the exposure of the incident, it had escalated to the attention of the federal authorities, prompting an investigative team to delve deeper, ultimately uncovering an even graver truth. The military hierarchy acted swiftly, employing draconian measures to strip the May family of all honors, exiling them to a mining planet for eternity. While the May family attempted to resist, they were quelled, and Chris knew that the May family's main lineage had already been secretly executed. Externally, it was portrayed as exile, but in reality, it was merely a fade. They were destined to meet an untimely end. However, Scorpion was unaware of these developments, and Chris had no intention of divulging them. He harbored no fondness for Scorpion, perceiving him as impulsive and reckless, had he not resorted to directly assaulting his superior, but instead gathered evidence to present before a military tribunal. The outcome would have been entirely different today. Moreover, after being exonerated by the military, he could have easily joined another regiment, rather than harboring the same animosity towards all. Can letting go truly resurrect my brother? What consequence did the May family face? They were merely exiled, while my brother can never return. The Scorpion suddenly raised his voice, his expression filled with fury. The comrades who had been expelled alongside him perished at the hands of the May family, leaving only him and another, and now he stands alone. To expect him to let go is absurd. As soon as he finished speaking, Chris, who had intended to offer a warning, held his tongue. With such a temperament, even had the incident not occurred, troubles would still have followed. Merely an excuse for your own foolishness. Arthur bluntly pointed out, "Silence. It is you military personnel who are selfish and indifferent to others." Struck by the truth, the Scorpion angrily shoved his teammate aside and raised his weapon towards Arthur. Arthur had been closely observing the Scorpion and, reacting swiftly to his sudden movement, sidestepped to avoid the attack. The bullet whizzed past him, striking a nearby tree trunk and leaving a deep mark. Do not generalize all regiments as if they are merely a pack of fools like the May family, one of Arthur's teammates exclaimed in frustration. There are many capable individuals within the May family, yet they suffered due to that incident. The head of the family was indeed foolish, but not every regiment operates like the 2nd Regiment, where meritocracy prevails. Only you seem to be unaware of this. The Scorpion had made up his mind, resolute in his disbelief despite others' words. As he regarded Arthur and Chris's companions, He understood that what he desired today was destined to elude him. Bowing his head, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a wicked smile. Yet when he lifted his gaze again, all traces of emotion had vanished. If that is the case, how about relinquishing the fragrant herbs to me? Impossible, Arthur rejected without a moment's hesitation. Having come this far, he would not leave empty-handed. The scorpion turned to Chris, awaiting his response. You know it is unfeasible. If it were anything else, perhaps he would have considered it. But the fragrant herbs must not be relinquished. Chris kept his gaze fixed on him, perplexed by his sudden actions. Ha ha ha. See, you are also selfish and self-serving. The scorpion laughed heartily, then suddenly leaned back, raising his weapon towards one direction and firing. Damn it. Arthur cursed in anger upon witnessing this, immediately rushing forward in an attempt to prevent him from continuing to AT the moment the gun was fired. Chris's eyes widened in shock. In the next second, he propelled himself forward, drawing his weapon, loading it, and firing several shots in the direction of the scorpion's bullet. His marksmanship was impeccable. The bullets formed a net that intercepted the scorpion's projectile mid-flight, causing them to collide and explode in midair. He simultaneously glanced towards the direction of the bullets, where a cluster of purple flowers bloomed in abundance. His pupils constricted. It was the fragrant herbs. Arthur was enraged. He could not believe the scorpion dared to take such action, intending to destroy the fragrant herbs, an act utterly intolerable. Who does not understand the significance of the fragrant herbs to a soldier? This fool actually wished to ruin them. He had rushed over upon receiving the news, spending so much time to locate them, and this idiot thought he could destroy them without his consent. Consumed by fury, Arthur struck with increasing force, his movements becoming swifter, forcing the scorpion into a defensive retreat. Someone like you, a fool, has no right to live. Do you think yourself remarkable? In reality, you are nothing but a pitiful wretch. It is truly unfortunate to be your comrade. He parried a kick from the scorpion while mocking him. The scorpion momentarily froze, and Arthur seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the thicket, toppling several trees. The scorpion lay on the ground, dazed, as visions of his comrade's final moments flickered before his eyes. Brother Dew, I regret it. Had I not joined you in rebellion, perhaps I could have remained in the regiment and awaited my promotion. His teammate, bloodied in his arms, gasped his last, eyes filled with remorse. No, it was not me. It was you who forced my hand. You are useless. The scorpion suddenly erupted, cursing at the air as if driven mad. TSK, with such fragile mental fortitude, Arthur found him utterly unworthy of further engagement. Captain, the scorpion's teammates, now utterly stunned, were initially shocked into silence by the gunshot. Once they regained their composure, they were met with the sight of their captain in a frenzy, leaving them even more bewildered. They had never imagined their once mighty leader could succumb to madness, a reality too difficult to accept. As they attempted to approach and assist him, the scorpion shoved them away, continuing his tirade of curses. Left with no choice, they resorted to force, knocking him unconscious and carrying him away for the fragrant herbs. They dared not entertain any thoughts of contention. They carried the scorpion out of the forest. And even when he regained consciousness, they were compelled to keep him subdued. Upon reaching the hospital and undergoing a series of examinations, the doctor concluded prolonged mental strain had caused him to erupt when stimulated. An injection of medication would alleviate the symptoms, but whether he could recover depended on his own will. Not only were they baffled, but the doctor was also puzzled. How could someone awakened to mental prowess be in such a state? Was the mental relief agent ineffective, or did it simply not work for him? Unable to comprehend, the doctor considered it an anomaly. But that was a matter for another time. Captain, as Arthur sent the scorpion flying, one of his teammates suddenly shouted. He swiftly turned around, only to witness Chris extracting a fragrant herb and placing it into a special container. Damn it, Chris, stop right now, he nearly shouted as he rushed over to intervene. From the moment Chris laid eyes on the fragrant herb, he had ceased to concern himself with the battle between Arthur and the scorpion. In his view, the scorpion was no match for Arthur, and he could not fathom how they had previously fought to a standstill. While Arthur pummeled the scorpion, all eyes were on them, each team vigilant, their attention captivated by the scorpion's frenzied state, leaving them oblivious to Chris's actions. By the time Arthur's teammates noticed, Chris had already begun excavating. One teammate attempted to intervene. Hazy quickly stepped in to block their path. Other teammates soon took notice and tried to stop him, but were thwarted by Chris's associates. They were ensnared, unable to break free, and could only call out to Arthur, but it was already too late. Chris had successfully extracted the herb. "Chris, you have gone too far. We found it, and you dared to sneakily dig it up while I was preoccupied." Arthur rushed over, reaching out for it. "TSK. Arthur, have you been infected by the scorpion? How could you say such a thing?" Chris shook his head that he would be foolish to hand it over. It was not Arthur's to begin with. They found it. So what? Who told him to dawdle and waste time? Had it been him, he would have extracted it at the first opportunity, leaving nothing for the others. "You." Arthur was left speechless, attempting to prevent him from continuing to dig. "I have quite a few followers behind me." "Are you certain you wish to fight?" Chris deflected his hand. A simple statement halting Arthur's aggression that it was already a boon for Chris. He would not allow others to benefit further. He withdrew his hand and immediately took out a trowel to begin digging. This cluster of fragrant herbs comprised merely 4 plants, each with several branches. Arthur had previously noted that the one with the most branches had already been taken by Chris. "You are as despicable as a star thief," Arthur exclaimed, swiftly selecting the 2 largest remaining plants, leaving only one with 3 branches. "If I were a star thief, you would not have a single one," Chris retorted without reservation. "If you were a star thief, you would not even have the chance to touch them." Arthur countered, "Ta. You are nothing but a defeated foe." "Tisich, it was merely a mistake." Arthur resolutely refused to admit he had been bested. The 2 engaged in a heated exchange over the matter. Behind them, their respective